Chapter 001 The Deadly Ground. On the night of July 15th, in the year 2011 of the Star River calendar. Earth Alliance, Solar War Zone, Coastal City in Thwasher region. Adkid after the outbreak of war between Earth Alliance and Thorian Star Alliance. Finally, they galactically and sea dispatch chetin formidable beings from the void sky realm to Thester Lost War Zone for mediation. The protracted conflict came to an end, and the Earth Alliance was granted number for spite. Although far from the battlefield, the citizens of Solar War Zone could help Utex Haleen relief. The celebratory festivity commenced at 7 o'clock and continued until event at night, when the crowd gradually dispersed. However, these eat soffitred between Tetwarish shadel reedy being sown, awaiting the right soil to take rutan sprout, that flame so for would reignite. At midnight, just past the hour, suddenly, a dark cloud obscured the bright moon. In an instant, the cloud surged, converging from all directions, resembling a colossal demonic cloud ascending upon the entire coastal city, as if seeking to crush it. It taply echoed as saying black clouds press upon the city, threatening to destroy it. Crack! Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, lightning streaked across Hesky. In that flating moment of illumination, one could clear Lycian Initine and Estora skyscraper, towering majestically in the heart of coastal city, strikingly conspicuous. This skyscraper, with its imposing design, resembled a colossal golden dragon that 5 claws coiled around a Toronto Templar. The dragon appeared lifelike, each scala distinctly visible. Its 5 claws tightly embraced the building, its dragon head rearing skyward, assifoised torower. These was the headquarters of the Imperial Consortium, the Imperial Tower, the largest conglomerate in the Solar War Zone. The Imperial Consortium controlled of entire administrative stars and over 30% of sequence of intent house and sources stars within the entire Solar War Zone. Simultaneously, it possessed 22% of the market share for starship and weapon procurement within the Earth Alliance, as well as 40% of the market in civil transport vessels. To the lower echelons of society and the leading alike, the Imperial Consortium was undeniably a behemoth. The Solar War Zone was merely one of 36 war zones within the Earth Alliance. It held an immensely significant position within the Hall. Thus, given the current financial prowess and reputation of the Imperial Consortium, it also held a prominent place among the 7 major consortia of the Earth Alliance. Boom! Moments later, another thunderous roar cleaved through Hesky, seemingly splitting the oppressive clouds in two. In an instant, a fire wind swept through, and raindrops theses of broad bean plummeted from Thesky. Gazing at the torrential downpour, Qin Wushang inquired, "Oldman, how did Zanfamila respond?" Qin Wangshan smiled nonchalantly, a hint of bittersweetness appearing on the youthful Visagio Faman seemingly in his face. Heathen remarked, "Wushang, relying on Otherzis Navira as reliably as depending on self. Consider the tin meowth, I single-handed Libby wield the foundation of the Imperial Consortium, without seeking external assistance, had it not been for the need to counter Thuan Consortium, would Navir, have a Brotli, Gu, and Xantham Elias and Totha fold off to Imperial Consortium. Heh, at this juncture, Qin Wangshan chuckled coldly, looking back no, it is indeed the greatest mistake of my life. No sooner has spoken than a colossal silver lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, precisely hitting the massive dragon shed. The silver electric current coursed down to Golden Dragon's body, causing the entire Imperial Tower to emanate a radiant glow, and for a brief minute, it appeared as though phasant dragons rolling around. Since you have arrived, why conceal your presence? At that moment, Qin Wangshan interrupted into hearty laughter, unleashing an overwhelming killing intent with the Supreme Emperor's shocking technique combined with that well-fold sword emperor scripture. Countless substantials word energiesco alecidant surged forth toward the door. Bang, bang, bang. A serious soft deafening sound syrupted, accompanied by a few shrieks, as the opulent office door of Qin Wangshan and the corridor Sid were left in disarray. Qin Wangshan hadal redirect the pinnacle of T6 stage geophonic cultivation, nearly stepped into the void sky realm. This allowed attack was comparable line mito the full force of a first stage void sky being. In an instant, several NAT experts lurking outside the door, along with Overados and post-natal 6th stage masters, were rudely annihilated. Their severed limbs and dismembered bodies were a barrier amidst the rubble. Having been exposed, the midnight visitors no longer suffered to conceal themselves. Suddenly, several long holes echoed, followed by Theshadering window sole round. Countless hard soft glass, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, shot a word Chin Weichen and Chin Wushang. In Thue Kof Te glass fragments, overrato zinc and sealed presence surged forward, each possessing a nara comparable to Theto finite beings. Li Qi. Qin Wushang sensed a familiar presence among them, belonged to Li Qi, one of 4 crown prince of the imperial consortium. The 4 crown princes included Qin Wushang, Zhan Wujin, Li Qi, and Gu Biao. Among the 4, Qin Wushang and Zhan Wujin were the most powerful, both at the 3rd stage of finite cultivation, while Li Qi and Gu Biao are at the peak of the 2nd stage. However, apart from the disparity in cultivation levels, the Supreme Emperor's shocking technique of Tikanfamilianthas and Family Swear Emperor Technique were both extraordinary domineering, rendering them virtually invincible at tier level. Thus, they held a clear advantage over Li Qi and Gu Biao. Although the faux apparatus exist peacefully on the surface, their underlying rivalry hate escalator life and struggle. A this moment, facing this mortal enemy, Qin Wushang would certainly no hold back. Activating the Supreme Emperor's shocking technique, Hun Li should these event foremost sword emperor scripture, those who oppose me shall die. A tremendous, imposing sword energy, imbued with boundless skilling intent, shot forth to shred hind-coming fragments. Following that, the sword energy, fiercely and unrelenting, cleaved toward Li Qi. The sword energy span at he air, cutting Goffel off Li Qi's escape routes, and Pthalathalan tendent the sword energy caused Li Qi's facito palin horror. Thotha had long known that this cultivation fell short of Qin Wushang's. In that moment, Li Qi truly felt the gap between him. Yet, to have reached high material before the is off 30, Lika was no full moment of panic. He evaded, quickly steadying himself, and employed the family's ancestral fire cloud technique to its utmost. Thoth fire cloud technique weighs inferior to the Supreme Emperor's shocking technique, when cultivated at the 9th level, it will dead the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, duetally chislamited cultivation, had ultimately failed to master the fire cloud technique to perfection and couldn't unleash 70% of its potential. Despite the enhancement from fire cloud technique, it was still insufficient to withstand Qin Wushang's solidified lethal's word energy. Puff! This word energy, formed a Blisa mountain, effortlessly shattered Li Qi's strength. Thine innate sword energy weighs indomitable. The sword energy unleashed through his Supreme Emperor's shocking technique when sword emperor scripture was even more fined and sharp than ordinary innate energy. Just as it seemed poised to cleave Li Qi into a colossal blackfish shadow, the Siziophagrand ding disc suddenly struck. Instantly, the force of te punched Qin Wushang's sword energy, sending shards flying, rendering their remaining power incapable of 3 attending Li Qi. Gu Biao. Qin Wushang's gaze fikeju pont the figure of Thade appeared beside Li Qi. A jalto fell arm coursing through him, his expression filled with suspicion. Gu Biao, the weakest among 4 crown princes. Unlike Qin Wushang, Zhan Wujin, and Li Qi, Gu Biao was the epitome of prodigalson, indulgent in debauchery and vice, embodying the vice soft world. Though Gu Biao possessed the cultivation oft, Hisakin stagio finate, if it been for sublimated bethephamal ahead Guchain gangry at cost. In truth, his sexual strength weighs inferior to Theto Fanavas Nate martial artist. However, Qin Wushang sensed Thadades Gu Biao appeared markedly different, exuding Ganamina San malevolentra. Moreover, the black-fist shadow Thad casually shattered to third energy could they've been conjured estrio of Tethendersa. Furthermore, the essay with which Heshadard Qin Wushang Sine Tesord energy suggested that Gu Biao, with Hisakin stage innate cultivation, could not they accomplish these. Unless this Gu Biao has acquired some other form of inheritance? As Qin Wushang pondered, a sudden alarm surged within him, and he looked up Tosi Gu Biao performing jade septive maneuver, inexplicably appearing Emira 3 feet away from him. Qin Wushang Shiar traced in shock, his figure retreating hurriedly however, Gu Biao shadowed out his movements, closing the distance with even greater speed. Moreover, not only was Gu Biao's movement technique extraordinarily elusive, but technique Heshuil dead were equally sinister. Qin Wushang observed as Gu Biao's hands became a shrouded in jet black mist, resembling solidified darkness linger around his fingertips, Asha lightly waved, creating an impression of tearing through he fabrico freely. Qin Wusheng's expression ru grave he recognized that Gubayo Sora was continuously escalating, far surpassing the third stage of fine cultivation. At this point, Qin Wusheng was certain that something known had transpired with Gubiao. As Gubia's claw like a force penetrateth the void, it pierced Qin Wusheng's skin as though pricked by needles. Despite Qin Wusheng having gone cultivateth Supreme Emperor's shocking technique to thineth level, falling far short of the completed level. Thes word he unleashed, augmented bethineth form of sword emperor scripture, was still formidable. Crack. Thine eight sword energy clashed against Gubia's claw, but the sword energy was not much for that claw's power. Instant Leishaturingen sending countless shards off sword energy flying in all directions. Gubia's claw for seer remained unspent, still striking towered Qin Wusheng like lightning. Seeing this, Qin Wusheng pivoted swiftly, retreating several feet. However, the claw brushed against Thishist, leaving 5.5-inch deep gashes. In an instant, black mist swirled, and streams of dark blood flowed from the 5 gashes. You are not Gubiao. Wu exactly area? Innate true energy surged vigorously, instantly expelling the dark aura from the 5 blood channels Sutaf's body. At this moment, Qin Wusheng had already discerned that the figure before him was from Gubia he was familiar with, prompting him to question, what is happening? Upon scrutinizing the visage of Gubiao, Hinata said, the crimson light flickering in his eyes and the grotesque twist of his features, resembling a beast whose consciousness had been overtaken by another. Kill. Gubiao suddenly roared, his blood emanating on almost frenzied murderous intent, complete a disregarding the innate sword key that Qin Wusheng had unleashed. With claws breaking through layers of sword key, the plunged directly towards Qin Wusheng's. Chapter 002 Injury and Escape. Asitsi med that Qin Wusheng wasn't thebering cough demise beneath the claws, a mighty sword kick cleaved through the void, dispersing the chilling energy erupting from the claws entirely. Retreat. Qin Wangchen suddenly appeared in front of Qin Wusheng, blocking the strikey and stating, Wusheng, that is the god control technique of diffusing divine sect theme to typo sesa yas body I likely will have to 40 min god soft he sect, the Eagle Kong. Up in hearing this, Qin Wusheng she art jolted with alarm. The Fusang divine sect was onoft hemist formidable force synth fusing Gyrie of Tesorsa star, housing the 4 major factions soft wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The Fortiman gods mentioned by Qin Wangchen were the leaders soft these factions, with it among God Eagle Kong being the master of Swift Twin School, possessing ga formidable innate 6th-year cultivation, ranking as the formista among the Fortiman gods, secondum to the secta eater, Sakurachi. The god control technique weighs a secret transmission of divine sect, allowing the practitioner to implant thy own primordial spirits wit hint the recipient, granting the latter 70% of the practitioner's power for a brief period. With Eagle Kongsonatus 6th-year cultivation, 70% of his strength would be comparable to Thedo Fei, formidable innate 5th-year expert. Naturally, Qin Wusheng, with Hisanit 30-year cultivation, was no match for the Eagle Kong occupying Gubia's body. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Wusheng shirt sank, realizing that Thebadal this night would likely no tend favorably. If the threats are remer Lethisa scenes cultivated Bithlionka families, the wold Pacelafir. However, with the emergency of divine sect, it introduced a significant variable. Unlike the Imperial Consortium, the divine sect boasted numerous experts, with no list hanting in a 5th-year and 6th-year powerhouse among them. Moreover, it was rumored that the secta eater, Sakurachi, had already stepped in to the realm of the void. While the Imperial Consortium wielded vast wealth, the number of innate experts they could triligather ways exceeding Lyskant, particular lighthose above the innate 4th year, could not be as swayed by merry financial incentives. Over the years, Qin Wangchen had employed both benevolency and coercion to amass a considerable number of innate experts, yet missed were below the 3rd year. Thean Latoyunate 4th year expert should resigned tuo despriorant swift lida perted from the source star, evident le have ingressivid prior intelligence. As Fort Hosianate 3rd year experts were mained, they had shown off the slightest movement despite the presentio of tis individuales for an period. It was likely that Thosianate expert shade either defected or met with dire fates. Wusheng. Suddenly, Qin Wangchen conveyed through hot. Opportunity is reflating donut let this moment. Up in hearing this, Qin Wusheng trembled, instantly grasping Qin Wangchen's intention. These was the finalesque plan devised bethet woe, initially intended desa contingency. However, the intervention of divine sect thad foreseed its activation. Qin Wusheng exclaimed, Old man, you. Qin Wangshan's voice got through sharply, Wushang, your wisdom is no less than mind. Ifio you wish forth kinfamalita fast extinction. Ifio desireth legacy have painstaking lib, wilto falentithy hansafoders, then consider me word sasmer folly. Awakened be his father's admonition, Qin Wushang's resolve solidified. Heckled Lai replied, Old man, I understand what must be done. Rest assured, Wusheng will no tact foolishly. Shu Dai Yuing counter enemies haptonite. I will ensure lion gu families, along with divine sect, ere do sud tosha sand their tinklance obliterated. Good, that is desperate. Qin Wangchen lafed hertily, declaring, your old modest natas fragile yao think. If I wish to leave, event divine sect as he would struggle to keep me here. Now, hurry and go without he waste a burden, ishal only a shamasaker. Qin Wusheng nodded slightly, his asagaze sweeping gay crossed he face soft host present, as if fetchinjik visage plianto as a marie. Hey thing redu a lira treated behind Qin Wangshan, turning towards Theshaderd floor-to-ceiling window behind Hymandardenfirth. Stop him. With this understanding goff Qin Wushang, Li Kai instant Lai grasped the intent behind his actions. Ash bellowed, Li Chilia pet around Qin Wangshan, charging directly at Qin Wushang. You little rascal, Li, leave him. Qin Wangshan lafed her to Li, his figure shifting to block Li Chi's path. With a single punch, immense force erupted, transforming Ginto Tempest offsward Kithat Surjed toward Li Chi. With Hisanata's 6th-year pinnacle cultivation, Qin Wangshan had long since mastered Themperor's astonishing techniquinth sword emperor scripture to perfection. Every movement of fees was accompanied by sword key, and that transformation oftenady truinigi and to sword key ways executed with remarkable yes. Get lost, old fool. Li Chai Ho lead in a twisted ridge, gathering his entire fire cloud foreseen Tozingle Palman striking towards Qin with unwavering precision. Facing off against Stan and Netesix the expert with Hisanates akin to your cultivation ways akin to striking Gaston with a. However, Qin Wangshan had expended a considerable amount of fine tetruinig interesant battles, and Li Chi, having perceived this, direct to clash with Qin Wangshan's bunch. Yet, Li Chi failed to notice ethicold, ruthless skilling intent, that flashiden Qin Wangshan's eye moment. With air sounding bang, thieful forcefully kiss balm crumbled instantly. Qin Wangshan sword kick crashed in Tulika's arms, shattering the meridians within with an overwhelming force. Thesword ki erupted, sending torrents soft bloodersing from Lika's arms. With a wailofagony, Li Chi staggered back, while Qin Wangshan prepared to advance and finish him off. Just then, a student chill swept over his back Gubiao, pasa sedbi thedamanga deagle kong, had stealthily approached from behind, launching gay fierce sekla strike toward Qin Wangshan's back. Startled, Qin Wangshan realized that the Eagle Kong's cultivation was impaired with his own. Thoth God control techniquely allowed Gubiato exhibit 7% off his strength. Qin Wangshan note underestimate the threat with a Zuden roar, had pivot dan dun leashed simultaneous strikes with both hands. The sewer rethanith stylio sword emperor scripture. I am th emperor, and the 10th style. Ruling th world. Both technique has erupted simultaneously, and the overwhelming in a sword kisserjed toward Gubiao. These atwo strikes embodied near lie type percent off Qin Wangshan's innate true energy, Ythiak strike possessing power equivalent to Thedofa planet-class starship's mine cannon. Jia, Gubiao cackled menacingly, his form of adding like Ya Spectre, causing Qin Wangshan's two's word strikes to miss their mark. Yet, Qin Wangshan was not disheartened instead. He laughed heartily and shouted, Wushang, now is the ornament. With a thunderous crash, that woe's word strikes blasted through he left wall, creating a gaping hole nearly amateur eye. At that instant, Qin Wushang's form abrupt lie twisted, breaking free from theme tanglement toft lioned guffamil assassins, and dashed through he wall's opening. The Imperial Tower stood 19 in a story estel, towering over 400 meters. From Sukahate, even in the martial artist would be in peril if they fell. Qin Wushang appeared from the top floor, his spot plummeting like a meteor. Previously, during his battle against Gubiao, House under Eagle Kong's control, Qin Wushang had expended near lies of any Toei type percent of feasinet energy. Now, he couldn't frantically circulate Teth Emperor's astonishing technique, squeezing Gao to last vestige sophist potential. Ashafalikia shooting star, Qin Wusheng knew that at this speed, even in his prime, survival would be slim chance. Not enough, explode form. Qin Wusheng bellowed feed fiercely, and instantly, it felt as though a bomb had detonated within Yizdenshin, shattering it into fragments. However, a themamin toftedanshin's explosion, an overwhelming force surged forth. In an instant, it swept Tovari's entire being like a tidal wave, a power that heaven surpassed the Ethereum. In a heartbeat, Qin Wusheng's injury shield, and this tremendous force flooded into Ever corner of Fizi, extraordinary meridians, 12 irregular meridians. No tonla that, this power broke through T barriers between hemeridians and blood vessels, infiltrating every blood vein. In an instant, every blood vessel in Qin Wusheng's body swelled, causing him to appear as though he had inflated in size. With a single breath, Qin Wusheng's feet struck the ground, generating Ganymin shockwave that radiate cardinal directions. The solid concrete florsing half of me, deep within it in me, so fortusheng stewed. Simultaneously, the powerful force impacting, the ground rebounded onto Wusheng's flesh, threatening to shatter his body despite being tempered by a tetrainergy. Every one off Qin Wusheng's 1200 bonus cracked, and torrent soft blood erupted from his pores. Over here. Don't let them escape. Suddenly, with several shouts, dozens so farmed gunmen emerged from the shadows, belonging to the peripheral four soft-line families. Thought he individuals possessed limited cultivation, thupins thewiel dead were a formidable fire god type high individual combat weapons, fear devon be minion experts. The gravel-sized bullets, accelerated electromagnetic energy, reach at terrifying velocities, easily penetrating the defenses sophinate fourth-year martial artists and below. Qin Wusheng understood the necessity of retreating the power unleashed at the coast officiated in Hadel ready benexpendeden resisting the imp. The skeletal structure his legs bore thebron toff the impact, suffering from shattering fractures they extended from the femur down at the sole sophist feet, a staggering 90% devastation. In that moment, Qin Wusheng found himself in a state even more petit fooled hand than an ordinary person. Tap, tap, tap. Countless bullets erupted behind Qin Wusheng, igniting sparks that danced perilously close, mere half millimeters away from tearing his body to shreds like a torrential downpour. Qin Wusheng tumbled down Hestona steps, narrow lie escaping dire fate. Yet, sensing the encroaching presence of Tegenman, a heavy weight settled in his shiart. Poof! Suddenly, a streak of flight descended from the void, bursting forth behind Qin Wusheng and materializing into a palebla barrier that shielded him from harm. Simultaneously, the rhino of bullets descended with ferocity, yet tamer, splashed against the barrier, creating gun ripples in its wake. Is the Tajada talisman crafted by a celestial artisan? Qin Wusheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing to the left into the darkness, where Vaglit discerned a familiar silhouette. With Nodum for contemplation, Qin Wusheng gritted his teeth and, with his fractured legs in tow, vanished into the night. Sister, you main a trace eve gratitude to fourth Isaac, and dite could potential embroilers and family, unnecessary trouble. Ayunman emerged from the shadows, striding forth. Jean Wushuan cast a flated glance Saint Heterection Qin Wusheng disappeared, stating coolly, a trifling inconvenience seassuredly worthy of concern forth and family. This time, Ida's father ho haslet down Uncle Qin. That remains to be seen. The Unman chuckled cold liather words, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, as a flossed in thought. Hayden sighed, what tapity hisdenshin shiddered, hislix render reduceless me Jean Wujing has no list I ataneth rivaled. Remaining gaunt this earth has become a rather mundane. Chapter 003 The Great Wilderness halberd on the surface of Venus, beneath a hill towering over 20 meters high, numerous large excavators were simultaneously digging from all directions, breaking through the hard rock layers to reveal an octagonal stone tower. Approximately 10 zhang in height. The material of this tower remained a mystery, yet it emanated a dark golden glow under the blazing sunlight. Each of its 8 sides formed a 45-degree slope with the ground, and on the eastern and western faces, there were 18 steps leading to the pinnacle of the tower. At the 8 corners of the tower's summit, 8 stone sculptures of strange beasts knelt, facing outward in all directions. Not far away, within a spacecraft hovering 100 meters above the ground, Dr. Laro focused intently on the holographic projection at the control panel, his expression brimming with excitement. "It is indeed it," he murmured to himself in a tone only audible to his ears, finding it hard to fathom how the ancients had constructed this stone tower thousands of years ago. Moments later, a small transport ship flew out from the spacecraft, gently descending before the tower. Before the hatch could fully open, Lero eagerly shot out, landing at the base of the stone steps on the eastern side of the tower. Gently caressing the surface of the tower, reminiscent of the tender touch of his first love from 40 years ago, Lero's fingers trembled involuntarily, taking a deep breath to steady his nearly chaotic emotions. He slowly opened the metallic box he held, retrieving a half-foot-tall, light green jade cylinder. He cautiously brought the jade cylinder closer to the stone tower, and it began to emit a faint, dark green luminescence. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the jade cylinder slipped from his grasp, perfectly fitting into a square hole with a circular interior etched into the tower's wall. It appeared to be the key to unlocking the tower. And as the jade cylinder gradually sank into the tower's interior, a colossal golden beam of light shot forth from the tower, piercing the heavens and merging into the blazing sun that radiated intense heat. 2 or 3 minutes later, an even more dazzling and scorching light descended from the sun, penetrating the tower's structure. Subsequently, flames erupted from the tower, resembling a monumental torch engulfed in fire. A tremendous wave of heat surged outward like a tidal wave, forcing Lero, despite his innate second-tier prowess, to retreat a dozen steps before he could bear the intensity. After a brief moment, as the flames subsided, a rusted bronze halberd was found embedded at an angle atop the tower. It appeared unremarkable, yet it seemed as though it had existed there since time immemorial. Lero could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt to the pinnacle of the tower. For a master of innate second tier, the height of over 10 zhang was as effortless as walking on flat ground. The halberd measured no more than 2 meters in length, its tip buried halfway into the tower, standing silently, seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary ancient weapon. Lero hurried forward, eager to extract the bronze halberd, yet it felt extraordinarily heavy in his grasp, despite possessing the strength to lift thousands of kilograms with one hand. He found himself unable to budge the bronze halberd even slightly. "Lift," he commanded, channeling his immense innate energy, which surged forth from his dantian, circulating through his meridians for several cycles. In that moment, while he could not claim to possess the strength to uproot mountains, the force he exerted was still formidable, yet the halberd only shifted outward by an inch in a fleeting moment. As Lero's true energy was depleted and his hands grew weary, the bronze halberd suddenly plummeted. With a resounding crash, the entire tower sank by a foot. Observing this, Lero felt a surge of joy rather than fear. Although he remained ignorant of the halberd's origins, its mere 2-meter length and staggering weight of over 100,000 kilograms indicated the extraordinary quality of the material from which it was forged. If he could analyze its composition and replicate the forging techniques, it would undoubtedly propel the Earth Alliance's shipbuilding technology forward significantly, possibly rivaling the 6th-tier technology of the Star Alliance. These thoughts raced through his mind. Lero was overwhelmed with ecstasy, gently stroking the bronze halberd, his expression oscillating between affection and frustration. Finally, gritting his teeth, he retrieved a purple capsule from his person and swallowed it whole. This purple capsule was the latest product devised by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, a powerful restorative agent synthesized from an ancient alchemical formula, concentrated to 10 times its normal potency. However, due to the scarcity of the required materials for these agents, the Academy's researchers had only managed to produce 3 capsules. Despite exhausting their resources, during this treasure hunt on Venus, Lero had promised the old researchers countless benefits in exchange for borrowing 2 capsules, though he regretted the expense of one here, uncertain of the price he would pay upon his return. Nevertheless, considering the immense value contained within the bronze halberd, he found solace in the decision. The purple capsule rapidly dissolved in his stomach, and in an instant, Lero felt as though a miniature tactical nuclear bomb had detonated within him. Waves of pure, boundless energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, while the energy vortex in his dantian was stimulated, continuously releasing new strength like a spring. Soon, Lero sensed that his power had multiplied exponentially. surpassing even that of a peak innate sixth-tier warrior. With a gradual pull, Laro extracted the bronze halberd. The moment the halberd was fully liberated from the stone pedestal, an ominous rumble resonated from beneath Venus's surface, and the pedestal trembled violently. The entire tower, seemingly one with the pedestal, rapidly collapsed, while the 8 stone beast sculptures surrounding the pedestal instantaneously weathered and disintegrated into dust. Suddenly, the ground surrounding the pedestal crumbled and collapsed, creating a bottomless chasm encircling it. A colossal whirlwind erupted from the newly formed crevice, engulfing the transport ship and surrounding machinery, along with dozens of crew members. Laro's heart raced in terror. His Danteon, functioning like an overloaded engine, unleashed his innate true energy in a torrent, propelling him hundreds of meters away as he roared toward the heavens. Moments later, the Sky Voyager ascended rapidly, and through the porthole, Laro gazed upon the surface of Venus, now marred by a crater several kilometers in diameter, with the center precisely where the pedestal had been. A chill ran down his spine as he shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had he delayed even a moment longer. He could have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. However, the thought of those unfortunate individuals included several of his most capable assistants, which caused him distress. Yet, this worry was swiftly overshadowed by the exhilaration of acquiring the bronze halberd. But with these unfortunate souls gone, I shall have to conduct the material analysis myself, Laro muttered, turning toward the bridge of the Sky Voyager. Moments later, the ship altered its course, slowly heading back to Earth, where Laro would procure necessary supplies from the Alliance Academy's branch and conduct a preliminary analysis of the bronze halberd. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the Sky Voyager passed beyond the moon's orbit, alarms blared throughout the vessel. Laro's expression shifted, demanding, "What is happening, Doctor?" Researcher Mercado has unlawfully opened Chamber 7 and taken Transport Ship 3 away from the Sky Voyager, came a voice from the intercom, tinged with urgency. "What?" Laro exclaimed in shock, fury boiling within him. "Immediately notify the onboard fighters to intercept and retrieve that scoundrel." "I deeply apologize, Doctor, but Mercado sabotaged the ejection track of Chamber 7 before leaving, rendering the onboard fighters temporarily inoperable." Laro paused, stunned, before suddenly realizing the implications. His expression darkened in rage. A wave of violent energy erupted from him, nearly obliterating the main control system of the Sky Voyager. Gazing at the now empty alloy box he had specially crafted to house the bronze halberd, a chilling and wrathful aura enveloped him. After a brief moment of silence, he turned and commanded, "Activate the backup engines 3 and 4. Bring that damned thief back to me, in the vast expanse of space beyond the source star." Hundreds of ships surrounded a battered transport vessel, resembling a flock of wolves encircling a lamb awaiting slaughter. On board the Sky Voyager, Laro furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the information displayed on the holographic screen, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had not anticipated the rapid spread of information. There were now no fewer than 10 factions tracking his target, 3 of which he would prefer to avoid antagonizing. After a moment's contemplation, Laro declared, "Contact the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone. Mobilize them in the name of the Alliance military. Doctor, I regret to inform you that the entire area has been enveloped by alpha particles, rendering communication temporarily impossible. Soon, the communications officer aboard the skyship delivered some ill tidings." Upon hearing this, Lalo erupted in fury, bellowing, "These selfish bastards, utterly indifferent to the fate and interests of the Alliance, deserve nothing less than the gallows. They are the true criminals of the Alliance." Lalo's roar reverberated throughout the bridge of the skyship, yet the crew, well acquainted with his temperament, regarded his righteous indignation with scorn. Wilson, the first officer and Lalo's companion of 20 years, unceremoniously interrupted Lalo's tirade, inquiring, "What shall we do now, Lalo?" The expression on Dr. Lalo's face shifted between thunderous rage and a grim resolution. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "Sink it," Wilson sighed. "I knew you would say that." Main cannon locked, particle charge complete. A crimson beam of light tore through the void of space, obliterating the transport vessel into mere fragments. Perhaps by design, the skyship abruptly pivoted, and the blood-red beam swept across, scaring numerous ships into a panicked retreat. despite its diminished power and the chaos. None noticed that amidst the fiery explosion of the transport vessel, a streak of light pierced through the flames, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Damn it, that madman!" echoed curses from all the vessels. Yet, wary of the Alliance Academy's power backing Lalo, they could only watch as the skyship swaggered away, wishing to tear it apart. "To Venus. Perhaps we can find the ancient Immortal's cave." The skyship turned away from the orbit of Source Star, swiftly heading beyond the solar system. Lalo was acutely aware that on the map within the Jade Tablet, Venus, or as it ought to be called, Chang'e Star, was merely the first step. The ultimate destination of the map remained a mystery to him. However, before seeking the next node, Lalo had another task: to unveil the spy embedded within his archaeological team. He vowed that once he identified these individuals, he would methodically crush their bones, allowing them to perish in agonizing wails. Chapter 004. The Reignition of Fire Source Starred. 72 Districts. This place is the most chaotic in the coastal city, where bloodshed, violence, and crime have become the defining characteristics of this area, which occupies nearly half the city. For the indulgent, the 72 District is undoubtedly paradise, while for ordinary citizens, it resembles hell. In the Western District, near the long-abandoned ruins by the Little Merchant River, a beggar with crippled legs huddles in a corner of a dilapidated building, half collapsed. Amidst the chilling wind, he buries his head in his arms, randomly covering himself with his soon-to-be threadbare clothing. A mere 10 meters away, an earth building with a weathered exterior stands. On the third floor, a young girl gazes through the window, catching sight of the beggar curled up against the cold. "Xiao Wang, take the leftover buns from this morning to that person," she instructs a 15 or 16-year-old boy. After a moment's hesitation, the boy exclaims, "Sister, we've already given him everything. What will we eat tonight?" The girl shoots him a glare and retorts, "Just go. No more whining. I'll make you your favorite red braised lioness head for dinner." "Fine, fine, I'll go," the boy replies, though his shoulders sag in disappointment. "But remember, you owe me 109 servings of red braised lioness head now." As night fell, a light rain began to fall, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold eye. In the ruins, the beggar remained huddled in the corner, his clothes soaked by the rain. The wind blew harshly, causing his curled-up form to shiver uncontrollably. The girl fetched a blanket and gently draped it over the beggar, then opened her only umbrella to shield his head. Just as she turned to leave, a raspy voice murmured, "Thank you." The girl smiled faintly, nodded, and vanished into the night. However, shortly after her departure, a crimson light suddenly pierced the sky, and before the beggar could even react, the streak of light pierced through his chest. Strangely, after penetrating, the light abruptly halted, its near-light speed coming to a standstill, suspended in the void. The dim glow revealed an ancient, rusted bronze halberd embedded in his chest. The halberd measured less than 2 meters in length, nearly half of it protruding from the beggar's body, with blood flowing down its shaft. Yet, and even more bizarre however, before acquiring sufficient power, Qin Wushang understood that he must conceal his identity and completely fade from the public eye. Especially in this coastal city where the influence of the Gu and Li families extended to every corner. Qin Wushang believed that as soon as he revealed his true self, it would take mere minutes for the assassins of the Gu and Li families to descend upon him like wolves catching the scent of blood. Observing his own disheveled appearance, Qin Wushang could only smile wryly. Having escaped from the southern district of the Imperial Consortium and taken refuge in the chaotic 72 streets via the sewers, he appeared even more ragged than an actual beggar. Nevertheless, he mused that adopting the guise of a beggar could serve as an excellent disguise. After all, among the millions living in the 72 streets, countless individuals fell into destitution daily, and the presence of one more Qin Wushang would hardly attract attention. Just then, 2 beggars who bore a striking resemblance to him approached quickly. One of them, a fierce-looking beggar, shot a menacing glare at Qin Wushang and barked, "New here? I've never seen you before." Qin Wushang nodded. Since he intended to assume the identity of a beggar, he would fully integrate into this community. Perhaps these 2 beggars were the key to his acceptance among them. "Do you know whose territory this is? Do you know who the boss is around here?" The beggar growled menacingly, saliva nearly splattering onto Qin Wushang's face. I wasn't aware, but I believe I shall learn soon enough, Qin Wushang replied with a wicked smile. Though his dantian was shattered and his cultivation dispersed, his body, forged through innate true qi, possessed strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than tenfold. Coincidentally, the two beggars before him had never undergone any training and were merely ordinary men. Under the force of Qin Wushang's iron fists, they quickly acquired dark circles under their eyes akin to a smoky makeup. Now, do you clearly understand whose territory this is and who the boss is? Qin Wushang inquired, lifting his foot to pin the two men to the ground. We know, they pleaded in panic, hastily exclaiming, this is your territory, and you are the boss. Qin Wushang replied with a smile, then asked, as the boss, I find myself alone and wish to recruit two little brothers. I wonder if you two are willing? Though his tone suggested inquiry, the two beggars were certain that uttering even half a no would result in Qin Wushang using his formidable hands, capable of snapping steel rods, to break their necks and dispose of their bodies like refuse in a filthy ditch. Becoming a feast for maggots and rats, boss, you shall be our boss from now on. The two beggars cried, tugging at Qin Wushang's pant leg to express their loyalty, as if fearing that even a moment's hesitation would fail to convey their sincerity. Excellent. You are quite commendable. Follow me, and you will enjoy a life of luxury. Although Qin Wushang was aware that the two beggars had little genuine loyalty, he feigned delight at their eagerness to pledge allegiance. He then found a sunlit spot, sat down nonchalantly, and lazily glanced at the two of them, saying, Now, which of you will enlighten me about the situation here? Chapter 005. Frenzied cultivation. Having subdued the two beggars through sheer force, Qin Wushang had no intention of forming a gang. He merely sought to glean information about the 72 streets from them. As the lowest tier of society, beggars were often the most well-informed about local happenings. The fierce-looking beggar was named Lin Xiao, aptly named for his hawkish demeanor and ruthless disposition. Unfortunately, he lacked the means, strength, and fortune of a true hero, relegating him to a life of begging. Moreover, his cruel nature led to his ostracization by other beggars in the vicinity, leaving him with only his loyal subordinate, Lin Ci. In this desolate corner of the city, it seemed that Lin Xiao had recently encountered a conflict with a group of beggars from the east and, in desperation, had returned to his lair, only to find Qin Wushang occupying his territory, igniting his fury. Little did he know he had encountered someone even more ruthless. So, the largest factions within the 72 streets are Iron Eagle Hall, Zazai Gate, and Tiger Howl Gang, Qin Wushang mused, stroking his rough, stubbled chin. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, boss. While there are many factions in the 72 streets, most survive by aligning with these three major groups. After all, the strongest among the smaller sects barely reach the second or third level of acquired cultivation. How can they compare to the innate masters residing within these three factions? Innate masters? Qin Wushang was taken aback. Though innate-level practitioners were merely at the threshold of the Tianwu cultivation system, those who managed to step over that threshold within the entire alliance were exceedingly rare. Qin Wushang had not anticipated that even within this small faction in the 72 streets, innate-level practitioners existed. He silently contemplated. It seems I must tread more carefully in my future endeavors. In the following days, Qin Wushang took refuge in this wasteland while Lin Xiao and Lin Ci resigned themselves to following him. Particularly Lin Xiao, whose ruthless nature was matched only by his keen insight. After a few interactions, he discerned that Qin Wushang had an extraordinary background. However, he wisely refrained from probing further, knowing that aligning himself with Qin Wushang could very well be his opportunity for advancement. One day, after enjoying a roast chicken that Lin Xiao had procured from who knows where, he tentatively asked, Boss, are you a Tianwu practitioner? Qin Wushang casually nodded, fully aware of the implication behind Lin Xiao's words. Sure enough, Lin Xiao suddenly knelt before Qin Wushang, proclaiming, Boss, please take me as your disciple. Qin Wushang regarded Lin Xiao with a detached gaze, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's, and after a moment, he slowly replied, As for taking a disciple, let us set that aside for now. You two have behaved relatively well these past few days. I have a few mantras to share. Recite them once, and how much you can remember and comprehend will depend on your own fortune. The mantras Qin Wushang recited, though seemingly ordinary and lacking a title, were far from commonplace. They comprised a superior method for refining the body and enhancing strength, suitable for Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who were just beginning their cultivation journey. Although their potential was ultimately limited, this technique could help them cultivate their physical bodies and, given the right circumstances, even enable them to refine true qi, leading to unforeseen achievements in the future. Without reservation, Qin Wushang imparted the technique, and Lin Xiao and Lin Ci expressed their overwhelming gratitude, swearing countless oaths of loyalty to Qin Wushang using divine beings and their unknown ancestors as witnesses. They then eagerly set off to practice the method outlined in the teachings. Once he had sent them on their way, Qin Wushang concealed himself within the shadows cast by the crumbling walls, calming his mind as the mantra of the 10 earthly star devouring technique gradually emerged in his thoughts. During these days, Qin Wushang had adjusted himself to an optimal state, achieving peak levels of essence, qi, and spirit. Only then did he commence the formal cultivation of the 10 earthly star devouring technique. This technique comprised 12 levels, and the power it wielded upon reaching the 12th level remained unknown to him. However, as Qin Wushang began to channel true qi according to the first level of the technique, he discovered that its cultivation appeared to be several hundred times more challenging than the Emperor's astonishing technique. Even with his meridians and channels fully open, Qin Wushang found himself expending nearly half a day merely to complete 1/10 of a full cycle. Nonetheless, the benefits were exceedingly apparent. Although he had only completed 1/10 of a cycle, the strength and resilience of the meridians energized by the 10 earthly star devouring technique had increased tenfold. Is this truly a technique for humans to practice? Qin Wushang murmured, drenched in sweat. Reflecting on the first level's requirement to complete 81 cycles of star energy within a mere snap of the fingers, he felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Yet, the fierce determination lurking within him surged forth. And for the next 10 days, Qin Wushang dedicated himself to frenzied cultivation of the 10 earthly star devouring technique, ultimately compressing the time required to complete one cycle of star energy to just an hour. This was already the limit of what he could achieve at present. However, when Qin Wushang, appearing gaunt and pale, resembling a zombie that had crawled out of a grave, finally emerged from his secluded training corner, he startled Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who gasped in shock. "Boss, are you sure you don't want us to take you to the hospital?" Lin Xiao inquired cautiously. Qin Wushang glanced at Lin Xiao with a weary gaze and asked, "Do you have the money for a hospital?" Both Lin Xiao and Lin Ci shook their heads in unison. Qin Wushang sighed. "Then that's settled. Hurry and fetch me a bowl of plain porridge. I am not dead yet." Indeed, my esteemed leader, we shall set out immediately." Lin Xiao and Lin Ci responded hastily upon hearing his words, swiftly turning to flee as if fearing that even a moment's delay might lead to the demise of their ailing leader, who appeared to be clinging to life by a thread. However, Qin Wushang was acutely aware that despite his outwardly frail appearance, which seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, within him surged an abundance of vitality. The 10th earth-swallowing star technique, in its 12th layer, was founded upon the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, utilizing stellar energy to invigorate his entire being and refine his physical form. The initial layer of this technique served as a foundation, employing stellar power to enhance the 8 extraordinary vessels and the 12 primary meridians. After 10 days of cultivation, the strength and resilience of Qin Wushang's meridians had increased exponentially, far beyond what could be imagined. "Why do you appear so famished?" Suddenly, a delicate voice of surprise emerged from behind Qin Wushang. He turned to see the kind-hearted girl who had previously brought him a quilt and an umbrella. "Is it you?" Qin Wushang instinctively replied. Before he could finish speaking, the young lady had hurriedly approached him, crouching down to present a food box, saying, "Please, eat. You look as if you haven't had a morsel in 4 or 5 days." Without hesitation, Qin Wushang accepted the food box, hurriedly opening it to be greeted by an enticing aroma. Inside lay a portion of white rice accompanied by 2 small side dishes. Though humble, they were meticulously prepared, their colors and fragrance irresistibly tempting, causing Qin Wushang to swallow several times in anticipation. Though not rush, Do not choke. If this is insufficient, I shall return for more, the girl exclaimed as she observed him devouring the food with fervor. Mmm, mmm. Qin Wushang mumbled indistinctly, rapidly consuming what was enough to feed 2 people. Once he had finished, he sheepishly returned the empty food box to the girl, smiling awkwardly as he said, "It was delicious." "Thank you." A faint blush appeared on the girl's cheeks as she absent-mindedly adjusted her wind-tousled bangs, smiling gently. "You seem to be ravenous. Eating so much at once, you won't have any ill effects. Will you?" Qin Wushang smiled slightly, replying, "I shall be fine. Do I not appear well?" For one who had gone 10 days without sustenance, overeating could indeed be harmful, yet Qin Wushang was an exception. The 10th earth-swallowing star technique had not only fortified his meridians but had also enhanced the functioning of his internal organs. This strengthening manifested particularly in the digestive capabilities of his stomach and intestines. As soon as food entered his belly, it was promptly digested and transformed into strands of vital energy, which were then directed into the 8 extraordinary vessels and 12 primary meridians, ultimately nourishing his entire body. Consequently, Qin Wushang found himself more concerned about not consuming enough rather than overindulging. Leader, we have brought you food." Lin Xiao and Lin Si's voices echoed from a distance, and moments later, they appeared, each carrying a bowl of steaming porridge. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, quickly understanding the situation. He approached Qin Wushang with an amused grin, stating, "It seems our leader has already dined. Let us not waste these 2 bowls of porridge. Little Ci, we shall each take a bowl. Tonight's dinner can be skipped." Qin Wushang shot Lin Xiao an exasperated glare, snatching the bowls from their hands and swallowing the porridge voraciously. He then turned to the girl, saying, "These 2 are my brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci. This young lady is..." Just then, he realized he did not know her name. "I am Su Mei, residing in the earthen building across the way." The girl seemed to sense Qin Wushang's embarrassment and answered casually. Turning back to him, she added, "Please rest well. If you truly cannot find anything to eat, do not hesitate to come to my home. Though my means are modest, I can provide enough to fill your belly." With that, Su Mei turned to leave. However, Qin Wushang continued to gaze in the direction she departed, furrowing his brow in silence. Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged glances, hesitant to intrude, until Qin Wushang finally exhaled deeply and inquired, "Lin Xiao, how about we seek employment?" Lin Xiao stared blankly at Qin Wushang for a long moment before suddenly exclaiming, Leader, are you out of your mind? We are beggars, the most wretched and useless beggars of the 72 districts. Who would ever regard us with favor? If we attempt to find work, we might be beaten and cast aside before we even reach the door." Lin Ci timidly added, "Leader, how wonderful it is to simply remain as we are, beggars. You. Qin Wushang stared at them, dumbfounded, and retorted with irritation, "A decayed tree cannot be carved with that." He stormed back to his corner to continue his cultivation. Yet this time, his training diverged from before. The enhancement of the 8 extraordinary vessels and the 12 primary meridians had reached its peak. Thus Qin Wushang shifted his focus to refining other parts of his body. If one were to categorize the human physique, Qin Wushang viewed it as comprised of blood, flesh, and bone, with blood further divided into skin, muscle, fascia, blood vessels, and the internal organs. Among these, the blood vessels and internal organs were intricately linked to the 8 extraordinary vessels and 12 primary meridians. Therefore, he resolved to concentrate on strengthening the blood vessels and internal organs. As the 10th earth-swallowing star technique operated at full capacity, the vast chaotic stellar energy in the void was swiftly transformed into the purest, attribute-less stellar energy coursing through Qin Wushang's extraordinary vessels and primary meridians, gradually permeating into his blood vessels. As this energy integrated into his blood, it seemed to cause his entire bloodstream to boil, accelerating its flow to such an extent that one could almost hear the rushing sound of blood coursing through his veins. As this invigorated blood returned to the heart, a copious amount of stellar energy accumulated within, making the heart an essential focus of Qin Wushang's enhancement. With conscious guidance, the stellar energy permeated the left and right atria as well as the heart's walls, gradually altering and fortifying each part of the organ. This enhancement quickly bore fruit, as the heart's beating slowed. Yet each contraction expelled 2 to 3 times more blood than before. Consequently, this significant increase in blood output elevated the oxygen supply, resulting in an immediate effect. Qin Wushang's once emaciated body began to swell with vitality, even adding a few inches to his height. However, this came at a cost to Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who in just 2 days had procured enough food to sustain 3 people for nearly a month. Their efforts, whether through theft or scavenging, had turned the surrounding streets into chaos, often leaving them to flee from irate vendors wielding knives. Meanwhile, Qin Wushang found himself bemused by his now towering frame. Exceeding 2 meters in height and nearly 300 pounds in weight, he had never anticipated such a side. You have yet to partake in your evening meal. I shall prepare it forthwith. Qin Wushang extended his hand to halt Su Mei, his brow furrowed with concern as he inquired, Su Mei, has something transpired? At his words, a trace of worry flickered across Su Mei's pallid visage as she replied, Brother Qin? Xiao Wang is in trouble. He has been captured by the Tiger Howl gang. What exactly has occurred? A slight shock coursed through Qin Wushang's heart. The Tiger Howl gang is one of the 3 most formidable factions in the 72 districts. He could not fathom how Su Wang could possibly be entangled with them. It is all my fault. Su Mei, her face tinged with embarrassment, confessed. A few days ago, a disciple of the Tiger Howl gang spoke harshly to me. Xiao Wang, seeking vengeance on my behalf, broke that disciple's legs. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing that the disciple of the Tiger Howl gang must have provoked Xiao Wang beyond mere words. Although Su Mei was not an unparalleled beauty, the gentle and vibrant aura she exuded would effortlessly attract the attention of all males. Contemplating this, an inexplicable anger welled up within Qin Wushang, and he coldly declared, imbued with a frigid menace, Well done! If it were I would have shattered all his limbs, Brother Qin. Su Mei chided him playfully, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Please do not add to my troubles. I am distressed about how to gather the funds to rescue Xiao Wang. Qin Wushang waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not fret, I have come to bid you farewell. We are preparing to relocate to West 9th Street, which happens to be the territory of the Tiger Howl gang. By this time tomorrow, I shall return Xiao Wang to you safe and sound. With that, Qin Wushang strode away with purpose. Brother Qin, do not go. Su Mei exclaimed in alarm, pursuing him, but by the time she reached the abode of Qin Wushang and his companions, they had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, Qin Wushang and his companions had taken advantage of the night, traversing the chaotic streets stirred up by Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, and entered the domain of West 9th Street. Clearly, compared to the place where Qin Wushang had previously resided, West 9th Street was tenfold more bustling. Although nearing midnight, the streets remained alive with noise and activity. Amidst the vibrant nightlife, Qin Wushang was not swayed by the sights before him. After all, the South District, home to the Emperor Group, was akin to paradise compared to this hellish scene. We have arrived. It is time to get to work. Qin Wushang clapped a heavy hand on the shoulders of Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, rousing them from their stupor, their eyes nearly falling into the alluring cleavage of a nearby woman. Boss, work? What work? Lin Xiao asked, reluctant to divert his gaze. Qin Wushang replied, We did not come here to beg. In your current state, you will not attract any desirable women. He glanced around and turned back to Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, stating, We have a target. Follow me. Amidst the throngs of people, a group of youths with hair dyed in a kaleidoscope of colors brazenly crossed the street, clutching several scantily clad girls who were barely covered by mere scraps of fabric. As they made their way toward a dark alley, the passers-by seemed unfazed by this spectacle, casting only the occasional disapproving glance without intervening. Qin Wushang, along with Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, stealthily followed, concealing themselves in the shadows until they reached a secluded area where the group of youths halted, laughter and the sounds of tearing fabric echoing in the darkness. Boss, are you perhaps planning to be a hero and rescue the damsels? Lin Xiao asked in a hushed tone, confused. Rescue? Nonsense. Qin Wushang retorted, Get ready. Knock them all out with that. He charged forward, moving like the wind, his large hand striking swiftly against the back of one of the youth's heads with just enough force to incapacitate him. Fortunately, Qin Wushang had moderated his strength. Otherwise, with his nearly preternatural physical prowess, he could have easily reduced the heads of these youths to mere pulped petit. That moment, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci finally caught up, but they felt embarrassed to find that they had missed their opportunity to act, standing awkwardly as they watched Qin Wushang take charge. "Change your clothes," Qin Wushang commanded, gesturing towards the fallen youths. He selected the tallest among them, stripping him down to his undergarments, and donned the ragged attire of a beggar. "Boss, do you think?" Lin Xiao hesitated to voice his thoughts, but Qin Wushang turned to see Lin Xiao and Lin Ci gazing at the exposed girls with what appeared to be a glimmer of desire in their eyes. "I will give you 5 minutes. Once you are finished, hurry up and get out." Qin Wushang was not a saint, and he could not hold their actions against them too harshly, especially considering the attire of these girls suggested they were not of reputable background. He merely frowned slightly and turned to leave the alley. "Thank you, boss," Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully, and in a flurry, he and Lin Ci quickly shed their own clothes, darkly chuckling as they plunged into the fray. Chapter 007. The Tiger Howl Gang. The entire 72 districts is divided into 4 cardinal regions, each further segmented into 18 districts. The area where Qin Wushang, Lin Xiao, and Lin Ci found themselves was the West District, the stronghold of the Tiger Howl Gang. With Lin Xiao and Lin Ci feeling invigorated, Qin Wushang chose not to linger in West 9 District. Instead, they navigated through the less populated areas, swiftly making their way to West 12 District. After all, having recently stirred up trouble in West 9 District, Qin Wushang preferred to err on the side of caution and depart before any unwanted attention could arise. "Boss, are we really going?" In West 12 District, on Double Tiger Street, the trio crouched at a street corner, gazing at the imposing structure at the end of the street. Lin Xiao hesitantly inquired, "What is there to fear?" "The Tiger Howl Gang does not consume people," Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly. "True, the Tiger Howl Gang may not eat people, but seeking trouble with them is far more terrifying." Lin Xiao grimaced, offering a rueful smile. "Who said we are here to cause trouble?" Qin Wushang chuckled. "Not here to cause trouble?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, quickly asking, "Then what are we here for?" Hearing that they were not on a quest for trouble, Lin Xiao's anxiety dissipated. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's favorable treatment towards him, he might have fled the moment trouble loomed. "We are here to find work, to be muscle," Qin Wushang declared with a grin. "What, be muscle?" Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then realized, "Boss, you mean to join the Tiger Howl Gang?" Qin Wushang nodded, stating, "Since the Tiger Howl Gang is the dominant force in the West District, joining them would mean we are aligning ourselves with a powerful ally. Consequently, no one would dare to provoke us in this territory, boss. Does that mean we will become wealthy?" Lin Ci, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Qin Wushang nodded and smiled. "Little Ci, if you become wealthy, what will you do?" After a moment of thought, Lin Ci replied, "Boss, I want to have soy milk for breakfast. Buy 2 bowls, drink one, and pour out the other. Is that all you aspire to?" Lin Xiao interrupted, tapping Lin Ci's forehead to silence him. He then turned to Qin Wushang. "Boss, the Tiger Howl Gang has high recruitment standards. Previously, little Ci and I tried to apply but were thrown out before we even got in. Is that a lack of faith in your boss?" Qin Wushang challenged. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, but he considered Qin Wushang's formidable physique. Although he did not know the specifics of his cultivation level, his extraordinary physical strength was undeniable. With this thought, Lin Xiao's spirits lifted. If he could follow Qin Wushang into the Tiger Howl Gang, a life of luxury would soon be within reach. "Boss, while this is the headquarters of the Tiger Howl Gang, their recruitment venue is not here." Lin Xiao jested. Qin Wushang was taken aback, then exclaimed in frustration, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Lin Xiao replied in a pitiful tone, "Boss, you never specified that we were coming to join the Tiger Howl Gang. I thought you looked ready for a fight." "Is that so?" Qin Wushang mused, touching his face. With his physical transformation, his features had indeed changed. Although not as menacing as Lin Xiao suggested, his imposing stature exuded an aura of authority that was intimidating in its own right. Compared to his former self, this new appearance was a drastic transformation. Even his own father might struggle to recognize him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Wushang found himself concerned about whether his father had managed to escape that fateful night. However, considering his father's peak innate level of 6th stage cultivation, There were few rivals in the entirety of Origin Star capable of matching him. Moreover, his father had prepared numerous contingencies. Otherwise, with the Emperor Group's vast wealth, it would have long since been stripped bare, and they would not have waited for the Li and Gu families to ally with outsiders, catching his father off guard. Boss, the Tiger Howl Gang controls the 18 districts of the West District, establishing 8 halls in the most prosperous areas of these districts. Lin Xiao recounted all the information he possessed to Qin Wushang, stating, only the Steward Hall located in the 16th district is responsible for recruiting personnel. Qin Wushang shot Lin Xiao a glare and exclaimed, since you know the location, why are you not leading the way? With that, he turned on his heel and strode purposefully down a street to the left. However, after only a few steps, Qin Wushang suddenly halted, declaring, my surname is Qin, and my given name is Qiu. Remember it. Both Lin Xiao and Lin Ci nodded in acknowledgement, though Lin Xiao vaguely suspected that Qin Qiu might not be his leader's true name. Yet, he dismissed the thought. It was merely a name after all, and who truly cares? Unbeknownst to Qin Wushang, his current appearance was providing him with some unexpected advantages. Even the 2 members of the Tiger War Gang responsible for initial screenings were intimidated by Qin Wushang's imposing stature and fierce aura. They not only allowed him to pass but also granted passage to Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who accompanied him. The recruitment process of the Tiger War Gang consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the initial screening, primarily assessing the physical condition of applicants. Those missing limbs or of frail constitution are naturally turned away, and an unusual stipulation exists that those with deceitful appearances are also rejected. A rule reportedly established by the gang's leader himself. The second stage involves a strength test, featuring 3 copper ingots weighing 500, 1,000, and 2,000 pounds. As long as one can lift the lightest, 500-pound ingot, they can pass, albeit only qualifying as the lowest tier of gang members, essentially cannon fodder, comprising those with the highest mortality rates during gang conflicts. During this period, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, having trained alongside Qin Wushang, had significantly increased their strength, yet could barely manage to lift the 500-pound ingot. In contrast, Qin Wushang effortlessly lifted the 2,000-pound ingot with one hand, casually adding the 1,000-pound ingot to the mix. Qin Wushang's extraordinary display left the supervisors astonished. Even a 6th-tier martial artist would find it exceedingly difficult to lift 2 ingots with one hand so effortlessly. As for those above the 6th tier, the innate realm, the supervisors dared not even contemplate. Such martial artists are typically sought after by major financial conglomerates, noble families, and the military, and none would be idle enough to seek entry into a second-rate gang in the 72 districts. Chapter 008. The Azure-Robed Steward Cough. With a series of coughs, an elderly man clad in azure robes ambled forth. The supervisors were immediately roused by the sound, and upon recognizing the newcomer, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects, saying, Steward Liu, what brings you here? This Steward Liu appeared to be around 60 years old, walking unsteadily as if frail, yet Qin Wushang, relying on his instincts, sensed a formidable power concealed within him, an incongruity to his outward frailty. Innate realm? Qin Wushang was taken aback. Having once traversed this realm, he understood that it was considered extraordinary, one to be revered by ordinary individuals and even those of the acquired realm. Although Qin Wushang's cultivation had declined, his discernment remained intact, and he was certain of the true realm hidden beneath Steward Liu's feeble exterior. The innate realm so low-key. Qin Wushang mused, unexpectedly encountering an innate martial artist on his first day in the Tiger War Gang. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation, for his appearance had drastically changed, and his internal cultivation method had also been altered. Moreover, due to the practice of the 10 Earth's devouring stars technique, there was not a trace of true energy within his meridians or dantian. To the casual observer, he merely appeared to be a martial artist of the acquired realm who had practiced external techniques. Thus, as long as he remained silent, Qin Wushang was confident that no one in Yuanjing would recognize him. How should I address you, young brother? Steward Liu inquired as he approached Qin Wushang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, seemingly satisfied as he nodded. Qin Wushang clasped his hands and replied, I am Qin Qiu. A junior, honored to meet you, Senior Liu. He then gestured to Lin Xiao and Lin Ci behind him, declaring in a booming voice, these are my two brothers, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci. They pay their respects to you. Senior Liu, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci hurriedly bowed in greeting. Steward Liu chuckled upon hearing this, briefly scanning Lin Xiao and Lin Ci before fixing his gaze on Qin Wushang, saying, "No need for such formality. You have already passed the second stage of assessment and are now considered a disciple of our gang. Just call me Steward." Pausing for a moment, Steward Liu continued with a smile, "Might I inquire if you are interested in joining the Steward Hall?" At this, Qin Wushang was momentarily taken aback, not fully comprehending Steward Liu's intention. However, noticing the hesitant expressions of the supervisors nearby, he realized there was something amiss in Steward Liu's words. Steward Liu cast a cold glance at one of the supervisors, seemingly issuing a warning, before turning back to Qin Wushang with a smile, saying, "If you agree, I can make arrangements for you to attain the status of an elite disciple within the Tiger Roar gang." The hierarchy of disciples, ranked below the gang leader, elders, and various hall masters, is divided into 5 levels: core, elite, exceptional, ordinary, and external. During the recruitment assessment, those who can only lift 500 pounds are relegated to the status of external disciples. External disciples enjoy considerable freedom in their comings and goings, but they are also expected to bravely lead the charge during gang conflicts. Subsequently, those who can lift 1,000 pounds or 2,000 pounds are typically granted the status of ordinary disciples. However, unlike external disciples, ordinary disciples are officially registered within the gang and receive resources that far exceed those of their external counterparts. Naturally, their management is stricter. Any who betray the gang are subjected to severe penalties. To rise to the status of an exceptional disciple, one must successfully complete the challenge of the 3rd stage, defeating 3 ordinary disciples in a joint attack and passing the internal assessment. As for elite disciples, not only must they conquer the 3rd stage challenge, but they must also receive a recommendation from a high-ranking steward or above. The condition presented by Steward Liu was the highest treatment he could offer within his authority. As for the core disciple status, it requires significant contributions to the gang to be recognized by the Elder Council and ultimately awarded by the gang leader himself. Although Steward Liu held a respectable position, he lacked the authority to directly grant Qin Wushang the status of core disciple. Qin Wushang feigned hesitation, appearing contemplative as he said, "What about my 2 brothers?" Upon hearing this, Steward Liu interpreted it as Qin Wushang valuing brotherly loyalty and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a minor issue. I can arrange for these 2 gentlemen to be granted ordinary disciple status. Thus, they will follow you and be considered your direct subordinates." Qin Wushang's intention in bringing Lin Xiao and Lin Ci along was to establish a persona of loyalty and straightforwardness, complemented by his imposing stature, thereby projecting an image of sincerity and honor. Such a character would be welcomed wherever he went. However, this persona could be bluntly described as naive, lacking adaptability. Qin Wushang's motive was to don an additional layer of protective guise, ensuring that any future indiscretions would be easily attributed to his seemingly simple-minded character, rendering them acceptable to others. "Thank you, Steward Liu. I, Qin Xiu, am willing to join the Steward Hall." "Good, good, good," Steward Liu exclaimed heartily. His spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that his casual stroll would lead him to encounter such a talented practitioner of physical techniques. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became, and in high spirits. He patted Qin Xiu's shoulder, saying, "Young brother, work diligently in the Steward Hall, and if you have any needs, do not hesitate to seek me out." Qin Wushang felt a surge of excitement at this, but feigned a bashful demeanor as he hesitated, saying, "Steward Liu, I do have a matter I must trouble you with." Steward Liu was momentarily taken aback, having thought his invitation was merely a formality, only to find Qin Wushang taking the opportunity to request something. Not angered, he smiled slightly and asked, "Speak freely. What matter troubles you? As long as I can assist, I will surely help." Qin Wushang smiled sheepishly and replied, "I have a friend named Su Ming, who had a minor altercation with some brothers in the gang yesterday and was captured. I wonder if Steward Liu could help mediate?" Initially expecting a significant issue, Steward Liu had prepared excuses in his mind, only to find it was a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, he chuckled heartily and said, "Perhaps young brother is unaware of the status and authority that comes with being an elite disciple within our gang. This matter is something you can handle yourself." After speaking, He beckoned one of the assessment supervisors beside him. "Deacon Lu, your orders." The man stepped forward and bowed in inquiry. "Zhao He, this is Qin Xiu. Expedite the procedures for him to join the sect as an elite disciple. Assign him to a hall and place him directly under the jurisdiction of the Deacon Hall. Furthermore, Qin's friend, Su Meng, must be delivered to him before nightfall." "Yes, Deacon, I shall attend to it immediately." Zhao He did not dare to hesitate in the face of Deacon Lu's command and promptly complied. "Go." Deacon Lu waved his hand towards Qin Wushang and the others, turning with hands clasped behind him, walking at a leisurely pace. Chapter 009. Dispute. Upon leaving the testing grounds, Qin Wushang inquired of Zhao He regarding the identity of Deacon Lu. This Deacon Lu was named Lu Zhao, a venerable figure within the sect. When the Tiger Roar Gang was merely a fledgling, insignificant faction, Lu Zhao had joined them, becoming a member of the Deacon Hall. Now, after 3 to 4 decades, while the leaders of the Deacon Hall had changed several times, Lu Zhao had remained, serving as a blue-robed deacon, and was now the most senior member, worthy of respect even from the hall master and the gang leader. Such a personage held considerable influence within the Tiger Roar Gang, yet Qin Wushang could not fathom what merit he possessed that would warrant Lu Zhao's attention. Unable to discern, he decided to cease pondering further. Joining the Tiger Roar Gang was merely a temporary measure, and once he found an appropriate opportunity, he would depart from the Source Star, even leaving the confines of the Earth Alliance. Only by entering the cosmos could Qin Wushang fully harness the advantages of the Ten-Land star-devouring technique, ascending to the Void Sky realm in the shortest time possible. That would mark the commencement of his return to the Source Star to enact his vengeance. However, the vast majority of the cosmos differed significantly from the Source Star's environment. It was not only harsh but fraught with peril. Survival in the cosmos was a daunting task for ordinary individuals unless equipped with starships or finding Earth-like planets. Yet, once a martial artist reached the innate realm, they could generate an internal breath akin to prenatal breathing, thus adapting to these harsh and dangerous conditions. Joining the Tiger Roar Gang was not a whimsical act for Qin Wushang. Concealed within the 72 districts, mingling among beggars, he could at most obscure his whereabouts and temporarily ensure his safety. However, escaping the Source Star was not something a beggar's identity could facilitate. Even the Tiger Roar Gang, along with the entirety of the 72 districts, was merely the most remote and lowly place within Lingjiang City. What Qin Wushang truly valued was the Dragon and Tiger sect behind the Tiger Roar Gang. As the largest force in the eastern district of Lingjiang City, the Dragon and Tiger sect was a wolf nurtured by the Yuan Consortium. The Tiger Roar Gang, the Dragon and Tiger sect, and the Yuan Consortium. Only through this connection could Qin Wushang hope to access opportunities leading to the cosmic seas. What Qin Wushang must do now is to restore his cultivation to the innate realm before departing from the Source Star. Throughout the journey, Zhao He lavished excessive flattery on Qin Wushang. In Zhao He's eyes, upon joining the Tiger Roar Gang, Qin Wushang had garnered Deacon Lu's favor, being directly promoted to elite disciple, ensuring a boundless future. If he could align himself with Qin Wushang, his rise to prominence would be imminent. Thus, Zhao He treated Qin Wushang with a warmth that far exceeded that of a devoted son. He even leveraged Deacon Lu's name to allocate a prime location for a small courtyard under Qin Wushang's name. It was not until Zhao He completed the joining procedures and handed Qin Wushang the key to the independent courtyard that he truly appreciated the status and privileges of an elite disciple within the Tiger Roar Gang. Before nightfall, Su Meng was also delivered by Zhao He in full form to Qin Wushang's small courtyard at ISU. Upon recognizing Qin Wushang's appearance, Su Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that the beggar who relied on his sister's charity had transformed into a significant figure within the Tiger Roar Gang. Observing Su Meng's astonishment, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying as expected. They then stepped forward, flanking Su Meng on either side. Lin Xiao grinned and said, "So, little Meng, our boss sold himself to rescue you. Are you moved? No need for excessive gratitude. Just call him brother-in-law. Get lost." Su Meng retorted angrily, "If you want to marry my sister, earn it on your own." Lin Xiao, undeterred by the response, continued, "Little Meng, think carefully. Our boss is now an elite disciple of the Tiger Roar Gang. Do you understand what elite disciple means? Just by being around our boss, a little fortune will trickle down, ensuring that you and your sister want for nothing." Lin Ci chimed in, yes, once our boss makes a name for himself in the Tiger Roar gang, countless women will be vying for his attention. This opportunity is fleeting, though only 14 or 15 years old. Su Meng had long been accustomed to the streets and understood the significance of being an elite disciple. Suddenly, Su Meng broke free from their grasp and rushed to Qin Wushang's side, ingratiatingly saying, "Brother-in-law, I want to join the Tiger Roar gang with you. Please take me along." The abrupt shift in Su Meng's demeanor nearly caused Qin Wushang to stagger. Regarding Lin Xiao and Lin Ci's banter, Qin Wushang merely regarded it as jest. His feelings towards Su Mei were rooted solely in gratitude, devoid of ulterior motives. After all, as the former young master Qin, he had encountered countless women, and in terms of beauty, Su Mei was merely above average. Gazing at Su Meng, Qin Wushang inquired, "Have you thought this through?" Su Meng nodded earnestly, stating, "Brother-in-law, I have thought it through. I in this world, akin to dust and mud, to rise above others. To avoid being bullied and to live better, one must be ruthless, more ruthless than anyone around you." Qin Wushang neither rejected nor immediately agreed but replied, "Let's head home first. Your sister is likely anxiously waiting for you." Throughout the day, Su Mei had been in a state of agitation. Although Qin Wushang had assured her he would rescue Su Meng, the thought of facing the largest gang in the West District filled her with dread. "Sister, sister, I'm back." Just as the sun set and Su Mei was lost in worry, a voice suddenly echoed from downstairs. Su Mei hurried to the window, peering down to see Su Meng striding towards her, followed closely by a familiar, robust figure. "Sister, you have no idea. Today, Qin Gu and the others." As soon as Su Meng entered the house, he began to chatter excitedly. Upon hearing that Qin Wushang, Lin Ci, and the others had joined the Tiger Roar gang, and that Su Meng had followed Qin Wushang into the gang, Su Mei's previously radiant smile gradually faded. "Sister, what's wrong?" Noticing the change in Su Mei's expression, Su Meng hastily halted his exuberance, cautiously asking. Su Mei replied, "Little Meng, I do not approve of you joining the Tiger Roar gang." Turning to Qin Wushang, she continued, "Qin Gu, thank you for bringing little Meng back. Su Mei is at a loss for how to repay you, but I can only express my gratitude in the future. Moreover, Qin Gu, Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, please do not visit again. Our family does not welcome those affiliated with gangs." Qin Wushang and the others exchanged glances, not because they felt burdened by gratitude. Rescuing Su Meng was merely a small favor, but Su Mei's attitude left Qin Wushang perplexed. "Sister, why?" Su Meng exclaimed indignantly. Raising his voice in protest, Su Mei responded coldly, "No reason. You only need to understand that our Su family is henceforth forbidden from having any dealings with gang members." Seeing Su Mei's resolute stance, Qin Wushang felt it inappropriate to linger. Just as he turned to leave, Su Meng stopped him. "Qin Gu, you can't leave. If my sister doesn't explain herself, I'm going with you, little Meng." Su Mei scolded sharply. "Fine, go ahead and leave. If you do, don't ever come back with that." Su Mei turned and locked herself in her room, followed by the sound of soft sobbing emanating from within. The four men were rendered at a loss. As one of the former imperial four princes, Qin Wushang was accustomed to having women flock to him at a mere wave of his hand. However, when it came to comforting a woman, he was still a novice. What to do? Qin Wushang looked at Lin Xiao and the others, helplessly asking, "Boss, if you ask us, who should we turn to?" Lin Xiao shrugged in despair, while Lin Ci and Su Meng wore equally bewildered expressions. Clearly lacking any experience in this regard, in an instant, they found themselves trapped, unable to leave or stay. Chapter 010. The free and easy gate. After crying for a while, Su Mei emerged from her room with a stern expression and said, "Haven't you eaten? I'll go prepare a meal for you. I'll help." As Su Mei's mood appeared to stabilize, Qin Wushang was filled with delight and hurriedly followed her. However, soon a cacophony of clattering emerged from the kitchen, followed by the sound of shattered dishes, and shortly thereafter, Qin Wushang was unceremoniously expelled from the kitchen by Su Mei. Upon returning to the living room, faced with 3 pairs of teasing eyes, Qin Wushang could only awkwardly shrug his shoulders, conveying his powerlessness in the situation. Throughout this lifetime, and perhaps even in the previous one, Qin Wushang had never stepped foot in a kitchen. Mastering those pots? Pans and dishes was a task he found more daunting than commanding an army of thousands. In less than half an hour, 4 or 5 simple dishes were placed on the table. Although these dishes were quite basic, they represented the most comforting and satisfying meal Qin Wushang had enjoyed since the upheaval at the Imperial Tower. During the meal, everyone prudently refrained from mentioning the Hu Xiao gang, instead sharing light-hearted anecdotes, and the atmosphere gradually became more congenial. Only Qin Wushang could distinctly perceive the sorrow lurking in Su Mei's eyes, along with a deeply buried resentment. Surely, Su Mei must harbor a profoundly tragic story within her heart. Qin Wushang mused. As the night deepened, under Su Wang's strong insistence and Su Mei's tacit approval, the three of them decided to stay the night. However, the house was rather small, consisting of merely a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. Typically, Su Wang would sleep in the living room, and now, with 4 grown men squeezed into one room, it felt exceedingly cramped. After a while, Lin Xiao sensibly took Lin Ci and left, returning to the former hovel where the three had once resided as beggars. In the middle of the night, Qin Wushang, nestled on the living room sofa, was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He swiftly turned to sit up, realizing that an old yet clean velvet blanket had somehow been draped over him, exuding a faint, elegant, and familiar fragrance. "Boss, open the door quickly, we have a situation," came Lin Zhao's low, slightly excited voice from outside. Qin Wushang, momentarily disregarding how the blanket had come to be on him, noticed that Su Wang had already opened the door, allowing Lin Xiao and Lin Ci to enter. Upon entering, Lin Xiao eagerly approached Qin Wushang and whispered, "Boss, Xiao Ci and I spotted members of Zizai men on the street across." Zizai men? Qin Wushang immediately grasped the implication. The territory beneath his feet belonged to the vicinity of West 7th Street. Although it bordered the edge of South 18th District, it was still considered the domain of the Hu Xiao gang. However, the fact that members of Zizai men, the largest gang in South 18th District, were prowling around in the dead of night suggested that they certainly were not there for a midnight snack. "Let's go. Take me to see," Qin Wushang commanded as he rose, instinctively glancing back, only to see the previously ajar door slam shut with a resounding thud as he turned. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Ci, stay behind to guard the house." After a moment's thought, Qin Wushang instructed. Despite the area's relative safety, he opted to leave Su Wang and Lin Ci behind just in case. Though Lin Ci was still a novice in martial arts and had yet to touch the threshold of a warrior, Qin Wushang recognized his greatest asset: focus. During training, Lin Ci followed Qin Wushang's orders to the letter, resulting in his rapid progress, even surpassing Lin Xiao in improvement. With Lin Ci's current strength and physical condition, he could easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary strong men. "Boss, follow me. I've set up lookout posts on the street ahead, so don't lose track." Exiting the earthen building, Lin Xiao led Qin Wushang at a brisk pace towards West 9th Street, conversing as they went. The earthen building where Su Mei and Su Wang resided was located 2 streets south of West 7th Street, in South 13th District. Although the 2 districts were adjacent, they were separated by a sewage canal, with a few rudimentary wooden bridges connecting them for easy passage. To the north of the earthen building and extending westward, including several streets in West 8th Street, was the area where Lin Xiao and Lin Ci frequently roamed as beggars. As the saying goes, to wear fine clothes and not return home is like walking in the night in splendid attire. After joining the Hu Xiao gang, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci naturally wanted to flaunt their newfound status in front of their former companions. However, Lin Xiao did not expect that while boasting with a group of friends, he would inadvertently catch sight of a group stealthily making their way towards West 9th Street. Among them was a sworn enemy of Lin Xiao, one whose grudge ran deep, a foe he wished to see utterly vanquished. "Are you sure you didn't mistake them?" Qin Wushang inquired. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. "I would recognize him even if he turned to Ashes Point 5 years ago. This guy traveled from the southern Shihai city with Xiao Ci and me. We were all headed to the same place, traveling together for safety. Yet, this scoundrel, with his malicious thoughts, ambushed a family of 3 on the way. He never imagined that the seemingly meek husband would be a martial artist. While he may not have been a top-tier expert, dealing with us, who lacked any martial skills, was child's play." Realizing his scheme was thwarted, he abandoned Xiao Ci and me to take the brunt of the attack. If it hadn't been for the kind-heartedness of that woman, who saw how young we were, we might have ended up as two lifeless corpses among the weeds 5 years ago. Later, in South 18th District, Xiao Ci and I inadvertently spotted that scoundrel exiting a branch of Zizai Men. A little inquiry revealed he had allied himself with a deputy leader of Zizai Men, securing a position as a minor leader. Fearing recognition, Xiao Ci and I had no choice but to leave South 18th District and hide in this inconspicuous place. 5 years ago, Lin Xiao and Lin Ci were merely 13 or 14 years old. Having faced such calamity nearly cost them their lives, the grudge was forever etched in their hearts. However, Lin Xiao never anticipated that he would encounter this enemy once more under such circumstances. It seemed fate was determined to allow him to settle this score. As they conversed, the two arrived at West 9th Street, where pedestrians continued to traverse the area, yet none belonged to the group Lin Xiao had mentioned from Zizai Men. Suddenly, a hand emerged from a small alley on the left, beckoning to Lin Xiao. Overjoyed, Lin Xiao quickly signaled for Qin Wushang to follow him into the alley. Within the alley stood a scruffy young beggar, approximately 17 or 18 years old, though still relatively clean. "Xiao Gu, you're here, too. Have you found their hideout?" The young beggar glanced hesitantly at Qin Wushang behind Lin Xiao, pausing before he could continue. Lin Xiao urged, "This is my boss. Speak up without hesitation. Greetings, great boss." The young beggar exclaimed in surprise, quickly offering his respects. "Xiao Gu, that group went to the venue of Quan Shang Tang. I didn't dare to follow them." Upon hearing these words, Qin Wushang's thoughts shifted, and he led Lin Xiao towards the direction of Tianshangyuan. Shijiu Street is a lengthy thoroughfare running north to south, divided by a central plaza. The 3 streets to the south serve as the domain of Chuanqing Hall, while the 3 streets to the north are entirely owned by the Huxiao gang. Although it was nearing 3 in the morning, the streets remained bustling with tourists and pedestrians, particularly around the southern segment, where various entertainment establishments thrived, teeming with crowds and illuminated by vibrant lights. At the end of this street stood a striking medieval palace-like structure reminiscent of the European architectural style, which turned out to be the bar named Tianshangyuan. A few guards lounged at the entrance, merely casting a watchful glance at Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao as they entered, their vigilance waning quickly. After all, such comings and goings at the bar's entrance had long since become routine. As long as no disturbances arose, the guards were disinclined to intervene, their attention drawn only by Qin Wushang's imposing stature and remarkable demeanor. This was Lin Xiao's first venture into such a place, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. However, seeing Qin Wushang's composed demeanor, he mustered his courage and followed closely behind him. Inside the bar, the decor was ostentatiously lavish, yet to Qin Wushang, it appeared utterly gaudy. He disdainfully surveyed the surroundings before disregarding them entirely, then maneuvered through the throngs of people with Lin Xiao in tow, finding a vacant spot at a higher vantage point near the bar. From this position, Qin Wushang had a clear view of the entire main hall of the bar, where patrons danced wildly to the jarring strains of heavy metal music. Amidst an array of bunny girls, vixen girls, and leopard girls weaving through the crowd, he casually ordered 2 beers, feigning interest as he scanned the room. "Boss, to your left, in the second row of booths," Lin Xiao whispered, leaning closer to Qin Wushang and lowering his gaze. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, slowly turning to feign a broader survey of the scene, his gaze swiftly imprinting the situation on his left into his memory. The target Lin Xiao indicated was a young man in his 30s, of short stature, with a gaunt visage and sunken cheeks, making his features appear more prominent, particularly his narrow, piercing eyes. He lounged comfortably in the middle of the right side, flanked by companions, but a closer inspection revealed he constantly hunched his back, as if ever ready to evade something. "Big guy, your beers." An alluringly dressed bartender approached, delivering 2 beers to Qin Wushang, her gaze smoldering as it roamed over his face and chest. With a sultry smile, she asked, "First time here?" Ignoring the bartender, Qin Wushang lifted a glass and took a hearty sip, inwardly lamenting how much he had changed. He could now savor even this inferior beer with delight. "Do you know everyone here?" Qin Wushang playfully queried as he handed the empty glass back to the bartender. The bartender, slightly offended by the implication, retorted, "Of course. As long as I've seen someone, I can recall their face. If I see them again, naturally, I would recognize them. Qin Wushang chuckled heartily. Is that so impressive? Then allow me to test your skills. If you can truly impress me, this generous tip will be yours. He exclaimed, slapping a thick stack of bills onto the bar. The stack, nearly 1,000 federal coins, was not an insignificant sum in this establishment. The bartender's eyes lit up as she swiftly grabbed the bills and tucked them into her bosom, confidently declaring, "All right then, how would you like to test me? If it's inconvenient here, we can head to a private room in the back." At her words, Qin Wushang sensed the bartender was moving too quickly for his comfort. So he casually pointed out a few individuals in the bar, requesting the bartender to reveal their identities. The bartender rolled her eyes at him but proceeded to share the information fluidly. Although Qin Wushang had no means to verify her claims, her ease and confidence indicated she was not fabricating stories. Among those she mentioned was the person Lin Xiao had identified, Tong Tianbao, a minor leader under Shui Jinggang, the vice leader of the 13th branch of the Zizai men. The bartender divulged without suspicion. Qin Wushang glanced at Lin Xiao, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Having gleaned the information he sought, Qin Wushang lost interest in the bartender. After a brief exchange, the bartender shot him a disgruntled glare before storming off in anger. Qin Wushang downed the remainder of his drink and signaled for Lin Xiao to lead the way. Subsequently ordering another drink, pretending to be inebriated, he staggered towards the booths on his left. Upon reaching the second row of booths, Qin Wushang suddenly splashed his drink over Tong Tianbao's head, simultaneously pulling the attractive companion beside him closer. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of onlookers, Qin Wushang delivered a resounding slap to Tong Tianbao's face, bellowing, "You bastard! Dare to steal my woman? Are you looking to die?" The abrupt commotion silenced the previously raucous booths. What do you want? I am Tong Tianbao. I truly don't know him. Let go of me." The companion Qin Wushang seized trembled, her words tumbling over each other in fright. Tong Tianbao was momentarily stunned, then slowly rose to his feet, only to realize that even standing, he was significantly shorter than Qin Wushang, forcing him to look up before awkwardly sitting back down. However, Qin Wushang was not inclined to release him. He grasped Tong Tianbao's shoulder and yanked him upright, his expression fierce as he shouted, "Let us go! Dare to snatch my woman? We need to have a serious discussion." With that, he unceremoniously dragged Tong Tianbao out before anyone could comprehend the situation. Chapter 012. The prelude to battle. Tong Tianbao realized he was in deep trouble as soon as Qin Wushang acted. The grip Qin Wushang had on him seemed casual yet was a masterful technique that rendered Tong Tianbao's entire body numb, leaving him utterly powerless to resist or even speak, allowing Qin Wushang to lead him away effortlessly. For those around Tong Tianbao, it appeared as though he was following the drunken man out in a fit of anger. It wasn't until the companion repeatedly insisted she did not know the drunken man that Tong Tianbao's comrades began to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, by the time they realized what was amiss, half an hour had passed. When Quanqing Hall began a frantic search on Shiju Street, Qin Wushang and Lin Xiao had already brought Tong Tianbao back to their modest abode in District 16. "Don't make it too bloody. We still need to stay here afterward," Qin Wushang instructed as he handed Tong Tianbao over to Lin Xiao. "Rest assured, boss," Lin Xiao replied with a sinister grin as he dragged the unconscious Tong Tianbao away. For over 30 minutes, Qin Wushang listened to the intermittent cries emanating from the basement, and despite his mental preparation, the prolonged sounds sent chills down his spine. Moments later, Lin Xiao emerged, his face alight with excitement. "Did you get the information, boss? We caught a big fish," Lin Xiao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "You won't believe it. Those fellows from Quanqing Hall have been acting as informants. Zizai Min is planning to strike against Hu Xiaogang?" Qin Wushang furrowed his brow at this revelation. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at his boss with profound admiration. Just from a single line, Qin Wushang had deduced the core of the entire incident. Nodding, Lin Xiao elaborated. "This guy came along with his boss, Shui Jinggang, to deliver goods. Quanqing Hall has been covertly dealing with Zizai men and even sourcing drugs from them, distributing them in their own turf." The goods Lin Xiao referred to were, of course, narcotics. However, on the turf of Hu Xiaogang, not only were gambling and prostitution prohibited, but drugs were also strictly forbidden. Consequently, Quanqing Hall could only engage in such activities surreptitiously, adamantly denying any involvement. The lucrative nature of the drug trade made it irresistible, leading to persistent violations despite Hu Xiaogang's attempts to curb it. Even if caught red-handed, Quanqing Hall could easily deflect responsibility with claims of ignorance or rogue actions by underlings. Conversely, Zizai Min, which had built its foundation on drug production and distribution, stood as Hu Xiaogang's mortal enemy, resulting in countless open and covert confrontations that had long since solidified their bitter rivalry. Continuing, Lin Xiao remarked, "Boss, that's not all. According to Tong Tianbao, Zizai Min has secretly contacted several small gangs in District 18 to provide them with arms, preparing to launch an offensive against Hu Xiaogang. Today, the goods Shui Jinggang delivered to Quanqing Hall included not only drugs but also 2 crates of firearms, among which were 2 K6 shoulder-fired rocket launchers." Upon hearing these words, Qin Wushang could not help but feel a shift in his demeanor. The K6 shoulder-mounted rocket howitzer is an advanced iteration of the traditional model, enhanced with a laser targeting system, a laser navigation system, and a dynamic tracking system. Once locked on, it can decisively eliminate its target, functioning as a formidable sniper cannon. However, the K6 howitzer is a standard weapon of the Earth Alliance military's ground forces, rarely circulating in the black market. It was unexpected that Zizai Min managed to acquire 2 of them, indicating their resolute commitment to decisively eradicate the Tiger War gang in this impending conflict. Indeed, the stakes were significantly raised. Qin Wushang felt a throbbing ache in his mind and, after a moment's contemplation, instructed Lin Xiao, "Deliver the individuals to the Deacon Hall, to Deacon Liu, without uttering a word. The subsequent matters will be handled by others." Lin Xiao nodded, aware that the gravity of the situation surpassed their understanding. Entangling themselves in this affair could prove perilous, even for someone of the elite disciple status like his leader. Handing over the individuals was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. "What a pity," Lin Xiao muttered resentfully. Having initially intended to extract information before disposing of Tong Tianbao, now he could only allow him a few more days of existence. Rest assured, he won't last long. After relinquishing Tong Tianbao, Qin Wushang chose not to dwell further on the matter. His foremost priority was to enhance his own cultivation, especially with the imminent clash between the Tiger Roar gang and Zizai Min looming, amplifying his urgency. Moreover, upon discovering the presence of innate realm warriors within the Tiger Roar gang, Qin Wushang felt an acute sense of crisis. Having once tread the path of the innate realm, he understood all too well the formidable strength and lethality of such warriors. The distinction between the acquired and the innate is but a single step. Yet it represents a chasm between the earth and the heavens. In the ensuing days, Qin Wushang secluded himself in the courtyard, diligently practicing the 10 earth-devouring stars technique while simultaneously mentoring Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, and Su Wang. The unnamed martial arts practiced by Lin Xiao and Lin Ci primarily focused on refining their physical bodies, optimizing them to their peak condition before generating true energy from the outside in, thereby embarking on the path of celestial martial cultivation. Overall, it was a stable yet unremarkable technique, yet it suited Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, who had surpassed their prime cultivation period. After this period of training, while Lin Xiao and Lin Ci had yet to generate a sense of energy, their physical strength had increased 4 to 5-fold, placing their combat prowess on par with ordinary acquired Stage 2 warriors. As for Su Wang, Qin Wushang imparted to him a fragmented technique known as the Fiery Flame technique. The foundational principles indicated that the technique comprises 5 tiers, yet Qin Wushang had only managed to acquire the first tier, Fiery Catastrophe, and the second tier, Violent Fire Catastrophe. To Qin Wushang's surprise, this Fiery Flame technique resonated exceptionally well with Su Wang's unique constitution. In merely 3 days, Su Wang cultivated the first wisp of fiery true energy within his dantian, stepping into the acquired Stage 1 realm and officially becoming a celestial warrior. Subsequently, within 2 additional days, he was able to complete 9 cycles of energy circulation in 3 breaths, advancing to the acquired Stage 2 realm. This remarkable pace not only evoked envy from Lin Xiao and Lin Ci, but also left Qin Wushang inexplicably astonished. It is worth noting that during his own training with the Supreme Imperial Marvelous Technique, He took 3 days to generate a sense of energy and 5 days to reach the acquired Stage 2, followed by 7 years to attain the innate Stage 3 realm. This speed had set a record on Yuanqing for the fastest progression into the innate realm, garnering significant attention, and Qin Wushang was lauded as the most promising newcomer likely to reach the Void Heaven realm. However, the complete Supreme Imperial Marvelous technique far surpassed the incomplete Fiery Flame technique, and the resources available to him at that time were magnitudes greater than those of Su Wang. Yet, in comparison to Su Wang's speed, Qin Wushang felt rather ordinary, leading him to self-deprecate, pondering whether he had inadvertently discovered a fated protagonist. In stark contrast to Su Wang's rapid advancement, Qin Wushang sensed himself stagnating in his practice of the 10 Earth Devouring Stars technique. Ever since compressing the time to complete one cycle of energy circulation to merely an hour over 10 days ago, he had made no further progress. Nonetheless, he felt a palpable sense of improvement within himself, as the star force circulated throughout his body, continuously refining his physique. He observed that his body was undergoing a transformation. His bones grew denser, his meridians and skin became more resilient, and even his blood underwent changes, displaying a deep crimson hue interspersed with flecks of dark gold. His dantian remained blocked, and no true energy had yet manifested in his meridians. But his physical strength was surging rapidly. Qin Wushang felt that he could now, through sheer physical power alone, overpower a warrior of acquired stage SIX. An inkling of intuition arose within him. If he could successfully master the first tier of the 10 Earth Devouring Stars technique, ascending to the innate realm would become an effortless endeavor. Chapter 013. Confrontation with the innate realm. In the following days, the reports brought back by Lin Xiao heightened Qin Wushang's sense of impending crisis as the great battle drew nearer. Indeed, that evening, all disciples of the Tiger Roar Gang, including external disciples, received a readiness directive, convening at their designated locations by 9 o'clock that night. Just after 8, Qin Wushang, Lin Xiao, and the others had gathered their gear, ensuring their weapons and firearms were prepared for the impending confrontation. At that moment, Su Wang, fully armed, approached them briskly, declaring, "Brother Qin, I'm coming with you." Although Qin Wushang had tacitly allowed Su Wang to accompany him, due to Su Mei's insistence, Su Wang had not officially joined the Tiger Roar Gang and thus had no obligation to follow Qin Wushang into battle. Nevertheless, Su Wang was resolute in his request. Qin Wushang did not immediately object. For Su Wang, becoming a celestial warrior and embarking on the path of martial arts meant that combat, bloodshed, and death were inevitable. Early exposure to such realities might not be a negative experience for him. Qin Wushang casually hung his heavy back knife at his waist and said, "Stay close to Lin Xiao and Lin Xiite. Don't act recklessly, and prioritize your safety." Su Wang beamed at the reassurance. "Brother Qin, don't worry. I'm not a pushover either." Lin Xiao draped an arm around Su Wang's shoulder, scoffing, "Oh, Su, spare us the bravado. With your skills, if blood is shed, don't be surprised if you end up wetting your pants." Su Wang shot Lin Xiao an exasperated look, retorting, "As if you're any more experienced. We'll see who ends up in a predicament." Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. As Su Wang pointed out, despite his years of scrapping in the alleys, he had never actually engaged in a life-or-death fight, and such gang wars had only ever been tales to him. A wave of unease washed over Lin Xiao. During the fight, keep your distance from me and find a place with fewer people to hide. You three coordinate well and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Understood, boss. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, then turned and strode out ahead. In truth, Qin Wushang had a particular affinity for the halberd, yet despite scouring the armory of the Steward Hall, he found no halberd-like weapon available. After all, the 9 Heavens and 10 Earth's Divine Flame and Demon Slaughter halberd technique was predicated on the use of a halberd. Although Qin Wushang's cultivation had not yet reached the requisite level to employ this halberd technique, he had comprehended the foundational halberd combat techniques thoroughly after absorbing the memories of the ancient sage. Reluctantly, Qin Wushang chose a heavy-backed cleaver, temporarily adapting the basic halberd techniques into sword techniques. Though he was limited to the simplest of strikes, chop, slash, drag, and lift, when wielded by Qin Wushang, their power was magnified exponentially. In less than 2 hours, the Tiger Roar Gang had rallied all its members and advanced from 3 directions to simultaneously assault the South 18th District of Zizai Gate. Among these 3 forces, the central contingent was led by Xianshan, the foremost of the 4 great warriors under the Tiger Roar Gang leader, Hu Feng. He commanded 13 core disciples, 27 elite disciples, over 700 exceptional and ordinary disciples, as well as countless outer disciples. This force surged forward like a tidal wave, swiftly annihilating the 13 branches of Zizai Gate. The leader of the 13th branch, Zhang Ranjie, was slain in battle, while the deputy leader, Xue Jingguang, knelt in surrender, only to be struck dead by Xianshan's palm. The entire combat unfolded in under an hour, which also included the collateral eradication of the 5th Victory Hall. The left flank, which included Qin Wushang, was commanded by Gue Shanyue, one of the 4 great warriors, alongside Tian Songheng. Notably, hidden in the shadows behind them, Qin Wushang caught a glimpse of Lu Zhao's figure. The left flank's objective was the 8th branch of Zizai Gate, recognized as the mightiest branch within the organization. The leader of the 8th branch, Wei Renwang, was rumored to possess the peak power of a 6th-tier postnatal cultivator. However, as the battle commenced, Wei Renwang unleashed his full combat prowess, demonstrating strength capable of moving mountains with a mere gesture, directly overpowering Gue Shanyue and Tian Songheng, who were both at the 1st-tier innate level, forcing them to retreat. Fortunately, Gue Shanyue and Tian Songheng were not weaklings. After being caught off guard by Wei Renwang, they unleashed their full might, gradually reversing their fortunes, leading to a stalemate in the battle. Beneath this top-tier conflict lay the battleground for core and elite disciples, where cultivators typically ranged from the 5th to 6th tiers of the postnatal realm. Though lacking the earth-shattering impact of the 3 titans, Wei Renwang, Gue Shanyue, and Tian Songheng, the ferocity of this skirmish was unparalleled across the battlefield. Unlike previous territorial disputes between the 2 gangs, every participant understood that this night's battle was a fight for survival. The victor would live, while the vanquished would perish. Boom. In a corner of the battlefield, Qin Wushang sent a Zizai Gate elite disciple flying with a single punch. Immediately after, he stepped forward, appearing like a wraith behind another elite disciple of Zizai Gate, casually striking the back of their head with a palm. The individual collapsed in response. Though there was no gruesome spectacle of brains splattering, a glance inside would reveal their brain had been reduced to a mushy pulp. After dispatching one foe, Qin Wushang did not pause, instead unleashing another punch that sent a Zizai disciple, who had attempted to ambush him from the left, hurtling away. Mid-air, they spat blood and perished, their organs shattered by Qin Wushang's strike. What followed was akin to a realm devoid of adversaries for Qin Wushang. Within the elite disciple battleground, none could withstand a single blow from him. Ruthless, cold, and powerful, Qin Wushang forged his invincible reputation on the battlefield through the lives of over 10 individuals, naturally attracting the attention of formidable figures from Zizai Gate. As Qin Wushang sliced through the elite and core disciples, encountering no further foes, a shadow sprang forth from the darkness, lunging at him like a hawk. Startled, Qin Wushang reacted instinctively, thrusting a punch forward. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous clash of energies, Qin Wushang felt a weighty force, as if a mountain were bearing down upon him. Had his physique not been sufficiently resilient, he might have been reduced to mere pulp under that strike. Nevertheless, he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before dissipating the terrifying force. An innate level cultivator? 2 expressions of astonishment echoed simultaneously. The newcomer was taken aback that the opponent had emerged unscathed from his powerful strike, which had concentrated 80% of his energy, aiming for a single fatal blow to eliminate this remarkable youth wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Yet, it seemed this youth harbored an unexpected secret, capable of withstanding an innate cultivator's strike solely with his physical prowess, suggesting an extraordinary body refinement technique. Upon this realization, the innate cultivator's heart ignited with fervor. If he could acquire this body refinement technique, it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to a higher level, perhaps freeing him from this corner where he had been struggling to survive. Thus, the innate cultivator's gaze toward Qin Wushang grew increasingly malevolent. Although unaware of the innate cultivator's ulterior motives, Qin Wushang understood that no amicable resolution awaited him. Slowly drawing the thick-backed long knife from his waist, He pointed it forward, and in an instant, a surge of blade energy erupted, stirring a gale in the air. Chapter 014. Blade Duel with the Innate. The innate cultivator's expression shifted slightly, a newfound wariness creeping into his heart. Qin Wushang's seemingly casual strike unleashed such a fierce blade energy, forming an aura that instilled a sense of threat within the innate cultivator. How is this possible? Among the stars, there were indeed unparalleled prodigies who fought beyond their ranks, yet that referred to battles within the same realm. To counter an innate cultivator with postnatal power was not only unheard of, but also something he had personally encountered. Realizing this, the innate cultivator's murderous intent surged. Such a prodigy, having already become an enemy, must be dealt with swiftly, lest he mature into a formidable threat. Kid, it seems your fate has run out, the innate cultivator murmured, and with a slight motion of his right hand, a segmented chain sword unfurled from his sleeve, transforming into a lethal weapon capable of cleaving through gold and jade with the infusion of innate energy. Swish! With a flourish of the long sword, a stream of sword energy surged forth, morphing into a silver dragon of poison, seemingly unstoppable. Witnessing the opponent's proactive assault, Qin Wushang immediately summoned his full combat strength, swinging the long knife to compress the air, creating a visual effect of tearing. Simultaneously, he struck against the incoming sword energy. With a sharp sound, both sword and blade energy shattered, causing Qin Wushang's thick-backed long knife to rebound violently, numbing his palm. Undeterred by the first failed strike, the innate cultivator launched a second attack, the sword's momentum more chilling, the energy swirling around him, making Qin Wushang feel as if he were being engulfed by a relentless tide, facing imminent disaster. However, this level of threat posed no significant concern for Qin Wushang. It was only through confronting danger in life-and-death battles that one could rapidly enhance their cultivation. This was a lesson Qin Wushang had gleaned from countless past encounters. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that, given his current cultivation level, facing an innate cultivator left him no prospects for victory. Qin Wushang merely sought to discover the limits of his combat prowess at this stage. Of course, Qin Wushang's audacity stemmed from his confidence and foundation. With the battle instincts and insights from his past as an innate cultivator, he had positioned himself in an invulnerable state for this confrontation. Qin Wushang's current situation could be likened to a weakened version of an innate cultivator, possessing postnatal cultivation with innate combat consciousness and martial understanding. With a low, rumbling dragon's roar, Qin Wushang sprang into action, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His thick-backed long knife sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of piercing wind sounds, transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at the innate cultivator. This strike was as swift as the wind and as forceful as thunder, seemingly intent on cleaving the innate cultivator in two. Yet the innate cultivator remained unfazed, lightly stepping back, his figure sliding a few feet while his long sword was raised slowly, exuding immense power. Light as a feather, the innate cultivator's swordsmanship appeared to have reached an extraordinary level of mastery. This realm was one Qin Wushang could attain through the Sword Emperor's scripture. However, after reconstructing the 10 Earth Star devouring technique, he had embarked on a path of unparalleled strength, making this strike seem as though it could split the very void in two. Boom! Two forces clashed fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar as dust and air waves intertwined, obscuring vision. Qin Wushang stood firm with his blade, his eyes and ears never resting for a moment. Suddenly, a barely audible sound reached him in an instant. Qin Wushang's figure surged forth, akin to an enraged tiger. His long knife whistled through the swirling dust, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that sliced through the air with a piercing howl, striking towards an empty space to his right. This blow seemed to harbor the power to devastate the heavens and the earth, as if it intended to cleave that very space apart. Moreover, what appeared to be a haphazard slash from Qin Wushang coincidentally intersected with the arrival of the innate martial artist, who found himself directly in the path of the blade. Clearly, Qin Wushang, relying on his formidable combat instincts, sharp hearing, and intuition, had preemptively deduced the innate martial artist's moves and the potential location of his next appearance. With a stroke of fortune, he laid the groundwork and seized the initiative. The innate martial artist, taken aback, felt a jolt of alarm. Faced with the oncoming flash of the blade, he had no time to ponder further and instinctively evaded. His form darted gracefully, like a specter weaving through the blade's light. And then his long sword transformed into a silver ribbon, clashing fiercely with the long knife, sparks flying at that moment. Qin Wushang felt a stirring in his heart. Leveraging the momentum from the clash of blade and sword, he feigned a stumble and retreated several meters. The innate martial artist, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy, believing that Qin Wushang was fatigued and was about to pursue with his sword. However, at that precise moment, an enigmatic figure appeared before the innate martial artist. With a gentle wave of a palm that seemed weak and powerless, it bore down upon him like a mountain, sealing the entire space as if a mere pinch could reduce both the space and the encapsulated martial artist to dust. An innate level 3, perhaps even higher. The innate martial artist was filled with dread. Had he not been grievously injured, he would not have felt such fear. Realizing this, his will to fight evaporated. He swung his long sword, creating an opening in the sealed space, and in a flash, disappeared into the night sky. As an innate martial artist, it was no easy task to slay another of the same realm, yet it was achievable. However, if the innate martial artist was determined to flee, the chances of interception were virtually non-existent. Brother Qin, how is your injury? The figure turned to reveal itself as Lu Zhao, the steward of the Hall of Affairs. Steward Lu, I am merely a bit fatigued. I am unharmed, Qin Wushang replied. Rising with a smile, Lu Zhao nodded slightly and smiled. As long as you are uninjured, let us seasoned veterans handle the enemies above the innate level. The rest is up to you. Go forth and conclude the battle swiftly. Yes, Qin Wushang responded, drawing his long knife and charging into the battlefield. Though he had already tested the limits of his combat prowess in the preceding battle, being virtually invincible among the postnatal realm and able to hold his ground against a level 1 innate martial artist, he knew that facing a level 2 innate martial artist would require desperate effort to remain undefeated. As for a level 3 innate martial artist, he would not even entertain the thought for the time being. This was merely the result of having only partially cultivated the first layer of the 10 Earth devouring star technique. Should he achieve full mastery, he might well match a level 4 innate martial artist solely through the strength of his physical body. Indeed, the origins of this 9 Heavens 10 Earth star transformation technique in his mind were extraordinary. Yet, even so, the previous master of this technique, the sovereign of the wasteland, Huang Xian, ultimately fell to a fist imprint capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. Qin Wushang could not fathom the nature of the being who wielded such power. This world was undoubtedly more splendid than he had ever perceived. Chapter 015. The end of battle. With the long knife in hand, Qin Wushang became an unstoppable force as he entered the fray. The elite core disciples of the Zizai sect fell one by one beneath his blade, tipping the scales of victory increasingly in favor of the Tiger Howl Gang. Meanwhile, the innate experts of the Tiger Howl Gang, including Lu Zhao, revealed themselves, launching a full-scale assault against the 2 innate realm martial artists of the Zizai sect, aiming for a swift conclusion. On another front, the battle between Wei Renwang, the leader of the 8th branch of the Zizai sect, and Gue Shanyue, Tian Songheng had reached a critical juncture. After nearly an hour of life-and-death struggle, both sides were on the brink of exhaustion, now merely a test of willpower. Whoever could endure until the end would claim victory. However, upon realizing the tide had turned against him, with the enemy bolstered by 3 additional innate experts, Wei Renwang's heart sank, his courage dissipating significantly. Consequently, the flaws in his defense became apparent, and Gue Shanyue seized the opportunity to strike a powerful palm against Wei Renwang's left shoulder. The impact was akin to a mountain collapsing. Wei Renwang felt as though half his body had been shattered, with the scant innate true essence remaining within him, threatening to dissipate. Nevertheless, Wei Renwang, renowned as one of the 8 most capable generals under Sanjiang, was not one to yield easily. Not only was he ruthless towards others, but he was even harsher on himself. After enduring Gue Shanyue's palm, he disregarded his injuries and turned to pounce at Tian Songheng like a frenzied lion, adopting a posture of risking everything for a mutual demise. Even the seasoned veteran Tian Songheng was taken aback by Wei Renwang's audacity. The latter's fierce spirit momentarily startled Tian Songheng, causing him to falter. Yet, it was this very moment that offered Wei Renwang a glimmer of hope for escape. Before Gui Shangyue and Tian Songheng could react, Wei Renwang's form suddenly shifted half a foot sideways, maintaining his momentum as he slipped past Tian Songheng and vanished in an instant. "Old Tian, to be honest, your acting is quite cringeworthy," Gui Shangyue remarked. Not pursuing Wei Renwang but instead approaching Tian Songheng with a playful grin, showing no signs of frustration over the latter's escape. Tian Songheng glanced in the direction of Wei Renwang's flight, saying nonchalantly, "As long as Wei Renwang believes it to be real, we have not wasted our time in this performance." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhao approached, saying, "You two youngsters should stop wasting breath and formulate the next plan. That old fox Sanjiang is as cunning as they come. If you wish to find his whereabouts through Wei Renwang, the show must go on." Though Gui Shangyue and Tian Songheng were among the four great kings of the Tiger Peak, they dared not utter a word in the presence of Lu Zhao, the steward in green. "Yes, Steward Lu. We shall proceed at once." The two responded hastily, immediately pursuing the direction in which Wei Renwang had fled, moving with a swiftness that even surpassed that of Wei Renwang's escape. "Old Lu, we leave this to you. We shall regroup with the gang leader." One of the innate martial artists, having dispatched his opponent, spoke to Lu Zhao, "Be wary of that old fox Sanjiang." Lu Zhao waved his hand, offering a warning. The battlefield of the innate realm had concluded in the core elite disciples battlefield, after Qin Wushang swiftly rendered a Zizai sect elite disciple lifeless with a flash of his long knife. He surveyed the surroundings and found that not a single Zizai sect disciple remained standing in this battle. The Tiger Howl gang had deployed nearly 1,000 combatants, among whom over 100 were core elite disciples. As Qin Wushang looked around, he noticed that less than half of those who remained standing were still alive. As for the exceptional and ordinary disciples, out of more than 800, fewer than 300 were left. Fortunately, among the remaining, he spotted Lin Xiao, Lin Ci, and Su Meng. Though the three were stained with blood, they appeared to be in good spirits, without any missing limbs. Seeing this, Qin Wushang felt a sense of relief. "Qin Xiao," a voice suddenly called out. Qin Wushang paused momentarily, recalling that he was being summoned. "At your service," he hastily replied, turning towards the source of the voice to see Lu Zhao beckoning him from afar. Qin Wushang rushed over, respectfully stating, "Steward Lu, how may I assist you?" Lu Zhao nodded and said, "Qin Xiao, I appoint you as the temporary leader to lead the remaining core elite disciples in sweeping away the remnants of the 8th branch. You must secure control. The prowess of Qin Wushang is undeniably evident, and even the core elite disciples present, regardless of their mental faculties, are acutely aware that it is imperative to recognize their positions and heed Qin Wushang's directives. Although Qin Wushang has been with the gang for a relatively brief period and lacks the prestige to command respect, any display of dissent at this juncture would undoubtedly lead to personal repercussions." After Lu Zhao's departure, Qin Wushang cast a sweeping glance over the assembly of core elite disciples and issued his first command. To cleanse the battlefield in the 72 districts, the internecine strife among gangs is commonplace. However, an incident resulting in over 1,000 casualties is indeed a rarity. With so many corpses strewn about, one need not mention the rivers of blood. The sight alone is enough to induce a sense of dread. Moreover, among these fallen are brothers from their own gang, making the retrieval of bodies and subsequent arrangements absolutely essential. Qin Wushang entrusted the task of clearing the battlefield to the outstanding and ordinary disciples, while he himself led the core elite disciples to the Nanjia clubhouse, the location of the 8th branch of the Zizai men. Perhaps having already received news of the 8th branch's collapse, the personnel stationed there had long since fled, leaving the premises eerily vacant. Some even set a fire during their escape, though fortunately, it did not spread. It merely scorched half of a private room before being extinguished by the automatic fire suppression system within. The takeover of Nanjia was met without resistance, as the disciples of Zizai men in the area had either perished in the previous skirmish or had fled for their lives. However, the neighboring areas of Nanchur Street and Nanchur 14th Street did not experience such ease. Nanchur Street, Nanchur 10th Street, and Nanchur 14th Street are all under the jurisdiction of the 8th branch, known for its formidable strength and largest number of disciples, in Nanchur 10th and Nanchur 14th Streets. There remained around 300 to 400 disciples entrenched and resolute. After failed attempts to persuade them to surrender, Qin Wushang issued a decree for extermination. The highest cultivation level among these disciples was merely at the 5th stage of the postnatal realm, and without needing to lift a finger, they were swiftly dealt with by the core elite disciples of the Huxiao gang, By Dawn. As more disciples of Zizai men took their positions, Nanshi, Nanshi 10th, and Nanshi 14th streets were thoroughly claimed by the Huxiao gang. At this moment, Lin Xiao approached Qin Wushang, whispering mysteriously, "Boss, we have discovered a concealed warehouse." Chapter 016. Jane tracking as the first light broke. Thick clouds obscured the sky above Linhai City, heralding the imminent arrival of a storm. Suddenly, the clouds began to roil as if a colossal hand were stirring them. Moments later, a massive transport ship pierced through the clouds, gliding slowly toward Linhai City. This vessel was one of the most advanced interstellar transport ships of the Earth Alliance, designated as the Star Chariot. Based on its length of just over 1,000 meters, it was likely a Type 1 planetary-class interstellar transport ship, primarily employed for interstellar transport within this star system. In the era of the Alliance, the concept of this star system has vastly expanded. In relation to the solar system, it encompasses the entire solar war zone, covering a spherical area with a radius of 20 light-years centered around the solar system. After flying for over 10 minutes, the Star Chariot gradually descended at the Southport Space Dock situated in the ocean, south of Linhai City. The powerful air currents generated during the landing stirred up towering waves that surged towards the coastline, only to be halted by the tall breakwater, quickly returning to tranquility. A few minutes later, the cargo doors to the dock opened, and a colossal metal container was escorted by 4 soldiers clad in exoskeletal armor to a warehouse near the port owned by the Emperor Consortium. There, more than a dozen technical personnel awaited. They opened the box, assembled, and calibrated the device. Soon, a cylindrical instrument, 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, emerged before the crowd. This device, produced by the Longxia Interstellar Consortium, was currently the most advanced gene tracker in the Earth Alliance, capable of searching and rescuing across interstellar or planetary surfaces. To use it, one simply needs to input the genetic data of the target into the Tracker-S program, after which the gene tracker will emit a set of quantum radiation waves that can radiate a radius of 1,000 kilometers, directing its search based on the genetic data. However, this range is significantly reduced to a diameter of 5 kilometers on the surface due to environmental and gravitational factors. Furthermore, due to privacy concerns, this device was legislatively banned for personal use by the Alliance Council 10 years ago. Only upon submitting an application to the Council and securing a 2/3 majority vote may its limited use be granted. For the Emperor Consortium, as one of the 7 major consortiums in the Solar War Zone, lifting these restrictions posed no challenge to the port warehouse. The sound of revving engines heralded the arrival of Gu Biao and Li Qi. The two descended from their respective vehicles, exchanging nods as a form of greeting. Although they had temporarily allied to counter Qin Wangchen in their struggle for control of the Emperor Consortium, privately, Gu Biao and Li Qi were far from amicable, employing various petty tactics against one another. Presently, they were united solely by a common adversary. "Did you bring the items?" Gu Biao inquired, casting a glance at Li Qi before casually taking a seat on a nearby stool. Li Qi disregarded Gu Biao, accepting a metallic box from an underling and extracting a glass vial containing the hair collected from Qin Wushang's residence. With utmost care, Li Qi placed all the strands into the receptacle that had popped up beneath the gene tracker. As he activated the machine, a series of data cascaded across the holographic display. Genetic sample data collection complete. Activating Quantum Pulse System.as, the machinery whirred to life. The indicator light for the Quantum Pulse generator illuminated, and the Quantum Radiation Emitter activated, sending forth an invisible wave that swept over a 5-kilometer radius of the port. While the gene tracker had a detectable range of 5 kilometers, this was relatively insignificant given the vastness of Linhai City. With a population exceeding 50 million, searching for an individual in such a sprawling metropolis was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After nearly a month of scouring, the Li and Gu families had turned over nearly every stone in Linhai City. Yet they had found no trace of Qin Wangchen or Qin Wushang. It was as though the two had vanished without a trace since that fateful night, leaving no evidence behind. This was decidedly abnormal. Fortunately, the Emperor Consortium, controlled by the Li and Gu families, had already covertly monitored all spacecraft entering and exiting the source star to prevent Qin Huangqin and Qin Wushang from making their escape into the cosmos. To the Li and Gu families, these two were a grave threat, particularly Qin Huangqin, who had risen from obscurity to transform a modest company into the renowned emperor consortium within a mere 40 years. The thought of his capabilities and connections sent shivers down their spines. Only with Qin Huangqin's demise could the Li and Gu families feel secure. Boring, Gu Biao scoffed after a brief observation, then exited the warehouse and departed in his vehicle. Li Qi looked upon this true second-generation heir with disdain. Had Gu Biao not been the sole heir of the Gu family patriarch, Gu Qiyang, Li Qi would have long since eliminated him to rid himself of the nuisance that plagued his presence. Li Xiao, perhaps we could relocate the gene tracker onto a large transport vehicle, allowing it to traverse various regions of Linhai City. A technician suggested quietly behind Li Chi. Li Qi nodded and inquired, "Are there any complications with the modification?" The technician replied, "The only issue is the power source. The quantum generator consumes a substantial amount of energy. Currently, the battery packs can only sustain operations for an hour. However, we can resolve this by adding several energy supply vehicles to accompany it." Li Qi remarked, "That's an excellent idea. You will be in charge of this matter. Once accomplished, report to the consortium for a reward." The technician responded excitedly, "Thank you, Li Xiao. I will ensure the task is completed." With Li Qi's promise, the technicians were invigorated, and within just 2 days, the transformation project was completed, with the energy supply vehicle also in place. Subsequently, this transport vehicle would continuously operate along the main roads of Linhai City, until the scanning of quantum radiation waves covered every area of the city. In the northern part of Linhai City, on the fringes of the urban landscape, lay an area previously deemed chaotic. Situated just beyond the northern district, over 50 years ago, this location served as a large garbage recycling facility for Linhai City, attracting scavengers who often came to strike gold, occasionally discovering valuable items or even substantial amounts of alliance currency, leading to overnight wealth. Gradually, this recycling center drew an increasing number of scavengers, with some even choosing to settle here. Over time, as the influx of outsiders grew, this area evolved into a city within a city, spanning approximately 20 square kilometers. Today, this enclave has its own name, known as 72 Blocks. Chapter 017. Identity Crisis. At this moment, Qin Wushang, residing in the 72 Blocks, remained unaware that Li and the Gu family had spared no expense in bribing over 2/3 of the members of the Alliance Council to locate him and his father, ensuring no future threats. This led to the approval of an application that should have been impossible under normal circumstances, all while the assembly of council members collectively feigned blindness. Presently, the device carrying Qin Wushang's genetic data was moving along several main roads in Linhai City, its trajectory drawing ever closer to the 72 Blocks, 72 Blocks, South 18 Blocks. Under the overwhelming force of the Tiger Howl gang, Zizai Min disintegrated within a single night. However, what struck one as peculiar was the mysterious disappearance of the leader of Zizai Min. Xiang Sanjiang, along with several of his warriors and over 10 high-ranking officials. As for Gue Shanyue, Tian Songheng's plan of baiting and fishing ultimately failed, with Wei Renwang being killed in a lane on South 3rd Street, the assailant striking with swift precision. From Wei Renwang's shocked expression at the moment of his death, it was evident that he had been betrayed by someone familiar, their intent clear: to silence him. Such an outcome had long been anticipated by Hu Feng, Lu Zhao, and others, as Xiang Sanjiang's cunning nature was well known. The fishing plan was merely a casual endeavor, and whether it succeeded or failed held little significance. At present, the most crucial task for the Tiger Howl gang was to capitalize on their victory and absorb the territory left in the wake of Zizai Min's collapse. Within Zizai Min, accolades and rewards were to be dispensed. Qin Wushang demonstrated formidable combat prowess in this battle, particularly in his ability to contend against innate warriors despite ultimately being defeated. The potential he exhibited was unprecedented. Thus, he was exceptionally promoted to a core disciple and appointed as the leader of an action group under the jurisdiction of the blue-clad steward, Lu Zhao. Not only that, but he also received substantial monetary rewards and a plethora of resources. among which the most precious were 10 Xingyuan pills. As a product of the current Earth Alliance's biotechnology, combined with the ancient alchemical techniques of Huaxia, Xingyuan pills significantly enhance the vitality and quality of true energy for postnatal warriors. Even for innate warriors, these pills could increase their reserve of true essence to a certain extent. However, for Qin Wushang, these Xingyuan pills were of no use, ultimately benefiting Lin Xiao, Lin Xi, and Su Meng. After the fierce battle, the Tiger Howl Gang granted all participating disciples a 3-day leave. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Wushang, accompanied by Lin Xiao, Lin Xi, Su Meng, and Su Mei, departed the 72 blocks to unwind at several large entertainment and shopping centers in the northern district of Linhai City, while also seeking intelligence regarding the Emperor Consortium. For Su Mei and Su Meng, who grew up in the 72 blocks, this enclave represented their entire world, making everything beyond it appear novel and intriguing. They had visited this area with their parents during childhood, but it had never been as prosperous as it was now. Only Su Mei maintained her composure, yet Qin Wushang could still see excitement and envy in her eyes. However, before Su Mei could finish her sentence, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her face. How come I didn't know? Su Meng, oblivious to the change in Su Mei's expression, excitedly glanced around and casually inquired, "You weren't even born then?" "So naturally, you wouldn't know," Su Mei replied, abruptly hastening towards a nearby corner shop, her face lighting up in surprise as she exclaimed, "I can't believe this candy figurine shop is still here." The four of them followed her, causing the owner of the candy shop to be startled by the sudden influx of customers. "Young lady, are you looking to buy a candy figurine? Which one do you like? I'll get it for you." The shopkeeper, a kindly middle-aged man in his 40s, smiled at Su Mei while deftly molding sugar paste, quickly crafting a lifelike little rooster as he spoke. "Boss, what a skilled craftsmanship." Su Mei marveled at the sight. The shopkeeper chuckled heartily, 30 years of experience. "It's nothing but familiarity." He then asked, "Have you made your choice, young lady?" Su Mei nodded and said, "Boss, please make me a monkey." "All right, just a moment," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving another piece of sugar paste and swiftly shaping it into the form of a monkey. Just as the group became engrossed in the shopkeeper's exquisite skill, Lin Xiao suddenly heard Qin Wushang's low voice whispering in his ear, "Do not turn around. After Su Mei finishes her purchase, take them and leave immediately for the 72 blocks. Remember to pretend you do not know me. And no matter what happens, do not look back." The voice was faint yet perfectly audible to Su Meng and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Mei and Su Meng's expressions changed, yet they suppressed their unease and confusion, promptly paying for their items before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Wushang remained behind, purchasing another candy figurine, using the opportunity to chat with the shopkeeper while discreetly surveying the surroundings, identifying an excellent escape route. However, he did not act immediately. He had to wait until Lin Xiao and Su Meng returned to the 72 blocks. It turned out that just moments ago, as they walked from the street corner to this square, Qin Wushang had sensed something amiss in the surroundings. In this street, which spanned less than 200 meters, an unusual number of warriors, including over 10 innate realm experts, loitered about without any reservation, seemingly searching for something. Upon halting, Qin Wushang noticed these warriors converging towards his position. At that moment, he realized they were undoubtedly there for him, and a device he once learned about flashed through his mind: the gene tracker. Qin Wushang was certain of this because, despite his outward and martial changes, only his genetic identity could be pinpointed. Unless he could somehow possess another body as legend had it, he remained vulnerable. Qin Wushang's knowledge of such a niche device stemmed from its notorious reputation in the Alliance, which had sparked widespread controversy and even prompted the highest court to impose restrictions on its use. This was unprecedented in the annals of Alliance history. He had not anticipated that the Li and Gu families would resort to utilizing such a contentious tracking device, especially in the bustling interstellar metropolis of Linhai City. Should word spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputations. Fortunately for Qin Wushang, the positioning accuracy of the gene tracker was not particularly high, capable of only locating a target within a radius of about 100 meters, which explained why they had yet to pinpoint his exact location. "All right, the candy figurine of Sun Wukong you requested is ready, 20 Alliance coins." At that moment, the The shopkeeper handed a vividly crafted candy figurine resembling the Monkey King to Qin Wushang, remarking, "Not many young people today even know about Sun Wukong." Qin Wushang accepted the candy figurine and paid, engaging in further conversation with the shopkeeper for over 10 minutes. As he glanced at the time, preparing to leave as planned, he suddenly spotted a familiar and loathed figure amidst the crowd just as he turned. Chapter 018. Desperate pursuit. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly sharp eyes. From a distance, Qin Wushang recognized the familiar figure, flanked by over 10 warriors. Jiyu Biao. Qin Wushang gritted his teeth, a chilling and murderous tone seeping through the gaps of his clenched jaws before the adversary could definitively ascertain his identity. Qin Wushang could retreat to the bustling 72nd district, utilizing the throngs of people there to conceal himself. Even if a genetic tracker were to pinpoint his location, the Li and Gu families would find it exceedingly challenging to locate him amidst the densely populated 72nd district. However, as long as this genetic tracker existed, it would always pose a nuisance. If he could not eradicate this problem entirely, the warriors of the Li and Gu families would pursue him relentlessly, akin to rabid dogs, until they uncovered his exact whereabouts. Qin Wushang yearned to escape a life of perpetual evasion, especially now that Gu Biao had made a bold appearance. The prospect of fleeing in disgrace was even less appealing. He resolved to eliminate Gu Biao and exact a measure of interest from the Gu family. A daring plan began to crystallize in Qin Wushang's mind, one that afforded him only a single opportunity. He must strike with lethal precision. Otherwise, even the slightest miscalculation could spell his doom. The notion of sacrificing himself to slay Gu Biao was a venture he was loath to undertake. Next, Qin Wushang needed to select a suitable location and await the opportune moment. This area was a hub of large-scale entertainment and shopping complexes in the northern district of Linhai City, teeming with a vast number of people during peak hours. Thus, in this prime, densely built-up locale, pinpointing a singular individual using a somewhat imprecise tool like a genetic tracker was no simple feat. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang prepared for the worst and devised a contingency plan. As seconds ticked by, the peril of his exposure increased. Approaching noon, the flow of pedestrians surged, and seizing the moment, Qin Wushang lowered his head and melded into the throng. The target shifted once more, prompting the surrounding warriors tasked with identifying him to spring into action. Yet, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. Along the lengthy street, hundreds, if not thousands, moved to and fro simultaneously, rendering individual identification virtually impossible. Coupled with the office buildings and shops flanking either side, the complexity of the environment made locating a single person a daunting challenge. Qin Wushang casually passed by two warriors, seamlessly entering an outdoor goods store, emerging with a travel backpack containing a civilian high-magnification telescope. Returning to the street, he trailed Gu Biao from a distance of 100 meters. However, Gu Biao's subsequent actions caused Qin Wushang to sense impending danger. After meandering about the street, Gu Biao and his entourage abruptly altered their course, steering away from the thoroughfare and into increasingly secluded areas with dwindling foot traffic. Simultaneously, Qin Wushang detected more warriors converging from all directions, a veritable net tightening around him, poised to ensnare him. Just before Gu Biao entered a bar, he turned and made a provocative gesture into the void. Although Gu Biao was unaware if Qin Wushang would witness it, he did so nonetheless. It was evident that Gu Biao fully comprehended that Qin Wushang was trailing him. This series of actions unmistakably conveyed to Qin Wushang, "I know you are here." Without hesitation, Qin Wushang seized the rare opportunity, fully aware that Gu Biao was using him as bait to lure him out from the crowd. Yet, he refused to relinquish this chance. Watching Gu Biao enter the bar, Qin Wushang recalled that this establishment, occupying nearly half the street, was allegedly owned by Li Qi, who had boasted about it before him. At this moment, the bar had been cleared in advance, though the pulsating music still throbbed. Not a single patron remained. On the second-floor terrace, Gu Biao reclined comfortably on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain as he regarded Li Qi, who sat opposite him. Li Qi, is this your plan to draw the snake out of its hole? You want me to prance around the street like a monkey? To me, this scheme resembles nothing more than a pile of dog waste. I can't fathom why I agreed to it. Don't you believe the plan has already succeeded? Or do you think he won't come? He will definitely come, to kill you, Li Qi replied with a calm demeanor. As though merely stating a fact, Jiu Biao felt a shiver at these words. He had long since learned of Li Qi's cunning. Despite disparaging the plan, Gu Biao could not dismiss Li Qi's assertion. His hand trembled, causing red wine to splatter onto his chest, prompting him to hastily take a sip to mask his agitation, and he then grumbled, "Why don't you be the bait yourself? Why must it be me?" "Because you are weak," Li Qi replied nonchalantly. "Once, Qin Wushang needed but a single strike to kill you. Now, although I am uncertain of his current prowess, he dares to come alone, fully aware of the trap. He must feel confident in his ability to slay you. On Qin Wushang's list of must-kills, the Li and Gu families, and the Xindao sect, who placed you at the bottom." Gu Biao, cursing inwardly, begrudgingly found merit in Li Qi's analysis. Yet, he still mentally cursed all the women in Li Qi's family. "What should we do next?" "Of course, we must give him the opportunity." "What?" Gu Biao shouted, his voice rising. "Li Qi, are you trying to settle personal scores? You want to give him a chance? How can such an opportunity be granted? My life is worth only one, and there are countless women awaiting my affection. I refuse to participate." With that, Gu Biao led his bodyguards away, even discarding the benefits previously promised by Li Qi. Truly, as foolish as ever. Li Qi did not attempt to dissuade him, nor did his expression waver. Since Gu Biao had willingly walked into the trap, Li Qi would naturally accommodate him. As for Gu Biao's fate, what concern was it of Li Qi's? "Qin Wushang, do not disappoint me." Li Qi toyed with his wine glass, draining its contents, and murmured softly, a hint of malice flickering in his gaze. At that very moment, approximately 200 meters away, within a towering building, Qin Wushang monitored the bar through the civilian high-magnification telescope. Although the scope offered only 30 times magnification, it provided a clear view of the bar's entrance. Jiu Biao's hasty departure revealed an opportunity to Qin Wushang. To ascertain whether this was yet another trap, he refrained from immediate action. However, to his astonishment, Gu Biao, upon leaving the bar, made a beeline toward Qin Wushang's direction. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's keen observation, he might have believed that his cover had been compromised, as the innate warriors congregated near the bar had not followed Gu Biao's lead. Moments later, Gu Biao approached ever closer, his angry expression visible even to the naked eye. Had his discussion with Li Qi soured, or had he once again been cast as bait? Given Gu Biao's intellect, the latter seemed far more probable. Qin Wushang felt as though fate was favoring him. Whether Gu Biao acted as bait of his own volition or was thrust forth by Li Qi, Qin Wushang was prepared to seize this lure. As for the outcome, whether the fish perished or the net tore, it would be a matter of skill. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the glass facade of a building across the street shattered, raining shards down like confetti. A sudden gust of wind erupted, swirling the countless shards of glass toward Gu Biao, who happened to pass by. "Qin Wushang, you have finally arrived." At that moment, both Gu Biao, swept up in the tempest, and Li Qi, seated on the bar's terrace, lifted their heads in unison. Chapter 019. The Hostage in Hand. Reality and illusion, truth and deceit. Qin Wushang, in a manner of cunning strategy, orchestrated his plan meticulously. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to slay Gu Biao amidst the formidable protection of innate martial artists. Countless shards of glass, ignited by Qin Wushang, darted through the air with the speed of lightning, each fragment akin to a razor-sharp sword qi. The first to be eliminated were the postnatal realm guards surrounding Gu Biao, who were rendered into a sieve by the torrential assault. Simultaneously, the remaining two innate second-stage warriors swiftly positioned themselves before Gu Biao, channeling their innate true essence to form a protective barrier, which deflected the incoming shards that scattered in all directions. Nevertheless, despite this defense, the relentless barrage still allowed a few to slip through. Among the deluge of shards was a sharp steel nail that, with a thud, pierced the true essence shield, penetrating the forehead of one of the innate second-stage warriors. The rain of shards was merely an appetizer, while the steel nail was Qin Wushang's true lethal strike. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, he eliminated an innate second-stage warrior, exposing a chink in Gu Biao's defenses. Everything that transpired was well within Qin Wushang's calculations. The opportunity to capture Gu Biao had arisen, and it was but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, suspended in midair, Qin Wushang swept his hands, launching a climbing hook that ensnared Gu Biao tightly. The hook's sharp prongs dug deep into Gu Biao's collarbone at the moment of capture, eliciting a piercing scream of pain. Upon landing, Qin Wushang rolled to gain momentum, simultaneously pulling Gu Biao towards him. Qin Wushang. The intense agony ignited the latent ferocity within Gu Biao, who, staggering forward, launched a palm strike at Qin Wushang. The wind from his palm crackled ominously, faintly echoing with the sound of thunder, manifesting the Gu family's ancestral technique, one of the 7 thunder gods, the 5 thunder strikes. However, in Qin Wushang's eyes, Gu Biao's ineptitude rendered his execution of this technique laughably inadequate. Lacking any semblance of its true might, Qin Wushang, dismissive of the attack, merely sidestepped effortlessly, appearing behind Gu Biao, and delivered a resounding palm strike to the back of Gu Biao's head. Gu Biao toppled under the force. This entire sequence, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in mere moments, from the initiation of Qin Wushang's assault to Gu Biao's capture, all completed within the span of a few breaths, swift enough to leave onlookers in disbelief. By the time the last remaining innate warrior regained his senses, Qin Wushang had already vanished into the shadows of a nearby skyscraper, dragging the ensnared Gu Biao along. Have the physique and facial features been captured? In the bar, upon learning of Gu Biao's capture and Qin Wushang's escape, Li Qi remained largely unfazed. He understood that, given Qin Wushang's capabilities, this trap riddled with flaws could not possibly contain him. Li Qi's objective was not to apprehend Qin Wushang immediately, but to use him to draw out the true target, an enduring threat to both the Li and Gu families. Qin Wushang was merely an unformed talent, one who would likely never see the opportunity for growth. Upload this data to the Source Star Security Network and instruct the Linhai City Security Bureau to issue a warrant for the arrest of the notorious Qin Wangqin and his son. Qin Wushang, with a bounty of 500 million federal coins for their capture, Li Qi commanded. The Source Star Security Network, a safety framework built upon the global defense system, connects surveillance systems across all public domains worldwide. Possessing state-of-the-art facial recognition and dynamic tracking capabilities, along with the fastest response times, it could be said that once Qin Wushang's physique and facial data were uploaded to the security network, and the official warrant took effect, he would find no refuge in Linhai City or the entire Source Star, except in places beyond the network's reach, such as the lawless 72 districts. To Qin Wushang's surprise, the speed at which Gu Qiyang, the head of the Gu family, arrived exceeded his expectations. Consequently, Qin Wushang managed only to retreat to the outskirts of the northern district before being cornered on a street leading to the 72 district by a dozen innate warriors brought by Gu Qiyang. Wushang, my dear nephew, shall we have a discussion? Gu Qiyang strode forth, confident in his innate fifth-stage prowess, requiring no entourage of bodyguards for show. What does Uncle Gu wish to discuss? Qin Wushang replied with a slight smile, as if facing not an enemy but an old acquaintance. However, Qin Wushang's subtle gesture of shielding Gu Biao only served to solidify the smile on Gu Qiyang's face, which gradually hardened. After a moment's pause, Gu Qiyang sighed and said, "My dear nephew, you may have misunderstood. The recent unpleasantness has been a matter solely between your father and me. I have watched you grow, and I harbor no intent to harm you." Qin Wushang was not swayed by Gu Qiyang's words. Earning the moniker of Smiling Tiger reflected his treacherous nature. Furthermore, Qin Wushang had already experienced Gu Qiyang's duplicitous tactics firsthand. With a chuckle, Qin Wushang replied, "I appreciate Uncle Gu's intentions. I have always held you in high regard. If you say this is a misunderstanding, then let it be so. However, today's matter is between Gu Biao and me. Perhaps you should refrain from interfering. To attack with one's own spear against one's own shield is undoubtedly the most perplexing of dilemmas." Gu Qiyang's expression darkened visibly as he coldly demanded, "You little wretch, what must I do for you to release my son?" With the facade of civility shattered, Qin Wushang no longer feigned politeness, mocking, "Old dog Gu, if you wish for me to release your little pup, you must first kneel before me and bark like a dog. Then, I may consider my mood." As he spoke, Qin Wushang exerted force, causing Gu Biao to awaken in agony, emitting a series of pitiful cries. "Father, kill him! Do not concern yourself with me, just kill him!" Gu Biao shouted in rage upon recognizing his father. Jiu Qiyong, wary of the situation, refrained from making any rash movements, fearing Qin Wushang might react violently. "Step back 30 meters." Qin Wushang struck Gu Biao across the face, causing half of his visage to swell visibly. Very well, very well." Gu Qiyong hastily soothed Qin Wushang, retreating while assuring, "Nephew Qin, I come with sincerity. If you release Gu Biao, I guarantee your safe departure, with no pursuit whatsoever." Qin Wushang sneered, "Releasing Gu Biao is not out of the question, but you must first fulfill my initial condition." "What condition?" Gu Qiyong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since Qin Wushang was willing to negotiate, he would not resort to a scorched earth policy. Jiu Biao was Gu Qiyong's only son and the sole heir of the Gu family. Despite considering his son a hopeless case, Gu Qiyong could not dismiss his importance, especially with many cousins vying for power. "My first condition is that you destroy that gene tracker in my presence," Qin Wushang stated plainly, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Although the accuracy of the gene tracker was indeed limited, it was as bothersome as chewing gum stuck to one's shoe. Qin Wushang had no desire to be perpetually pursued. Gu Qiyong hesitated. The gene tracker could be destroyed, but doing so would leave him unable to report to the Alliance Council. Just then, a bodyguard who had retreated to a distance approached Gu Qiyong after receiving a phone call. Whispering a few words, Gu Qiyong's expression visibly eased as he waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to leave. Then, Gu Qiyong looked up at Qin Wushang and said, "Very well, I can agree to this condition." Qin Wushang was taken aback by Gu Qiyong's prompt acquiescence. However, it was likely due to the phone call the bodyguard had received. What had been said on the other end? Who could it be? Qin Wushang pondered for a moment but found no clear answers. At this juncture, Qin Wushang smiled and said, "Excellent, Uncle Gu, your promptness is commendable. Now, let me see your sincerity." Approximately 10 minutes later, a convoy composed of 5 large trucks came to a halt before Qin Wushang. Observing the familiar 3-meter-tall machine atop the central vehicle, Qin Wushang sighed inwardly. "Indeed, it is this device," he thought, then turned to Gu Qiyong. "I must trouble you to take action." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qiyong extended his palm. Channeling his energy, faint sparks of electricity flickering at his fingertips, with a resounding crash, as if a sudden thunderbolt erupted from Gu Qiyong's palm. An overwhelming flash of lightning violently struck the gene tracker. This strike was none other than the heavenly thunderclap, one of the 7 absolute techniques of the thunder god. The might of Gu Qiyong's execution of this technique was incomparable to that of Gu Biao, who also wielded a move from the same legendary repertoire. Amidst the thunderous light, that multi-billion value gene tracker was reduced to a mere ball of flame, utterly destroyed beyond the possibility of repair. Furthermore, as Qin Wushang was aware, this gene tracker had barely been in existence for half a year, from its development to its prohibition by the Alliance Council, never having had the chance to achieve mass production. Thus, it was conceivable that this device was merely a prototype from some laboratory within the Longxia Interstellar. In the foreseeable future, the Li and Gu families would find it exceedingly difficult to procure a second unit. If Uncle Gu had acted sooner that night, my dear nephew would have had little to no chance of escape, Qin Wushang remarked with a hint of mockery. Qin Wushang knew that Gu Qiyong had undoubtedly been present during the ambush on the Imperial Tower. However, out of respect for his own elder's formidable reputation, he had refrained from immediate action. Since there is a first, my wise nephew may as well articulate the second condition. Gu Qiyong chose to ignore Qin Wushang's jibes, responding merely with a cool statement. Qin Wushang chuckled, delaying the revelation of his second condition. He cast a glance at the somewhat unscrupulous Gu Biao beside him and said, "Uncle Gu, given that it's midday, and neither Gu Biao nor I have had a meal, there's a Sichuan restaurant just ahead renowned for its delectable dishes. How about we discuss matters further once we've dined to our fill?" "Very well," Gu Qiyong, suppressing his anger, acquiesced. The Sichuan restaurant Qin Wushang mentioned was just around the corner, modest in size with only 2 stories, yet quite famous on the surrounding streets. At noon, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Every seat occupied. Qin Wushang led Gu Biao to a hard-won table. He tightly gripped Gu Biao's hand, not bothering to conceal it, while Gu Biao was still drenched in blood. The moment they entered, a row of suited thugs stood at the entrance. Such a scene inevitably stirred curiosity and tension among the diners. Instantly, the restaurant fell into silence. The timid quickly gulped down a few bites and hurriedly settled their bills to leave, while the bolder patrons began to excitedly record the unfolding drama on their phones. Naturally, numerous calls to the police were also made. Qin Wushang, however, paid no mind to these distractions and ordered an extravagant spread of dishes without concern. He was not apprehensive that Gu Qiyang would tamper with their food, for having Gu Biao at the table served as a living poison tester. "Uncle Gu, I wonder how my elder is faring," Qin Wushang casually inquired after indulging in a hearty meal. Jiyu Qiyang did not conceal the truth, replying, "Brother Qin, you truly deserve your reputation as one of the top 10 masters of Yuanqing." Despite being besieged by 7 or 8 innate 5th and 6th tier warriors, you remained unscathed, ultimately clashing with the leader of the Divine Path sect, Ing Qi, for over 10 exchanges before gracefully departing. Gu Qiyang offered his praise without reservation. Were it not for that critical item, he would not have chosen to oppose Qin Wangqin. However, the significance of that item was paramount. If it were not swiftly acquired, the Gu family would not even need to wait for Qin Wangqin's retaliation to face ruin. Contemplating the secrets entangled with this matter, Gu Qiyang felt a chill run down his spine. Hearing that the elder was in good health, Qin Wushang felt reassured. As for the elder's safety, Qin Wushang did not worry. A cunning old fox like him was to be feared far more by his enemies. Rising with Gu Biao, Qin Wushang said with a grin, "Could I trouble Uncle Gu to settle the bill? I need to visit the restroom. You wouldn't follow me, would you? My wise nephew had better not attempt any tricks." Gu Qiyang, fully aware of Qin Wushang's intentions, remained silent, harboring a cold smile. Qin Wushang shrugged and, with Gu Biao, left the table, arms slung over one another's shoulders. "Qin Wushang, you cannot escape. Release me, and once we obtain what we seek, I can grant you a swift end," Gu Biao said with a fierce facade as they ascended the stairs to the second floor. "What a ridiculous notion," Qin Wushang scoffed. "How could such a cunning and devious old dog like Gu Qiyang possibly give birth to a fool like you? Is it true that you are not his biological son? You, nonsense. Qin Wushang, you had better let me go now, or when I get my hands on you, you shall see how I deal with you," Gu Biao retorted, his voice tinged with desperation. Qin Wushang's mention of the rumor struck a nerve with Gu Biao, who was well aware of the internal turmoil it had caused within the Gu family. Ultimately, Gu Qiyang had suppressed the unrest with an iron fist, although the outside world remained oblivious. To bring this matter to light was akin to reopening a wound, sprinkling salt upon it in that moment. Gu Biao wished nothing more than to see Qin Wushang suffer 1,000 cuts. The restroom was on the second floor of the Sichuan restaurant, and if Qin Wushang remembered correctly, there should be a ventilation duct there, just large enough for an adult to pass through. He had chosen this restaurant precisely because he was a regular, visiting 2 or 3 times a month to savor its signature dishes. He was more familiar with the layout of this establishment than even its owner. Upon entering the restroom, Qin Wushang struck Gu Biao, rendering him unconscious. However, the force of the blow was poorly controlled, resulting in Gu Biao convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Had Gu Biao retained any awareness, he would have certainly accused Qin Wushang of seeking vengeance. Let us hope he isn't truly rendered senseless. Qin Wushang sighed as he looked at Gu Biao. The ventilation duct was located on the innermost wall of the restroom, covered by a steel mesh no thicker than a finger. Yet, in Qin Wushang's capable hands, this barrier was as flimsy as paper. Ripping open the duct, he stuffed Gu Biao through it and followed suit. Behind the duct was not the outside street but rather a building separated from the Sichuan restaurant by a single wall, a long-abandoned storage room situated at the corner of the second floor. Chapter 021. A turn of events. After waiting approximately 10 minutes, Gu Qiyang's expression grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Qin Wushang had once again outplayed him. This was akin to a slap in the face. Forcefully rubbing his nose in the dirt after he had confidently believed he was in complete control, at this moment, facing reality, even Gu Qiyang's thick skin could not shield him from the stinging sensation spreading across his face. Half an hour later, Gu Qiyang's men finally discovered the ventilation duct in the second-floor restroom. After crawling through the duct into the adjacent building, they found that Qin Wushang had long vanished with Gu Biao. Boss, the trail disappears on the third-floor balcony of the neighboring building. No sign of them. The team of over 10 bodyguards returned empty-handed, dejected and unwilling to face Gu Qiyang's wrath, on the verge of an explosion. Gu Qiyang suppressed his rising fury and spoke in a low voice. Sherdong, inquire with that little rascal Li Qi, since he claims to have other means of locating Qin Wushang. He must not be speaking nonsense. Yes, boss, I will contact young Master Li immediately. Just as he spoke, the head bodyguard Sherdong's communication device emitted a sudden beep. Moments later, several blurry photographs and a location image arrived. Boss, we found them, Sherdong exclaimed excitedly to Gu Qiyang after confirming the authenticity of the information. 10 minutes later, at a business building over 1,000 meters away, Qin Wushang, clad in sanitation worker attire and pushing a garbage cart, was preparing to blend into the crowd and exit the building. However, as he approached the entrance, he was once again confronted by Gu Qiyang and more than 10 subordinates, blocking his path. Uncle Gu, do you believe me when I say I am lost? Qin Wushang employed his previous ruse, pulling Gu Biao from the garbage cart and pressing a hand against the back of his head. Should Gu Qiyang make any sudden moves, Qin Wushang could unleash his palm's power, turning Gu Biao's brain into mush. With Gu Biao as his hostage, he had effectively seized Gu Qiyang's vulnerable spot. Gu Qiyang's face darkened as his anger surged, and he shouted, Wushang, my dear nephew, do you think I should believe you or not? Uncle Gu, of course, is Qin Wushang, who chuckled and spoke. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Wushang's expression abruptly changed. His entire body tensed as if drawn taut like a bowstring. With a sudden exertion of force from his feet, he catapulted himself forward like a cannonball, and the next instant, a bullet struck the very spot where Qin Wushang had just stood. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the ground at the impact point erupted, creating a gaping hole approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, deep and seemingly bottomless, clearly having penetrated the floor beneath. Such a degree of destructive power and precision could only be achieved by the military-grade SP-201 heavy electromagnetic sniper rifle. The SP-201, the standard weapon of the Alliance Army's Special Operations Forces, employs a 30.5mm tungsten-lead alloy projectile with a muzzle velocity of 1,630 meters per second, a maximum kinetic energy of 467 kilojoules, and an effective range of 8,500 meters with a maximum deviation of 0.2 meters. Although many obsolete units have found their way onto the black market, acquiring such a weapon on Yuanxing is no simple feat. Yet, by a curious twist of fate, Qin Wushang knew that there was indeed such a weapon within the private security detail of the Li family. His enmity with Li Qi had initially stemmed from a fierce competition over this very weapon in the black market. Bang! Qin Wushang had no time to ponder further as the second shot followed closely behind. For the SP-201, with its rate of fire at 1,630 meters per second, the time from trigger pull to hitting the target was almost instantaneous. Fortunately, Qin Wushang was well prepared. The moment his feet touched the ground, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the bullet. The bullet whizzed past, the fierce wind it generated tearing through his sanitation uniform, leaving behind a series of gashes. It appeared that someone wished for Uncle Gu to be left without heirs. Qin Wushang swiftly took cover behind a wall. Although its thickness could not withstand a 30.5mm bullet, he had entered a dead angle of fire, rendering him relatively safe. At the same time, he regained his composure and discerned the underlying intricacies. The first bullet appeared aimed at him, but from the trajectory and angle, it was highly likely that it was intended to strike the ancient weapon. Gu Biao, in his hands first. The bullet would pass through Gu Biao's body before reaching him. However, glancing at the large hole in the floor confirmed that such immense kinetic energy would surely obliterate Gu Biao upon impact, resulting in a gruesome demise. Though having cultivated the 10th Earth-devouring star technique, Qin Wushang's physical strength was indeed superior to his previous innate state. It still paled in comparison to the SP-201. For now, he could only cower in the corner. Perhaps only upon achieving the first level of perfection in the 10th Earth-devouring star technique and re-entering the innate realm, Would he be able to disregard the threat posed by the SP-201? The gunfire ceased. However, Qin Wushang was uncertain whether the sniper outside had retreated. Fortunately, a ready ally was at hand, and Qin Wushang intended to make use of him. Uncle Gu, the sniper outside is in your hands. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next bullet won't find its way into Gu Biao's little brother. Hee hee, just imagine, with a bang, blood and flesh flying everywhere. I might never be able to forget that scene in my lifetime. Listening to Qin Wushang's threat, Gu Qiyang could only gnash his teeth in frustration, utterly powerless against him. As for the sniper outside, Gu Qiyang wished nothing more than to flay him alive, with his keen eyesight. He clearly saw that the first bullet was indeed aimed at his son. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's quick reflexes, Gu Qiyang would have been searching the ground for his beloved son by now. With a stroke of luck, he might find some pieces, but they would be scattered, rendering any attempt at reassembly futile. Soon, the bodyguards dispatched by Gu Qiyang began to return one after another. Shi Tong reported softly to Gu Qiyang, "Boss, we found the shooting point and traces of the shot on the 6th floor of the Jinhui building across the street, but the sniper was not located." Gu Qiyang nodded. This was already within his expectations. However, to meet Qin Wushang's demands, he had no choice but to comply. "The Qin brat, the sniper outside has left, and I've fulfilled your request. Now, can you let my son go?" Gu Qiyang's patience was wearing thin. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had never felt so constrained. "Don't you want to hear my second demand?" Qin Wushang replied. "I'll give you 10 seconds to release my son, then accompany me to the Gu family. Any request, Gu will gladly comply." Gu Qiyang issued his ultimatum, and in that brief moment, he seemed to have grasped certain connections, his attitude hardening. "Jiu Qiyang, are you willing to sacrifice your son's life?" Qin Wushang threatened. "Try me with young Master Qin accompanying Biao on his journey. I'm sure Biao won't feel lonely." After a moment's pause, Gu Qiyang coldly stated, "Qin Wushang, 10 seconds have passed. You can still surrender with that." Gu Qiyang did not wait for Qin Wushang's response and directly ordered a full assault. Instantly, over a dozen innate-level warriors surged forward, charging into the building. Jiu Qiyang was indeed gambling, betting that since Qin Wushang intended to use Gu Biao as a shield, he would not easily allow Gu Biao to perish. Truly, both were cunning old foxes. Qin Wushang quickly saw through Gu Qiyang's intentions. However, faced with more than a dozen innate-level martial artists, he had no choice but to turn and flee. Chapter 022. The Mysterious Master. In the narrow stairwell, Qin Wushang bolted forward, his form like lightning, continuously changing positions to evade the attacks of the pursuing martial artists. While fleeing for his life, Qin Wushang found time to ponder. Upon reflection, he realized that until he had a complete escape plan, he could not allow Gu Biao to die just yet. If Gu Biao were to perish, Gu Qiyang would have no reservations, and Qin Wushang would truly be doomed alongside Gu Biao. Contemplating this, Qin Wushang could only manage a bitter smile. At present, Gu Biao was both his shield and a burden weighing him down. Damn it! Qin Wushang had truly grasped Gu Qiyang's intent. No wonder Gu Qiyang had suddenly gone mad, disregarding Gu Biao's life. He had already surmised that Qin Wushang would not choose to perish alongside Gu Biao. This was a blatant ploy. While Qin Wushang had discerned the entirety of the scheme, he found himself without a solution. It seemed that to escape today, he would ultimately have to fight desperately. Grasping Gu Biao with one hand, Qin Wushang swiftly ascended to the top floor. Boom! With a resounding crash, before Qin Wushang could catch his breath, a martial artist suddenly flashed into view a few meters behind him, moving with the speed of a meteor, instantly closing the distance. With a fierce gust of wind, a powerful palm strike aimed directly for the spot corresponding to Qin Wushang's heart. Should this blow connect? No matter his myriad abilities, Qin Wushang would surely have his heart shattered. Yet, that was not the most perilous part. At the same moment, another innate master had also set his sights on Qin Wushang. Unbeknownst to him, this individual had already maneuvered to Qin Wushang's right side, and in tandem with the palm strike, launched a heavy punch, the force of which howled toward Qin Wushang's throat in the next instant. A streak of white light shot through the air, akin to a silver snake striking, aimed directly at Qin Wushang's left hand, which gripped Gu Biao tightly. 3 innate warriors, executing 3 lethal techniques simultaneously, left Qin Wushang overwhelmed. Before him, he was on the brink of being struck by a palm, a punch, and a sword. Hee, behold my indomitable meat shield. Qin Wushang let out a hearty laugh, his figure flickering momentarily before he seized Gu Biao and used him as a shield. The 3 innate martial artists, wary of causing harm, retracted their power just in time, narrowly avoiding injury to Gu Biao. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Qin Wushang extricated himself from the encirclement, with a human shield in hand and the advantage on his side. A mere stratagem allowed Qin Wushang to toy with the 3 martial artists, causing them to falter in disarray. However, this delay slowed his pace, resulting in 2 more martial artists joining the fray. Intensifying the pressure on Qin Wushang, AS5 innate martial artists launched their assault simultaneously. Their vital energy surged like turbulent waves, leaving Qin Wushang feeling as though he were a fragile boat tossed amidst a violent storm. Overwhelmed, he decided to wield Gu Biao as a weapon, swinging him wildly. Transformed from a human shield into a blunt instrument, Gu Biao was fortunate to have lost consciousness. The surrounding martial artists, fearing for Gu Biao's safety, retreated in haste, yet this effectively blocked Qin Wushang's escape route, leaving him with no avenue for flight. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed as a shadow shattered the glass of the top floor's exterior wall. Crashing in like a cannonball, after breaking through the window, the shadow maintained its momentum, colliding with the 2 martial artists in front, sending them hurtling out and crashing through the wall into the adjacent room. Such overwhelming force was beyond even the innate martial artist's capacity to withstand. With a resounding thud, the shadow landed, causing the very floor to tremble. All eyes turned to behold a figure clad in a long black robe, adorned with a bronze mask, concealing their identity entirely. Though the appearance was obscured, the aura they emanated suggested they were undoubtedly a master of at least the 5th tier of innate prowess. Was there truly assistance at hand? This thought crossed not only the minds of the martial artists, but also left Qin Wushang momentarily bewildered. Could it be reinforcements sent by his own elder? Yet, there seemed no need for such a meticulous disguise. Regardless of this mysterious expert's identity, their presence was undeniably fortuitous for Qin Wushang. With a cold, sweeping gaze, the enigmatic figure wasted no time, launching into lethal action. In an instant, they closed the distance to a nearby martial artist, and with a swift and powerful strike, the martial artist's face met the palm of the newcomer. The force behind the blow, infused with vital energy, was akin to a mountain, sending the martial artist flying. Their features caved inward, the head grotesquely drooping against their back, lifeless upon impact. In the blink of an eye, an innate martial artist had met their demise without any resistance. Shock and terror ensued, but this was merely the beginning. The 2nd and 3rd soon followed suit. Qin Wushang even silently counted the seconds, from the appearance of the mysterious figure to the fall of the last martial artist. It took less than 5 seconds. Each strike was brutally efficient and direct. Bold move. With a furious roar, Gu Qiyang burst through the door, his figure flickering as he closed in on the mysterious figure. Unleashing a fierce palm strike imbued with crackling lightning, aimed at their throat. Heavenly Thunder's 7 absolute strikes. The mysterious figure emitted a disdainful snort, not flinching or evading, instead choosing to meet Gu Qiyang's assault head-on with crossed arms. The clash resonated with the sound of metal colliding and the muffled explosion of air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to shudder. Gu Qiyang felt as though his strike had met an unyielding wall of steel, utterly incapable of making an impact. Recognizing the futility, he swiftly retreated, his form shifting with the grace of a lightning dragon as he maneuvered through the air, his punches and kicks flowing like the wind. Each strike containing the force to split mountains. Thunder's wrath, thunderous roar, purple lightning's thunderclap. The 7 absolute strikes cascaded in succession, filling the confined space with an electric ambience. However, despite Gu Qiyang's every move being nothing short of extraordinary, the mysterious figure countered each with astonishing defense and precise retaliation. The rapid exchange left their silhouettes intertwined, creating a dizzying array of afterimages. With a resounding bang, the mysterious figure unleashed a punch, sending Gu Qiyang hurtling 3 meters away in midair. Gu Qiyang suddenly surged upward, scaling the wall with swift footfalls akin to a gecko, positioning himself above the mysterious expert, preparing to deliver a fatal blow with both hands charged with power. Yet, the enigmatic figure seemed to anticipate this, abruptly glancing upward, eyes blazing with intensity, and retaliated with another punch, the force of which met Gu Qiang's palm's head dash on. An explosive reverberation erupted, causing the entire building to tremble as dust and debris swirled through the air. "Run!" A voice suddenly rang in Qin Wushang's ears, and he felt as though he were soaring through the clouds. It was Lu Ji, the steward. Qin Wushang turned to see Lu Ji, clad in a green robe, revealing himself as the steward of the steward's hall. "This is not the time for conversation. We must leave now," Lu Ji urged, glancing at the two figures still locked in combat. "Agreed." Qin Wushang nodded, but before departing, he audibly snapped Gu Biao's neck, leaving him in a bewildered state. Witnessing this, Lu Ji couldn't help but smirk, seemingly admiring Qin Wushang even more. Decisive in action and ruthless, he recognized that as long as he did not falter along the way, Qin Wushang could emerge as a formidable figure. Together, they slipped away in silence, swiftly returning to the safety of 72 Street. Here, Qin Wushang felt a semblance of security. "What's wrong?" The young master of the Qin family by the sea, the heir of the Emperor Corporation, is frightened by such a commotion? Lu Ji teased, noticing Qin Wushang's sigh of relief. Qin Wushang understood that following this incident, it would be nearly impossible to conceal his identity any longer. "Steward Lu, please forgive me. My prior concealment of identity was a matter of necessity," Qin Wushang replied. "No matter." Lu Ji chuckled, stroking his beard. "Although I am not well acquainted with your father, I hold some degree of rapport with him. Today's rescue is but a way to repay a favor." At this juncture, Lu Ji pondered, "However, after today, it will be challenging for you to establish yourself in 72 Street, or even throughout the entire Source Star." Qin Wushang recognized the truth in Lu Ji's words. Despite the genetic tracker being destroyed before his eyes by Gu Qiyang, the rapidity with which Gu Qiyang located him again indicated that he still possessed means to track Qin Wushang. Moreover, as the former heir of the Emperor Corporation, Qin Wushang held a direct understanding of the strength of the Li and Gu families. While they were not all powerful, the expansion of the Emperor Corporation's wealth had elevated the Li and Gu families from ordinary lineages to the pinnacle of Source Star's aristocracy. Their influence spread across the military, political, and business realms of Source Star. Perhaps, as his father had suggested, bringing the Li and Gu families into the Emperor Corporation was akin to letting wolves into the fold. A grievous error made by his father in his lifetime. Reflecting upon the targeted pursuit against him, Qin Wushang felt a sense of unease as he contemplated the situation. Firstly, the scale of forces involved in the pursuit was disproportionate. Based on his understanding of the private armed forces of the Li and Gu families, even without considering high-tier innate martial artists, the combined numbers of those at the third and fourth tiers were substantial. Yet in the previous encounter, he had primarily faced only those at the first and second tiers, with Gu Qiyang being the only formidable opponent present. Notably, no experts from the Li family had appeared. If Qin Wushang's guess was correct, the sniper was likely dispatched by Li Qi, but their true intent seemed less about eliminating Qin Wushang and more about warning Gu Qiang. As he pieced together these thoughts, Qin Wushang realized that there must be elements of the entire incident that he had overlooked. Key clues were missing, and many links in the chain remained unconnected. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Biao, whom he had dispatched. Gu Biao had lured Qin Wushang out as bait, and subsequently, Qin Wushang had taken him hostage, making Gu Qiyang's pursuit appear justified. It was all a performance, with Qin Wushang as the unwitting bait. A surge of realization washed over him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How colossal a blunder had his father committed to provoke such targeted hostility. With this understanding, Qin Wushang felt less anxious about his own safety. Rather, he speculated that his father would bear the brunt of the pressure, likely facing turbulent days ahead. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Despite the Li and Gu family's significant influence on Source Star, their reach beyond the stars was far more limited. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Qin Wushang's face, Lu Zhao assumed that he was worried about his own safety, and thus offered words of comfort. Departing from Linhai City, leaving behind the Yuan Star, and retreating far into the starry river above, Lu Zhao's thoughts aligned seamlessly with those of Qin Wushang. Moreover, venturing deep into the starry river would allow them to escape the intricate web of Yuan's star, potentially disrupting the enemy's schemes and stepping beyond the confines of the chessboard. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly serve as a boon for both Qin Wushang and Qin Wangqin. However, if he could conceive of such a strategy, it was certain that the Li and Gu families would have also anticipated it. Presently, all pathways from Yuan's star to the starry river must have been fortified with an elaborate net. Therefore, leaving Yuan's star would not be an easy feat, yet it was not without its solutions. When Qin Wushang voiced his concerns, Lu Zhao chuckled softly and replied, "Please enlighten me, Elder Lu," Qin Wushang said. After the Li and Gu families seized control of the Imperial Consortium, their power has indeed swelled considerably. However, within Yuan's star, and even in Linhai City, there exist forces capable of standing against them, Lu Zhao stated with a smile. The enemy of my enemy may not necessarily be a friend, nor must they be foes. In Linhai City, Qin Wushang was aware of a force that could rival the Li and Gu families, and even the Imperial Consortium. The Yuan Consortium? Precisely, it is the Yuan Consortium. Lu Zhao nodded affirmatively. It stands as the sole opponent to the Imperial Consortium across the entire Yuan star, and is the only entity that gives Qin Wangqin a headache. 5 years ago, in response to the competition posed by the Imperial Consortium, the head of the Yuan clan, Yuan Zhengzhao, even went so far as to relocate the consortium's headquarters from its stronghold, Fenggu Star, to Yuan Star. In Linhai City, directly across the river from the East City, where the Imperial Consortium's headquarters is situated, the Yuan Consortium erected the Twin Star Tower, which rises 2 stories higher than the Imperial Tower. The 101-story Twin Star Tower appears even more imposing than the 99-story Imperial Tower, so much so that when the Twin Star Tower was completed, Qin Wangqin was incensed, nearly demolishing the Imperial Tower to rebuild it. Ultimately, he chose to add a spiraling golden dragon around the perimeter of the Imperial Tower, elevating its height above that of the Twin Star Tower, thus quelling the incident. The Imperial Consortium and the Yuan Consortium. Qin Wangqin and Yuan Zhengzhao. The long-standing grievances made Qin Wushang hesitant to seek assistance from his old rival. The Capricorn Star shipping may indeed be your only option. Noticing Qin Wushang's apparent indecision, Lu Zhao elaborated, Capricorn Star Shipping, fully known as the Capricorn Interstellar Transport Group, is a secondary subsidiary of the Yuan Consortium, covering both freight and passenger services, though it constitutes less than 1% of the Yuan Consortium's operations. While this secondary subsidiary may not hold significant weight within the Yuan Consortium, it is the only one personally managed by Yuan Zhengzhao. Coincidentally, there exists a space dock exclusively operated by Capricorn Star Shipping to the east of Linhai City. Over the SEA.to transport Qin Wushang out of Yuan Star, under the very noses of the Li and Gu families, would be a task as simple as turning one's hand for Yuan Zhengzhao. Allow me to ponder this further, Qin Wushang mused. Elder Lu, I shall not return to the Tiger Roar gang. I would appreciate your care for my friend. Lu Zhao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, young Master Qin, I shall take good care of your young lady friend. As he spoke, Lu Zhao retrieved a dark iron token from his pocket, hesitating for a moment before extending it towards Qin Wushang. This token is for you. Whether it brings fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Nonetheless, keep it close in the future. Should the opportunity arise, you may venture to the starry domain of the Galactic Star Alliance, where you might encounter unexpected fortunes. Chapter 024, Transformation and Rebirth in the 72 Districts. The Tiger Roar gang occupies the West 18th District. The Iron Eagle Hall claims the East 18th District. The Free Gate holds sway over the South 18th District. Yet this is now a thing of the past. Only the North 18th District remains a chaotic battleground, teeming with gangs and a tumultuous mix of characters. Here lies the most disorderly area of the entire 72 districts. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhao, Qin Wushang found a modest inn to settle in the North 18th District. Such an unlicensed and unregulated establishment was, for Qin Wushang, the ideal hiding place. Once settled, he took the time to contemplate his next course of action. Whether to flee to the stars or remain to navigate the intricate web of the Li and Gu families, his own strength was the critical factor. Given his current cultivation at the postnatal stage, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. Thus, The foremost task was to elevate his cultivation as swiftly as possible. However, the training of the Tin Land's devouring star technique differed greatly from conventional heavenly martial arts. Heavenly martial arts cultivate true energy, which derives from the practitioner's vital essence. The more abundant the vital essence, the faster the cultivation progresses. Consequently, heavenly martial practitioners can utilize various elixirs and tonics to replenish their vital essence and accelerate their training. In contrast, the Tin Land's devouring star technique relies on star power, a force primarily sourced from the stars of the universe. Yet, one cannot directly consume the power of the stars while practicing this technique. It necessitates the filtration of planetary forces to temper the fierce stellar energy into a more benign planetary star force. This inherent limitation renders the absorption of star power through medicinal means inadequate. However, this pertains only to the initial stage of the Tin Land's devouring star technique. The technique consists of 12 levels, with every 4 levels forming a stage. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, or the 9th level and above, one can directly consume stellar energy and transform it into personal power. Ultimately, at the pinnacle of the 12th level, one can directly devour stars, imprisoning them within oneself as an eternal source of energy. For Qin Wushang, however, this was still a distant dream. Overall, while the potential of the Tin Land's devouring star technique is exceedingly high, the conditions for cultivation are exceptionally stringent, and as one progresses further, the rate of advancement diminishes. Thus, Qin Wushang harbored concerns about whether he could endure long enough to cultivate the Tin Land's devouring star technique to its 12th level, given the limitations of human lifespan. On the source star, the purest and most concentrated star power is found in remote mountains, vast marshes, blessed lands, hidden paradises, or deep-sea islands. Linghai City, adjacent to the East Sea, is situated on an expansive alluvial plain. Surrounded by neither the common mountains of inland areas nor the rolling topography, it lacks the deep mountains and vast marshes that Qin Wushang could utilize for cultivation. However, approximately 10 nautical miles off the northeastern coast, there exists a cluster of uninhabited reefs. Beneath the starry sky and backed by the sea, it presents an excellent location for practicing the Tin Land's devouring star technique. After nightfall, Qin Wushang locked the door to his room and, under the cover of darkness, quietly departed through the rear window. Upon reaching the shore, he found himself amidst the rising tide. Qin Wushang strode boldly into the waves. At first, he relied solely on his physical strength to resist the forces of the sea. With every meter he advanced, he expended several times the usual effort. After traversing approximately 4 or 5 nautical miles, he sensed that his physical strength was nearly depleted. When he reached the brink of exhaustion, he relinquished his resistance, allowing himself to float in the water, rising and falling with the waves. Simultaneously, he activated the 1st level of the Tin Land's devouring star technique. Suddenly, he felt a torrent of star power surging towards him from all directions, overwhelming him. Qin Wushang calmed his mind and carefully investigated, discovering that this immense star power emanated from the ocean, seeping in from the surrounding waters. This star power was purer and more substantial than what he could draw from the void. At this moment, Qin Wushang could not afford to ponder the origin of this overwhelming and pure star power. He felt as though he were immersed in a dense sea of star power, an endless influx uncontrollably rushing into his body. The unexpected delight left him no choice but to focus intently, fully operating the 1st level of the Tin Land's devouring star technique to harness the star power continuously washing over his physical form. With each cycle of the technique, the speed of its operation unknowingly broke through its previous limitations. The operational speed leapt from 1 cycle per hour to 1 cycle every 10 minutes. Moreover, this speed continued to increase to as for Qin Wushang's body, with the ceaseless influx of boundless and supremely pure star power. The network of light composed of 360 nodes within him was reignited. This was the result of the great wilderness halberd merging with Qin Wushang's physique, manifesting the mysterious runes within the halberd. However, within this vast network of light, most remained a dull gray, with only the pathways of the 1st level of the technique radiating a brilliance akin to that of the sun. An hour passed. 2 hours. After Qin Wushang continuously operated the 1st level of the Tin Land's devouring star technique, the speed of circulation had accelerated to 1 cycle per minute. The goal of achieving a cycle in the span of a mere finger snap was now within reach. Buddhist scriptures state, 1 moment is equivalent to 48 minutes. 1 moment equals 20 rupias. 1 rupiah equals 20 finger snaps. Thus, the duration of a finger snap is approximately 7.2 seconds, with 60 seconds in a minute, and each finger snap taking 7.2 seconds. Qin Wushang understood that this acceleration was even more challenging than advancing from 1 hour to 1 minute. At that moment, he realized that the external supply of star power could no longer meet the demands of his technique's operation. To achieve further breakthroughs, he needed to seek out regions with a denser concentration of star power. Determined, Qin Wushang prepared to push forward, aiming to cultivate the first level of the technique to perfection. He quickly submerged into the depths of the sea, moving deeper along the reef. Indeed, as he descended into the deep ocean, he sensed an increasing concentration of star power. At a cliff about 10 meters deep, the concentration reached its peak. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed to delve even deeper. Suddenly, he sensed a massive source of star power beneath the cliff. Following his instincts, he sank to the base of the cliff, where a fist-sized stone came into view. Was this a meteorite? Qin Wushang was uncertain, yet it was the only explanation for the abnormal source of star power within the ocean. Upon grasping the star stone, the technique within Qin Wushang's body began to operate autonomously, ravenously consuming the power within the stone as if it had been starved for ages. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, the technique reached its peak, operating even faster than a finger snap by 2 seconds. At that moment, Qin Wushang felt as if a supernova had exploded within him. The boundless star power erupted in an instant, overwhelming him. Flesh, sinew, and marrow seemed to burn and dissolve in a silver flame. Had his consciousness not remained intact, he might have believed he had been obliterated in that explosion. Transformation and rebirth occurred simultaneously. Chapter 025, The Go-Chin Plan. Qin Wushang gazed at the star stone in his hand, which had transformed into a handful of grayish ashes, dissipating into the seawater. He had reached the innate realm. Feeling the robust power coursing through him, he was struck by an unprecedented vitality. This was a rebirth from within, a transformation at the cellular level. Compared to the innate realm he had previously attained, Qin Wushang felt this was a far more perfect and authentic embodiment of the innate realm. In terms of sheer strength, he could now effortlessly overpower 10 versions of his former self. As his cultivation ascended, so too did the restlessness of his heart. However, recalling that his father had reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage of the innate realm, yet still chose to remain incognito. Avoiding the limelight, he realized that the enemies his father faced were formidable beyond his imagination. With this thought, the agitation within Qin Wushang's heart subsided. Emerging from the water, dawn was breaking. Having returned to the innate realm, Qin Wushang could now employ the unique levitation techniques of innate martial artists solely using his physical strength. Treading upon the waves, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. In mere breaths, he had set foot on land. Without losing momentum, Qin Wushang chose less frequented alleys and swiftly traversed the North 18th District. In truth, even should someone catch a glimpse of him, the human eye would struggle to perceive his form. Most would only feel a gust of wind passing by. In less than 5 minutes, covering a distance of nearly 10 kilometers, Qin Wushang retraced his previous route back to the secluded, narrow Black Inn. As he was about to enter through the back window, he suddenly halted, noticing a faint mark he had deliberately left behind earlier. It was evident that someone had tampered with it. Moreover, he sensed a distinct, elongated breathing sound emanating from within the room. Realizing the place was no longer safe, Qin Wushang turned to leave without hesitation. However, just then, a familiar voice echoed from inside the room. Qin Wushang, why not stay for a chat before you leave? It was Li Qi. Qin Wushang listened intently to the familiar voice, his heart jolting suddenly. He promptly became vigilant, turning his head to scan the surroundings. However, he soon realized that, apart from himself and Li Qi, there were no other warriors in the vicinity of the island. At that moment, Li Qi's subsequent words confirmed this. No need to search. It's just me here. Stunned by this revelation, Qin Wushang burst into laughter, exclaiming, Li Qi, I must commend you for your audacity. Just earlier today, I had just dispatched Gu Biao, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. Since I dared to come, I naturally possessed the means to extricate myself. As for Gu Biao, that fool would only waste air by remaining alive. Isn't it better that he is dead? Li Qi showed no concern for Gu Biao's demise, having personally delivered him into Qin Wushang's hands. Even though Gu Biao's death would have serious repercussions, inciting Gu Qiyang's deep-seated hatred towards him and, by extension, the Li family, Li Qi felt no regret. This was merely one move in his extensive scheming, just a trivial play. Unrelated to the larger picture so, I must thank you. Qin Wushang retorted coldly. Though illicit, I thank you. From the esteemed young Master Qin is indeed a worthy endeavor. At this point, Li Qi chuckled, suddenly asking, doesn't young Master Qin wish to know the truth? Qin Wushang's heart trembled, yet he maintained a facade of indifference, saying, do tell. But should I find it unsatisfactory, I shall have no choice but to send you down to accompany that fool Gu Biao. Hurry along the road to the underworld. You should still catch up to him and keep him company. Li Qi let out a derisive laugh, remarking, indeed, even in this casual conversation, we cannot forget our scheming to eliminate one another. He then jested, no rush. We have plenty of time to chat. Qin Wushang was untroubled by the thought of Li Qi playing tricks. After breaking through to the innate realm, he was confident that he could retreat unscathed even when facing the most formidable opponents at the 5th or 6th level of the innate realm. Resolving to hear what Li Qi referred to as the truth, he leaned back against the wall by the rear window, ready to listen attentively. Separated by just a wall, two sworn enemies, who would relish the opportunity to dispatch each other, conversed as if they were friends. Do you remember the Gochin plan? Upon hearing this simultaneously familiar yet foreign name, Qin Wushang's mind stirred, unlocking some long-buried memories. Tio mentioned the Gochin plan was to inevitably discuss the present Earth Alliance. At the close of the 21st century, a technological explosion occurred among the human populace of the source star. Within a mere 50 years, significant breakthroughs were made in controllable nuclear fusion, heavy nuclear fusion, quantum intelligence, quantum communication, and a plethora of other scientific advancements. It seemed as though the technological bottlenecks and research barriers that had once existed vanished overnight. The emergence of the warp engine marked a pivotal transition between epochs, enabling humanity to achieve faster-than-light travel in the cosmos for the first time, extending their reach into the vastness of the stars. To this day, the Earth Alliance has occupied a spherical region of space centered around the source star's solar system, with a radius of nearly 400 light-years. Using the solar system as a reference point and the ecliptic plane as the absolute coordinate plane, the Earth Alliance's spherical region is divided into 8 sectors, the upper half known as Qian, consisting of Qian I, Qian 3, Qian V, and Qian 7, and the lower half known as Kuan, comprising Kuan 2, Kuan 4, Kuan 6, and Kuan 8. The Gochan plan specifically targets the exploration and development of Gochan star. Located at the periphery of the Qianai sector, within the northern constellation of Ursa Minor, the Gochan star is also known by a more imposing name among the Huaxia people of the source star, the Ziwei Emperor star. Situated 448 light-years away and on the fringes of the Earth Alliance's territory, it remains an unknown domain for the Alliance. According to the Alliance's constitution, the approach to pioneering such uncharted territories is straightforward yet enticing. First come, first served. Whoever occupies, develops, and benefits. The primary objective of the Gochan plan is to conduct resource surveys and sample collection from the stellar system housing Gochan star, preparing for subsequent interstellar development. This plan was proposed over 20 years ago, but after being approved by the board, it fell silent once it reached Qin Wanchen's hands. Qin Wushang had only encountered references to it while gradually engaging with the consortium's management and perusing historical records. Having stumbled upon relevant information in the internal database, could it be that the old man's affairs are linked to this Gochin plan? Qin Wushang pondered. The Gochin plan has been ongoing and has not ceased. However, you will find no information regarding it in any of the consortium's plans or operations, for this initiative conceals a monumental secret. Li Qi's words further validated Qin Wushang's suspicion, yet he felt a pang of jealousy. How could Li Qi be privy to such a significant secret while he, as the consortium's heir, had received no hint of it? Was he truly just a pawn in the old man's game? 20 years ago, the consortium dispatched the Xian Yao probe, which discovered a class of source-like planets within the habitable zone of the Gochan star system. This planet's diameter exceeded that of the source star by more than 100 times, and more importantly, the exploration team found traces of ancient deities on this planet, bringing back a fragment of a stone tablet from the ruins. Deities? Upon hearing these words, Qin Wushang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although the Gochan plan was grand in scope, similar endeavors were not uncommon during the Earth Alliance's age of pioneering. However, the discovery of evidence of deities within the Gochan star system would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Earth Alliance, inciting a frenzy among all. Thus, you, or rather, the forces behind you, seek to seize this fragment. No, this fragment is merely the beginning. After analysis by the specially established Gochan laboratory, it was found that this fragment contains 36 unique and rare materials from the cosmos, forged using some unknown method, endowing it with the ability to serve as an information carrier. Isn't this akin to the information-storing jade slips that were once all the rage during the early years of the Alliance's new calendar? Qin Wushang's expression grew peculiar upon hearing this. From this fragment, the Gochan laboratory managed to decode a piece of unknown information, the mode of expression and recording of which did not conform to any known human methods, rendering it indecipherable and impossible to interpret. However, when the researchers loaded this information into a human brainwave for interference and resonance, a miracle occurred. They deciphered fragmented terms such as heavenly court, immortal, longevity, and cataclysm. Though these pieces of information were scattered, they conveyed an immense amount of insight. Heavenly court, immortal, longevity, cataclysm. These are all terms mentioned in ancient myths and legends. Could it be that deities truly existed? Qin Wushang recalled the inheritance he had received. Thoughts drifting to Huang Xian and that world-shattering punch. Perhaps deities did once exist. This realization, Qin Wushang's breath quickened, and then, Li Qi chuckled, was the inception of this incident. 3 years ago, the Xian Yao returned to the Gochan star system. Yet this time, it vanished without a trace. More precisely, the Xian Yao defected, absconding with all the experimental data and that fragment, disappearing into the Gochan star system. After absorbing this information, Qin Wushang mused, "You suspect my old man orchestrated this defection?" Li Qi replied with a grin, "It's not suspicion. It's certainty. The information derived from that fragment is undoubtedly far more extensive than what we know, potentially containing secrets so crucial that Qin Wangchen would forsake the empire he built to claim it for himself." Qin Wushang, however, remained skeptical. Based on his understanding of his father, the Imperial Consortium was his lifelong labor of love. In his father's eyes, the Imperial Consortium held greater significance than his own son. How could he simply abandon it for an elusive secret? Li Qi, sensing Qin Wushang's disbelief, continued, "Why not take a guess as to who the leader and executor of the Gochan plan is?" With limited knowledge of the Gochan plan, Qin Wushang could not fathom the answer. "You should be familiar with the name Xia Qianqian, no? Impossible. It can't be." Before Li Qi could finish his sentence, Qin Wushang erupted in excitement. "My mother perished in a plane crash 20 years ago. It's impossible. You're deceiving me." Li Qi did not engage in a debate but calmly stated, "Xia Qianqian was aboard the missing Xian Yao." What? Qin Wushang had not yet recovered from the astonishment of being reunited with his mother, only to find himself once again transformed into a motherless child. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him, leaving him in a state of disarray and despair. The Gochan project had been shrouded in mystery from the very beginning. The only individuals truly privy to the details of this plan were his parents. Even the Gochan laboratory, as an institution, left no trace within the 6-tier hierarchy of the Emperor Consortium. Perhaps the Zhan family's battle spirit, Su, knew something, or else they would not have chosen to remain passive observers. The truth began to unfurl within Li Qi's words, yet an abundance of further questions and confusions arose within Qin Wushang's heart. Why had his mother chosen to feign her death and live in obscurity? Why had his father orchestrated the escape of the Xian Yao? What secrets did the remnants of the steel hold? Who were the individuals behind the Li and Gu families? Why had Li Qi chosen to divulge these matters to him? One enigma after another lay before Qin Wushang, overwhelming him with a sense of confusion. "So, you intend to extract this secret from the old man? Yet you cannot locate him, so you resort to using me as bait to lure him out?" Qin Wushang inquired. But why not simply seize me as a hostage to coerce the old man? Suddenly, Qin Wushang awakened to the realization that it was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather one of inability. Since their patriarch could independently initiate the Go Chun project beyond the Emperor Consortium's reach, he must possess an influence that should not be underestimated. Reflecting on his escape from the Emperor Tower that night, when he fainted midway and awoke in the chaotic expanse of the 72 blocks, coupled with the enigmatic masked figure that had appeared earlier, it was evident that someone had intervened on his behalf. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, a transport ship from Capricorn Star Navigation will set sail for Kunliuxing's Dayu Star. If you wish to depart from Yuanqing, you must hasten your actions. Li Qi's voice resounded once more. At 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the Yuanqing Star Defense System will experience a brief malfunction lasting 3 minutes. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends solely on you. Why do you wish to assist me? He asked. I simply do not desire to see you perish at the hands of others. Continue to thrive. Your life belongs solely to me. Li Qi. Before Li Qi could finish his statement, Qin Wushang had already darted through the back window like a flash of lightning. However, the room was devoid of Li Qi's presence. The door was tightly locked, and in this enclosed space, it was evident that Li Qi had not vanished into thin air. Yet, Qin Wushang sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the void, a force distinct from the vital energy of celestial warriors. Abruptly, a thought occurred to Qin Wushang. Spatial fluctuation. The spatial teleportation jade talisman, crafted by a heavenly artificer of the spatial system, was celebrated within the Alliance as a life-saving artifact. Anyone holding such a talisman could activate it to perform short-distance spatial jumps, with the distance contingent upon the creator's cultivation level, ranging from a few meters to several kilometers. However, the number of heavenly artificers within the spatial system was exceedingly rare, requiring a minimum cultivation level of Ling Yuan realm to create such teleportation talismans. Within the Alliance, there were scarcely enough practitioners at this level to count on one hand. Consequently, the value of a single spatial teleportation jade talisman soared to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Alliance currency. And yet they were often more precious than available. Li Qi had chosen to employ such a valuable spatial teleportation talisman here. Indeed, those who know you best are often your enemies. Clearly, Li Qi had anticipated that he would recklessly seek to kill him. Thus, he had prepared the spatial teleportation talisman in advance to safeguard his own life. So, how much of what Li Qi had previously stated could be deemed trustworthy? Chapter 027. Twin Towers. Insidious and crafty. Ruthless and merciless, skilled in scheming and possessing profound depths, expert in disguise, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. All of these traits had formed the impression of Li Qi in Qin Wushang's mind over the years. In Qin Wushang's view, the Go Chun project was indeed genuine, and Li Qi's intent to help him escape Yuanqing was also sincere. Yet beneath this veneer of truth undoubtedly lay Li Qi's true intentions. Obscured and elusive, leaving one unable to grasp or fathom. This was also the reason Qin Wushang harbored a distaste for Li Qi. One could never know when they might become a target of manipulation. Always on guard, one risked being bitten at any moment. Though Qin Wushang, such a calculating, dark-hearted individual, was best eliminated without delay. Regrettably, this cunning, fox-like figure had once again slipped through his fingers. Qin Wushang felt that if he missed this opportunity, eliminating him in the future would only become more challenging. The fact that Li Qi had found the black and made it evident that this place was no longer safe. Qin Wushang exited through the back door once more, but before leaving, extended his stay for 2 additional days to create the illusion that he would return. Subsequently, he departed the North 18th District and infiltrated an unoccupied shopping mall in the North District. Having learned about the Yuanqing defense system from Li Qi, Qin Wushang quickly deduced the reason behind it. The monitoring system that spanned the entirety of Yuanqing was designed to ensure the safety of its citizens in public spaces while simultaneously rendering all criminals visible and vulnerable. This monitoring system was linked to the Yuanqing Star Domain Defense Headquarters and the Quantum Supercomputing Center's galaxy-level intelligence system, Apocalypse. Although the computational resources allocated to this detection system by Apocalypse were less than 1,000th, it was sufficient to monitor every corner of Yuanqing. Thanks to its sophisticated algorithms and formidable computational power, even the most comprehensive disguises could be penetrated, identifying targets through facial details, habitual movements, and even dietary preferences. Thus, in order to evade this system's surveillance, Qin Wushang needed not only essential disguises but also to alter his physical form, modify his habitual movements, and control his micro-expressions. Fortunately, after breaking through to the innate realm, Qin Wushang experienced a significant enhancement in his bodily control. While complete transformation might be temporarily unattainable, localized reshaping was still feasible. By regulating the flow of his vital energy, Qin Wushang's facial muscles began to undulate, leading to noticeable changes in his features. Next came his physique. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was already a conspicuous figure among crowds, making it difficult to avoid attention. Under Qin Wushang's deliberate control, he reduced his height to below 1 meter 80, and his form became more proportionate, especially after the reshaping, as his pronounced muscles radiated explosive power. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Qin Wushang was confident that even Li Qi would fail to recognize him upon encountering him. The next step was to regulate his micro-expressions and habitual movements. For someone of Qin Wushang's innate realm, this was a relatively straightforward task. Leaving the North District, Qin Wushang meticulously avoided the monitoring devices along his route. If he couldn't evade them, he ensured they would not capture his frontal view. He proceeded cautiously, taking many detours, until, shortly after noon, he arrived unscathed at Xinkai Square in the West District. Opposite the square stood the dazzling and technologically advanced Twin Towers. These two towering structures, with their streamlined forms, elegantly embraced the skyline, resembling interstellar spacecraft poised for launch, awaiting commands to explore the unknown. This was the Twin Star Towers, constructed at great expense by the Yuan Consortium. Aiming to surpass the Emperor Tower, on the 101st floor of the left tower, the office of Yuan Zhengzhao, the leader of the Yuan Consortium, was located. This was not Qin Wushang's first visit. He was already well acquainted with the layout of the Twin Star Towers. Floors below the 30th were accessible to the general public, but to reach the 30th to 90th floors, one required an employee card authorized by the relevant department. As for the floors above the 90th, authorization from the management of the Yuan Consortium was essential. Such stringent management rendered it nearly impossible for any outsider to infiltrate the Twin Star Towers. However, this posed no challenge for Qin Wushang. With a flourish reminiscent of magic, he produced a card from his person and effortlessly swiped it to access the elevator leading to the 90th floor. The owner of this card happened to be one of Qin Wushang's acquaintances from the past, an S-level supervisor within the Yuan Consortium, possessing access rights from the 60th to the 90th floors. This S-level supervisor, at the 6th tier of postnatal cultivation, had been swiftly incapacitated by Qin Wushang, thrown into a hidden corner of the underground garage. There was no direct passage between the 90th floor and those above it. However, upon reaching this point, Qin Wushang had no intention of taking the conventional route. He found a room by the window, climbed out, and, utilizing his levitation technique, silently ascended to the 91st floor. However, to Qin Wushang's astonishment, the moment he touched down, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the floor. Almost immediately, numerous security personnel rushed towards the room he occupied. As Qin Wushang raised his head, he caught sight of a concealed surveillance camera in the corner. Aimed directly at him, he had been exposed far too quickly. Qin Wushang helplessly shrugged his shoulders. At present, the only option left was to forcefully break through. The security personnel sent to capture him possessed no more than innate first-stage cultivation at best. However, they managed to withstand 3 of Qin Wushang's strikes before succumbing. As for the remaining group of postnatal realm warriors, Qin Wushang had not even lifted a finger against them. Merely releasing a hint of his innate realm aura was sufficient to intimidate them, rendering them motionless in fear. Yet, at that moment, a silver flash shot towards Qin Wushang's face like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, a fiery figure surged forth, following the silver light in a swift assault. Innate 4th stage. From the aura alone, Qin Wushang sensed a trace of danger. Especially from the silver flash that rushed towards him, he felt an overwhelming and terrifying power contained within. Without the luxury of hesitation, Qin Wushang swiftly dodged the silver flash while simultaneously launching a punch. The formidable and solid punch, accompanied by a roaring sound of breaking air, struck the fiery figure. With a thunderous boom, a burst of crimson flames suddenly erupted in the path of Qin Wushang's punch. The clash between the punch and the flames caused the void to shatter, with sparks flying everywhere in a moment as the punch and flames dissipated. Qin Wushang looked up to see a woman in her 20s, her cold expression betraying her keen interest as she gazed at him. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the previously shot silver light arced gracefully into her hand. She then asked, "Who might you be? Why did you trespass into the Gemini Tower?" Chapter 028, Yuan Qingxue. Upon clearly seeing the woman's appearance, Qin Wushang could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, the woman cast a puzzled glance at him and, after confirming that she had never encountered him before, inquired, "Do we know each other?" Qin Wushang hastily denied, saying, "No, we do not know each other." Observing the woman's demeanor, Yuan Qingxue grew suspicious and scrutinized him for a long while before saying, "No, we must have met somewhere before. Surely your current appearance is not your true form. Furthermore, your gaze resembles that of a scoundrel I once knew." Upon uttering the word scoundrel, Yuan Qingxue's teeth clenched in irritation. In response, Qin Wushang awkwardly chuckled, fully aware of whom Yuan Qingxue referred to as that scoundrel. Consequently, he felt even more reluctant to reveal his true identity before her. Attempting to divert the conversation, Qin Wushang remarked, "Is the head of the Yuan family present? I have taken the liberty of coming here to discuss an important matter with the head. My uncle is not here. You should come back another day." Yuan Qingxue waved her hand and instructed the security personnel to escort Qin Wushang out. "I apologize." Qin Wushang feigned compliance, and when he was merely 2 steps away from Yuan Qingxue, he suddenly launched an attack. After sending 2 security personnel flying with his body, he seized Yuan Qingxue's shoulder, capturing her. Although Yuan Qingxue was no weakling, it was evident that she lacked experience in handling such sudden situations. Furthermore, as a celestial practitioner, her training was primarily focused on spiritual power, rendering her physical resistance inferior to that of a celestial warrior. Caught off guard, Yuan Qingxue found herself unable to resist as Qin Wushang held her captive. Yuan Qingxue glared at Qin Wushang, attempting to struggle, but the grip he had on her shoulder felt like iron, rendering her immobile. "Let us proceed to the office on the top floor and await the head of the Yuan family." Qin Wushang disregarded the surrounding security personnel. With Yuan Qingxue in his grasp, they dared not make a move. As for Yuan Qingxue, under the unyielding grip of Qin Wushang, she could muster no strength to resist and could only allow him to lead her to the 101st floor of the tower. The entire 101st floor of the Gemini Tower was designated as the office of the Yuan family. Unless summoned by the Yuan family leader, even the personal secretary of the Yuan family was forbidden from entering this floor. Yuan Qingxue had visited this place a few times, but found it overly spacious and lacking in aesthetic appeal. Therefore, she preferred to remain on the lower floors, where she felt more at ease. News of Yuan Qingxue's abduction quickly reached the higher echelons of the security department, ultimately making its way to Yuan Zhengzhao. As he was entertaining an old friend, Yuan Zhengzhao paused, setting down his utensils, and said, "I apologize. There is a matter at home that requires my attention. I shall host you another day to make amends. If it has you so anxious, it must not be a trivial matter." The guest smiled slightly and replied, "As for the Emperor Consortium's affairs, we have an agreement. We shall discuss the specifics in due course." More than 10 minutes later, a small private aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and landing touched down on the helipad atop the Gemini Tower. On the 101st floor, as Qin Wushang gazed at the descending aircraft from above, he released Yuan Qingxue and waved his hand, saying, "The head of the Yuan family has arrived. You may leave now." Regaining her freedom, Yuan Qingxue immediately sprang away, distancing herself from Qin Wushang, while simultaneously forming seals with her hands to unleash a flame blade towards him. Yuan Qingxue's true cultivation should be around the 5th or 6th stage of the initial Yuan realm, comparable to the 5th or 6th stage of the postnatal realm of a celestial warrior. Qin Wushang remained unmoved, merely extending a palm, and with a sweeping gust, it surged forth like a tempest, carrying the power to tear through the air. The two forces collided, and the flame blade was instantly shattered, sparks flying and vanishing in an instant. Having missed her strike, Yuan Qingxue increased the speed of her hand seals, unleashing a second and third flame blade in quick succession. For an ordinary person, Yuan Qingshue's rapid-fire attacks would surely leave them flustered. Unfortunately for her, she faced Qin Wushang. The flames of the initial Yuan realm ultimately had limited power. Even if Qin Wushang stood still, he could not be breached by her postnatal realm physical defenses. Of course, if Yuan Qingxue were to wield that silver artifact, Qin Wushang might have to exercise caution. In the next moment, Qin Wushang struck repeatedly, generating numerous shadowy palm strikes around him. With a whoosh, the two flame blades were effortlessly extinguished as if he were merely snuffing out a candle. The disparity between their realms felt like a chasm. Observing this, Yuan Qingshue's expression shifted, yet she did not relent. With a cold smile, she swiftly altered her hand seals into a more intricate formation. As she completed her seals, flames erupted around her, transforming the air into a sea of fire that enveloped Qin Wushang. Within this inferno, flames morphed into fiery phoenixes, some soaring majestically, others brandishing sharp beaks and claws. Each phoenix seemed to carry the momentum of annihilation as they charged towards Qin Wushang. Flashy yet ineffective, the spectacle of this attack was indeed impressive, but to Qin Wushang, the flame's power was too dispersed, rendering them weaker than her previous flame blade. The only commendable aspect was its capacity to confine the opponent. However, if Yuan Qingshue's cultivation were to ascend to the higher tiers, reaching realms beyond the celestial Yuan into the virtual Yuan, spiritual Yuan, or even divine Yuan realms, and if she were to elevate the flame's temperature to its zenith, then this technique could indeed possess the capability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. As it stood now, Qin Wushang merely pointed a finger, and though it was driven solely by physical strength, it seemed as if boundless sword energy erupted forth, tearing the sea of flames asunder. What a marvelous technique, thousands laid low. The Qin family's sword emperor scripture was truly extraordinary. Qin Wangchen had indeed sired a remarkable son. Yuan Zhengzhao stepped in alone, smiling as he addressed the scene. The sword emperor scripture, a unique technique of the emperor consortium's Qin family. Upon hearing these three words, Yuan Qingxue could no longer doubt the identity of the man before her. You are that scoundrel Qin Wushang. Yuan Qingxue glared at him, her face a mixture of grievance and fury. The enmity between Qin Wushang and Yuan Qingxue stemmed from a wager between Qin Wangchen and Yuan Zhengzhao, with a marriage contract as the stake. If Qin Wangchen lost, Qin Wushang would enter the Yuan family. If Yuan Zhengzhao lost, Yuan Qingxue would marry into the Qin family. However, at the tender age of 14 or 15, both were in their rebellious phase. Moreover, Qin Wushang's heart had long been set on Zhan Wushuang of the Zhan family, and upon hearing the news, he resolutely refused, leading to a significant uproar. Later, as the Emperor Consortium and the Yuan Consortium erupted into fierce competition, akin to fire and water, what had initially been a trivial bet regarding marriage faded into obscurity. The youthful ignorance and arrogance that one would expect to diminish with time had instead lingered in Yuan Qingshue's memory for so long. Yuan Qingxue glared at Qin Wushang, her eyes practically ablaze. Chapter 029. Having settled the matter, he strode away. Qingxue, you may leave first. Yuan Zong called out, saying, No, dear uncle, I must hear what this fellow has to hide. Yu Wenqingsui pulled up a stool and sat down, refusing to leave. She was the daughter of Yu Wenzongzao's younger brother, Yu Wenzonghua. Over a decade ago, the Yu family faced retribution from enemies, leading to Yu Wenzonghua's sacrifice while trying to save Yu Wenzongzao, leaving only his daughter, Yu Wenqingsui. Subsequently, Yu Wenzongzao took her under his wing, treating her as his own and indulging her greatly. Observing Yu Wenqingsui's obstinate demeanor, Yu Wenzongzao felt powerless and allowed her antics to continue. He gestured for Qin Wushang to take a seat. Why, Yu Wenzongzao remarked, I have heard of the matters concerning the Emperor's consortium. Since you, dear nephew, are here, I presume Brother Wangchen is safe and sound? Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness crossed Qin Wushang's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. Qin Wushang replied, I have lost contact with my father during this period, and I am unaware of his current situation. The Yu family's influence is not inferior to that of the Emperor's consortium. It would not be an exaggeration to say they have their hands in many pies. Might I inquire if the head of the Yu family has any news regarding my father? If you could enlighten me, I would be immensely grateful. Yuan Zhongzhao did not anticipate that his attempt to pry for information would instead be turned against him by Qin Wushang, who sought to take advantage of the situation. He could not help but lament that Qin Wangchen, the old fox, had indeed raised a little fox. It seemed the entire family was not to be underestimated. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Zhongzhao responded, "You flatter me, dear nephew. However, in these recent days, I have been preoccupied with managing the affairs of the consortium. While I have heard of the matters concerning the Emperor's consortium, I trust that with your abilities and methods, such trivial storms pose no threat." Realizing he could gain nothing further from Yuan Zhongzhao, Qin Wushang chose to refrain from excessive dialogue. With an old fox like him, it was better to be direct. Thus, Qin Wushang stated, "Head of the Yu family, I wish to exchange a secret for a ticket to Daiyu Star. What are your thoughts on this? Do share." The secret Qin Wushang referred to was, of course, the Gaochen plan. Uncertain of Yuan Zhongzhao's awareness of the plan, he deliberately refrained from relaying the entirety of what Li Qi had divulged, mixing in a few grains of sand, 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, to obscure the narrative and mislead Yuan Zhongzhao's judgment, thus buying time for Qin Wangchen. Moreover, Qin Wushang instinctively withheld the fact that his mother, Xia Qianqian, was an executor of the Gaochen plan. It was not a deliberate concealment, but rather an instinctive feeling that his mother might be the key to the entire scheme. Unbeknownst to him, this decision inadvertently added layers of complexity to future events. As a result of the Yu Consortium's involvement, the already murky waters of the Gaochen plan became even more turbulent. Soon after, the details of this plan leaked, drawing numerous powerful families, conglomerates, and even official organizations into the fray. Your information has been recorded, dear nephew. You need merely proceed to the port dock of Capricorn Star, and you shall embark on your journey to Daiyu Star, Yuan Zhongzhao announced. However, I must caution you that the path to the dock may not be entirely peaceful. Do you require my assistance? In recent days, the Li and Gu families had been conducting extensive searches in Linhai City, a fact that had reached Yuan Zhongzhao's ears. Nevertheless, the ability of Qin Wushang to navigate through such a tightly woven net of surveillance prompted Yuan Zhongzhao to regard him with newfound respect. Casting a glance at Yu Wenqingsui beside him, he contemplated the possibility of revisiting the previous engagement with that old fox, Qin Wangchen. Qin Wushang chuckled and said, "Such trivial matters, how could I trouble the head of the Yu family? I shall resolve them myself. Farewell." Yuan Zhongzhao nodded. Seeing Qin Wushang's confidence and refraining from further comment, "I shall escort you down." At that moment, Yu Wenqingsui sprang up and exclaimed, "Why?" Yuan Zhongzhao furrowed his brow but did not intervene. The power struggle surrounding the Emperor's consortium was intricate and fraught with complications, and he had long received detailed reports. Yet, based on his years of experience dealing with Qin Wangchen, many questions lingered in his mind. Thus, until the situation clarified, Yuan Zhongzhao did not intend to wade into the fray. Given the strength of the Yu Consortium and the Yu family, they had no reason to fear anyone. However, forming unnecessary enmities could ultimately prove detrimental to the future development of the Yu Consortium. Nevertheless, upon learning of the Gaochen plan from Qin Wushang, Yuan Zhongzhao naturally became intrigued by the information contained within the remnants. The journey continued in silence, while Yu Wenqingsui fixated her gaze on Qin Wushang, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Have you not had your fill of looking?" Qin Wushang teased. "How did you manage this?" Yu Wenqingsui inquired. "What do you mean?" Qin Wushang feigned ignorance. "This appearance of yours is not your true self." Yu Wenqingsui scoffed. "Although we have not seen each other for years, my friends have been singing your praises, day in and day out. The heir of the Emperor's consortium, tall and handsome, youthful and affluent, is the ideal dream lover. They all fantasize about one day marrying into wealth and becoming the consort of the Emperor's consortium." Qin Wushang chuckled. "Am I truly as remarkable as you claim? You call it being fat, yet you seem to be panting." Yu Wenqingsui jested. "Shall I introduce you to a few who are not inferior to your Zhan Wushuang?" At the mention of Zhan Wushuang, Qin Wushang fell silent. Realizing she had touched a sore spot, Yu Wenqingsui refrained from further conversation. Just then, the elevator descended to the underground parking garage. Yu Wenqingsui tossed a set of car keys to Qin Wushang, saying, "The Rosenegg, currently recognized as the fastest car on the surface, has both land and air driving modes. However, I do not recommend you use the aerial mode, as straight-line flight, while swift, can easily turn you into a moving target." Thank you. With a deafening roar, a red rosenegg erupted into a fireball. Darting away like lightning, it spun around the corner like a falling leaf, plunging onto the wide main road, heading towards the spaceport. With 5 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Wushang did not intend to follow Li Qi's plan. Being led like a puppet was ultimately unsatisfactory. Fortunately, the main road was relatively clear, and Qin Wushang pushed the speed to its limit, reaching an astonishing 580 kilometers per hour, nearly causing the rosenegg to take off from the ground. Minutes later, Qin Wushang noticed that vehicles around him were dwindling, until he found himself the sole car racing down the expansive thoroughfare. At precisely 2 o'clock, amidst a cacophony of roars, a Cheongchivi-type armed helicopter slowly ascended from the left side of the overpass, while simultaneously, an air-to-ground missile whistled towards him, trailing a long tail of fire. Chapter 030. 10 Steps to Kill a Man. The screech of tires pierced the air. The red rosenegg abruptly transitioned from a breakneck speed to a standstill. Propelled by tremendous inertia, the vehicle spun into the air. The car rolled in midair, narrowly evading the missile's strike. In that instant, Qin Wushang swiftly switched to aerial mode, and the thrusters at the rear of the vehicle unleashed a blast of scorching airflow, propelling the car forward towards the Cheongchi. Bang! The car accelerated to its utmost limit, colliding precisely with the cockpit of the Cheongchi. The two pilots were ejected from the cabin as the armed helicopter lost control, spiraling twice in the air before crashing onto the road. This series of maneuvers was completed in mere seconds, testing not only courage and speed, but also an understanding of the vehicle's capabilities. Thankfully, among his numerous collectibles, the rosenegg, embodying both wildness and speed, was also his favorite. Qin Wushang adjusted the rosenegg back to flight mode and then returned to the ground. Transitioning to land mode, the rosenegg became a streak of red lightning, vanishing at the end of the road. In the following 3 minutes, Qin Wushang indeed faced no further attacks. However, as he approached the spaceport, the roads gradually narrowed and traffic increased once more. Qin Wushang had no choice but to reduce his speed, inching forward with the flow of vehicles. After passing through an intersection, a convoy of over 10 black armored vehicles suddenly surged in from the sides, driving away surrounding cars. Subsequently, they surrounded the red rosenegg from all sides, trapping it in the center. Relentless. A glint of cold ruthlessness flickered in Qin Wushang's eyes as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Amidst the deafening roar, the crimson Luz Niger violently smashed into a black armored vehicle on its right, darting away through the narrow gap between the two vehicles. Although the Luz Niger was renowned as the Phantom Beast, it paled in comparison to the true might of a beastly armored car in terms of durability. Fortunately, the red Luz Niger, modified by Yuan Qingxue, was encased in a shell crafted from 30x nanotechnology metal. This material, utilized for the shields of interstellar warships, far surpassed conventional metal armor in both pressure resistance and strength. Following the fierce collision, the surface of the red Luz Niger bore only a few minor dents, which did not impair its performance. It sped away, but the limitations of the road soon saw it pursued once more by the armored vehicles. Peering through the rearview mirror, Qin Wushang noticed a silver-gray gun barrel rising slowly atop one of the armored cars. With a relentless barrage of gunfire, over a dozen portable vehicle-mounted electromagnetic guns unleashed a metallic storm upon the Luz Niger. In an instant, the vehicle was dismembered. At that critical juncture, Qin Wushang, leveraging the momentum, leaped from his vehicle and rolled behind a nearby black sedan, which had also fallen victim to the onslaught. Peering inside, he found a family of 3. The male and female occupants had succumbed to stray bullets during the preceding gunfire, leaving only a 4 or 5-year-old girl, tightly cradled in her mother's contorted embrace. Alive? Witnessing this scene, Qin Wushang's eyes widened in fury, his lips pressed into a thin line, contorted with rage, fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. Yet, this was not an isolated incident. Scanning the surroundings, he observed that no fewer than a dozen vehicles had suffered similar fates. The sharp, piercing sound of brake pads grinding against discs filled the air as the armored vehicles came to a halt several meters away. Encircling Qin Wushang, rising slowly to his feet, he casually moved the black sedan to a safer location. Meanwhile, The doors of the armored vehicle swung open, and dozens of soldiers clad in tactical armor and fully armed swiftly assembled. Their movements were synchronized, each step revealing the rigorous training and efficiency they possessed. The tactical armor glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, not only providing formidable protection but also exuding an air of inviolable authority. Qin Wushang's expression shifted upon witnessing this display. Such tactical proficiency and combat capability could not have been cultivated by the private armed forces of the Li and Gu clans. Could it be that the official ground combat forces had intervened? Or was this affair a covert collaboration between the alliance's officials and the Li and Gu clans? Speculating silently, his countenance grew significantly graver. The squad of soldiers did not immediately launch an attack, but instead encircled him at a distance. Seemingly awaiting someone. 5 minutes later, 3 Chungchi-type armed helicopters arrived, hovering 20 meters above the ground. Subsequently, over a dozen figures leaped from the Cheongchi. For martial artists at the innate level, a drop from such a height was as trivial as stepping onto solid ground. A total of 13 innate martial artists descended, the leader emanating an aura of at least the 4th stage of innate power, accompanied by 6 at the 3rd stage and 6 at the 2nd stage. This formidable lineup was more than sufficient to handle even a peak innate martial artist, let alone someone like Qin Wushang, who had just entered the innate realm. They certainly hold me in high regard. Qin Wushang stood resolutely in the path, gathering his strength while the second level of the 10 Earth swallowing stars technique began to circulate within him. This time, he was prepared to fight for his life. Boom! Just as Qin Wushang readied himself to take the offensive, one of the helicopters circling overhead erupted in a fiery explosion, sending debris scattering. Almost immediately, 2 Stinger surface-to-air missiles were launched. The missiles, trailing brilliant flames and accompanied by a deafening whistle, hurtled toward the remaining 2 Cheongchi. The helicopters swiftly maneuvered in the air, ascending and deploying flares. However, the high-precision guided Stingers relentlessly homed in on their targets. As the distance between them dwindled, the proximity fuses of the missiles activated just as they closed in. Instead of a direct impact on the Cheongchi, the missiles detonated at a close range, unleashing a torrent of shrapnel and searing flames that engulfed the area surrounding the helicopters. Boom! Following 2 successive explosions, the 2 Cheongchi were consumed by flames. Qin Wushang was momentarily stunned, for at the instant the helicopters fell, a familiar figure materialized on the scene. Clad in a black robe and a bronze mask, Qin Wushang's spirit surged, and he unleashed the punch he had been storing up for so long, aiming at the nearest innate 3rd stage martial artist. Crack! The martial artist's hands, which attempted to block Qin Wushang's punch, shattered with a resounding snap, and in the wake of the man's horrified gaze, Qin Wushang's fist pierced through his left chest. Chapter 031. Return to Venus on the surface of the East Sea. Within the space dock, a ship that appeared tattered and battle-worn was docked in the harbor. Hundreds of maintenance robots clung to the vessel, wielding agile mechanical arms that meticulously attended to every corner of the ship's exterior. Amidst the interplay of electric sparks and fire, the dents and cracks on the ship gradually vanished beneath the filling of repair materials, restoring its smooth surface. Inside the spaceport, lights blazed, and activity buzzed in an orderly fashion. Beneath a vast transparent dome, a myriad of pipes and conveyor belts intertwined to form a complex network, transporting various supplies from the warehouses to the docking area. Freight robots, guided by crew members, efficiently executed tasks of transporting and sorting. Qin Wushang tugged at his cap, using the brim to shield most of his face as he mingled with the crew, moving various supplies. Approximately half an hour later, a series of beeping signals echoed. All the robots vacated the dock, and the crew completed their final tasks, boarding the ship in an orderly fashion. Hurry up, everyone speed up, the ship is about to launch. And if anyone delays, the boss Lei Luo will have your head. At that moment, a coarse voice boomed through the dock's intercom. Qin Wushang quickened his pace, following the crew onto the ship. Simultaneously, the ship's engines reached full charge. And as the hatch closed, the vessel violently ascended, adjusting its trajectory towards the outer space of the source star. At that very moment, a silver-white passenger ship slowly lifted off from the dock of the Capricorn Star Line. Heading in another direction among the stars. Hey kid, Are you the new recruit? What's your name? Where are you from? In the rear cabin of the ship, Qin Wushang was assigned to a compartment with a scruffy middle-aged crew member. Qin Wushang nodded, introducing himself. Yes, I'm Qin Xiu, a local from Linhai City. How should I address you, uncle? The man reclined comfortably on the bed, smirking. Qin kid, why would you choose this path? Isn't it better to stay on Source Star? You can only blame your misfortune. Taken aback by the comment, Qin Wushang inquired curiously about the reason. The man chuckled. Qin kid, do you know why there are so many vacancies on this ship? As Qin Wushang had clandestinely boarded, he was unaware of the reason. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that the ship was recruiting crew members without even checking their identities, which clearly hinted at something amiss. Because a recent batch of crew members has just perished, the spot you're sleeping in was previously occupied by Mason, a young lad who had been aboard for 6 months. He was quite the spirited fellow. By the way, my name is Kong Da, but they all call me Uncle Da. Though Qin Wushang surmised Mason's fate, he feigned ignorance and asked, Uncle Da, where is Mason now? Uncle Da sighed. He is dead. Mason perished 3 days ago during the expedition, leaving no trace behind. Surprised, Qin Wushang asked, Uncle Da, is this a ship for exploration? Uncle Da nodded. Indeed. This vessel belongs to the Alliance Academy's Institute of Ancient Human Civilization. Dr. Lei Luo's Sky Voyage Exploration Ship. It is quite renowned in the exploration community, and it is also recognized as the ship with the highest crew fatality rate. Without exception, Qin Wushang felt a surge of frustration. As if he were on a treacherous ship. Dr. Lei Luo of the Alliance Academy's Institute of Ancient Human Civilizations was a renowned figure, even on the Source Star, but his fame was anything but positive. As Uncle Da had aptly pointed out, Dr. Lei Luo was often drawn to the most perilous, bizarre, and enigmatic sites. Ever since he became obsessed with excavating ancient relics, he had been recklessly pursuing a path fraught with danger. Consequently, within the realm of exploration, Dr. Lei Luo had earned the moniker Crazy Lei Luo. Over a month ago, Dr. Lei Luo had unearthed an ancient altar on Venus, from which he discovered a bronze ancient halberd. Uncle Da continued, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly in front of Qin Wushang. However, before Dr. Lei Luo could fully appreciate the halberd, it was stolen by that scoundrel, Makiduo. At this, Uncle Da wore a mocking grin, relishing the tale. Makiduo, Dr. Lei Luo's assistant, was an unrepentant rogue. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was trouble, yet Dr. Lei Luo refused to heed my warnings. He chuckled, reveling in the misfortune that befell Dr. Lei Luo, unwilling to concede defeat. Dr. Lei Luo returned to Venus to continue excavating the altar's location, and to his surprise, he stumbled upon something remarkable. Guess what it is? Without waiting for Qin Wushang's response, Uncle Da exclaimed with fervor, an underground palace. 10 times larger than the altar. After the altar's collapse, a massive pit measuring a kilometer in diameter formed. Dr. Lei Luo spent over half a month and hired more than 500 interstellar miners from nearby star systems to clear this enormous pit. The underground palace Uncle Da spoke of was discovered at the bottom of this pit. Dr. Lei Luo exhausted every means, nearly relocating the Star Destroyer cannon from the 9th Fleet of the Solar War Zone. But he could not open the palace's grand entrance. Just 5 days ago, however, a corner of the palace inexplicably opened. When our team opened one of the chambers, a blinding light, brighter than the sun, burst forth, incinerating the entire exploration team, including over half of the miners, into ashes. At this point, a shadow of sorrow crossed Uncle Da's face as he continued. Mason was right behind the exploration team and has never returned. Qin Wushang inquired, Uncle Da, where are we headed now? Of course, back to Venus. The exploration work there has only just begun, and we've encountered such significant trouble. As Dr. Lei Luo often says, the more dangerous the ancient relics, the more precious the treasures hidden within. Just think, if this underground palace is fully opened, what might we discover inside? The more Uncle Da spoke, the more exhilarated he became, while Qin Wushang felt increasingly anxious. The light that was hotter than the sun. Qin Wushang, who was merely at the initial stage of his cultivation, wouldn't dare to compare himself to the sun, even if he had entered the void realm. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. His luck was truly abysmal. Qin kid, Uncle De finds you quite likable from now on. Stick with me, be clever, and with me shielding you, nothing will go amiss with that. Uncle De fell into a slumber. Chapter 32. The surface of Venus in merely 2 hours. The Sky Horizon had flown from Earth to Venus's synchronous orbit. After setting it to automatic cruise, the ship maintained a steady speed in orbit. From there, the specialized exploration team and the necessary auxiliary miners, along with logistics support, would utilize small landing vessels to perform orbital drop operations and land on the surface of Venus. Qin Wushang and Kong De were both assigned to the first batch of personnel to be airdropped, along with new exploration equipment, large excavation tools, and supplies for the base, to be the first to land on Venus's surface. Although a microbase had already been established on Venus's surface, danger lurked everywhere, especially for the initial pathfinders, who faced the highest likelihood of encountering peril. Inside the cargo hold of the Sky Horizon, Uncle De cursed profusely, denouncing Dr. Leiluo and his entire lineage, yet his hands moved deftly as he donned a nanospace suit. This form-fitting space gear possessed all the functions of traditional space suits, but was significantly lighter. Moreover, it was constructed from the same nanometal used in starship construction, along with cutting-edge biosynthetic materials, offering superior strength and effective protection for explorers and miners alike. In truth, with Qin Wushang's innate cultivation, he could easily disregard Venus's harsh environment, even walking in outer space without the need for a spacesuit. However, to avoid drawing attention, he followed Uncle De's example and donned the nanospace suit. The first batch of landing personnel was tasked with reconnaissance and temporary base construction. Initially, they needed to identify a safe route from the landing point to the pit, ensuring that subsequent equipment, personnel, and supplies could arrive safely. Additionally, a temporary base capable of accommodating 500 individuals needed to be constructed approximately 1,000 meters southwest of the pit, within a nearby crater. With ample supplies obtained from the source star, Dr. Leiluo intended to establish a long-term presence on Venus until the underground palace was fully excavated. In fact, he planned to relocate his entire private laboratory from the Alliance Academy's Institute of Ancient Human Civilizations to Venus for on-site analysis and research. To avoid a repeat of the previous theft incident, the climate on Venus's surface was extremely harsh compared to that of the source star, characterized not only by intense heat but also by violent storms and hurricanes. As the landing vessel broke through Venus's atmosphere, it first confronted these extreme weather conditions. Fortunately, Qin Wushang and his group were fortunate enough not to encounter any significant threats until they reached their designated landing site. The landing site was located on a plain 7 kilometers southeast of the pit, with a direct distance of 15 kilometers to the crater designated for the base. However, in this straight path lay a mountain range stretching over 100 kilometers, towering at 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Luckily, there was a gap approximately a kilometer wide in the mountains leading towards the pit and crater. After clearing the path, it would serve as a makeshift supply route. 5 hours later, the first batch of personnel and supplies arrived at the temporary base, and the first to be released were the Spade Type 3 spider robots sealed within over a dozen containers. Qin Wushang was very familiar with these spider robots, as this model was one of the products developed by the Changgung technology under the Emperor Consortium. These versatile machines could form collaborative teams with distinct roles once connected to the internal network of the self-linking terminal, ensuring perfect and efficient cooperation. 12 hours later, rudimentary base had taken shape within the crater. Just as Qin Wushang found himself idly passing the time, the built-in communicator of his space suit summoned him with a call to assemble. Following the directive, Qin Wushang navigated to a temporarily constructed massive shed, where he fortuitously encountered Uncle De, who was rushing in a hurry. "Uncle De, are we heading out on a mission?" Qin Wushang casually inquired. "There's been another incident in the underground palace within the pit. The previously stranded exploration team opened a stone door, and once they entered, they vanished." Uncle De spoke in hushed tones. "Vanished? How could that be?" Qin Wushang questioned, perplexed. "Unknown. It is said that beyond the stone door lies an empty stone chamber, one that one could see the end of at a glance. Yet, those explorers disappeared without a trace. And even with maximum power on the communication devices, we cannot establish contact," Uncle De replied mysteriously. "I've heard that the underground palace might be an ancient tomb built by true immortals beneath Venus." "A tomb? Do immortals also die?" Qin Wushang responded, intrigued. With the Alliance's excavations of prehistoric relics in the star domain, the term immortal had frequently appeared among the remnants of these artifacts. Consequently, some researchers speculated that within the prehistoric civilizations, there existed extraordinary beings referred to as immortals, akin to the heaven warriors or heaven artisans of this era. However, the level of these immortals was presumably higher, as the term longevity often accompanied their mention. Yet, even in the Alliance era, with the most advanced genetic biological technology, the human lifespan still had a limit of 1,000 years. Qin Wushang had not anticipated that this so-called underground palace would turn out to be an immortal's tomb. If it was indeed an immortal's tomb, it was undoubtedly meant to entomb an immortal, and based on previous excavation incidents, the protective features of such tombs appeared intact. Thus, did this immortal's tomb contain the remains of an immortal? Not only is Qin Wushang contemplating this matter, but also on the Tianji spacecraft, Lalo stands before the bridge's window, gazing down at Venus, pondering the authenticity of the Xinmu. Compared to Uncle Da, Lalo possesses more comprehensive information. 3 adventurers entered through the stone door simultaneously. Just 30 seconds after these 3 adventurers vanished behind the stone door, their quantum positioning beacons appeared in a star region 17 light-years away. The positioning signal lasted only a second before it completely disappeared. 30 minutes prior, Lalo had received information from the Alliance Academy Search and Rescue Fleet indicating that the star region where the signal was located was a red dwarf star, approximately 10,000 kilometers from its surface. This implies that the 3 adventurers who vanished from Venus reappeared on a red dwarf star 17 light-years away just 30 seconds later, in Lalo's view. This is a rather absurd occurrence. Crossing a distance of 17 light-years in just 30 seconds is unfathomable. Even the light cruiser, the fastest spacecraft under construction by the Alliance, could not traverse such a distance in such a brief time frame. There must be secrets hidden within that current technology cannot comprehend. As he contemplated this, Lalo could not help but feel exhilarated, akin to the thrill of unbuttoning the first button of his first love's garment. Chapter 033. Excavating graves. Gentlemen, you must have heard that the previous expedition team has encountered misfortune. Within a hastily erected massive shed, a tall figure stood atop a 10-meter-high iron framework, exclaiming loudly. This individual, known as Moj, serves as the on-site commander of the base and is also one of Lalo's subordinates. Uncle Da whispered to Qin Wushang, warning him that Moj is quite stingy and petty, advising him to tread carefully around him. Qin Wushang nodded slightly, acknowledging the wisdom of avoiding conflict with a 4th-tier innate martial artist, which would not bode well for him. Now, I require the selection of 10 adventurers and 30 auxiliary miners from your reinforcements to join the ongoing operations in the underground palace. Given the perilous nature of the expedition, this time we shall not employ a voluntary sign-up principle. Instead, I will randomly select individuals from your group. With a wave of his hand, Moj summoned a holographic display that rolled out various lists. Unsurprisingly, the names of Qin Wushang and Uncle Da prominently appeared. In truth, after Uncle Da's complaints about Moj, Qin Wushang had anticipated this outcome. After all, for a 4th-tier innate martial artist, Uncle Da's self-assumed whispers were hardly different from thunderclaps. However, Qin Wushang did not foresee that he would also receive special attention, which could be deemed an unwarranted calamity. Uncle Da seemed to realize that his words had stirred trouble and cast an apologetic glance at Qin Wushang before shrugging and departing. As for Qin Wushang, he felt no aversion to joining the 3rd expedition team. The danger of expeditions lies in the uncertainty of the unknown, yet as an innate martial artist, Qin Wushang's perception of danger was heightened. As long as he refrained from drawing unnecessary attention and fulfilled his duties, the risks were not insurmountable. An hour after receiving the order, a reinforcement team consisting of 10 adventurers and 30 auxiliary miners embarked on a land vessel towards the chasm. The land vessel, developed by the Alliance Academy, is a large terrestrial vehicle measuring over 30 meters in length and 10 meters in width, equipped with an anti-gravity system and a maximum load capacity of 500 tons. The vessel flew at an altitude of over 10 meters above the ground, and from the side windows, the hellish landscape of Venus unfolded before Qin Wushang's eyes. Soon, the land vessel adjusted its course, gliding down into the underground chasm, landing on a temporary platform constructed beneath the surface. The chasm's floor spans approximately 1,000 meters in diameter and descends over 300 meters, Looking up from the bottom, the sky appears a shade of grayish-white. Inside the chasm, various large engineering machines lay scattered about, while countless maintenance robots and miners busily traverse the area, creating a scene of bustling activity. From a distance, a cacophony of deafening machinery roared from the far end of the chasm. The underground palace discovered by the expedition team is nestled in a corner at the bottom of the chasm. And as excavation progresses, this palace, buried beneath layers of rock and dust, has revealed an area of roughly 100 square meters. Within this space, the team has unearthed 4 chambers concealed beneath the debris. Constructed from an unknown material, each chamber appears as a cohesive entity, impervious even to drilling machinery. Only by discovering the correct method to open these chambers can they be accessed, yet with each chamber's opening, danger inevitably follows. The initial flame of destruction incident and the subsequent void-devouring event have inflicted significant casualties on the expedition team. Currently, the team continues to excavate the surrounding rock and dust, yet no one dares to approach the excavated chambers any longer. The excavation team to which Qin Wushang belongs has been assigned to work beneath the mountainside on the left side of the underground palace, tasked with digging a 10-meter diameter, 100-meter deep passage perpendicular to the mountainside. This task is exploratory in nature, lacking a specific purpose. However, following the lessons learned from the first incident, the excavation team proceeds with utmost caution. Qin Wushang operates a TG-33 excavator, one of the products developed by the Alliance's Tiangong Heavy Industry Group and currently a mainstream model for interstellar mining. The excavation progresses slowly, allowing Qin Wushang some leisure time. After setting the machine to automatic mode, he sat in the cockpit and began practicing the 10 Earth-swallowing stars technique. Upon entering the underground chasm, Qin Wushang had keenly sensed a denser concentration of stellar energy compared to the outside world. Especially within a 100-meter radius of the underground palace, he felt that the concentration of stellar energy in this area was more than 10 times that of the outside. Moreover, the deeper he ventured, the more concentrated the stellar energy became. When nearing the palace's edge, Qin Wushang once again experienced the sensation of cultivating with the star stone in hand. Countless torrents of pure stellar energy surged into his body autonomously, causing the 10 Earth-swallowing stars technique to operate uncontrollably once more. Fortunately, Qin Wushang retreated in time, preventing any considerable commotion. He maintained the excavator within a 100-meter radius. At this distance, the concentration of stellar energy was sufficient to support the cultivation of the second level of the 10 Earth-swallowing stars technique. As the immense stellar energy was absorbed into his corporeal form, Qin Wushang felt his body undergoing a thorough cleansing, with each wave of energy circulating within, approximately 1,000th of the purest portion settling into his meridians. This portion of stellar energy flowed through the meridians, but instead of converging in the dantian, it dispersed and accumulated in various acupoints along the energy pathways. The 10 Earth-swallowing stars technique comprises 12 levels, encompassing 72 meridians and 360 acupoints. The first level involves 12 acupoints, while the second level includes 18. Though these two levels collectively amount to merely 30 acupoints, Qin Wushang estimates that, given the current rate of stellar energy accumulation, it would take at least 3 months to fill a single ACU point. To completely fill all 30 acupoints would require no less than 90 months, nearly 8 years. This estimate is based solely on the current concentration of stellar energy. Should he be outside, the duration would undoubtedly extend further. As for mastering the second level of the 10 Earth-swallowing stars technique, filling these 30 acupoints with stellar energy is only the first prerequisite. Qin Wushang continually practiced his technique, voraciously consuming the stellar energy diffused in the surrounding void. With each wave of energy washing over his body, his flesh and bones gradually underwent transformation and enhancement. In merely 1 hour, Qin Wushang felt his cultivation level elevate from the initial innate stage to the first tier of innate, with his combat power more than doubling as a result. Ding! Suddenly, the excavator's bucket scraped across the ground, igniting a shower of sparks, as if it were striking against a wall of solid copper. Chapter 034, Naval Gun Assault on the Ring Mountain. Relua Expedition Team Base. 2 days had elapsed since the arrival of the first batch of reinforcements. With nearly 1,000 spider robots tirelessly constructing around the clock, the construction of the Ring Mountain base was nearing completion. Meanwhile, the second wave of explorers, support miners, and close to 1,000 tons of supplies had all reached the base, marking the commencement of the excavation of the underground palace. At this moment, Relua, accompanied by his research team, settled into the newly established laboratory spanning over 1,000 square meters. Equipment calibration, sample collection, data analysis, and various preparatory tasks were proceeding in an orderly manner. However, 3 hours prior, a miner inadvertently unearthed a wall in the underground pit. An insurmountable barrier, plunging the excavation of the underground palace back into turmoil. Utilizing the base's most advanced geological detection instrument, the visual imaging data revealed that this wall extended upwards nearly to the surface soil layer and downwards to depths exceeding 100 meters. The length of this wall was an astonishing 10 kilometers, forming a colossal circle that entirely encircled the area of over 2,000 acres where the underground palace was situated. The reason Relua's expedition team was able to discover this underground palace was due to a segment of it being damaged, which allowed a corner of the palace to be exposed. This wall was extraordinarily robust. Even at maximum output, the bucket of a large excavator could only leave a few scratches on its surface. Even the C-20K explosives commonly used in interstellar mining barely chipped off a few grain-sized fragments from the wall. Attempts to employ more powerful explosives nearly resulted in the collapse of the underground pit, burying everyone inside. Upon Relua's arrival with his research team, approximately 100 meters of debris had been cleared from around the wall. Gazing at this enormous barrier, a torrent of expletives and slang spilled forth from Relua's mouth. Is it possible to circumvent it from above? Relua's deputy, Dr. Wilson, suggested. There's no way around it. In response, another researcher projected a hologram before Relua, manipulating a circular three-dimensional projection from several angles while explaining. This wall encircles the region, forming a defensive system akin to a city wall, and it is evident that its creators took both aerial and terrestrial defenses into account, resulting in two dome-like shields connected to the wall. So, we either enter through that gap or breach this turtle shell-like structure, Relua stated solemnly. Indeed, at least that's my perspective. The researcher shrugged, expressing his resignation. Entering through the gap is undoubtedly the simplest method. However, the previous two losses had already made Relua acutely aware that this route might prove to be the most perilous. Perhaps there is more than one gap. Dr. Wilson remarked. Relua's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Wilson is right, Moj, find it. Ray, you cannot keep issuing chaotic orders like this. Do you realize how much earth we need to excavate to locate a potential gap that may not even exist in such a vast area? It could take 10 months, a year, or even longer," Moj retorted with a dark expression. All right, Moj, you take your team and try digging in another direction." Faced with Moj's ire, even the formidable Relua had to relent. Offending Moj would mean he would have to operate the excavator himself. Thus, Relua hastily shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, what about that fortunate miner? What was his name again? Qin Xiu." Yes, Qin Qiu.as, the first miner to discover the wall. Qin Wushang was soon brought before Dr. Relua. "You are Qin Xiu?" Relua scrutinized Qin Wushang with a penetrating gaze. "Yes, Dr. Relua," Qin Wushang replied, attempting to maintain his composure. As a young man who had never been to space and had yet to see the world, he felt his performance should be commendable. "Qin, you have brought me great trouble. Do you realize that?" Dr. Relua sighed heavily, stating that the wall had brought my research efforts to a standstill. "Qin, what do you suggest we do now?" "Dr. Relua, I am merely an ordinary miner. Should not the resolution of this issue fall to you esteemed individuals?" Qin Wushang shrugged and gestured helplessly. "I believe the Sky Horizon should possess sufficient onboard weaponry to blast through that wall. Should it not?" "Onboard weaponry?" Dr. Relua was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Yes, indeed, that is a splendid suggestion. Qin, let us use the onboard weaponry to obliterate it. Although the Sky Horizon is merely a scientific exploration vessel, its armament rivals that of a Starship-class warship. The vessel is equipped with 180 laser cannons, 36 turbine laser guns, 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons, 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons, and 1 solar particle main cannon, making it heavily armed. Except for the 4 high-energy neutron wave cannons and the 1 solar particle main cannon, all other cannons can be dismantled from the sky horizon. To ensure safety, R'hllua directly removed 2 of the 12 ion kinetic hybrid cannons from the sky horizon. As for energy, the base already possessed a large energy supply vehicle, so there was no concern regarding a shortage of power. After a day's work, the 2 ion kinetic hybrid cannons were successfully disassembled and reassembled. With a couple of soft clicks, the cannons were charged and ready. One of the cannons fired first, unleashing a beam of ion energy as thick as a barrel that struck the wall. Boom! Following the violent energy impact, the wall trembled violently, causing the ground to shake as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The spectacle was grand, as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. However, after the firing ceased, everyone was astonished to find that the wall remained utterly unscathed, sustaining even less damage than that caused by the excavator's bucket. Hiss! Everyone involuntarily gasped, as the sight before them nearly shattered all preconceived notions of science. It must be noted that a fully loaded ion kinetic hybrid cannon attack could easily tear through even the most advanced Starship-class defensive shields. Yet now, striking this wall, it left not a single mark, indicating that the defensive capability of this wall was many times more formidable than that of the Alliance's most advanced Starship-class defenses. Chapter 035. The Mysterious High Wall. Switch to kinetic state attack mode. R'hllua pondered for a moment before commanding. The ion kinetic hybrid cannon possesses 2 attack modes, energy state and kinetic state, allowing for a switch based on battlefield requirements. The energy state attack mode is the previously demonstrated pure energy attack, while the kinetic state employs energy to accelerate a physical projectile for assault, with the most representative weapons being the electromagnetic gun and electromagnetic cannon. As the mode switch activated, the appearance of the cannons transformed. To accommodate the launch of physical projectiles, the barrels extended over 1 fold in length, and an ammunition chamber appeared at the rear of the cannons. Inside the chamber, 5 tungsten titanium alloy projectiles, each the thickness of an arm, were neatly arranged. Additionally, to counteract the powerful recoil, 3 supports, each with a diameter of 50 centimeters, extended from the base of the cannons, spiraling several feet into the ground. The assembly of the dynamic attack mode was complete. The cannon's kinetic mode was charged and ready for launch. Fire! With a fierce command from R'hllua, bang! The tungsten titanium alloy projectile shot forth, radiating a blinding brilliance, faster than a flash of lightning. Yet, after a soft thud, the projectile embedded itself merely half an inch into the stone wall before detonating violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, merely causing ripples to dance upon the wall akin to water's surface, which then dissipated entirely. The energy attack proved ineffective. And while kinetic attacks could breach defenses, they were akin to mere tickling. This piqued R'hlua's curiosity towards the wall. If he could unravel the principles and mechanisms governing this barrier, significant advancements could be made in shield technology. It could be said that the current shield technology of the Alliance was but a triviality before this formidable wall. However, this wall stood before R'hllua like a mysterious and unknown entity, far beyond his comprehension. Seemingly a phenomenon that even the present scientific capabilities of the Alliance could not elucidate. R'hllua gazed intently at the wall, his eyes gleaming brighter with each passing moment. The more enigmatic and mysterious the object, the greater its allure for him. The profound essence it harbored, which could tentatively be termed scientific technology, was even more intricate. For the Alliance's scientific community, stagnant as a pool of stagnant water, the infusion of new scientific theories might be the only salvation. After 2 exploratory attacks, Qin Wushang, with his keen perception of stellar force, finally discerned the true nature of the wall. It was revealed to be a manifestation of the Earth's ley lines, coalescing planetary energy. Yet distinct from the stellar force Qin Wushang absorbed through the 10 Earths devouring stars technique, this ley line energy was denser and imbued with inertia. Currently, this ley line energy had been solidified into a tangible wall through some unknown method, merging seamlessly with the planet's ley line power. As long as the planet's ley line energy persisted, this wall could not be destroyed, unless R'hllua employed a solar particle cannon or a planet-destroying cannon to unleash enough energy to disrupt the planet's ley line power. Otherwise, breaching this wall would be utterly impossible. Naturally, Qin Wushang would not divulge his discovery to Leiluo. Even if he did, Leiluo would be unlikely to believe it. After all, the concept of a wall that integrated with the entire planet seemed fantastical. Standing amidst a crowd not far away, Qin Wushang observed with keen interest as Leiluo and a group of scientific elites busied themselves before the wall. To his surprise, they had indeed begun to unravel certain aspects of it. Leiluo, if the data is accurate, this wall appears to be composed of a type of energy accumulation we have never encountered before, perhaps a manifestation of high-dimensional energy in a lower dimension. Wilson remarked as he scrutinized a series of data flickering across the holographic projection, pondering deeply. Leiluo nodded slightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "Wilson, what are the chances of deciphering this energy?" Wilson contemplated for a moment before responding. "Since this energy can be observed in lower dimensions, deciphering it is merely a matter of time. However, Leiluo, we do not have the luxury of time, as you are well aware." Upon hearing this, Leiluo's expression darkened. He had not reported the discovery of the underground palace to the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Yet, in order to excavate this underground palace, he had requisitioned significant resources from the Academy under his own name. Such a considerable upheaval would inevitably attract substantial attention. The reason the Alliance's scientific community had yet to send any inquiries was due to Leiluo's standing and connections within the Academy. But this was time-sensitive. Once the deadline arrived, he would have no choice but to disclose his findings to the Academy. Given the scale of this ancient relic, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir within the Academy and the entire Earth Alliance. At that point, the situation could spiral beyond Leiluo's control, and for various reasons, he might find himself excluded from the matter altogether. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Leiluo. If he could not maintain control, he would rather destroy it with his own hands. "Wilson, we have only 3 days. By any means necessary, we must breach this impenetrable shell," Leiluo declared. "If the cation kinetic mixed cannon proves ineffective, we shall dismantle the main cannon of the sky horizon. If that still fails, I will contact the 9th Fleet. Even if it means employing the planet-destroying cannon, we must breach it." Wilson was taken aback, exclaiming, "Leiluo, do not act rashly. Do you comprehend the gravity of what you are suggesting? A planet-destroying cannon? Are you intending to reduce Venus to rubble?" Leiluo certainly did not wish to court disaster by obliterating a planet within the solar system. Though known as the Thunder Madman, he was not truly insane. Over the next 2 days, Wilson employed every conceivable method, conducting nearly 100 experiments, all yielding the same result. The formidable wall remained unresponsive. Until the 3rd day, when Wilson had a sudden inspiration. He undertook a high-dimensional energy body model reconstruction of all known and observable energies within the current scientific realm. In a fleeting 1,000th of a second, he finally captured the fluctuation trajectory constituting the high wall energy body. In simpler terms, he elevated the existing 3-dimensional energy into a higher dimension, allowing the superimposition of energy information to enhance and expand its properties within the same location and space. Through this method, the elevated energy could interfere or resonate with the high wall energy body, thereby deciphering its fundamental attributes. The elevated 3-dimensional energy body essentially became a key, unlocking the wall's mysteries. With the initial success achieved, subsequent experiments became significantly easier. As a wealth of data was observed, Leiluo and Wilson found themselves increasingly captivated by the enigmatic essence of the high wall. Chapter 036. Sandstorm gamma rays increased by 0.3 energy levels. Fermi particle concentration rose by 46. Wave color particle concentration decreased by 7. Beta rays intensified by 2 energy levels. Before the high wall, over a dozen scientific instruments stood in a row, flashing with vibrant colors. Surrounding them were more than 20 energy supply vehicles operating at full power, continuously feeding energy to the instruments. As the energy input intensified, the high wall began to exhibit noticeable changes, gradually brightening at a visible pace. Once the illumination transformed into a dense yellow hue, the high wall began to flicker abruptly. The flickering occurred at a slow frequency, approximately every 3 minutes, and with each flicker, an invisible pulse seemed to emanate outward, projecting into the infinite distance. Suddenly, a sense of danger crept into Qin Wushang's mind. Looking down, he observed the fine dust and tiny gravel on the ground levitating inexplicably. Suspended about a foot above the surface, as the third energy pulse was transmitted, the entire space trembled, and the floating dust and gravel plummeted, as if nothing had transpired. However, Qin Wushang's sense of impending crisis only intensified. Meanwhile, outside the pit, across 1,000 miles of Venus's surface, the entire space abruptly fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere, causing the storms formed by equatorial gales and high-pressure currents within Venus's atmosphere to come to a standstill. The world seemed to have pressed a pause button. This stillness was soon shattered by a whirlwind that appeared out of nowhere. Initially a feeble vortex, it swiftly expanded at a visible rate after stirring up the dust and sand, transforming within mere seconds into the shape of a tornado. As more and more dust was swept up and hurled high into the air, the sky gradually became shrouded in a veil of sand. And as the storm's vortex intensified, a colossal sandstorm was brewing. Qin, have you heard any sounds? Uncle Da, resting in the cockpit of the mining machine, suddenly sat up, straining to listen for a moment before opening the communicator. Perplexity etched across his face as he contacted Qin Wushang. It's the sound of the wind. It seems the storm on Venus's surface has intensified. Qin Wushang was intently observing the actions of Leiluo and his companions. The previous crisis lingering in his mind, seemingly connected to what they were currently undertaking. Particularly, the bizarre scene of sand and stone particles inexplicably suspended in midair had further solidified Qin Wushang's conviction that an unforeseen peril was imminent. No, it was not merely the wind, young Qin. My instincts have always been remarkably sharp. There is danger here, and I must hastily depart. Di Shu, chattering away in the communication channel, declared that he had 4 hours of leave remaining and would immediately apply for vacation to flee this cursed place. As Di Shu ended the call, Qin Wushang paid little heed to his ramblings, keeping his gaze fixed on Leiluo. He believed that if danger were to arise, his cultivation would allow him to escape. Even if he could not confront it directly, as more high-dimensional energy was injected, the high wall began to flicker more rapidly, yielding an increasing volume of data. However, Leiluo and his team felt this was insufficient. As the data was not even enough to construct the most rudimentary model, suddenly, a torrent of dust and sand cascaded down from above the pit, intermingled with fist-sized rocks, falling at an alarming velocity, akin to a hailstorm, except that the falling projectiles were stones. The sudden onslaught threw the bottom of the pit into disarray, particularly as the descending rocks struck with the speed of cannonballs. Wreaking havoc, casualties ensued not only among personnel, but also among various machinery and instruments, with energy supply vehicles suffering catastrophic damage and exploding upon being pierced by the stones, had they not been at a sufficient distance. And with Leiluo being a second-tier celestial warrior, his prowess enabling him to protect Wilson and the precious instruments just in time, the losses would have been staggering. Moj, what is happening? Leiluo exclaimed, glancing around at the chaos. Fortunately, the oxygen content in the atmosphere of Venus was exceedingly low, preventing the explosions of the energy vehicles from igniting uncontrollable fires. Otherwise, the losses would have been even more grievous. Leiluo, reports are coming in from the ground base and the Tianji ship that a massive dust storm is forming on the surface of Venus, covering a vast area of over 1,000 kilometers. Regrettably, our location is directly in the path of the storm's advance. In 3 minutes, its center will pass directly overhead, Moj shouted as he leapt from his command vehicle. Racing towards Leiluo. What? Leiluo gasped, horrified. The earlier downpour of stones had merely been debris stirred up by the edge of the storm, an unfortunate calamity. However, the center of the dust storm would herald the apocalypse. 1,000-kilometer-wide dust storm sent chills down Leiluo's spine. The moniker Venus Hell was no empty title. As he spoke, a mournful howl echoed from above, as if countless beasts were bellowing in fury. There's no time. Quickly, secure all instruments in protective cases and seek shelter. Leiluo looked skyward, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the air as the distant horizon gradually blurred, consumed by a thick layer of grade, at Leiluo's command. Everyone sprang into action. Qin Wushang, too, was not idle. maneuvering the mining machine towards the area where the underground palace was located. Just prior to the rain of stones, he had distinctly observed that both the falling grit and stones seemed to abruptly stall 2 meters before the high wall, silently plummeting to the ground. This dust storm was indeed connected to the high wall. Beneath the storm, only the area beneath the high wall could be deemed safe. An inference formed in Qin Wushang's mind, and he prepared to test it through action. Fortunately, the scene was chaotic enough that no one noticed his movements. Boom! In less than 3 minutes, the storm's center descended upon them. The sky filled with dust and gravel, propelled by a raging wind. Engulfing everything in its path in an instant, the space around them descended into chaos. The sand surged forth like a relentless army, obscuring the sun and enveloping the underground pit in a haze of yellow and confusion. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil, and visibility was reduced to swirling grains of sand and stones, with boulders larger than a human head plummeting from the sky, careening through the air and crashing with thunderous roars. Chapter 037. The Secret Realm. It proved true that deductions lacking sufficient data often stray from reality. Qin Wushang further validated this with his own actions. The moment the storm's center arrived, there was no safe haven within that space. Even the specialized mining machines, weighing over 200 tons, were rendered insignificant against winds exceeding 500 kilometers per hour, tossed like toys into the air before crashing down once more. At that moment, Qin Wushang, ensconced in the cockpit, was jostled violently, disoriented and unaware that the falling machine had breached the high wall that Leiluo had painstakingly tried to open, tumbling into the inner sanctum of the underground palace. With a resounding crash, the mining machine broke through the high wall, materializing in an unfamiliar space. Out of control, the 200-ton machine rolled and ultimately smashed into an ancient courtyard. The tremendous impact caused the entire courtyard to collapse instantaneously, turning what was once a quaint and elegant space into a desolate ruin. Just as the mining machine struck the courtyard, in a corner of that space, beside the pathway paved with slate, 2 verdant bamboos suddenly flashed with a radiant emerald light. Following this, 2 fierce sword energies surged forth, resembling a cascading Milky Way, their cold gleam shimmering as they tore through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The target of these sword energies was the fallen mining machine, and within the cockpit, Qin Wushang barely managed to leap out just in time, witnessing the 2 streaks of green light flash past, causing the colossal machine, weighing over 200 tons and measuring 27 meters in length, to be cleaved into 4 parts. After unleashing their sword light, the 2 green bamboos appeared to exhaust their energy, visibly fading to a dull yellow before ultimately disintegrating into ashes. Qin Wushang, having just jumped from the mining machine, inadvertently beheld this scene. Although the source eluded his understanding, it was evident that this was yet another phenomenon beyond the realm of science. Concealing himself among the wreckage of the mining machine, Qin Wushang refrained from any rash movements, unwilling to provoke the same sword energy that had just struck. Given how effortlessly those 2 sword energies had severed the mining machine, he surmised that his own frail form would scarcely withstand even a couple of strikes. Climbing back into the cockpit through the fractured section, he found it mostly intact. 2 of the 4 battery packs were damaged. Yet 30 of the power remained. Qin Wushang switched off the extraneous, non-essential devices, retaining only the scanning detector and communication equipment. After a moment's contemplation, he also powered down the communication device and dismantled its positioning apparatus, crumpling it into a ball of scrap metal with his hands. Activating the detector, Qin Wushang began to scan the courtyard. Although the visual imaging apparatus on the mining machine had been damaged, the echo detection emitted by the scanner still displayed the surrounding scenery within a 50-meter radius on the screen. The courtyard was not expansive, merely positioned amidst mountains and waters, trees and bamboos, flowers and grasses. Yet, as Qin Wushang surveyed the area, he noted the mountains had collapsed, the waters had dried up, the trees withered, the bamboos decayed, and the flowers and grasses turned to dust. It was evident that this place had long been abandoned, and those 2 sword energies had perhaps been the last vestiges of life in this courtyard. Beyond the courtyard lay a grand avenue paved with white jade, stretching towards the other side of the mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, standing at a mere 20 meters, Upon reaching the summit, Qin Wushang realized he was atop a straight peak, with similar bamboo shoot-like peaks scattered all around. A cursory count revealed no fewer than 20 such peaks, each towering approximately 40 to 50 zhang high. Moreover, the peaks were interconnected by iron chains, each as thick as a water bucket, establishing a passage for traversing between them. For someone of Qin Wushang's cultivation level, walking along the iron chains posed little difficulty. However, the network of chains before him resembled a labyrinth, and if he failed to discern the correct path, he might easily become lost within. Contemplating the preceding sword energies, it was evident that these iron chain bridges were likely not ordinary. Should he truly lose his way among them, the outcome would surely not be pleasant. Qin Wushang did not hasten to depart. Given the circumstances, it seemed this place was within the confines of the high wall. Although he was unsure how he had entered, it was likely related to the recent sandstorm. The mere thought of the sandstorm sent a shiver down his spine. The apocalyptic scene had been overwhelming, even for a celestial martial artist at the innate level, who found it difficult to resist the might of nature. Yet, within this space, beyond the high wall, there was no trace of that impact. As if two worlds had been distinctly separated. Qin Wushang could not help but marvel, however, judging by the abandoned courtyard and the intricate network of iron chains before him, it was evident that this space had once been inhabited. The reasons for its abandonment remained a mystery, as did its descent onto the surface of Venus, where it had been buried under layers of dust for countless years, subjected to the ravages of storms. As for the high wall, Qin Wushang surmised it must serve as the outermost boundary of this space, akin to a protective shield, yet far more advanced and enigmatic. A sudden gust of mountain wind swept through, causing the iron chains to sway gently and emit a series of metallic chimes. Suddenly, Qin Wushang noticed that some of the chains remained unmoved. His gaze swept across the distance, and instantly, a convoluted route began to form in his mind. Yes, that's it. Qin Wushang laughed heartily and leaped onto one of the chains. However, to his astonishment, as soon as his feet made contact with the chain, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, as if an invisible mountain had settled atop him, rendering each breath a laborious task. Sweat formed instantly, coalescing into fine droplets that clung to his skin, while his muscles groaned under the immense pressure. Was it an artificial gravity device at play, or was it an issue with the chain's material? The sudden onslaught of pressure almost pinned Qin Wushang to the chain, yet his innate body was resilient enough to withstand even the might of a mountain. The path ahead demanded that each step be taken under unrelenting pressure. After merely 100 steps, he felt utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang showed no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath and let out a powerful shout, his muscles swelling like iron as an overwhelming force erupted from within, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Pushing the limits of his physical capacity and continually surpassing himself was, for Qin Wushang, a form of trial. Yet this was not his ultimate limit. Beneath such immense pressure, he was merely contending with the force using his physical strength. Taking another deep breath, Qin Wushang directed the flow of his physical power through his limbs and bones, establishing a delicate balance against the supergravity-like environment of the chain. He slowly crouched down, his knees nearly bending to their limit, then stepped forward. This single movement demanded the coordination of his entire strength. As if he were lifting a mountain, as his foot landed, Qin Wushang finally discerned the peculiarity of the chain beneath him. Despite the mountain-like gravity pressing down, the chain remained utterly still. A closer inspection would reveal that the chains were embedded with intricate, almost invisible patterns. When Qin Wushang stepped upon them, faint, imperceptible lights flowed through these patterns. Exhausting his physical strength to its utmost, he finally traversed the remaining half of the chain, and upon stepping onto the adjacent peak, the oppressive weight vanished in an instant. With his body surpassing its limits, it was the perfect moment for cultivation. Sitting cross-legged atop the peak, Qin Wushang fully activated the 10 Earth Devouring Stars technique. This realm was naturally abundant in stellar energy. As he channeled the technique, a copious amount of rich and pure stellar energy was absorbed into his body, cleansing and refining his flesh. Simultaneously, the most refined portion was divided and consumed by his various acupoints. Time slipped by unnoticed. Qin Wushang sensed a particular acupoint within his first meridian beginning to tremble faintly. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous force of absorption erupted from this acupoint, drawing in boundless stellar energy from all directions. This overwhelming stellar energy was consumed at a pace that exceeded tenfold that of Qin Wushang's own cultivation speed with the 10 Earth devouring stars technique. Concurrently, the frequency of the acupoint's vibrations accelerated, growing increasingly rapid. The extraordinary sensations emanating from his body led Qin Wushang to realize that the accumulation of stellar energy within that acupoint had reached a critical threshold, signaling the onset of a transformation. Once the transformation was complete, it would signify the second level of cultivation within that acupoint had reached perfection. Qin Wushang dared not be negligent. He quickly concentrated all his attention on this acupoint, guiding the torrent of stellar energy that had been absorbed into his body towards it. Boom! The chaotic stellar energy from the outside world surged into the acupoint, igniting it like a star within, illuminating the entire area as if a supernova had erupted. Immediately, the influx of mixed stellar energy was swiftly consumed, leaving only glimmering streams reminiscent of liquid mercury to merge into the acupoint. With each additional stream that integrated, the radiance emanating from the acupoint grew ever more brilliant. Eventually, the entire acupoint transformed into a silver fireball, causing Qin Wushang to shudder as the overwhelming force of absorption dissipated. The transformation was complete. Qin Wushang murmured to himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and refreshment wash over him, as if his entire being had undergone a rebirth. The most significant change, however, stemmed from the transformation of the power within him. In addition to the rapid ascent of his physical strength, Qin Wushang discovered that the stellar energy, which had lain dormant within various acupoints, could now be mobilized. Much like the true energy of a celestial martial artist, it could circulate within the network established by the first level of the 10 Earth devouring stars technique. For Qin Wushang, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Previously, although he had re-entered the innate realm, it had only been an elevation of physical power. No true energy had been generated within his meridians. Consequently, his most potent attack technique, the Sword Emperor's Scripture, which required true energy to activate, had become entirely unusable. Now, with the transformation of power within him, the ability to manipulate stellar energy raised the possibility of using it in place of true energy to activate the Sword Emperor's Scripture. Qin Wushang could hardly contain his excitement to give it a try. The Sword Emperor Scripture comprises 12 levels, corresponding to 12 sword techniques. With Qin Wushang's extraordinary talent, he had previously only mastered the 9th technique. I alone claim sovereignty. As he unleashed this technique once more, a breathtaking sword aura surged forth from his hand. Magnificent and unparalleled, as the sword aura reached its zenith, it suddenly coalesced into a colossal phantom sword, its tip piercing the heavens. The blade shimmered with a dazzling interplay of lightning and flames, as if it could sever all shackles and bonds in the world. At that moment, Qin Wushang felt that the power of the sword aura, driven by stellar energy, had seemingly surged 100-fold. With this strike, even a pinnacle innate 6th-tier celestial martial artist could be cleaved beneath his blade. Clang! The sword aura descended, striking an ethereal iron chain suspended in mid-air. However, contrary to Qin Wushang's expectations, the chain did not shatter as he had imagined. Instead, the sword aura fragmented into countless shards upon contact with the chain. How could this be? Qin Wushang was nearly left speechless. He was well aware of the might behind this strike. Yet the seemingly ordinary chain proved to be so fragile, he attempted to tug on the chain, only to find that even with all his strength, he could not budge it an inch. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the chain swaying in the wind. This thought. A chill crept into Qin Wushang's heart. The gust that had just passed was likely no ordinary breeze. Clang, clang. Speaking of the wind, it began to stir once more. Seated atop the mountain, Qin Wushang felt no breeze, yet before him, the countless chains interwoven between the peaks swayed gently, clashing against one another, with fingers poised like swords. Qin Wushang unleashed 2 techniques from the Sword Emperor Scripture, drenched in blood and renowned across the land. In swift succession, 2 sword auras shot forth, their formidable essence soaring into the sky, transforming into two blinding streaks of light that cleave through the air. Aimed at the void above, where the wind had passed, the wind left no trace. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang distinctly observed that those two unparalleled sword auras seemed to be crushed and obliterated by an invisible force, disintegrating into a multitude of tiny shards that scattered outward like a torrential downpour. Thankfully, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Wushang's back. Had he been caught off guard by this wind, he would have likely been annihilated. Fortunately, it seemed that the summit was not affected by the force of the wind. Otherwise, he would have truly faced a fate without a burial place. However, Qin Wushang regarded the summit as no place for prolonged residence. Who could say what other dangers lurked here, aside from the bizarre wind? Moreover, to harness the overwhelming gravity from the iron chains for cultivation and temper his physique, Qin Wushang needed to leave this mountaintop. Yet, before departing, he felt it essential to further explore the potential of his transformed strength. Especially regarding the application of stellar energy, he believed that only by maximizing its utilization could he unleash the true power of the 10 Earths devouring stars technique. As for how to manipulate stellar energy, Qin Wushang already had a plan in mind. To continuously practice the first 9 techniques of the Sword Emperor scripture, meticulously discerning the flow of stellar energy within him as the sword moves transformed, thereby uncovering a more efficient and perfected method of employing stellar energy to drive his swordplay. The 12 techniques of the Sword Emperor scripture are each unparalleled in the world, and the accompanying supreme exalted shocking technique has been passed down since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, having been honed through countless trials and generations of inheritors to attain its current might. Qin Wushang's ambition to forge a new path and propel the Sword Emperor scripture with an entirely fresh power would undoubtedly present challenges beyond his imagination. Chapter 039, Fusion of the Cosmic Circuits. After approximately 2 hours, Qin Wushang, employing stellar energy to activate the 9th technique of the Sword Emperor scripture, I alone claim sovereignty, had performed it no less than 100 times. Though the sword aura was latent, minimizing the expenditure of stellar energy, he discovered that after igniting the first acupoint, the stellar energy within him seemed to flow endlessly, showing no signs of depletion. Even if there was some expenditure, it would be replenished from that acupoint. This revelation brought immense joy to Qin Wushang in assessing the overall combat prowess of a celestial martial artist, aside from the strength of the techniques and the efficiency of their true energy utilization. The total volume of true energy also plays a crucial role. Among celestial martial artists of the same tier, the size and strength of the dantian vary, as does the total amount and purity of true energy contained within, and these factors often become decisive in determining victory or defeat. Qin Wushang's acupoint, capable of continuously supplying stellar energy, was akin to possessing an infinite energy source, and this was merely the transformation of one acupoint. Should the remaining 11 acupoints in the first meridian and the 18 acupoints in the second meridian also undergo transformation, the resulting effect would be even more astonishing and powerful, achieving what could truly be termed never-ending depletion. With a sudden exhale akin to the release of a sword, Qin Wushang slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing from his state of enlightenment. Judging the time, it must be the moment when the mountain wind swept through the valleys once more. Indeed, as Qin Wushang had predicted, in the next moment, the sound of clang-clang reverberated through the void, as numerous iron chains rose and fell between the mountains. Every hour, the mountain wind would blow through the valleys for approximately 10 minutes, meaning Qin Wushang needed to traverse over 300 meters of suspended iron chain to reach the opposite peak within that time frame. Should he exceed this limit, he would face the next onslaught of mountain wind. The thought of its might sent shivers down his spine. The peak where Qin Wushang stood was connected by 8 iron chains to other peaks. The choice of chain was not singular, but rather determined by the state of the chains during the wind's passage. Qin Wushang's gaze darted ceaselessly between the 8 chains, sensing the varying intensities of their vibrations. Only the one with the least tremor would be the correct path. Soon, he fixed his gaze on the 4th chain on the right side, leaping onto it without hesitation. Drawing from his previous experience, Qin Wushang gathered all his strength to resist as his feet touched the chain. Indeed, the overwhelming pressure descended upon him once more. This time, the pressure was far greater than before, its intensity surpassing anything he had encountered. akin to a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave engulfing him, instantly submerging him. This force was not only immensely heavy but also bore an indescribable sense of oppression that pierced deep into his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe, as if even his soul were tightly bound. Qin Wushang struggled fiercely, attempting to resist this pressure that threatened to crush him, but each effort felt utterly insignificant, as if he were battling against the very heavens and earth. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his garments. His eyes widened in fury, and with a roar, the dormant stellar energy within his acupoint was awakened once more. As this power surged, a faint silver glow began to emanate from his body, signaling the reactivation of his acupoint's potential. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang concentrated all his strength into a singular point, and suddenly, a formidable counterforce erupted from within him, fiercely clashing against the surrounding weight. In that instant, the air trembled, the stellar energy surged, as if the very space around him were about to be torn asunder by this tumultuous force. Boom! As Qin Wushang took a step forward, each footfall resonated with the might of 1,000 tons, striking the iron chain with a thunderous clang. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Over 300 meters, more than 500 paces, each step felt as though he were carrying an insurmountable mountain on his back. The strength of his physical body had long since been exhausted after the first 100 steps, and by the 300th step, the stellar energy coursing through his meridians had also been drained. Though the transformed acupoint provided some replenishment, the consumption far outweighed the supply, leaving Qin Wushang with an unprecedented sense of emptiness in his body. Open. With a resounding roar, Qin Wushang unleashed the full prowess of the 10 Earth's devouring stars technique, propelling its operation to an extraordinary peak. The cycles of the heavens accelerated increasingly, diminishing from 30 minutes to 10, then 5, 1, and finally to a mere 30 seconds. Ultimately, it condensed to a mere 5 seconds per cycle. Synchronizing with the initial layer of the technique. In this sudden transformation, a rift opened between the second and first layers of the technique, connecting their respective meridians and forging a new cycle of operation. Although the pathway of star force became more than twice as long, the speed of circulation remained unchanged, and the rate of star force absorption surged to over double its previous capacity. This evolution of the technique bestowed upon Qin Wushang an unprecedented transformation. If assessed solely by realm, his cultivation was equivalent to the second or third tier of the innate level, yet in terms of combat prowess, he was confident he could contend with the pinnacle of the 6th tier. As his cultivation advanced, Qin Wushang sensed a notable alleviation of the pressure upon him, his steps becoming markedly lighter. At long last, before the mountain winds stirred once more, he ascended the opposing peak. With the pressure dissipated, Qin Wushang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, collapsing onto the ground, utterly unwilling to move a single finger. This time, he expended a full 3 hours to restore himself to peak condition. However, the continuous extreme breakthroughs not only fatigued his body but also left a trace of weariness within his spirit. Each traverse across a chain was akin to a session of intense cultivation for Qin Wushang. Yet, he understood well that even the finest steel, subjected to repeated bending and forging, would exhibit signs of wear. Moderation was essential, a lesson he fully grasped. Regrettably, he realized that, given his current realm, he was not yet capable of practicing the 9 heavens star transformation technique. Otherwise, the mental fatigue would have been easily remedied. For now, he had no choice but to resort to the most primal method of sleep for rejuvenation. In this realm devoid of the cyclical changes of day and night, Qin Wushang was unaware of the duration of his slumber. But upon awakening, he felt invigorated and filled with strength, as the 2 layers of the 10 Earth's devouring stars technique operated in a grand cycle. The star force he lacked was replenished abundantly. Moreover, the first transformed acupoint became even brighter, swelling from the size of a mung bean to that of a peanut. Once the mountain breeze swept past, Qin Wushang stepped onto the chains once more. This time, he sensed a distinct change. Though the pressure remained, he felt remarkably at ease. He traversed the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and up to the 7th chains before feeling the complete depletion of star force within him. Yet this was merely a physical drain, seemingly offering little aid to his cultivation advancement. Qin Wushang lamented the missed opportunity. Had he been able to continue pushing forward, he believed he could swiftly elevate his cultivation to the 6th tier or even beyond. Nonetheless, this experience unveiled a method for surpassing limits and accelerating cultivation. It was said that the artificial gravity system of the Alliance could reach up to 1,000 times the gravity of the source star. With his physical and star force restored rapidly, Qin Wushang quickened his pace and, after crossing the 32nd chain, arrived at a lofty peak. This mountain towered approximately 100 meters higher than those behind him. And notably, on the opposite side of the summit, a solitary iron chain extended into a dense mist, its end concealed from view. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushang discovered that within the mist, no imagined dangers awaited him. After traversing roughly 700 to 800 steps along the iron chain, the scene before him opened up magnificently. Raising his gaze, he beheld that the chain's terminus led to a spacious circular platform. Approximately 100 feet in diameter, the platform was paved with stone resembling jade, intricately carved with various enigmatic patterns, some resembling avian or beastly forms, others reminiscent of clouds, thunder, mountains, and marshes. The multitude of these mysterious designs dazzled Qin Wushang, leaving him perplexed as to their significance. Surrounding the circular platform stood 12 colossal stone pillars, each with a diameter of 5 meters and towering over 20 meters high. Atop each pillar, either crouched or standing, was a stone sculpture of a fearsome and exotic beast. Qin Wushang leaped onto the platform, scrutinizing the statues upon the pillars and discovering that none resembled any he recognized. Nor did they correspond with the legendary ferocious beasts from the ancient myths he was familiar with. On the opposite side of the platform lay a staircase of several hundred stone steps, winding up along the mountainside towards the distant summit. Without lingering, Qin Wushang ascended the steps swiftly, soon reaching the pinnacle. What first captured his attention was a grand and imposing stone archway. This archway was meticulously sculpted from a rare black obsidian block, its surface rough and resilient, not merely due to the ravages of time but also by the deliberate choice of the sculptor. The archway radiated the marks of age, exuding an aura of antiquity and weightiness. At the center of the archway, an inscription comprised of 4 intricate characters, resembling the forms of insects and birds, was etched onto a plaque. Each character conveyed an ineffable sense of perfection and harmony, yet to Qin Wushang's eyes, they were entirely unrecognizable. Behind the archway stood 6 majestic halls, constructed in harmony with the mountainside, arranged in a staggered formation. Among them, the 5 side halls orbited around the central main hall like stars encircling the moon. Gazing at the central main hall, Qin Wushang felt a surge of fervor. After a journey fraught with peril, he had finally arrived here. The information regarding the origins of this space should reside within this grand hall. Rather than rushing forward, Qin Wushang became even more cautious than before. He surmised that this palace must be the core of this space, and given the already formidable defenses outside, he anticipated that the interior would be no less formidable. Indeed, caution proved prudent. As Qin Wushang cautiously approached, he had yet to draw within 10 paces of the archway when a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated its surface. Subsequently, a thunderous roar echoed through the void, followed by a bolt of lightning that descended directly toward Qin Wushang. The speed of this lightning was astonishing, akin to a colossal dragon tearing through the sky with a cataclysmic force, hurtling downward in an instant. Qin Wushang vanished like a wraith, reappearing beside the descending lightning. With a flurry of movements, he extended his fingers, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that coalesced into a brilliant beam of light, clashing fiercely with the descending thunder. The earth-shattering roar reverberated around him, as lightning and sword energy erupted in a dazzling display, tearing apart the surrounding air. This strike drew upon all the sword energy from the first 9 forms of the Sword Emperor technique, nearly exhausting the star force within his meridians. However, the lightning merely dispersed momentarily, failing to vanish entirely. Countless threads of lightning flickered in the air, ultimately converging into a silver dragon the thickness of a finger. Hurtling toward Qin Wushang's head, gathering his star force, Qin Wushang unleashed a powerful palm strike. Yet, the silver dragon astonishingly disregarded his formidable force, passing straight through it unscathed. This bizarre behavior caught Qin Wushang off guard. The silver dragon struck his brow, penetrating into his mind. While his body sustained no damage, within his consciousness, Qin Wushang felt an overwhelming torrent of information surge forth, violently invading his sea of consciousness, attempting to merge with his memories. This deluge of information was so vast that it eclipsed the entirety of his memories accumulated over 20 years. Previously, when he had accepted the transmission of the 9 heavens and 10 earths star transformation technique, he had also absorbed the memories of Huang Xian's lifetime. However, those memories existed independently within Qin Wushang's consciousness, akin to a book available for his perusal at will. Yet now, this torrent of information resembled an ocean, a surging tidal wave that threatened to drown his own memories, potentially usurping his identity and becoming his primary recollections. Fortunately, this influx of information lacked any autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, the moment the silver dragon entered his body, Qin Wushang would have already lost himself, becoming someone entirely different. As Qin Wushang's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, suddenly, another fragment of information lying dormant deep within his sea of consciousness was activated. The 4 energies converge, the constellations divide, the primordial qi merges within the body, the spirit gathers the sun, moon, and stars, returning the purple embrace of the divine into the divine court. This is the 91 calamity transformation of the 9 heavens star transformation technique. As the incantation unfolded within Qin Wushang's sea of consciousness, an invisible force seemed to guide him. The once scattered primordial energy within Qin Wushang began to revolve slowly. Enlightened, he promptly closed his eyes and concentrated. Envisioning a myriad of stars, each embodying stellar energy, with his thoughts serving as a conduit, all converging into his sea of consciousness, in an instant, the entire sea of consciousness was illuminated by a silvery light, akin to a sea of silver flames, radiating with the intensity of a furnace. His thoughts became the hammer, and the stars the fire, repeatedly tempering his divine awareness. This marked the initial sign of the first level of the 9 heavens star transformation technique, 9-1 catastrophe transformation, which Qin Wushang never anticipated mastering under such pressing circumstances. He understood that his ability to cultivate the first level of the 9 heavens star transformation technique was due to the immense flow of information he had received. The prerequisite for cultivating this technique was a formidable primordial energy. Under normal circumstances, Qin Wushang would need to refine the 10 earths devouring stars technique to the 6th level before unlocking the conditions to practice the 9 heavens star transformation technique. However, with the influx of this autonomous information stream, the mechanism sealing the 9 heavens star transformation technique made an erroneous judgment, activating the first level of 9-1 catastrophe transformation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With the initiation of 9-1 catastrophe transformation, the speed of the technique's operation significantly accelerated. An increasing amount of information flow, representing the unconditioned primordial energy, was being refined in mere moments. Qin Wushang's primordial energy had doubled in size, and the trend of its expansion continued to rise at an accelerating pace. Chapter 041. The Taibai Upper Garden. The silvery dragon that surged into Qin Wushang's sea of consciousness was, in fact, a vessel of tremendous information, a pure essence of primordial energy. Through the incessant tempering, devouring, and merging facilitated by the 9 heavens star transformation technique, Qin Wushang's primordial energy swelled rapidly, much like a balloon being inflated. Moreover, his primordial energy instinctively sensed the looming threat. In a bid for self-preservation, it autonomously shielded a substantial portion of that information, sealing it away while only revealing the most superficial layer, which included the very origins of the underground palace he yearned to understand, the Taibai Upper Garden. The 4 characters inscribed atop the stone archway were precisely these: Taibai Upper Garden. Originally, this garden was not underground but was intended to float in synchrony with Venus's orbit. Alas, time, the greatest adversary of all things, took its toll long eons ago. The floating light abyssal formation that once upheld the entire Taibai Upper Garden succumbed to the ravages of time, leading to its shattering. Consequently, the Taibai Upper Garden gradually descended from Venus's synchronous orbit to its surface. Following tectonic shifts and the encroachment of dust, the entire Taibai Upper Garden was ultimately buried hundreds of meters underground. However, the garden's creator and master, Zhang Xianzun, was a veritable master of formations, having invested great effort into constructing this garden at his place of enlightenment. Within the Taibai Upper Garden, no fewer than 100 formations were inscribed, including the floating light abyssal formation designed to elevate the garden into the void, the CS cycle formation for regulating light and darkness, and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits formation for managing seasonal changes, among others. Furthermore, the outermost layer of the Taibai Upper Garden was fortified with 12 killing formations and 6 defensive formations. The area previously encountered by the expedition team, where fierce flames erupted, was one of the 12 killing formations known as the Golden Crow Formation. This formation absorbed the sun's essence, storing it within. Should anyone intrude, the sun's essence would be unleashed, a flame capable of incinerating all, even turning a pre-heaven realm martial artist to ash in the blink of an EYES for the imposing wall that had thwarted Lei Luo. The high wall was part of the Burial Earth Formation, a subsidiary formation of the Five Elements Formation, which enhances defenses by harnessing the powers of the five elements, utilizing their interrelations to provide continuous energy for protection. Although it was a relatively mundane formation, after the Taibai Upper Garden fell to the surface of Venus, particularly after being buried in dust, the Burial Earth Formation underwent an unforeseen transformation, by continuously absorbing the power of the Earth. Its potency extended deeper underground, eventually reaching the core of Venus after devouring numerous ley lines. Now, to unlock the Burial Earth Formation, one must gain access to the central control within the main hall. The Zhanggung Hall, or, like Qin Wushang, fortuitously encounter a once-in-a-century sandstorm spanning thousands of kilometers, causing the Earth powers and magnetic fields on Venus to become chaotic, leading to a temporary failure of the Burial Earth Formation. After receiving the information flow, it was as though Qin Wushang had attained authentication, allowing him to navigate the Taibai Upper Garden unimpeded, swiftly arriving at the region housing the 6 Grand Halls. These 6 halls, known sequentially as the Gongjin Hall, Yimu Hall, Rinshui Hall, Dinghua Hall, Wutu Hall, and the main hall, Zhanggung Hall, were constructed atop 6 adjacent mountain ranges, interconnected by broad corridors, forming the core area of the Taibai Upper Garden. However, with the erosion of time and age, this place had long since succumbed to decay and desolation. From the information flow, Qin Wushang discerned that the 6 Grand Halls, as the central core, should have been regulated by the CS cycle formation and the spring blossoms and autumn fruits formation to manage day and night, rendering it the least affected by the ravages of time. Yet, what lay before him was a scene of ruins, indicating that not only the floating light abyssal formation had malfunctioned, but so too had the CS cycle formation and spring blossoms and autumn fruits formation. Clearly, some unforeseen changes had transpired, and Qin Wushang could not ascertain whether the altered core remained safe for him. Cautiously, Qin Wushang approached the peak where the Zhanggung Hall resided, his heart filled with trepidation, as he set foot upon the peak. The surroundings transformed instantaneously. The once dim environment brightened, and an ancient, solemn aura enveloped him. Looking around, he found himself inexplicably positioned before the Zhanggung Hall at the summit. Nature had quietly reclaimed this territory surrounding the Zhanggung Hall. Lush trees encircled it. Vines entwined and wildflowers and grasses thrived resiliently in the crevices, adorning this desolate place with a vibrant green cloak of life. Yet, these thriving scenes only accentuated the desolation and solitude of the ruins. Entering the square before the Zhanggung Hall, the first sight to greet him was the grand and majestic main hall. Though much had crumbled into ruins, the remaining contours still hinted at its former magnificence and intricacy. The towering main hall, despite having lost half its roof, still reached for the heavens, a testament to its past grandeur. The expansive hall, though its walls bore the marks of time, still stood firm, with the colossal stone pillars before it showcasing remnants of its former glory and solemnity. At the center of the hall stood an ancient octagonal altar, constructed from azure star stone, remarkably well preserved. Suspended above the altar was a stone tablet, nearly human-sized, entirely crimson, forged from the essence of the red sun. Inscribed with intricate runes and totems, still radiating a faint spiritual glow. This crimson stone tablet served as the central control of the entire Taibai Upper Garden. According to the records within the information flow, One merely needed to imprint their true spirit mark onto the tablet to gain control over the entire garden. However, the information flow did not elucidate what constituted the true spirit mark, leaving Qin Wushang to crudely interpret it as akin to mental energy, spiritual awareness, or something related to primordial energy. With the initiation of the first level of 9-1 catastrophe transformation, Qin Wushang's primordial energy had grown immensely powerful, yet he had not yet reached the stage of manifestation or detachment. How could he imprint his primordial mark upon the stone tablet? Qin Wushang resolved to take the simplest approach, to use his primordial energy to sense the tablet, allowing his energy to gradually permeate into it. Ascending the stone steps to the altar, he sat cross-legged beneath the tablet, activating the first level of the 9 Heavens Star Transformation technique while channeling his primordial energy toward the tablet. You have finally arrived. At the moment Qin Wushang's primordial energy connected with the tablet, he felt as if the entire world resonated with a profound hum. Following this, a grand and ancient voice reverberated within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 042. The Age of Celestial Descent. Who are you? Qin Wushang inquired, simultaneously channeling the 9 Heavens Star Transformation technique to its utmost limit. However, in the blink of an eye, he felt as though an invisible force had drawn him into a world brimming with radiance. In this realm, the entire space was suffused with a kaleidoscope of colors, the interplay of light and darkness flickering and swirling, resembling an endless kaleidoscope filled with ceaseless transformations. At that moment, a radiant orb of 5-colored spiritual light gradually materialized in the void. About 10 feet ahead of Qin Wushang. Who am I? A voice emanated from the spiritual light, the very same voice Qin Wushang had heard before. With a long sigh, it continued. The passage of time has been so extensive that I have forgotten who I am. Or you may refer to me as Zhanggang Xianzuan. Zhanggang Xianzuan? Qin Wushang felt a sense of familiarity, quickly recalling that the builder of the Taibai Shangyuan was indeed that Zhanggang Xianzuan. He asked, if you have forgotten who you are, why did you exclaim you have finally arrived? How can you be certain that the person you await is indeed me? The voice of Zhanggang Xianzuan resonated once more, stating, the one I await does not refer to a specific individual, but rather the first person to arrive in this world after the revival of spiritual energy. This world. The revival of spiritual energy. Each word and phrase was familiar to Qin Wushang, yet when pieced together, they filled his mind with confusion. Zhanggang Xianzuan seemed to sense the bewilderment swirling within Qin Wushang's thoughts and continued to elucidate. This world refers to the vast expanse of starry realms you currently inhabit, which in your era is known as the Milky Way star region. As for the revival of spiritual energy, wait, how do you know about this? I mean the term Milky Way star region, Qin Wushang queried, his confusion deepening rather than clarifying. Zhanggang Xianzuan replied, the fragments of your primordial spirit that you fused with before the mountain gate were actively transmitted to you by me. By refining these fragments through the 9 Heavens Star Transformation technique, you achieved a form of information sharing between our two primordial spirits. As Qin Wushang listened, his expression darkened. The fact that Zhanggang Xianzuan was aware of the 9 Heavens Star Transformation technique indicated that this Xianzuan had laid bare all his secrets. The so-called information sharing indeed allowed him to glean extensive information from the primordial spirit fragments, but it also laid his own memories bare before Zhanggang Xianzuan. Fear not, this was merely to facilitate our communication. For the chasm of time separating my existence from your current era spans countless epochs. The language, script, and the meanings conveyed by the words differ significantly. Only through primordial spirit communication can we achieve the most precise expression of ideas. I have not delved into the deeper information within your consciousness, so rest assured that your innermost secrets remain unknown to me. Despite Zhanggang Xianzuan's reassurances, Qin Wushang felt a lingering discomfort, as if he had been taken advantage of. Although the other party had sincerely provided the payment up front, it did not erase the fact of coercive trading. The era I hail from is referred to as the Age of Celestial Fall. In this era, spiritual energy receded, countless celestial beings perished, all life withered, and sentient beings sank into despair. Qin Wushang inquired, are there truly celestial beings? Zhanggang Xianzuan responded, celestial beings are merely the appellation from your era. More aptly, they could be referred to as transcendents or cultivators. The so-called celestial beings are merely those practitioners whose strength surpasses that of their world's spiritual energy, making it insufficient to sustain their existence. These practitioners, transcending their respective realms, are what you deem celestial beings. Qin Wushang further probed, what do the revival of spiritual energy and the retreat of spiritual energy signify? Zhanggung Xinzuan elucidated, the Milky Way star region completes a rotation approximately every 250 million years. When it reaches a specific position, it ejects a high-energy entity known as spiritual particles from the center of the Milky Way. The concentration of these spiritual particles in the cosmos increases as a result of the eruption from the star region's center. Upon reaching a certain threshold, they catalyze the evolution of species, awakening intelligence and giving rise to civilizations. As the concentration of spiritual particles further escalates, it births the emergence of transcendent powers. The practitioners from before my era arose during this period. This era transitioned from the primordial period to the awakening phase, culminating in the peak of the Grand Age, a process known as the Age of Celestial Fortune, lasting approximately 12,960,000 years, equivalent to exactly 1,000 epochs. However, the principle that prosperity begets decline holds true in any age. Following the apex of the Age of Celestial Fortune, the high-energy spiritual particles at the center of the Milky Way swiftly reversed their course into a devouring state, rapidly consuming all the spiritual particles within the star region. This process continued for around 12,960,000 years, transitioning from peak to decline, to the end of the Dharma, and ultimately leading to the extinction of all life. That is the Age of Celestial Fall. Zhanggung Xinzuan was born at the dawn of the Age of Celestial Fall, during which the glorious era of the Age of Celestial Fortune had already concluded. The once mighty emperors and ancestral beings who illuminated the heavens faded away as spiritual energy waned and the paths became fragmented. Yet, in such a declining age, Zhanggung Xinzuan seized the last opportunity to attain enlightenment, reaching the mixed origin realm. Thus, he became a harbinger of the Age of Celestial Fall, witnessing the demise of an era, perishing alongside the heavens and all things. The spiritual light of Zhanggung Xinzuan, or rather, merely a fragment of his true essence, was sealed here since the Age of Celestial Fall, bearing the entirety of his memories of that age. Perhaps it served merely as a commemoration of a bygone past, or perhaps it was a scheme laid by Zhanggung Xinzuan countless epochs ago. Qin Wushang did not glean the answers he sought from this fragment of Zhanggung Xinzuan's true essence. Based on Qin Wushang's memories, Zhanggung Xinzuan deduced that the era he inhabited was in a transitional phase from the awakening period to the revival of spiritual energy. As for why it was not transitioning to the peak of a grand age, Zhanggung Xinzuan believed that the extraordinary powers currently mastered by humanity, whether heavenly warriors or heavenly artisans, were too rudimentary in their cultivation methods, resulting in energies that were excessively primitive. In contrast, Qin Wushang's cultivation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths star transformation technique demonstrated greater potential, rivaling the top-tier cultivation techniques of his era, particularly in its unique approach to refining the primordial spirit. Chapter 043. The 5 Great Secret Realms. Since you achieved enlightenment during the Age of Celestial Fall, surely your cultivation technique is extraordinary. Qin Wushang inquired with a smile. Zhanggung Xinzuan, understanding Qin Wushang's implication, chuckled and replied, forget about the techniques of the Age of Celestial Fall. Even if I were to bestow them upon you, you would be unable to cultivate them. The times have changed. The grand currents of heaven and earth, along with the laws of the Tao, have all transformed. The techniques from my era are no longer suitable for the present age. Even if you were to forcefully practice them, you would achieve little success. If you doubt this, feel free to attempt it yourself. The most advanced techniques and spells from the entire Age of Celestial Fall are already embedded in your mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang focused his thoughts, and indeed, he felt hundreds of techniques flash through his consciousness. He attempted to grasp one, yet these techniques eluded his touch like a mirage. What is happening? Qin Wushang asked. This is due to the different laws of the Tao I mentioned earlier. The laws of the Tao are formless and ubiquitous. You wish to view these techniques only by finding a place of chaotic Tao, or by waiting until your own cultivation level reaches a state capable of obscuring the laws of the Tao, Zhanggung Xinzuan explained. Qin Wushang, undeterred, tried several more times. but the results were the same. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked, as the last enlightened being of the age of celestial fall, "Do you truly resign yourself to await the destruction of the heavens, perishing alongside the world?" As he spoke, he gazed at the five-colored spiritual light, saying, "You wouldn't be a contingency plan left behind by the true essence of Zhonggung Xianzuan, would you?" The celestial sovereign Changgung remarked. "I am but a fragment of true spirit, not the essence of my true self. Even if my true self possesses certain arrangements and strategies, they are beyond my knowledge. As for you, I am aware of your concerns. However, there is no need for you to fret. With your current level of cultivation, you are still too feeble. Even if my true self had ulterior motives, having laid plans eons ago, you are not yet equipped to partake in them. If you wish to avoid being a pawn in the hands of others, you must devote yourself to rigorous training. Once you attain the strength to engage, you shall no longer have cause for fear. This Tai-Bai garden serves as a prepayment for your efforts, and the method of acquisition lies within the information I previously imparted. This method is not a cultivation technique, so you need not worry about being obstructed by the laws of the Tao." Upon finishing, the vibrant, multicolored aura gradually dissipated, as if this fragment of true spirit were genuinely fading into oblivion. Listening intently, Qin Wushang increasingly sensed something amiss, particularly with the finality of the aura's disappearance, which bore the hallmarks of a concealment of a feigned death. With this realization, Qin Wushang felt more certain that the celestial sovereign Changgung, who had attained enlightenment during the era of celestial descent countless eons ago, must have left behind some scheme. Perhaps, just as the fragment of true spirit had suggested, his cultivation was indeed too weak, rendering him unworthy even to be a mere piece in Changgung's game. Do not rush to feign death. If you do not clarify your intentions, I may very well turn and walk away, leaving you to your fate, Qin Wushang declared, his heart stirring as he spoke to the air. "I truly do not know the methods or purposes behind my true self's arrangements," a resigned voice responded. "After eons of erosion, this fragment of true spirit has reached the brink of annihilation. Thus, the numerous formations within Tai-Bai Garden have suffered significant damage, as I have only been able to maintain the core of this central piece. Once you take over the central core, I shall enter a slumber within this heavenly steel. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not awaken again." Upon uttering this, no matter how Qin Wushang called out, there was no further response. "It truly is a charade of death," Qin Wushang exclaimed, his expression one of vindication. The celestial sovereign had mentioned that the method to acquire Tai-Bai Garden was contained within that stream of information. After a brief search, Qin Wushang quickly discovered the incantation for refining the heavenly steel. Just as the sovereign had indicated, this incantation was merely a method of refinement, not a cultivation technique, allowing Qin Wushang to easily comprehend and activate its contents without hindrance. Before long, Qin Wushang successfully refined the heavenly steel, which immediately unleashed an invisible wave that enveloped the entirety of Tai-Bai Garden. This wave radiated outward like quantum waves, sweeping across the entire spatial domain of Tai-Bai Garden. Through the amplification of the heavenly steel, Qin Wushang found himself capable of perceiving every inch of Tai-Bai Garden. It was a truly marvelous sensation. Through the heavenly steel, Qin Wushang felt as if his vision extended everywhere, enabling him to see every corner of this expansive Tai-Bai Garden. It was far larger than he had imagined, with the central area of the palace giving way to a more distant expanse, divided into 5 distinct regions. The place where Qin Wushang had first appeared was a realm of interconnected mountains known as Starfall Repository, a cultivation ground of the celestial sovereign from before his enlightenment. Replicated here, these chains were engraved with countless runes that enhanced gravity, and their material was forged from the cores of stars, each segment possessing a mass rivaling that of a planet, immensely heavy. In addition, there lay the boundless sword prison constructed from the essence of metal, the flame sand sea forged from the essence of fire, the ice hell deriving from the essence of water, and the 10,000 paths and 1,000 mountains secret realm founded on the essence of wood. These 5 regions resembled 5 secret realms. Starfall Repository represents the Earth's secret realm, embodying weight and stability, capable of bearing all things. Cultivating here requires one to be grounded, progressing step by step, consistently pushing past personal limits to reinforce one's foundation and essence, instilling stability and resilience in the practitioner, thus laying a solid groundwork for future paths of cultivation. The boundless sword prison signifies the metal's secret realm, characterized by sharpness, strength, and purity. In this domain, one must confront rigorous trials composed of metal attributes, spiritual power to temper their resolve and cultivate unwavering determination and decisiveness. The essence of metal also purifies the spirit, offering insight into the essence of worldly matters, achieving a harmonious state of mind. The flame sand sea serves as the fire's secret realm, where fiery energy is passionate and unrestrained. A perfect locale for honing the physical form amidst swirling flames and bubbling lava. Here, one must face the searing heat, constantly challenging and surpassing oneself to amplify physical strength and enhance the purity and intensity of internal spiritual energy. The fierce power of fire awakens latent potential, facilitating growth and transformation amidst adversity. The ice hell represents the water's secret realm, embodying the principle of yielding yet resolute, deep and unfathomable. Cultivating in this realm involves comprehending the nature of water, adapting to changes while maintaining inner tranquility and peace. The gentle force of water guides self-exploration, delving into the depths of the spirit, achieving a state of stillness, an ideal locale for refining the soul. Lastly, the 10,000 paths and 1,000 mountains symbolizes the wood's secret realm, brimming with vitality and the cycle of life. Within this expanse, ancient trees reach towards the heavens, lush and vibrant. Here, one can glean insights into the growth of trees and the changing seasons, understanding the cycles of life and the laws of the universe. An ideal place for grasping the path of nature and the mysteries of existence. As Qin Wushang's consciousness traversed the heavenly steel, he absorbed the secrets of the 5 great secret realms. For him, these realms represented an exceptional opportunity for rapid elevation of his cultivation, especially after personally experiencing Starfall Repository, which heightened his anticipation for the other 4 realms. As Qin Wushang's consciousness swept through the flame sand sea, a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared in his view. Chapter 044. Reunion with Leiluo in the flame sand sea. Despite the figure being charred and resembling a piece of coal, Qin Wushang recognized him instantly. Fortunately, Leiluo possessed a cultivation level not inferior to that of a second-tier innate. And although he had been scorched by the relentless flames throughout the day and was on the brink of collapse, he had ultimately survived. Just moments prior, the unending flames had finally receded. Granting Leiluo a moment to catch his breath, suddenly recalling something, he hastily raised his right hand and brushed it a few times, sighing in relief upon seeing that the ring on his ring finger remained intact. Subsequently, Leiluo tapped the ring 3 times, and a vial of green liquid materialized in his hand. He swiftly consumed the potion, witnessing the burn marks on his body heal at a visibly rapid pace. "A storage ring?" A voice suddenly resonated behind Leiluo. Startled, he spun around and retreated like a flash of lightning, distancing himself by several dozen paces. "Is that you?" Upon recognizing the figure, Leiluo exclaimed in surprise. "Hello again, boss," Qin Wushang greeted casually, yet his gaze was fervently fixed on the ring adorning Leiluo's right hand. The storage ring, or spatial ring, was a staple among transcendent beings during the era of celestial fortune. It was considered improper to venture out without one. However, in the era of celestial descent, as spiritual energy waned and the laws of the Tao diminished, spatial rings gradually became rare treasures. The object that Leiluo possessed, resembling a spatial ring, was evidently not a remnant from that era and appeared to be a product of technological innovation. Could it be that the Alliance Academy of Sciences had mastered the manufacturing of spatial rings? Qin Wushang pondered, though if they had indeed achieved such a feat, it would not be difficult for someone of Leiluo's status to acquire one. After the initial shock, Leiluo's nerves had eased somewhat, yet he remained vigilant. Although a doctor at the Alliance Academy, he was far from the typical reclusive scholar. Years of adventurous expeditions and encounters with various oddities had transformed Leiluo into a savvy and seasoned individual. He did not naively believe that Qin Wushang's appearance heralded good news for him, for the latter's identity was undoubtedly suspect, far more than that of a mere minor under his command. Moreover, Traversing through this endless sea of flames unscathed implied that Qin Wushang's cultivation was quite formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Are you referring to this? Leiluo raised his right hand, smiling as he spoke. This is a new gadget developed by the Alliance Academy of Sciences, crafted from a special metallic substance extracted from the remnants of a supernova. By bombarding the atoms of this special metal with high-energy rays, one can create a pocket space within it. With the current technology of the Alliance Academy, the largest space that can be created is 1 cubic meter. Leiluo spoke with simplicity, yet Qin Wushang was acutely aware that numerous constraining factors must be at play. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a whisper from the outside world. Space mediators and spatial technology were, even within the Earth Alliance, the pinnacle of advancement, not to mention the Galactic Star Alliance. Boss, look here. As your most exceptional employee, I've braved the raging sandstorm to save you. Risking my own safety, is it too much to ask for a small reward for such dedication? As Qin Wushang spoke, he suddenly appeared beside Leiluo, who had yet to respond, and casually draped an arm over his shoulder, deftly removing the space ring from Leiluo's right hand. Not too much at all, not in the slightest. Leiluo's smile faltered, his eyes wide as he watched Qin Wushang slip the space ring onto his own hand. How does one use this? Qin Wushang inquired, shaking his left hand in curiosity. It requires binding to the user's brainwaves. Each individual's frequency is unique. Thus, the space ring is already attuned to my brainwaves. Leiluo stated, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Wushang, the unspoken meaning clear. However, Qin Wushang feigned ignorance, continuing to fiddle with the space ring while directing his spiritual essence toward it. Indeed, as Qin Wushang had surmised, the so-called brainwaves were merely fluctuations of mental energy, the primordial form of the spiritual essence. Under the might of his formidable spiritual force, the so-called brainwave binding of the space ring was utterly defenseless. Qin Wushang's spiritual energy effortlessly bypassed the ring's outer defenses, infiltrating the inner pocket of space. Within Leiluo's space ring lay a cubic area, the largest currently achievable by the Alliance Academy of Sciences. Inside this pocket of space, in addition to dozens of various potions, were 2 individual weapons, the MT-301 electromagnetic assault rifle and the SDK-201 Thunder Serpent pistol. As far as Qin Wushang knew, these weapons were the latest products under development by the Alliance Weapon Research Institute, rumored to pose a threat to transcendent realm martial artists. It was indeed unexpected that Leiluo had such connections, procuring not only the unreleased space ring from the Alliance Academy, but also the newest weaponry. Then, what about the palm-sized triangular badge in the corner? Could it be the legendary Star Armor System? A single-soldier nanotechnology armor system developed and produced by the Galactic Star Alliance, which the Earth Alliance currently lacked the capability to produce and could only purchase at exorbitant prices, with a set of the Star Armor System fetching astronomical sums on the black market. When Qin Wushang extracted the Star Armor System from the ring, Leiluo, who had initially been unconcerned, was plunged into utter despair. The Star Armor System transformed into potions and finally into the SDK-201 Thunder Serpent pistol. Qin Wushang reveled in the discovery while Leiluo grew numb. After several trials, Qin Wushang had grasped the method of using the space ring. He withdrew his spiritual power from the ring and casually erased Leiluo's mental imprint, leaving only his own. Henceforth, this space ring was entirely Qin Wushang's. Only someone with a stronger spiritual force than his could hope to erase his imprint and claim it belongs to me now, Qin Wushang declared, raising his hand. Leiluo, looking dejected, replied, "You have the final say. You are the boss. However, could you possibly return the items inside? They constitute my entire fortune. It is mine now." Qin Wushang remained unmoved by Leiluo's pitiable demeanor. Given his understanding of Leiluo, he knew the latter's wealth was immense. The contents of the space ring were but a drop in the bucket for him. Nevertheless, to compensate for your loss, I could take you on a tour of the underground palace you so covet. Chapter 045. The Black Star Organization. You mean to say that this underground palace, the Taibai Upper Garden you mentioned, now belongs to you? As they traversed the 5 great secret realms and ultimately returned to the Chang'e Hall, Leiluo gazed incredulously at the crimson heavenly steel on the altar. Indeed, you may regard this Taibai Upper Garden as a legendary artifact from myth. It has now recognized me as its master. Qin Wushang replied with a triumphant smile. He was not concerned about Lalo uncovering this secret. Rather, he intended to use it as bait to ensnare Lalo. Lalo had exhausted himself to access this underground palace, seeking its ancient secrets, and now that Qin Wushang laid the Tai-Bai upper garden bare before him, he was certain to take the bait. I can grant you access to explore the Tai-Bai upper garden, but I have one condition, Qin Wushang stated. Speak. Even if it were 100 conditions, I would have no issue. Lalo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The outer wall of the Tai-Bai upper garden alone, if its principles were uncovered, would be worth more than the space ring, coupled with the 5 great secret realms, the myriad energy circuits, and the enigmatic heavenly steel before them. The cumulative value was staggering. In Lalo's eyes, the star armor system paled in comparison. All findings derived from your research focused on the Tai-Bai upper garden must be shared with me, Qin Wushang asserted. No problem, Lalo readily agreed. To him, Qin Wushang was but a single individual. Even if he acquired research results, he could not transform them into products, and thus it would not significantly impact him. Splendid! Let us joyfully seal our agreement, Qin Wushang declared, extending his hand to clasp Lalo's in a pact, a smile on his face. He was unconcerned that Lalo might renege. As long as the control over the Tai-Bai upper garden remained with him, Lalo would have to obediently follow his lead to conduct research. All right. Lalo appeared even more delighted than Qin Wushang, pacing back and forth in the grand hall, touching this and tapping that, especially fascinated by the heavenly steel on the altar. We must depart. The sandstorm outside has subsided. You will need to assist in explaining the reason for the sudden disappearance of such a grand underground palace. Qin Wushang disregarded Lalo's protests, firmly guiding him onto the altar. With a thought, they found themselves outside the buried earth array. Simultaneously, under Qin Wushang's control, the Tai-Bai upper garden transformed into a streak of light amidst the swirling dust and landed in his palm. Manifesting as a mark, Lalo watched in astonishment as this incredible scene unfolded, then glanced at Qin Wushang's palm, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Qin Wushang shrugged, unwilling to explain. After all, the technology of the Celestial Fall era encapsulated the essence of an entire age and could not be succinctly conveyed in mere words. Although Lalo was curious, he refrained from probing further, knowing that from now on, this individual before him would be his primary benefactor. Offending him would yield no good fortune for himself. For the sake of future research, Lalo had no choice but to quell his questions. After a span of over 10 minutes, the sandstorm finally abated. The scene was one of devastation. The underground pit, originally merely a kilometer wide, had expanded into a basin over 10 kilometers across. With personnel, equipment, and all machinery swept away by the tempest. Sky Horizon, this is Lalo, he communicated, uncertain of the number of survivors, and could only contact the Sky Horizon on the synchronous orbit to dispatch a rescue team. Yet, after sending over 10 messages, he received only silence in response. What is happening? Sky Horizon, please respond, Lalo shouted angrily into the communicator, no need to contact them. I believe I understand the reason. Qin Wushang patted Lalo's shoulder, gesturing behind him. Lalo spun around abruptly to see a star-class warship gliding toward them from the edge of the basin, its flanks lined with soldiers clad in individual power armor, fully armed. Those persistent scoundrels again. Lalo recognized the warship's markings, his expression contorting into a grimace, akin to someone who had consumed something foul. Who are they? Qin Wushang remained unfazed. If it weren't for the star armor system, he would have likely fled at this moment. But now, he was eager to test the audacity of challenging a warship single-handedly. The Black Star Organization, a nest of vermin lurking in the shadows. The key issue is that many within this organization hold respectable positions in the Alliance, with some even occupying high-ranking roles, making the Black Star Organization akin to a parasite embedded within the Alliance framework. Lalo explained with a darkened countenance, his hatred for the organization deep-rooted, as they were behind the theft of the bronze halberd. As they spoke, the Star-class warship had already approached within 500 meters, and both Qin Wushang and Lalo felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lalo, find a place to hide. Do not allow yourself to be captured, Qin Wushang advised coolly, simultaneously reaching into the space ring to retrieve the star armor system. What are you planning to do? Raylo has already prepared to surrender. Faced with the Black Star organization, and with the Tianji ship already captured, Raylo finds himself utterly powerless to resist, if I am not mistaken. This star armor system should be of stellar grade, requiring at least an innate 6th-tier warrior to don it, capable of unleashing the strength of a 6th-tier fusion realm warrior at full power. As Qin Wushang removes his nano spacesuit, he presses the triangular star armor system to his chest. With a crisp click, the star armor system activates, and as energy is released from the center of the triangle, countless tiny metallic cubes spread across Qin Wushang's body, ultimately forming a magnificent suit of armor that envelopes him entirely. The armor is cloaked in a profound black, reminiscent of the darkest ink in the night sky. This black is not merely dull and lifeless, but instead teems with flowing shadows and subtle glimmers, as if stars are swirling upon each movement of his body. The surface of the armor features dragon scale-like patterns, each scale vividly lifelike, as though they were the actual scales of a true dragon. Under the light, these scales exhibit varying shades of black luster, akin to dark reefs in the deep sea, both hard and unfathomable. The limbs of the armor are adorned with rows of sharp spikes, extending outward as if they had grown naturally, exuding a cold glimmer that dares one to look away. These spikes serve not only as defensive weapons but also as points of attack. Most striking of all is the pair of 2-meter-long black dragon wings affixed to the back of the armor, which possess formidable flight capabilities. When the need arises, he simply unfurls these wings, soaring through the skies like a true dragon, adept at both pursuing foes and escaping perilous situations. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Raylo asks, watching Qin Wushang complete his donning of the armor. Unable to suppress a gulp. This stellar-grade star armor system had not been officially activated since Raylo acquired it, and though its appearance can be customized according to the user's will, the design chosen by Qin Wushang truly astonishes Raylo. Chapter 046. Crushing resistance certain and resolute. Qin Wushang replies nonchalantly, raising his right hand, and with a gentle flick, a 5-foot-long, entirely black sword materializes in his grasp. Find a place to hide. I won't be able to look after you once the fighting begins. Under the enhancement of the star armor system, Qin Wushang feels his combat power surge exponentially, finally grasping a semblance of what it means to be a master. Raylo finds himself at a loss for words. Facing the soldiers clad in individual powered armor, he might have stood a chance one-on-one, but in a 2-on-1 scenario, he would only be subjected to a beating, let alone facing a whole group. Thus, Raylo wholeheartedly heeds Qin Wushang's advice, turning and sprinting 1,000 meters away, seeking a vantage point from which to observe the battlefield while also finding a suitable hiding spot. Raylo's retreat sounded the horn of battle. As powered armor soldiers leapt from the ship's railing, propelled by their thrusters, hurtling towards Qin Wushang with lightning speed. The initial wave of over 20 powered armor warriors launched their assault first, unleashing a torrent of fire that engulfed the area surrounding Qin Wushang in a sea of flames. However, Qin Wushang glided through the barrage like a phantom, aided by the star armor system, his movements agile and swift, each dodge perfectly timed, as if he could foresee the future. The first round of artillery fire proved futile, prompting the squad of powered armor warriors to swiftly alter their tactics. Some continued their ranged attacks, constraining Qin Wushang's movements, while others engaged in close combat, drawing their armored swords to strike at him from behind. Each of these powered armor warriors possessed combat prowess equivalent to that of innate realm warriors. And had Qin Wushang not donned the star armor system, dealing with such a group of innate warriors would have undoubtedly required immense effort, with the risk of misfortune lurking. Yet now, with his power elevated to that of a fusion realm warrior, Qin Wushang regards this assembly of innate warriors as mere cannon fodder. With a thought, Qin Wushang's wings behind him suddenly tremble, generating a tremendous thrust that propels him forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he swings the sword in his hand, its tip lightly touching the air, the blade glimmering like lightning, each slash accompanied by a thunderous roar. With unparalleled speed and razor-sharp blade, Qin Wushang need not employ any elaborate techniques. With a single stroke, he cleaves through the 10 or so powered armor warriors in front of him, bisecting them along with their armor with ease. Yet, the reinforcements among the powered armor soldiers charged forward fearlessly, pressing on in a relentless wave. Utilizing the formidable strength of their individual armors and their sheer numbers, they formed a mobile defense line, advancing towards Qin Wushang in an attempt to corner him. Subsequently, the bombardment intensified, with shells tracing deadly arcs through the air. Yet, in Qin Wushang's eyes, these incoming projectiles moved as though in slow motion. He continually evades these lethal assaults, thanks to the astonishing speed and reflexes granted by the star armor system. Amidst the saturation of attacks, Qin Wushang remains unscathed, never once resorting to effective countermeasures, merely relying on his rapid evasions. After a brief moment, the barrage ceases, and from the swirling dust, a tall shadow strides forth. Is that all? Qin Wushang's armor gently vibrates, casting the airborne dust several meters away. Simultaneously, he lifts his gaze towards the floating battleship, beckoning with a finger. This gesture seems to have provoked a powerful individual within the ship. As nearly 100 powered armor soldiers simultaneously activate, launching an assault on Qin Wushang. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang feels the star force within him surge like a tide, establishing a connection with the energy output of the star armor system. Soon, a torrent of star force envelopes the entirety of the armor, ultimately converging into the dark sword held in his hand. A brilliant radiance begins to coalesce upon the sword. When the light reaches its zenith, Qin Wushang suddenly leaps into the air, akin to a dragon soaring across the heavens, simultaneously swinging his sword, causing the blade's radiance to transform into a dazzling streak of light, slicing towards the group of powered armor soldiers several meters away. The might of this strike rivals that of a fully powered shipboard cation kinetic energy hybrid cannon. Any powered armor warrior struck by this blade is torn asunder within the luminous arc. In an instant, the area within 100 meters of Qin Wushang is cleared, leaving no living soul standing. Beyond that distance, the hastily advancing powered armor soldiers rapidly halt, though they do not turn to flee. They collectively pause, unwilling to advance a single step further. Clearly, the power of Qin Wushang's strike has instilled a sense of dread within them. They can discern the difference between dying in battle and willingly meeting their end. At that moment, the underside of the floating battleship suddenly opens, and two beams of light, one golden, the other crimson, shoot forth, tracing arcs through the void as they hurtle towards Qin Wushang. The two beams close in an instant. Yet Qin Wushang does not retreat. Instead, he advances, swinging the long sword in his hand to sweep towards the incoming lights. Boom! With two resounding blasts, the two beams of light simultaneously hurtled backward for over 10 meters. Their figures staggering as they retreated 7 or 8 steps before finally stabilizing. Upon discerning the silhouettes within the beams, Qin Wushang could not help but furrow his brow, for they were two warriors clad in the star armor system. However, judging by their attire, they appear to be merely of planetary grade star armor system, with their peak combat power reaching the pinnacle of virtual heaven realm, which fell short compared to Qin Wushang's melding heaven realm prowess. With a thought, Qin Wushang retracted the two expansive wings from his back. While these wings granted him unparalleled speed, they hindered his agility. Faced with the two warriors adorned in planetary grade star armor system, Qin Wushang adopted a more serious demeanor. With a deep rumble, the golden star armor warrior launched the first strike, as his thrusters expelled a dazzling golden flame, propelling his entire form toward Qin Wushang like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, the energy cannon on his right arm swiftly locked onto its target, unleashing a devastating beam of energy aimed directly at Qin Wushang. Yet, Qin Wushang regarded the energy beam with indifference, merely activating the defensive system of his star armor, effortlessly extinguishing the oncoming beam at the same time. The long sword in his hand ignited with a dark, ethereal glow, and as Qin Wushang swung his right hand, a surge of sword light erupted, transforming into an endless storm of blades that surged toward the Golden Star Armor Warrior. The Golden Star Armor Warrior was taken aback, immediately activating the defense system of his armor. An energy shield rapidly coalesced around him, attempting to intercept the blade light that Qin Wushang had unleashed. However, this series of maneuvers caused him to lose his initial offensive momentum, inadvertently providing Qin Wushang with an opportunity to exploit. In a flash, Qin Wushang appeared at the side of the Golden Star armor warrior and, with a swift motion, thrust his sword through the exposed weakness in the armor. Should this strike land, the Golden Star armor warrior would surely find himself pierced through the heart. At that moment, the Crimson Star armor warrior, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastily closed the distance to Qin Wushang, swiftly brandishing the long blade in his hands, glimmering with a cold light. Subsequently, the Crimson Star armor warrior leaped into the air, swinging the long blade down toward Qin Wushang's shoulder, the impact resonating through the air with a thunderous sound. Chapter 047. The multitude lies in wait for execution. This was a classic surround way to rescue Zhao tactic. The Crimson Star armor warrior aimed to strike Qin Wushang, targeting his vulnerable position. If Qin Wushang persisted in piercing the chest of the Golden Star armor warrior, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the Crimson Star armor warrior's lethal strike. However, Qin Wushang did not alter his course. Instead, he swiftly raised his left hand. The armor on his arm began to shift and writhe, as metal coalesced into a black sword shield, successfully blocking the Crimson Star armor warrior's blow. With a resounding clash, the blade met the shield, unleashing a fierce shockwave that propelled both Qin Wushang and the Crimson Star armor warrior backward. By a hair's breadth, the Golden Star armor warrior seized the chance to evade the lethal thrust aimed at him. What seemed to transpire slowly was, in reality, a mere blink of an eye. The Golden Star armor warrior had narrowly escaped death, yet before he could regain his composure, Qin Wushang had already swung his sword once more. Like a flash of lightning, propelled by the augmentation of his thrusters, Qin Wushang moved through the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His speed reached its zenith, and the great sword in his hand unleashed an overwhelming force, the very air crackling with the sound of slicing. As if he aimed to cleave space itself. Was this the might of the melding heaven realm? Qin Wushang unleashed the full power of his star armor, feeling the formidable strength surging forth from it. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, but the Golden Star armor warrior refused to be outdone. Clasping his hands together, he summoned countless rays of light that converged before him, ultimately forming a luminous shield to withstand the descending great sword. A practitioner of celestial techniques, Qin Wushang's great sword trembled violently, as if ensnared in a vast mire, the sword energy dissipating rapidly, consumed by the shield of light. Only a celestial practitioner of the 6th tier or above could, under the augmentation of star armor, reach the pinnacle of virtual element realm, capable of receiving a strike from someone at the melding heaven realm. Both celestial warriors and celestial practitioners represent two distinct paths of extraordinary power in this era. Celestial warriors emphasize the cultivation of the physical body, harnessing the energy of the world to refine their true qi, pursuing the ultimate strength and limits of the body. They train in martial skills, their fists capable of shaking mountains, their feet able to rend the earth. When perfected, they can traverse the void, their every strike altering the heavens and shaking the earth. Conversely, celestial practitioners tread an entirely different path. They place greater importance on understanding and utilizing the laws of the universe. They study techniques, mastering the manipulation of elements, summoning celestial phenomena, and commanding the forces of nature. Celestial practitioners communicate with the cosmos through their minds, transforming the mysteries of the natural world into their own power. There is no inherent hierarchy between these two paths. They merely diverge in direction. However, before reaching the melding heaven realm, which corresponds to the spiritual element realm of celestial practitioners, the latter, capable of communing with the cosmos and borrowing its power, generally holds an advantage over their celestial warrior counterparts of the same tier. Nevertheless, becoming a celestial practitioner demands exceptionally high qualifications and innate talent. Among 10,000 individuals, perhaps 9,000 may be suited for martial cultivation, but only one may ascend to become a celestial practitioner. The scarcity of celestial practitioners means that any who succeed are undoubtedly exceptional. Qin Wushang had not anticipated encountering yet another one. As the sword energy waned, its lethality insufficient to threaten the Golden Star armor warrior, Qin Wushang seized the opportunity to sweep his great sword horizontally, utilizing the acceleration from the star armor to strike fiercely at the Crimson Star armor warrior. The rapid changes in his sword technique left one breathless. Despite the Crimson Star armor warrior's full vigilance, Faced with this strike, he could only muster the entirety of his star armor's power. Swinging his blade to meet the great sword, boom! A thunderous roar erupted, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Where the blade light and sword energy intertwined, a brilliant radiance exploded, clearing the surrounding dust and debris. The atmosphere was thick with the residual waves of immense power, a collision of two formidable forces that could instill fear even in ordinary warriors. Both Qin Wushang and the Crimson Star Armor Warrior were jolted backward by the sheer might of the impact. At that moment, the Golden Star Armor Practitioner surged forward, hands forming seals as a torrent of golden sharp energy was summoned, transforming into an endless wave of sword energy that rushed toward Qin Wushang. The sword energy surged like a mountain, overwhelming and relentless. Yet, at that moment, Qin Wushang retracted his great sword, gripping it with both hands and planting its blade into the ground. With a fierce glare, an unmatched aura erupted from within him. This momentum exploded like a tornado, radiating outward from Qin Wushang and manifesting as boundless sword energy, embodying the first move of the Sword Emperor's technique. Multitude lies in wait for execution. Countless strands of sword energy coalesced, akin to a sovereign ruling from above, instantly scattering the golden sharp sword energy unleashed by the Golden Star Armor Practitioner. Not only that, but multitude lies in wait for execution did not conclude there. It reformed the myriad sword energies into a single, potent strike aimed at the Golden Star Armor Practitioner. This strike could sever mountains, shatter stars, and shake the heavens. Fueled by the might of the melding heaven realm, the Sword Emperor's technique fully exemplified the grandeur and imperial momentum of this sword art. Boom! The sword light erupted, engulfing both the Golden Star Armor Practitioner and the Crimson Star Armor Warrior within its tempest. Under the weight of this sword, the two could only muster their utmost strength to resist. Particularly the Golden Star Armor Practitioner, who had overtaxed the core energy of his armor, causing irregular black patterns to flicker across its surface, a harbinger of impending collapse. With a resounding crack, the headpiece of the Golden Star Armor Practitioner shattered first, revealing a stunning visage crowned with golden hair. Following that, the armor on his feet and hands disintegrated, exposing skin marred by countless cuts beneath the sword light, as if he were being subjected to 1,000 blades. Simultaneously, the Crimson Star Armor Warrior found himself in dire straits. Though his physical form was more robust, the relentless barrage of sword energy tore through his armor piece by piece. Qin Wushang was abruptly alerted by the incessant warnings from the Star Armor system. Raising his gaze, he beheld the main cannon of the floating battleship fully charged, and with a thunderous roar, a colossal beam of light severed the void, hurtling towards him. The star-level ground attack vessel's main cannon utilized a Tier 3 Panyang ion cannon, a diminished version of the Tier 1 Panyang ion cannon, possessing roughly half the firepower of the Skylark's main cannon. Nevertheless, even such a weapon, when unleashed directly, was not something even a Trurongtian realm martial artist would dare to withstand head-on. Reacting swiftly, Qin Wushang's wings unfurled behind him at the speed of thought, simultaneously pushing the thruster's power to overload. With a resounding boom, he shot forth like a cannonball, charging towards the oncoming beam of light. In but an instant, he found himself on the verge of collision with the beam. Yet, at that critical moment, Qin Wushang suddenly veered laterally several meters, narrowly evading the beam's path. Without pausing, he accelerated towards the floating battleship. Covering the distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bow of the ship, raised his hand and swung his sword, cleaving the main cannon in two, rendering it entirely inoperative. Meanwhile, the armed forces aboard the battleship reacted, swiftly turning their side cannons to unleash a barrage of fire upon Qin Wushang. The cannon fire surged like a frenzied tide, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, yet it posed no fatal threat to him. Amidst such a deluge of fire, Qin Wushang was compelled to momentarily retreat from the fray. With his sword dancing in his grasp, he transformed it into an endless stream of sword light, accurately striking each incoming projectile. This passive defense, however, could not alter the situation. It merely led the battle into a stalemate, which was decidedly disadvantageous for Qin Wushang. His foremost task now was to disable the 36 side cannons of the battleship, rendering it a toothless tiger. With this thought in mind, Qin Wushang swung his sword once more. And as his thrusters activated again, he leaped, tracing a graceful arc through the air, his sword descending with purpose towards the nearest side cannon. With a resounding explosion, the cannon erupted in a burst of flame. Then, with a swift movement, Qin Wushang glided like a specter, effortlessly dodging an attack, and unleashed a fierce sword strike, slicing through the air to target the next side cannon. This blow struck the core of the cannon precisely. The energy core detonated instantaneously, releasing a blinding light and a powerful shockwave. Following this methodical approach, Qin Wushang swiftly incapacitated all 18 side cannons on the left side of the battleship. That moment, the Star Armor system received a clear communication signal, its content proposing a ceasefire and negotiations. To demonstrate good faith, the opposing party voluntarily disabled all weapon systems and prepared to land the battleship. Qin Wushang understood that with the Skylark in their possession, they held substantial leverage and clearly did not wish for a total breakdown in relations. Negotiation was indeed the best course of action. For Qin Wushang, accepting negotiations posed no significant loss. In fact, a ceasefire at this juncture was fortuitous, as the Star Armor system's energy reserves were nearing depletion. The location for negotiations was chosen as the ring-shaped mountain base. While the Black Star organization secured the Skylark in synchronous orbit, the ground landing forces simultaneously took control of the base, transforming it into a prison for a multitude of miners and adventurers. Seeing Wilson, Imogu, and others safe and sound, Lalo breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Wushang also spotted Uncle Da among the miners. In the makeshift conference room, Lalo was seated at the head of the table, with the commander of the Black Star Organization's 7th Group of the Solar War Zone, Xue Xingtai, positioned opposite him. Qin Wushang, still clad in his star armor, stood nonchalantly behind Lalo, assuming the role of bodyguard. Observing this scene, Xue Xingtai's expression darkened visibly. Despite having two subordinates in star armor standing behind him, the previous battle had left them thoroughly bested. However, remembering the leverage he possessed, Xue Xingtai felt a renewed confidence. Negotiation was merely a matter of mutual contention, maximizing one's own interests while compromising where necessary. Armed with his advantages, Xue Xingtai was aware that Lalo's greatest asset was his military strength. Yet, he underestimated Lalo's cunning and ruthlessness. Lalo insisted that the Black Star Organization had disregarded the laws of the Alliance, launching an unprovoked attack on the Alliance's scientific teams, resulting in substantial losses, and demanded reparations from Xue Xingtai, audaciously requesting resources and weaponry valued at 10 billion Alliance credits. Upon hearing Lalo's demands, Xue Xingtai's already darkened face became even more ashen. The Black Star Organization had indeed initiated the attack. Yet neither during the hijacking of the Skylark nor in disarming the base had they fired a single shot or suffered any casualties. The so-called losses claimed by Lalo had all occurred amidst the sandstorm. Yet this scoundrel was now attempting to impose them upon him. Unable to contain his frustration, Xue Xingtai slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "Lalo, do not push your luck. While we may concede some ground, the Black Star Organization will not indulge you." Lalo, unfazed, retorted with a smirk, "Fine, you have courage. If you dare, make your move. If you lack the guts, cease your incessant prattle. You hidden vermin lurking in the shadows only stir chaos from behind. The theft incident aboard the Skylark was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Don't rush to deny it. Denial is futile. I have already concluded it was your doing. That bronze ancient spear is an invaluable treasure, and asking for 10 billion in compensation is already a generous offer." Xue Xingtai snorted disdainfully. 10 billion is out of the question. At most, 3 billion will suffice to cover your losses. 3 billion? Lalo sprang to his feet, shouting, "Xue, are you sending me off with scraps? One price, 5 billion. Xue Xingtai retorted, "Only 3 billion. No room for negotiation. Lalo, I must remind you that the Ghost Car Patrol ship will arrive in the solar system in 3 hours. You still have time to leave." Lalo's expression shifted slightly at this, but he soon replied with a cold smile, "If the Alliance Academy does not receive my message within 3 days, the Kunwa will promptly fly to the last known location of the message. You Black Star Organization wish to test the waters of war within the solar system?" The Ghost Car Patrol ship was one of the 10 chief vessels of the Black Star Organization, known as Ghost Car. As for its official identity, the Alliance Academy had been unable to ascertain it. All that was known was that Ghost Car embarked on its journeys donning a bird-shaped mask reminiscent of the ancient mythical creature. And true to its name, it was inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. Numerous recorded instances of terror and massacre over the past 50 years were linked to Ghost Car. Leilo's threat of war was naturally intended to intimidate Xuexingtai. While the Kunwu was the most advanced and highest-rated Nebula-class battleship in the Alliance, it remained merely a test vessel, with incomplete weaponry, control systems, and armored units. In a real conflict, it might not necessarily triumph over the Stellar-class Ghost Car. However, it was evident that Xuexingtai was unnerved by Leilo's assertive stance. Despite the Black Star Organization's considerable strength, facing off against the Alliance Academy's relentless zealots was a daunting prospect. After all, they were capable of directly confronting the Alliance's Administrative Council, and who could predict the drastic measures the Academy's members might resort to when provoked? Chapter 049. A Strategic Retreat 5 billion. Deal. Xuexingtai ultimately conceded but stipulated a condition. The ancient ruins discovered on the surface of Venus must be surrendered to the Black Star Organization. Although Leilo was unaware of how Qin Wushang had managed to secure such a vast ruin, he surmised it likely involved some form of spatial folding or subspace technology. Having already obtained the greatest benefit, Leilo readily acquiesced. Inwardly, Leilo reveled in the irony, eagerly anticipating the expressions of Black Star members when they excavated Venus yet found no trace of the ancient ruins. With both parties having compromised and reached a balance, the negotiations drew to a close. The Skylark broke through Venus's atmosphere, descending upon the ring-shaped mountain base. Under the watchful eye of the Black Star Armed Forces, Leilo cleared the base entirely, subsequently piloting the Skylark into the void. The massive airflow wreaked havoc upon the ring-shaped mountain base, leaving it in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Xuexingtai seethed, cursing, "This bastard must be doing this on purpose." However, considering the man's status as the Academy's presumptive next director, Xuexingtai could only swallow his frustration. "Leader, we have failed to locate the ruins at the designated coordinates." At that moment, a mechanized armor swooped down, landing before Xuexingtai to report. "What? Nothing found." Xuexingtai furrowed his brow. Could it be that the ancient ruins sprouted legs and ran away? Continue the exploration. It is likely that the previous massive sandstorm altered the surrounding environment, burying the ancient ruins deeper. We must locate the ruins before the arrival of the esteemed Ghost Car. On the Tianji spacecraft, Leiluo finally received the notification that 500 million Alliance coins had been deposited. Suddenly, he leaped up and rushed towards Qin Wushang, who was seated on the opposite sofa. "Qin, you must help me." Leiluo's sudden action startled Qin Wushang, who almost instinctively drew his sword to strike, but managed to restrain himself. "Let us stick to the matter at hand." Qin Wushang pushed Leiluo back with a firm hand, remaining indifferent to Leiluo's exuberance. "Qin, I've made up my mind. I want to establish an armed force under the Tianji, and I want you to be its commander. What do you say?" "Qin, promise me," Leiluo exclaimed, filled with excitement and fervor. The nature of the Tianji was that of an exploration vessel, rather than a warship, and thus it was only equipped with a conventional security system, consisting of merely 100 personnel responsible for the ship's defenses. Throughout this expedition to Venus, Leiluo had faced numerous setbacks from the very beginning, which he found unacceptable. After much contemplation, he attributed these failures to the weakness of the Tianji's armed forces. The arrival of 500 million Alliance coins sparked Leiluo's ambition to create a dedicated military force for the Tianji. However, the armed force he envisioned was not a mere security system, but one capable of contending with the armed might of the Black Star Organization. With 500 million Alliance coins, he believed he could indeed forge such a unit. Yet, one phrase from Qin Wushang doused Leiluo's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. How many planet-level star armor systems can 500 million Alliance coins buy? Having experienced the combat enhancement of the star armor system, Qin Wushang looked down upon the notion of using individual powered armor as mere cannon fodder. "Qin, we don't need to take such a colossal step. That could lead to disaster," Leiluo retorted helplessly. The star armor system of the Galactic Alliance was categorized into 4 levels: planet level, star level, galaxy level, and the highest, domain level. The galaxy level and domain level systems were strictly prohibited for external sale. Even for members within the Galactic Alliance, They were required to undergo an evaluation by the 5 elder factions and receive unanimous approval before being eligible to purchase. Moreover, after acquisition, the wearer had to submit to the supervision of the Alliance's celestial enforcers and regularly report to the headquarters. For those outside the Alliance, the only purchasable star armor systems were the planet-level and star-level options, with the star-level systems still being under restricted sale within the Earth Alliance. Even the planet-level star armor system cost 300 million Alliance coins per set, meaning that with 500 million, Leiluo could not even afford 2 sets. Qin Wushang remarked, "There's an old saying in Huaxia, good steel should be used on the blade. Rather than spending money on subpar troops, why not invest directly in the star armor system? You've seen its power. It's not an exaggeration to say one can single-handedly challenge a nation." Leiluo fell silent at these words, vividly recalling the previous battle. Although the 2 fighters from the Black Star organization clad in planet-level star armor systems were easily subdued by Qin Wushang, their lackluster performance was primarily due to the overwhelming might of the star-level star armor system and Qin Wushang's own formidable strength. However, merely surviving against someone wearing a star-level star armor system was no trivial feat. The combat potential of the planet-level star armor system should not be underestimated, I understand now. I'll find a way to assemble a tactical squad equipped entirely with planet-level star armor systems for you. Leiluo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists resolutely. A standard tactical squad consisted of 1 commander and 5 team members, meaning Leiluo would need to gather at least 5 sets of planet-level star armor systems. The freshly arrived 500 million had not even warmed in his hands before he found himself in debt by another billion. Boss Leiluo, we have detected large-scale spatial jump traces within the solar system. Approximately 9 astronomical units from the Tianji. At that moment, the information department transmitted a message to the bridge. Both Leiluo and Qin Wushang immediately recalled the Ghost Car patrol ship that Xue Xingtai had mentioned earlier. It seemed that Ghost Car, one of the 10 leaders of the Black Star organization, had indeed come personally to the solar system, heading straight for the ancient relics on Venus. What should we do now? Although Leiluo was not afraid of the Black Star organization, the mere mention of Ghost Car made him feel a twinge of anxiety. If Ghost Car discovered that he had outmaneuvered him, it was uncertain how he would react, and whether Qin Wushang could handle it. With that thought, Leiluo turned to Qin Wushang. Seeing this, Qin Wushang shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "Don't look at me. They say Ghost Car is an unparalleled powerhouse of the fusion realm, while I'm only at the innate realm. There's a significant gap between us. Even clad in the star-level star armor system, I'd only be a target for abuse." Leiluo knew that Qin Wushang spoke the truth. Though the star-level star armor system could amplify his combat power to that of the fusion realm, external power was still external power. When facing a genuine warrior of the fusion realm, even the star-level star armor system would fall short. "So, what now?" Leiluo asked again. "What else can we do? The best strategy is to retreat. Of course, we should run," Qin Wushang replied nonchalantly. "The universe is vast. Even if Ghost Car is a supreme powerhouse of the fusion realm, finding us in the cosmos would not be an easy task." Chapter 050. New materials. A little over 10 minutes later, the Tianji activated its warp engine, fleeing into the depths of space, perpendicular to the ecliptic plane of the solar system. After the recent sandstorm, the Tianji had suffered devastating losses. Nearly 100 personnel had gone missing during the storm, and subsequent search efforts yielded no results, leading to the grim conclusion of their deaths. Moreover, around 90% of the precious instruments had been damaged, with a total value exceeding 300 million Alliance coins. Gazing at the statistical data displayed on the holographic screen before him, Leiluo felt overwhelmed. This was yet another financial disaster, combined with previous losses. The total expenditure for this Venus expedition had reached nearly 500 million, coinciding precisely with the compensation from the Black Star organization. Additionally, with his initiative to form a tactical squad equipped entirely with star armor systems, there was still a gap of 10 billion. For the first time, Leiluo truly felt the weight of financial scarcity. Damn it! If this Venus expedition had gone smoothly, the returns would have exceeded 10 billion. 100 billion or even 1,000 billion wouldn't have been a problem. Leiluo lamented, nearly pulling his own hair out in frustration. However, suddenly recalling the object in Qin Wushang's possession, a plan to generate funds began to form in his mind. The Taibai Shan in Qin Wushang's hands was not something he could afford to relinquish. But the ancient technologies within were undeniably valuable: the Golden Crow Formation, which converts solar essence into offensive capabilities; the Earth Cover Formation, which absorbs geomantic energy to create protective energy walls; and the Starfall Concealment Formation, capable of generating artificial gravity. Any one of these techniques would far surpass the current technological standards of the Alliance. When Leiluo approached Qin Wushang and articulated his plan to generate funds, he was unsurprisingly met with ridicule for his narrow vision. Were it not for his concern about being outmatched, Leiluo would have certainly spat in Qin Wushang's face. "Come now, Qin, enlighten me with your sophisticated and grand methods of making money." Leiluo pulled up a small stool, sat upright, and awaited Qin Wushang's response. "To what extent has the Academy progressed in the reverse engineering of the star armor system?" Instead of directly revealing his own money-making scheme, Qin Wushang dropped a bombshell that left Leiluo's head buzzing. "Don't be too quick to deny it." Seeing Leiluo's astonishment and his readiness to refute, Qin Wushang teased, "Although the star armor system may not represent the pinnacle of Galactic Alliance technology, if the Earth Alliance could crack it, even just replicating the basic planet-level star armor system, it would lead to a remarkable enhancement of the Earth Alliance's overall strength. At that point, applying for membership in the Galactic Alliance would not be a difficult task, rather than languishing in the observer's seat for a century." Leiluo opened his mouth, but ultimately sighed. "The technology of the planet-level star armor system has been deciphered by 90%. The spatial ring I previously gave you is actually a derivative of the star armor technology. What is the current challenge?" Qin Wushang inquired. "Materials. The materials required to manufacture the star armor. We have experimented with every material currently available within the Alliance or importable from outside, yet none have achieved even 50% of the performance of the star armor materials. Even the most advanced nanometal materials only barely reach 50%. The star armor systems produced from these would provide limited enhancement to the strength of celestial warriors. Even at any cost, the systems would be utterly inadequate when compared to those of the Galactic Alliance." Leiluo lamented with regret. "I have a material formula here. Would you be interested?" Qin Wushang said with a smile. "What are its properties?" Leiluo did not doubt Qin Wushang's ability to produce it, but went straight to the point. "Its overall performance exceeds that of the star armor materials by 20%, Qin Wushang replied. "What?" Upon hearing this, Leiluo was initially taken aback, then quickly transformed by a wave of joy, excitement, and exhilaration. He had anticipated that the materials Qin Wushang might present would merely rival those of planetary-grade star armor. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that Qin Wushang had provided such a monumental surprise. It is important to note that the overall performance of stellar-grade star armor materials is only about 18% superior to that of planetary-grade materials. In other words, the new material presented by Qin Wushang is entirely suitable for the development of a stellar-grade star armor system. Overwhelmed with unexpected delight, Leiluo was eager to validate the data of the new material. The sky horizon had not strayed far from the solar system. Rather, it had concealed itself within a densely populated asteroid region of the Kuiper Belt, engaging in communication silence and severing all ties with the outside world. The list of new materials provided by Qin Wushang undoubtedly stemmed from the information stream left by the Chang'e Xianzuan. Although the techniques of the Xianluo era could not be cultivated due to the constraints of the Great Tao, practices such as artifact refinement, formations, alchemy, and runes, which pertain to the manipulation of energy, can serve as references in this era. Moreover, materials belong to the realm of the material world, regardless of whether in the Xianluo era or the present. The fundamental material properties that constitute the universe remain unchanged. Thus, certain materials researched by the artifact refining sects of the Xianluo era can be utilized directly. This list encompasses 72 elements, most of which have been extensively explored in the research of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, while the remaining rare trace elements must be extracted from stellar remnants or the debris following a supernova explosion. "Follow me." Leiluo led Qin Wushang to a sealed space at the rear of the sky horizon, where he accessed a hidden elevator embedded in the cabin wall with his iris, descending to the 4th level beneath the ship. This was a concealed area, one that had seen only a handful of individuals since the completion and delivery of the sky horizon. When the lights flickered to life, it was Qin Wushang's turn to be awestruck. Here, Leiluo had not only constructed a comprehensive star armor research laboratory, but also an entirely automated interstellar system production line. This meant that once the new material was validated to meet the requirements, Leiluo could readily initiate a production line for star armor systems here. Now I understand, Qin Wushang mused. I can see why you have been wandering the cosmos with the sky horizon. If news of this place were to leak, the forces of the Galactic Alliance's celestial enforcers would undoubtedly rush to the borders of the Earth Alliance without delay. Qin Wushang sighed. The endeavor to decode the star armor system was not solely undertaken by the Earth Alliance. Even their archrival, the Orion Alliance, was engaged in similar pursuits, and member nations within the Galactic Alliance were secretly conducting reverse engineering of this technology. However, achieving success in such an undertaking does not signify victory. It could very well lead to catastrophe. Weakness, indeed, is the original sin. Chapter 051. Blades and spears. The material list provided by Qin Wushang was remarkably detailed, encompassing ratios, temperatures, reaction conditions, and various smelting techniques, serving as an exceptionally thorough guide for development. Leiluo merely needed to follow the sequence for validation and complete the final step of smelting. Nevertheless, Leiluo meticulously verified each process repeatedly until he achieved the most impeccable results at every stage. This validation process consumed a total of 72 hours, and when a fist-sized, silver-white, triangular metal object materialized before Leiluo, his excitement was palpable. Gazing at the silvery metal, he felt as though he were beholding a stunning beauty, breathtakingly exquisite and entirely unclad. Success. It matches the description perfectly, Leiluo exclaimed, his fervor spilling over as he danced with uncontainable joy. Quickly, let us test the performance data. Qin Wushang interjected, delivering a light slap to Leiluo's forehead. The impact just enough to bring him back to his senses. Right? The data. Leiluo placed the triangular metal object into the testing analyzer, and as various waves scanned it, lasers illuminated it, and particles bombarded it. A series of data outputs began to materialize. It's done. Qin. We succeeded. Look at these figures. Compared to the star armor material data, this is a conservative estimate of a 20% increase. Leiluo shouted excitedly, pointing at the screen. Qin Wushang, however, displayed no surprise. It was entirely expected that the products refined in the laboratory would outperform those produced in bulk. Qin, you may not grasp the significance of this 25% increase. You must understand that the materials used in the Galactic Alliance's publicly disclosed galactic-grade star armor system are hardly superior. Leiluo, noticing Qin Wushang's indifference, adopted a look of exasperation and explained loudly, Qin, do you realize what this means? It signifies that if we can decode the technology behind the galactic-grade star armor system, the Galactic Alliance's technological supremacy in star armor will be utterly dismantled. Qin Wushang felt compelled to douse Leiluo's fervent enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Cautioning Leiluo, I trust you would not wish to witness that day. The strength of the Earth Alliance is not solely determined by a single star armor technology. The principle of possessing a treasure invites calamity is something I believe you understand. Leiluo's expression froze, for as the most promising scientist of the Alliance Academy and the presumptive heir to the position of the next director, his intellect far surpassed that of 90% of the Alliance. Qin, I was too exuberant, too impatient, he conceded, regaining his composure as he tugged at his already sparse hair, offering a wry smile. Leiluo, haste makes waste. You know what to do next, Qin Wushang said with a smile. Leiluo nodded, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized the data before him. With the results of the new material established, Qin Wushang chose not to linger and turned to leave the laboratory. Just a few steps away, he suddenly turned back, declaring, Leiluo, I require a suitable weapon. This material may serve as an excellent choice. I understand. Leiluo snapped back to attention, nodding and asking, Qin, what type of weapon do you need? Qin Wushang shrugged. Responding, a sword, a knife, or perhaps a halberd. Any of these would suffice. Leiluo pondered for a moment before replying, I know how to proceed. Grant me 3 hours, and I shall forge a weapon that will meet your satisfaction. Qin Wushang's request did not strike Leiluo as particularly difficult. It merely required incorporating the techniques of material transformation and thought manifestation into this new metal alloy, both of which had already been acquired through the reverse engineering of the star armor system. The challenge lay in determining whether this new metal could harmonize with these two techniques. Clearly, Leiluo's concerns were unfounded, as the compatibility of the new metal exceeded his expectations, in less than 2 hours. A ring etched with mysterious lightning patterns was presented to Qin Wushang. The ring, though of ordinary size, weighed nearly 20 to 30 kilograms in Qin Wushang's grasp. After placing the ring on his right thumb, he followed Leiluo's instructions and left a mark with his spiritual essence. Then, with a mere thought, the ring flowed like water into the palm of his right hand, transforming into a hilt from which the blade extended. In the blink of an eye, a gleaming long sword, radiating an icy brilliance, materialized in Qin Wushang's hand. As he casually wielded the long sword, it produced a series of sharp, slicing sounds, as if it were intent on rending the very fabric of space. The edge was astonishingly sharp. Subsequently, Qin Wushang envisioned the form of a long knife, and he observed as countless pixel-sized metal squares on the sword's blade began to writhe. Moments later, the long sword morphed seamlessly into a long knife, precisely matching his imagination. Next came the halberd, followed by the spear. With 18 varieties of weaponry at his fingertips, Qin Wushang reveled in the experience. That moment, a series of piercing alarm sounds reverberated throughout the sky horizon. Making haste to the bridge, Qin Wushang found Leiluo already seated there, his expression grave. Not only that, but several of Leiluo's loyal supporters, including Wilson and Moj, were also gathered in the space. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. Qin Wushang approached and inquired, "What is happening?" Leiluo replied, "The probe set up in Pluto's orbit has detected the presence of the Ghost Car starship, which is currently tracking us." Qin Wushang asked, "What are the chances of them discovering us?" Leiluo responded, "It's only a matter of time before the Ghost Car finds us. What we need to do now is figure out how to escape before they close in." The Sky Horizon was merely a research vessel. While the Ghost Car was classified as a third-tier battleship within the Alliance fleet, second only to the attack ship, the Ghost Car already held a speed advantage over the Sky Horizon, and its weaponry boasted long-range attack capabilities, making escape a less than ideal option. Leiluo chuckled wryly, "I know, escape may be futile. Everyone claims I'm the madman Leiluo, but in my view, that Ghost Car is the real lunatic, a severe mental case. Even if I were faced with a planet-destroying cannon, I would still prefer not to encounter that rascal Ghost Car." Qin Wushang was perplexed as to how the ghost vehicle could instill such profound psychological trauma in Leiluo. Nevertheless, since Leiluo had articulated his concerns, it was evident that this ghost vehicle was indeed an exceptionally perilous entity. With that in mind, let us proceed to the source star. Qin Wushang indicated towards the star map. Believing that as the birthplace of the Earth Alliance, countless eyes were fixated upon it, he was confident that regardless of how deranged the ghost vehicle might be, it would exercise caution. Chapter 052. The ghost vehicle. Qin Wushang had not anticipated returning to the source star so swiftly. It had been merely a little over a month. Standing before the observation window of the ship's cabin, as the azure planet re-entered his line of sight, he felt as if he had traversed through time. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared. "Attention, attention, our vessel is locked onto by an ultra-long-range energy cannon. Enter evasive maneuvering state." The entire ship was in a state of emergency, with all crew members immediately executing the preset evasive protocols. The main engine roared to life at full throttle, implementing the phantom flicker evasion strategy, utilizing quantum cloaking technology to momentarily obscure the ship's positional coordinates while simultaneously adjusting the vessel's orientation to minimize the target area. With a flurry of commands swiftly issued and executed, the sky horizon flickered through the cosmos like a specter. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light, capable of obliterating everything, was unleashed from the ultra-long-range energy cannon, narrowly grazing the starboard side of the sky horizon as it shot into the abyss of space. Yet, this was not the end. As the blinding radiance of the cannon dissipated, an enormous battleship materialized from 500 kilometers away in the starry expanse, followed by a dozen or so warriors clad in crimson star armor, who immediately leaped across the void towards the sky horizon. The defense system activated, and the energy shield surged to its peak strength. Tactical Analysis Group immediately assessed the flight trajectories and parameters of the enemy star armor warriors. Calculating the optimal attack paths. The main cannon charged to full power. High-energy neutron wave cannon charged to full power. Ion kinetic hybrid cannon charged to full power. Turbo laser cannon charged to full power. Laser cannon charged to full power. A series of commands were rapidly dispatched, and soon thereafter, the sky horizon struck first, unleashing a barrage of dazzling beams that tore through the darkness, aimed directly at the Star Armor warriors. However, the Star Armor warriors did not flinch, showing no concern for the intense assault from the sky horizon. Just as engagement was imminent, the Star Armor warriors swiftly dispersed, evading the lethal barrage with their agile maneuverability. Concurrently, the small laser and particle cannons mounted on the Star Armor began their counterattack, weaving a net of beams that surged towards the sky horizon. Although these attacks were insufficient to penetrate the sky horizon's defensive systems, they nonetheless caused the ship to vibrate erratically, resulting in a brief deviation in the aiming and locking system of its cannons. Though only a matter of seconds, this fleeting window allowed the group of Star Armor warriors to breach within 100 kilometers of the sky horizon. Lei Luo, leave these flies to me. Focus on evading the long-range attacks from the ghost ship. Qin Wushang's voice resonated through the Star Armor system, reaching Lei Luo's ears. The vessel that had leaped into the starry expanse from 500 kilometers away could only be the ghost vehicle patrol ship. At this distance, it was the optimal range for the patrol ship's long-range weaponry. However, it was evident that the enemy did not intend to sink the sky horizon outright. Instead, they dispatched Star Armor warriors for a surprise attack, aiming to seize control from within. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang could not guarantee that once he dealt with this contingent of Star Armor warriors, the enemy would not grow impatient with their cat and mouse game. Hence, his warning was merely to prepare Lei Luo for the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, they were now close to the Source Star. A mere 10 astronomical units from it, the Ninth Fleet of the Solar Battle Zone was stationed nearby. The skirmish in the vicinity of the Source Star would surely have caught the attention of the Ninth Fleet, and if they could hold out for another 10 minutes, the warships of the Ninth Fleet would intervene in the battle. At that point, if the ghost vehicle did not wish to be encircled by the Ninth Fleet, it would have no choice but to withdraw before their arrival. On the deck of the sky horizon, Qin Wushang, clad in star armor, stood at the foremost edge, with the wings of his star armor fully unfurled, emanating a sinister black luminescence. As he continued to analyze the star armor system, Qin Wushang discovered that although it was a creation of technology, many aspects still bore the hallmark of extraordinary power. For instance, the wings behind him could, in tandem with the operation of his 10 Earth-devouring stars technique, absorb and expel stellar energy. As the wings underwent continuous refinement through stellar energy, their speed and agility were significantly enhanced, and to Qin Wushang's astonishment, his control over the wings had reached a level where they moved in synchrony with his thoughts. Boom! With a flash of light, Qin Wushang's form suddenly leapt thousands of meters away, not through spatial transference, but rather an illusion created by reaching the pinnacle of speed. In an instant, he appeared merely 5 kilometers away from the group of Star Armor warriors in the cosmos. At that moment, the Star Armor warriors' Star Armor system emitted a frantic warning of danger, yet within their line of sight, they detected no sign of an impending attack. However, in the next heartbeat, the two foremost Star Armor warriors were inexplicably torn asunder, leaving the remaining warriors to halt abruptly, their senses heightened and scanning their surroundings. Yet, amidst the vastness of space, apart from their comrades, only the remnants of their companions, now reduced to 4 chunks of ice, remained. In groups of 3, they maintained vigilance, forming a compact combat formation. The enemy possesses Stellar-class Star Armor warriors, threat level S. The voice of the squad leader, calm and composed, echoed within the Star Armor system. As an experienced tactical commander, he immediately devised a countermeasure. However, the Star Armor warriors had yet to notice the presence of a singular Star Armor warrior, cloaked in dark luminescence, hovering above them, observing from a distance against the backdrop of the inky sky. Stellar-class Star Armor system. Qin Wushang had also noted a peculiar form among the Star Armor warriors, one that deviated slightly in appearance from the others, radiating energy fluctuations far surpassing those of its counterparts. Clearly, this unique figure was a Stellar-class Star Armor warrior. As Qin Wushang descended slowly, he fused his dual swords back into a single blade, approximately 5 feet in length. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, he broke through the confines of space, positioning himself 10 meters above the head of the stellar-class star armor warrior, the eighth form of the sword sovereign scriptures, sovereign of the sword. This technique was the most domineering in the sword sovereign scriptures, and when combined with the formidable power of the star armor system and the 5-foot-long great sword, it unleashed a force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens. The wave of sword energy erupted like a detonating bomb, illuminating the void with a dazzling brilliance, each sword light seemingly imbued with the power to shatter mountains and stars, cleaving through space and leaving behind a trail of resplendent traces. Chapter 053. Fierce battle. The radiance burst forth, blinding and captivating. In that moment, the stellar-class star armor warrior reacted, conjuring a blood-red war blade that shimmered with a menacing light, as if it could consume all that lay before it. Buzz! The blood-red battle blade trembled with high frequency, unleashing a force that rivaled that of Qin Wushang's sword. In the next moment, the brilliance of the sword and the edge of the blade intersected, and two overwhelming powers collided, erupting into a dazzling radiance that shone as brilliantly as the stars scattered across the cosmos. This confrontation was truly evenly matched. Qin Wushang had not anticipated that among his pursuers, besides the legendary ghost vehicle, there existed such a formidable opponent. A surge of battle fervor welled up within Qin Wushang as he channeled the stellar energy within him to its utmost limits, promptly unleashing the technique, "Those who defy me shall perish." The seventh style of the Sword Emperor's techniques, this move emphasized intent over form, enveloped in sword intent, instilling a profound fear of defying the sovereign, a fear that warranted 1,000 deaths. Under the enhancement of Qin Wushang's formidable primordial spirit, the might of this strike was infinitely magnified. Although the target of this strike was merely a star-class armored warrior, the intangible pressure radiated outward, affecting other armored warriors as well. Those with steadfast wills trembled, while the weak-willed quaked uncontrollably, turning to flee. The star-class armored warrior at the epicenter of the sword intent experienced a tremendous psychological shock, feeling as though he were face to face with a deity, unable to resist the urge to prostrate himself, offering everything, including his life. Fortunately, at that moment, the self-protection system of the armored suit activated, a powerful electric current stimulating the wearer's cerebral cortex, awakening him from his daze. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Wushang's great sword had already descended toward his right shoulder. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly cleave him in two. The star-class warrior felt the sharp sword light piercing his skin, panic rising within him as he hastily activated the protective shield of his armor, instantly maxing its power, even exceeding it by twofold. This was the absolute limit that the armor could endure, with a duration of merely 3 seconds. After that, the protective system would collapse. This moment of self-rescue allowed him to seize a glimmer of hope. Although he was still struck down by Qin Wushang's sword, the overloaded shield ultimately absorbed the lethal blow. The star-class armored warrior was propelled away as if struck by a baseball, flying several thousand meters before vanishing from sight. At this juncture, the other armored warriors, having regained their senses, fled in all directions, in their frantic escape. 3 of them inadvertently flew toward Qin Wushang. With a swift motion of his sword, Qin Wushang prepared to cleave these 3 armored warriors in two, when suddenly, a blood-red light surged towards him like a meteor in the blink of an eye. The light was upon him, and simultaneously, a fierce blade light expanded several feet, aiming to strike Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang's figure surged forth, advancing rather than retreating, as his great sword traced a perfect arc in the air, meeting the blade light in a violent clash that erupted into a brilliant display. The two formidable forces collided, generating ripples of energy that spread outward, threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. This strike, however, did not achieve the desired effect, as the opponent's great sword found a flaw and shattered the blade light. The star-class armored warrior, seizing the opportunity, retreated, agilely flipping in mid-air to launch another attack, each swing of his blade accompanied by blinding light, weaving a dense tapestry of lethal strikes. Qin Wushang sensed the unmasked, bone-chilling malice within this onslaught, a rapidly swelling tempest of violence. Deep within, a sense of danger arose, It was evident that the opponent was prepared to stake everything, even their life, to bring him down. Yet, in this moment, Qin Wushang remained remarkably composed. He gripped the great sword tightly, his step steady, each swing imbued with immense strength, as if capable of splitting the very air. Simultaneously, he utilized the defense system of his armor to withstand the opponent's relentless assault. Maneuvering with the advantage of speed across the cosmic expanse, each evasion was perfectly timed, while the great sword in his hand was already poised to strike, searching for a flaw in the opponent's defenses to deliver a fatal blow. The two figures darted through the starry void, their sword light and blade light intertwining into a resplendent net of brilliance, overshadowing the surrounding stars. With each passing moment, Qin Wushang felt increasingly at ease. Even taking a moment to glance at the position of the Skylark, he discovered that the Skylark had already penetrated the Earth-Moon orbit, adjusting its posture to gradually enter the source star's energy field, preparing for landing. Once the Skylark entered the atmosphere of the source star, this crisis would be considered half averted. Calculating the time, Qin Wushang noted that the anticipated 10 minutes were quickly dwindling. Any potential actions from the Black Star Organization or the Ghost Vehicle would hinge upon this critical period. As he contemplated this, a sense of vigilance welled up within him, accompanied by an ominous feeling. Thus, Qin Wushang maximized the power of the detection system within his armor, activating both short-range visual detection and long-range quantum wave scanning. However, no matter how he searched, he could not uncover the source of this ominous sensation. Just then, the Star-class armored warrior launched another assault. Qin Wushang took a deep breath, feeling the stellar energy surge within him, and channeled all his strength through the energy core of his armor, concentrating it into the great sword. The blade instantly radiated a dazzling brilliance. As if capable of severing all with a resounding boom, the sword light surged forth, striking heavily against the opponent's blood-red long knife, producing a sharp crack as the knife shattered, half of its blade flying away. Nevertheless, the might of Qin Wushang's great sword remained unyielding, continuing its heavy descent toward the adversary. With a tearing sound, the great sword ruthlessly cleaved into the chest of the armored warrior, creating a massive gash in the armor. Although the warrior reacted swiftly, it was ultimately a moment too late. He withdrew, a flash of unwillingness and shock crossing his eyes. Seizing the momentum, Qin Wushang propelled his armor toward the opponent, swinging his sword to deliver the final blow. Yet, at that instant, a sudden tightening gripped Qin Wushang's heart. An inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if some unknown force were warning him. This feeling was so intense that he had to abruptly halt the sword strike he had been about to unleash. His form momentarily pausing, in the next moment, a premonition surged within him, and he sharply looked up to see, merely a few feet above, the space visibly warping, an extraordinary power brewing within. Qin Wushang swiftly sidestepped to evade. Yet he was still a moment too late, as a radiant light erupted from the distorted space, shooting toward his location. This light seemed to contain world-destroying power, instantaneously engulfing both Qin Wushang and the surrounding space. Chapter 054. Slaughtering Demons and Exterminating Gods. At that moment, in the previously tranquil starry sky, a minute spatial rift suddenly split open, releasing a chilling aura. Qin Wushang's eyes widened as he beheld a figure slowly emerging from the fissure, a peerless powerhouse draped in a plumage-patterned blood-red robe. Wearing a bird-shaped mask, the Ghost Vehicle, Aspirate Origin Realm Celestial Practitioner, 4 ages, it had been rumored that the Ghost Vehicle was a heavenly fusion realm martial artist. Yet here it was, a master of both martial and mystical arts. Their prowess was not only at the heavenly fusion realm in martial arts, but their mystical arts also reached the same esteemed level within the spirit origin realm, and the attribute of their mystical arts was an exceedingly rare space element. In this moment, a cacophony of alarm bells rang out in Qin Wushang's mind, as if countless chimes were tolling simultaneously, sending tremors through his very soul. He suddenly realized that the power displayed by the Ghost Vehicle far exceeded his previous estimations, and the sense of hidden danger loomed over him like a tangible weight. Qin Wushang's gaze sharpened. He quickly assessed the situation, searching for a means to counteract it. The brilliance on the armor intensified abruptly, resonating with the stars as it gathered the scattered stellar energy from the surrounding cosmos. preparing to face an even more violent onslaught. Humph! Mere ants dare to resist? Upon witnessing the specter-like figure, the corner of Guiche's mouth curled into a disdainful smirk. In an instant, he moved with the swiftness of a phantom, weaving through the battlefield, each strike aimed directly at Qin Wushang's vital points, his speed astonishingly breathtaking. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang remained undaunted by this formidable onslaught. He drew a deep breath, casting aside all fear and distractions from his mind, transforming into a radiant entity, seamlessly merging with his star armor, deftly dodging amidst the cosmos while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Wushang's mind. A long-buried memory resurfaced, manifesting as countless ethereal glimmers that fused into his primordial spirit. In that instant, his spirit trembled, rapidly deducing the information contained within these glimmers, shaping them into his most instinctual recollections: the 10 Earths slaughtering demons, the 9 heavens exterminating gods. In that moment, these two great techniques of annihilation unfolded before him. Qin Wushang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the luminous essence within his spirit, striving to forge a deeper connection with it. As his perception deepened, the brilliance of the glimmers intensified, and an unprecedented power surged within him. The 10 Earths slaughtering demons. Qin Wushang abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting but palpable killing intent flickering within them. Subsequently, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, channeling all his strength into it. Behold, an endless river of stellar energy converged upon the blade, coalescing into a resplendent sword aura that cleaved through the void, hurtling towards Gai. In response, Guiche's rapid form faltered, taken aback by Qin Wushang's ability to elevate his combat prowess in such a brief span of time. A subtle threat now looming over him. Yet, Guiche, a seasoned warrior, was not easily deterred by mere intimidation. With a powerful strike, he prepared to meet Qin Wushang's sword head-on. Whether it be the 10 Earths slaughtering demons or the 9 heavens exterminating gods, neither technique adhered to fixed forms. Their essence lay in the cultivation of boundless killing intent. The greater the intensity of this intent, the mightier the techniques became. The 10 Earths annihilation, the 9 heavens divine slaying. Each of these formidable techniques targeted different adversaries, and even with Qin Wushang's enhancement to a pseudo-melding heaven realm through his star armor, he could only barely invoke the 10 Earths slaughtering demons. Yet, even so, as the sword aura approached, Guiche felt the palpable force of its killing power, igniting a flicker of dread within him. Ultimately, amidst a blinding flash of light, Guiche's palm strike was completely shattered, and he was forced to retreat under the impact of the residual sword aura, his eyes wide with disbelief and shock. However, Guiche was indeed a renowned and peerless expert. Although that tidal wave of palm power had dissipated, it still sent Qin Wushang hurtling back several dozen feet, a crushing pain radiating through his chest as if struck by a colossal boulder. Qin Wushang lifted his gaze towards Guiche, acutely aware of the immense chasm in strength between them. It was only when confronted with reality that he comprehended that the disparity in realms could not be bridged by external forces. One's own cultivation was paramount. Young one, quite impressive. Theo, demonstrate my appreciation. I shall ensure you meet a fate most gruesome. Guiche's voice reverberated through the communicator of the star armor, raspy and frigid, as if capable of freezing the very air around him. Thereafter, Guiche floated closer, his blood-red robe shifting until it transformed into a blood-colored star armor that enveloped him. This armor took the form reminiscent of the mythical 9-headed demon bird, known as Guiche, an omen of calamity. Wherever Guiche appeared, death and disaster inevitably followed. It was from this very name that his moniker was derived. The Star Rivergrade Star Armor System, melding heaven realm cultivation. Qin Wushang gazed upon Guiche's attire, all washing over him. Nonetheless, despair did not take root in Qin Wushang's heart. The notion of retreating in the face of overwhelming strength was not one he found unacceptable. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, he would not recklessly engage. However, escaping from the now serious Guiche would not prove an easy endeavor, especially as Guiche was a spatial attribute practitioner of the Ling Yuan realm. wielding an unfathomable mastery over spatial manipulation. With a mere spatial blockade, he could sever all avenues of retreat for Qin Wushang. Thus, the strategy of escape, the timing of it, became a meticulously orchestrated gamble for Qin Wushang, where every step required careful deliberation. Qin Wushang understood all too well that confronting Guiche head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Only through cunning could he grasp a sliver of hope. Guiche closed in. A formidable sense of oppression enveloped him, compelling Qin Wushang to involuntarily retreat several meters. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. The vast, boundless cosmos left him with no direction to evade Guiche's pursuit, rendering him ensnared in a stalemate. Guiche observed Qin Wushang's actions, yet paid them no heed, instead regarding him with a curious demeanor, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. "Qin, you may return. We are safe." At that moment, Lei Luo's voice echoed through the star armor communicator. Finally reaching this moment, a thought sparked within Qin Wushang. The metamorphosing acupoint within him suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, unleashing a torrent of stellar energy that surged forth. Concurrently, the 10 Earth's devouring stars technique was pushed to its utmost limit, devouring the boundless stellar energy from the void and continuously accumulating within the star armor. Particularly, the wings behind Qin Wushang shimmered with a radiance more brilliant than the sun itself. Chapter 055. Qin Wangchen. Source Star. Linhai City. In quaint farmhouse on the outskirts of the Eastern District. Dressed casually, Qin Wangchen reclined leisurely on a bench, squinting his eyes as he listened to his subordinate's report. Suddenly, he sat up with a start, exclaiming, "What did you say? Wushang was not found on Daiyu Star?" The man nodded, responding, "Indeed, boss. News from Daiyu Star indicates that young Master Wushang was never aboard the spacecraft. Checked the airport records and footage, and while young Master Wushang did pass through security and completed boarding procedures, he was not on the ship." Qin Wangchen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could it be that old rascal Yuan Zong has meddled with something? Do you investigate any recent movements from the Yuan family? Also, activate the hidden agents within the Yuan group to gather information on Wushang's whereabouts." "Yes, boss," Fang Daya replied, then inquired, "Boss, should we notify Ahu to send people to search for young Master Wushang?" Qin Wangchen shook his head. "No need. Ahu should keep an eye on the Gu and Li families. The true puppet master behind the scenes has yet to reveal themselves. Anyone bold enough to meddle with my affairs on my turf will ultimately face retribution." Upon hearing this, Fang Dayo ceased further comments, recognizing that his boss had been outmaneuvered. Though his boss had initially allowed this, it left a sour taste, and he was wise enough not to provoke his superior's ire at this moment. At this juncture, Qin Wangchen inquired, "Dayo, has Ingji returned to Fusang?" Fang Dayo replied, "Boss, Ingji left Linhai City 3 days ago, but her whereabouts remain unknown. However, the Wind Demon Inkong and the Fire Demon Chao Jui from the 4 great demon gods are still in Linhai City." Hearing this, Qin Wangchen chuckled coldly. "These are mere pawns, disposable at any moment. They pose no threat, as long as I keep a close watch on Li Mou and Gu Zhiyong. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the true mastermind behind this." Long before the Li and Gu families vied for power, Qin Wangchen sensed something amiss. First, the Emperor Consortium faced suppression and exclusion across various production areas within the alliance, even uncovering multiple instances of misconduct among its subsidiaries' upper management. Some were detained by the local Alliance Security Bureau, while others were summoned by the Alliance's Economic Investigation Department. In recent years, the Emperor Consortium had expanded rapidly, with its subordinate companies' management varying in quality. Such issues were not surprising. Typically, prior to dealing with these cases, the Alliance's Security Bureau and Discipline Inspection Department would send advance notices. However, this time, multiple issues arose simultaneously across various locations and personnel. While it did not disrupt the consortium's operations, several significant projects encountered difficulties. Large orders were pilfered, project bids were missed, and contracts faced overdue delivery deadlines, leading to potential hefty compensations. Clearly, someone was targeting the Emperor Consortium's layout, aiming to shake the tree and force Qin Wangchen into submission. Yet, the adversary likely underestimated the extensive network Qin Wangchen had cultivated over the decades. The previous underhanded tactics against the Emperor Consortium had all been deftly countered by Qin Wangchen. which led to the subsequent rage that spurred the Li and Gu families to collude with the Divine Path sect to seize power, attempting to coerce Qin Huangquan. Unfortunately for them, they had not anticipated that the cunning Qin Huangquan would simply flip the table. Completely abandoning the Emperor Consortium he had painstakingly built over decades, going into hiding. Even now, no one knew that Qin Huangquan was concealed within this unassuming little courtyard in the eastern district of Linhai City. Reflecting on this, Qin Huangquan couldn't help but curse, "I wonder which scoundrel has been eyeing me. If I find you, I shall make you regret ever laying eyes on me." Feng Dao could not help but let out a bitter smile upon hearing the words. His boss had many commendable qualities, yet his penchant for foul language remained unaltered in the past. While at the consortium, he could feign a semblance of cultured demeanor, but in private, his true nature was laid bare. "Boss, unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. I will report back once I have news regarding young Master Wushang," Feng Dao said as he rose to his feet. Qin Huangquan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Go on, go on. Inform the laboratory to expedite the construction of Xian Yao No. 2. I want to see it trialed within a month." "Yes, boss." As Qin Huangquan's personal secretary and chief manager, Feng Dao was resolute in carrying out his superior's orders. Although a month was far from sufficient for the still framing Xian Yao No. 2, he nonetheless agreed without hesitation. Upon leaving the courtyard and reaching the intersection, a black taxi fortuitously drove by, and Feng Dao promptly boarded. Soon, the taxi sped towards the city center, and through the windshield, Feng Dao caught sight of a colossal vessel piercing through the clouds. Hurtling towards Linhai City, on the outer deck of the Tianji ship, Qin Wushang lay helplessly amidst the ruins, his star armor system a shattered relic, with torn wings and a helmet reduced to mere fragments, retaining only the most basic protective functions while everything else had collapsed. Fortunately, the injuries to his physical body were not severe. Although his meridians had sustained shock damage, they were swiftly healed under the regenerative power of the star energy. What Qin Wushang did not anticipate was the sheer ferocity of the ghost vehicle once it unleashed its full combat capabilities. The combination of spatial magic with the fusion sky realm was insurmountable. Had it not been for Qin Wushang's sacrifice of the energy core from his stellar-grade armor to double its combat prowess, coupled with his own explosive star energy, he would have surely succumbed to the ghost vehicle's onslaught. It was only thanks to the timely intervention of the Ninth Fleet of the Alliance's Solar Battle District that the ghost vehicle faltered, granting Qin Wushang an opportunity to escape. However, even then, he was still struck by the ghost vehicle's final palm strike from a distance, sending him flying several dozen kilometers away. By sheer coincidence, Qin Wushang crashed onto the outer deck of the Tianji. The tremendous impact nearly breaching the ship's hull, the Tianji staggered as it broke through the atmosphere, ultimately coming to rest in the docking bay above the East Sea of Linhai City. As the spacecraft stabilized, Lalo hurriedly led a team of medical personnel to extract Qin Wushang from the debris on the deck. Within the medical bay, blue medical reagents and nutrients were consumed at a visible rate. And as Qin Wushang soaked in the liquid, his injuries rapidly healed, even fully recovering in less than a day. Qin Wushang returned to his normal state, not only regaining his bodily functions but also undergoing an unprecedented transformation in spirit and willpower following his confrontation with the formidable ghost vehicle. Renowned within the Earth Alliance for its might, ranking among the top 100 on the Alliance prestigious list, this harrowing challenge had propelled Qin Wushang to a qualitative leap in both martial skills and mental fortitude, with the most evident change being his awareness that he was on the cusp of a breakthrough to his second AU point. In the following days, the Tianji remained in the docking bay for repairs and resupply, showing no inclination to depart. After all, the ghost vehicle was still prowling the outer space of the source star, unperturbed by the Ninth Fleet's warnings, having lingered in the source star's synchronous orbit for 12 hours before swaggering towards Venus under the watchful gaze of two star-grade destroyers from the Ninth Fleet. Upon receiving news from the Ninth Fleet, Lalo became all the more reluctant to leave the source star. Even when the Ninth Fleet offered to escort him, he promptly declined, as he felt he could trust no one but himself at that moment. "Is it really that serious?" Qin Wushang inquired, intrigued by Lalo's caution. Lalo nodded and replied, "The existence of ancient ruins on Venus has long been known to the Academy of Sciences, and I discovered the exact location of these ruins from one of their exploration records. This expedition has garnered attention from various quarters from the outset, and I have long suspected that there are members of the Black Star organization within the Academy, even within the Ninth Fleet. He hesitated, struggling to articulate further. Qin Wushang was not taken aback by this revelation. After all, the Earth Alliance had undergone centuries of development, and its internal cohesion had long since fractured into numerous factions. In pursuit of their individual interests, these factions engaged in deceit and betrayal, even undermining the Alliance's interests, with the Black Star organization being but one among many. Nevertheless, what about the Tai-Bai material? Qin Wushang prompted. Lalo continued, for our next plan, we require substantial funding. So I have submitted the formula for the Tai-Bai material to the Alliance Academy of Sciences in exchange for approximately $2 billion in financial support. After a brief pause, Lalo added, however, based on the formula and process I provided, the basic performance data of the Tai-Bai metal material will only be about 50% of the laboratory data. Qin Wushang understood Lalo's foresight in this approach. After all, the groundbreaking test data from the laboratory had far exceeded anyone's expectations. These data not only revealed an unprecedented new material but also contained the potential to upend the existing technological landscape of the Alliance. Should this astonishing data inadvertently leak, it would not only incite the factions within the Alliance, all vying for power and profit, but could also attract the attention of the Galactic Federation, posing a threat to the Alliance. The 50% of experimental data represented a roughly 10% enhancement over the foundational properties of the Alliance's current strongest metal materials, aligning with the trends of breakthroughs in new material technology and avoiding drawing the Galactic Federation's envy. Qin, come with me. I want to show you something and introduce you to your subordinates. Lalo waved his hand and turned to leave the bridge. They descended to the 4th level of the tunnel. In Lalo's exclusive laboratory, he retrieved a black, triangular star armor unit from a safe and handed the armor badge to Qin Wushang, saying, Qin, give it a try. This is the previous set of star armor systems? Lalo, you repaired it? Qin Wushang asked in surprise as he accepted the armor badge. Lalo shook his head and explained, each stellar grade star armor system from the Galactic Federation has its own identification beacon. Once damaged, it can only be repaired by returning to the Galactic Federation. However, destruction is far simpler. Qin Wushang immediately grasped the implication of Lalo's words and exclaimed with delight, Lalo, you cracked the development technology of the stellar grade star armor system? Lalo nodded with a smile. Qin, do you know? You are my lucky star. The ancient ruins on Venus, the Tai-Bai new metal material, and now the stellar grade star armor system. The set of star armor system you previously wore sustained over 50% battle damage. But fortunately, the core system of the armor was preserved. More importantly, the identification beacon left by the Galactic Federation on this stellar grade star armor system seems to be damaged. Qin, if there are deities in this world, I believe they must be on our side. Lalo's excitement was palpable, as the development technology of the stellar grade star armor system represented another significant gain, comparable to the ancient ruins. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang could hardly contain his eagerness to test the capabilities of this new star armor system. But Lalo quickly raised his hand to stop him. Qin, do you wish to destroy my laboratory? Come, we will head to the 3rd level. There is a second surprise waiting for you. On the 3rd level of the Tianji, Lalo had specially designated a space of over 500 square meters, with walls reinforced by half-meter-thick steel plates. Here, he had constructed a gravity training room for the tactical team led by Qin Wushang, as well as a physical function testing room, an independent rest area, and a training zone. Additionally, there was a high-tech medical rehabilitation area equipped with the most advanced life support systems and emergency treatment equipment, ensuring that team members could receive comprehensive physical examinations and recovery treatments before and after missions. As Lalo showcased the functions of each room, Qin Wushang was left astounded by Lalo's grand vision, particularly in the physical function testing room, where advanced testing instruments were arrayed, many of which he had only heard of by name. Qin, here you can test your new star armor system, Lalo indicated towards a half-meter-high circular platform in the center of the testing room. What is this? Qin Wushang inquired as he approached the platform, surveying his surroundings. Lalo walked over to a set of instruments beside the platform, pulled up a holographic virtual screen, and after a few taps, a light curtain projected down, enveloping Qin Wushang within. This is the comprehensive testing system for star armor produced by the Galactic Federation, capable of detecting all data changes during the dawning of the star armor system, Raylo stated. Subsequently, he pressed the final button and declared, "Qin, we can commence." Upon receiving the command, Qin Wushang retrieved the black triangular star armor, slapping it against his chest. Instantly, a hissing sound echoed as countless streams of black liquid metal surged forth from the armor, rapidly enveloping his entire body. The liquid metal moved with a life of its own, deftly weaving through the air to form a snug, streamlined set of black star armor. The surface of the armor shimmered with a profound luster, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. As the armor completely encased him, Qin Wushang felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. His muscles, enhanced by the armor, became more resilient and powerful, while his reaction speed reached its zenith. Simultaneously, the armor's built-in intelligence system swiftly connected with his neurons, presenting complex information regarding battlefield analysis, energy distribution, and weapon control in an intuitive manner within his mind. Chapter 057. Xingtian upon the platform. The fully adorned black star armor resembled a war deity awakened from darkness, its exquisite design exuding an air of ferocity and majesty. The armor's streamlined yet angular physique, with each curve meticulously sculpted, minimized resistance during cosmic navigation while imparting a sense of latent power. The surface was coated with a paint as deep as the night sky, crafted from a material known as obsidian. This substance was not only indestructible but also, when illuminated, exuded a faint blue or dark purple sheen, twinkling like stars, adding an aura of mystery and nobility to the armor. The headpiece was particularly distinctive, embodying a fusion of mechanical and biological forms. The facial mask was an intricate purple-black visage, concealing complex mechanical structures, with a gem emitting a ghostly glow embedded at its center, a rare mineral known as Divine Guardian Stone, capable of shielding against the mental assaults of celestial practitioners. The eye sockets housed two deep red luminescent lenses, integrated with a highly advanced scanning and targeting system, adept at capturing even the slightest movements on the ever-changing battlefield, locking onto targets with unerring precision. The chest area featured a colossal energy core, the primary power source of the armor, pulsating with immense energy, providing the armor with boundless propulsion. Internally, the energy core formed a web-like circuit, connecting with the wearer's vital energy pathways. When necessary, it could channel the wearer's true energy into the armor to unleash an external attack. The limbs were designed to epitomize its ferocity. The robust arms were equipped with sharp alloy claws capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy defenses. The legs boasted advanced anti-gravity thrusters and stabilization devices, allowing the armor to navigate freely and respond adeptly to complex environments and high-speed combat. The back retained a pair of massive wings, serving as propulsion devices resembling the wings of a demon in the night, critical for high-velocity flight through the cosmos and essential for agile combat maneuvers. Observing the star armor's form reflected on the surrounding screens, Qin Wushang nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Raylo, this is exceptional. I feel it far surpasses the previous stellar-grade armor." Raylo replied with pride, "Indeed, this armor is my most cherished creation over the years. It was only due to the emergence of Type Taibai materials that it could finally be realized." "What are the testing data?" Qin Wushang inquired. "The basic performance is already close to 60% of the Galactic Alliance Galaxy-grade armor. The previous stellar-grade armor pales in comparison." Raylo quickly scanned the data, finding it aligned with his estimations. "Can you test combat strength here?" Qin Wushang asked excitedly. The testing device in the back can measure the full power strike of a peak practitioner at the 6th level of the Heavenly Fusion Realm. Raylo indicated towards a testing apparatus in the corner. Eagerly, Qin Wushang leapt down, nimbly weaving through the gaps between instruments until he reached the testing device. With a powerful thrust of his wings, he appeared before the apparatus as if teleporting, and with a solid fist, he slammed down onto the testing point with a resounding boom. A deafening clang reverberated throughout the sky horizon, causing the entire vessel to tremble. Almost immediately, the testing device emitted a piercing alarm, flashing erratically before displaying an overload error, followed by a complete shutdown. Qin Wushang knocked on the device twice, but it remained unresponsive, exclaiming, "Raylo, Are you certain this device can test the peak strength of a 6th-level heavenly fusion practitioner? Raylo was equally astonished and approached the device to tinker with it for a moment before affirming, "Absolutely. This device has an error margin of less than 5%. The system's overload indicates that your punch exceeded the limits of a 6th-level peak practitioner." With that, Raylo replaced the burnt components caused by the overload. After rebooting the device, he instructed Qin Wushang, "Lower the armor's amplification rate to 70% and try again." The armor's intelligent system connected with Qin Wushang's spirit through his neurons, allowing him to initiate commands with mere thoughts, prompting an immediate response from the system. With a resounding thud, Qin Wushang unleashed another punch, noticeably weaker than the previous strike. LVL 4-03, strength 156,540 kilograms. The display promptly revealed the test results, with LVL 4-03 denoting the third minor tier of the fourth major realm of heavenly warriors. This result aligned with Qin Wushang's expectations, indicating that his armor system had surpassed stellar-grade capabilities, embodying certain attributes of galaxy-grade equipment. Particularly in terms of strength amplification, it had transcended multiple layers of the heavenly fusion realm, and Qin Wushang sensed that as his cultivation progressed, the amplification limits of the armor would continue to rise. "Raylo, this is excellent. If tactical teams were equipped with such armor," Qin Wushang enthused. However, before he could finish, Raylo interrupted with a loud exclamation, "Qin, don't even think about it. Your armor is one of a kind. The materials used are not merely type tie-by, but also some rare materials I have collected over the years. Every last one of my treasures has gone into this armor." In anguish, Raylo continued, "I am now bankrupt, Qin. Do you know that I have accrued a mountain of debt to manufacture this armor? You must help me shoulder at least half of these bills." Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang understood Raylo's intentions. However, considering the worth of the armor, he smiled and replied, "Raylo, are you certain you want me to bear half the bills? Who knows, I might forget some things if I feel too pained." Raylo gasped in alarm, quickly retorting, No, Qin, I was joking. A unique metal formula or a circuit pattern would suffice to offset all debts. Qin, please assist me." Qin Wushang shrugged, conceding, "All right, for the sake of the armor, perhaps I can recall something." At this juncture, Qin Wushang suddenly inquired, "Raylo, what is the name of this armor system?" "Xingtian Battle Monarch," Raylo proclaimed. "Qin, I know that in your Huaxia mythology, there exists a war deity named Xingtian, who is brave and fearless, powerful and ancient, embodying indomitable will. Naming this armor system after him, what do you think?" Qin Wushang expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Xingtian dances with his battle axe, his fierce ambition ever present. This name is indeed fitting, Xingtian Battle Monarch." Name finalized. Suddenly, the voice of the armor's intelligent system resonated, followed by a burst of ethereal purple light radiating from the armor, swirling around its surface before coalescing into a mysterious rune above the energy core on the chest. Chapter 058. Revenge. What is happening? The sudden change caught not only Qin Wushang off guard, but also left Raylo speechless. "I don't know," Raylo stammered, astonished, as both felt an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. Within the Xingtian Battle Monarch armor system, the intelligent system designed by Raylo lacked this particular program, indicating that the armor had undergone an incomprehensible transformation. Clearly, Raylo was at a loss. He hastily accessed the back end of the armor's comprehensive testing platform, extracting the program of the intelligent system. Raylo meticulously compared, adjusted, and tested the programs repeatedly, almost disassembling each character for scrutiny, yet found no trace of anomaly. Strange. This shouldn't be happening. All programs are normal, all logs are fine. The operational mechanisms and underlying logic are intact. Where on earth did this naming program come from? Raylo exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration, muttering incessantly. Raylo, this doesn't seem to be a significant issue. Qin Wushang activated his primordial spirit, scanning both internally and externally, yet seemingly uncovered no anomalies. Lei Luo shook his head and remarked, although the star armor is equipped with an intelligent assistance system, it possesses no will of its own. However, the naming protocol and subsequent actions we witnessed were clearly beyond the capabilities of the intelligent assistance system. Therefore, the star armor undoubtedly harbors something within its design that we have yet to uncover. What could it be? I cannot provide an explanation at this moment. Thus, Qin, it seems you cannot utilize the Xingtian Battle Monarch for the time being. Lei Luo expressed with regret. No, no, Qin Wushang countered, shaking his head. Lei Luo? I feel quite well. Perhaps this is merely a minor accident or a mutation, not worthy of excessive alarm. Trust me. Lei Luo scrutinized the Xingtian Battle Monarch for a prolonged period, frowning as he inquired. Qin, are you certain of this? Qin Wushang smiled and asked, is there any alternative? Lei Luo shook his head. The Xingtian Battle Monarch has nearly exhausted all of its resources, making it impossible to create a second set in the short term. Abandoning the Xingtian Battle Monarch does not seem like a wise choice. Very well, Qin. You must exercise caution while using the Xingtian Battle Monarch. The Star Armor system is merely an auxiliary system and must never take precedence. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Understood. Qin Wushang replied as he removed the Star Armor, waved his hand, and exited the testing room. While walking, he asked, Lei Luo, how is the recruitment for the tactical team progressing? Lei Luo shook his head and said, I have posted recruitment information within the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, but the response has been quite limited. Qin Wushang replied, there is no rush. We shall select carefully. Quality trumps quantity in warfare. The 5 members of the tactical team need not have excessively high cultivation levels, but they must possess unique specializations. Ideally, there should be at least 2 celestial art practitioners among the 5. 1 is the bare minimum. Lei Luo nodded. Understood. If I cannot recruit within the mercenary organization, I can seek assistance from the Alliance Academy of Sciences to recruit under its name from the 3 major institutions of the Alliance. The 3 major institutions are the Celestial Observation Academy, the Lingxiao Martial Institute, and the Tianqing Academy. These 3 academies are specifically designed by the Earth Alliance to cultivate high-end talents in celestial warriors and celestial art practitioners. As their names suggest, the Celestial Observation Academy primarily trains celestial art practitioners, while the Lingxiao Martial Institute is the stronghold for celestial warriors. Although the Tianqing Academy often ranks last among the 3, it occasionally produces a prodigious individual adept in both martial and celestial arts, thereby gaining notoriety within the alliance. Upon hearing Lei Luo mention the 3 academies, Qin Wushang suddenly recalled that he still possessed a quota for advanced studies at the Lingxiao Martial Institute. However, over the past 2 years, he had been preoccupied with managing the affairs of the Emperor Consortium, completely forgetting about this opportunity for advanced studies. Fortunately, once the quota is issued, it remains valid as long as the recipient's cultivation is below the 6th stage of the Void Sky Realm and their age is under 35. Should I seize the opportunity to benefit from this? As he contemplated this, Qin Wushang mused that this quota was obtained through significant donations made by his father to the Lingxiao Martial Institute. And it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. I will leave these troublesome matters to you. I am stepping out to attend to some personal affairs. Qin Wushang waved his hand and turned to depart. Moments later, a powerful dragon amphibious all-terrain vehicle roared out of the space dock with a thunderous growl. Its 7-meter long, imposing frame, wild exterior, and audacious speed made it impossible not to draw attention. Qin Wushang's so-called personal affairs were, of course, a quest for vengeance. He had no patience for the adage, a gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. Even though this matter might involve greater secrets and entities that even his father hesitated to confront, Qin Wushang was unconcerned. Particularly with the enhancement of the Xingtian Battle Monarch, his combat prowess at the pinnacle of the Fusion Sky Realm had inflated his confidence to an extreme in Lehigh City. Even with the star defense system controlled by the Apocalypse Intelligence System, nothing could deter Qin Wushang's vengeful heart. News of Qin Wushang's appearance reached Fang Dao promptly, and he quickly deduced the implications of Qin Wushang's brazen actions. This is bad. The boss's trap is about to collapse. As Qin Wangshen's trusted aide, Fang Dao was acutely aware of Qin Wangshen's plans. Just as they were about to reap the rewards, the unexpectedly reappearing Qin Wushang had thrown a wrench into the works. We must urgently notify the boss. The Li and Gu families harbor several experts at the Fusion Sky Realm, eagerly awaiting the boss's net. If we fail to capture the big fish, young Master Wushang could be in grave danger. Fang Dao's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly made his way to Qin Wangshen's concealed residence. In truth, Qin Wushang's intentions were quite straightforward. Since he could directly overpower his adversaries, there was no need for underhanded tactics. Indeed, as he approached the southern district where the Li and Gu families resided, the assassination commenced. Air-to-ground missiles, anti-tank missiles, electromagnetic sniper rifles, and fire god electromagnetic cannons. All available weaponry was unleashed upon the dragon vehicle that Qin Wushang was piloting. Fortunately, Lei Luo's modified dragon vehicle utilized armor made from the same materials as starship shields, allowing it to withstand the bombardment of ship-mounted cannons. The lightweight weapons employed by the Li and Gu families barely scratched the obsidian coating on the vehicle. Chapter 059. Clu's Muyun Mountain in the southern district. This was the location of the Gu family estate, nestled beside mountains and water, sprawling over 1,000 acres. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered the tranquility, and the grand entrance gate of the estate collapsed amidst the cacophony. Following this, a ferocious armored all-terrain vehicle crushed its way through the ruins of the gate, trailed by dozens of armored combat vehicles. While 7 or 8 Xiongqi armed helicopters screeched overhead, all the gunfire was directed at the wild armored vehicle, yet none could breach its defenses. Inside the armored vehicle, Qin Wushang donned the Xingtian Battle Monarch. With countless strands of black liquid metal extending from the wings behind him, melding into the vehicle's body. At this moment, the vehicle seemed to become part of the star armor, moving with agility and precision under Qin Wushang's command. The battle before the estate immediately alerted those within, as numerous warriors surged from the estate to intercept the vehicle. With a thunderous boom, the armored vehicle executed a dramatic spin, halting on a wide expanse of grass before the estate. Upon witnessing this, the pursuers ceased their fire, instead rushing forward to encircle the vehicle. While the Xiongqi helicopters continuously circled above, their fire god cannons aimed directly at the armored vehicle. Yet, the armored vehicle remained eerily still. Moments later, 5 soldiers clad in individual combat armor approached from various angles. One of them reached for the vehicle's door, only to be met with a sudden thrust of a black long sword, piercing through him. Another barrage of fire erupted, yet the hail of bullets ricocheted chaotically, injuring numerous comrades in the process. Amidst this storm of gunfire, Qin Wushang calmly stepped out of the vehicle, the Xingtian Battle Monarch gradually forming around him, its striking and fierce appearance causing all onlookers to tremble. As the gunfire intensified, particularly from the 8 Xiongqi helicopters overhead, their fire god cannons unleashed full power, with 20 mm projectiles striking the surface of the Xingtian Battle Monarch like cannonballs. With a buzz and the flaring of wings, Qin Wushang propelled himself upward, launching through the barrage with a speed reminiscent of teleportation. Before anyone could react, he soared above the armed helicopters. As his wings unfurled, 8 illusory figures materialized in the void, each wielding a long sword, slicing downward toward the helicopters. Boom, boom, boom. In a synchronized explosion, the 8 Xiongqi armed helicopters detonated almost simultaneously, their fiery demise engulfing a radius of several hundred meters. On the ground, countless soldiers and warriors who had surrounded the vehicle were either consumed by flames or struck down by debris, leaving only a handful of survivors. From within the fireball, Qin Wushang emerged, casually dispatching a few remaining warriors who were clinging to life. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the left, where a large group of warriors soared toward him, among whom was the familiar figure of Gu Qiyang. Witnessing the devastation before him, Gu Qiyang's face flushed crimson with rage, and he bellowed, "Qin Wushang, you seek death." "Tsk, tsk, tsk." Qin Wushang taunted, "Old dog, was the earlier pursuit, with all its guns and cannons, merely a game to you?" His words left Gu Qiyang momentarily speechless. In a life-and-death encounter, further dialogue held little meaning, and the only resolution lay in the clash of blades. "Young man, do not be so hot-headed." As Gu Qiyang was about to take action, an elderly voice resonated from behind the crowd. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiyang's expression subtly altered, yet he restrained himself, stepping aside to make way. Soon, an old man clad in a dark long robe emerged slowly. Elder Fan, Gu Qiyang and several others hurriedly bowed in respect. The sight of this individual stirred a hint of trepidation within Qin Wushang. The scanning system of the Xingtian Battle Emperor activated at his will. And swiftly, a series of crimson warning data flooded his mind. Peak Stage 6 of the Lingyuan realm. The data extracted by the Xingtian Battle Emperor revealed the old man's cultivation level. The Ling Yuan realm of a celestial adept corresponded to the Rongtian realm of a celestial warrior. However, for celestial adepts, the realm was merely one of the metrics to gauge combat prowess, while the attributes of their techniques fundamentally dictated their strength. Qin Wushang recalled Gu Che, the prodigy who excelled in both martial and magical arts. Particularly his bizarre spatial attributes, which, when combined with martial prowess, had caused Qin Wushang considerable distress. He wondered what attributes this elderly adept might possess. "Old man, which side are you on?" Qin Wushang asked defiantly. The old man in the dark robe chuckled heartily, replying, "Is this how Qin Wangchen teaches you to speak to your elders? And who do you think you are?" Qin Wushang sneered coldly, but before he could finish, the Xingtian Battle Emperor relayed a series of warnings. An intrusion of psychic energy detected, defense systems activated. Immediately, the Xinyu stone on the Xingtian Battle Emperor's forehead emitted a barely visible blue ethereal glow. Indeed, not a good sign, and no wonder he associates with Gu Qiyang and his ilk. They are all birds of a feather, smiling on the surface while plotting nefarious deeds behind the scenes. Qin Wushang cursed inwardly, feigning vulnerability and standing still. "All right, young man, your cultivation is commendable, yet you are still somewhat naive." Elder Fan chuckled, saying, "You all go and restrain him, but remember not to touch that star armor on him. If my eyesight hasn't failed me, it should be a stellar-grade star armor, equipped with an autonomous defense system. You only need to bind him with energy locks." Observing this, Qin Wushang couldn't help but marvel at the old fox's cunning. He had initially intended to strike with a sword while closing in, but unexpectedly, the old man did not fall for the ruse. The energy locks referred to by Elder Fan were tools developed by the Alliance specifically designed to suppress troublesome celestial warriors and adepts. Akin to handcuffs and shackles, even a peerless powerhouse at the Finchen realm, once ensnared by an energy lock, would find their power diminished by nearly 95%. With this plan thwarted, Qin Wushang certainly would not sit idly by. Waiting for the energy locks to ensnare him as the several warriors wielding energy locks approached, Qin Wushang suddenly waved his hands, and two long swords swept forth. Caught off guard, the warriors were instantly cleaved into multiple pieces by the sword light. Following this, Qin Wushang surged forward, directly appearing before Elder Fan. With a slash, Qin Wushang brought his hands together, merging the two raised long swords into one, unleashing a piercing sword energy aimed fiercely at Elder Fan. "Little brat, I've been on guard against you for a long time." Elder Fan laughed heartily, retreating several feet. He then spread his hands and traced a counterclockwise circle, causing a silver glow to flash as a light shield rapidly coalesced between his palms. Boom! The clash of sword and shield resulted in a deafening roar as two formidable forces collided. Elder Fan's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't anticipated the might of Qin Wushang's strike to be so formidable. The light shield did manage to deflect the blow, but merely seconds later, it shattered explosively, and Qin Wushang's second strike followed closely behind. The sword light, resembling a dragon, sliced through the air with unmatched sharpness and chilling winds, targeting Elder Fan's vital spots. Elder Fan's complexion shifted dramatically. At the instant the light shield shattered, his vital energy surged violently, attempting to form a new defense. However, the speed and power of Qin Wushang's strike left him little respite. In a moment of desperation, the old man retreated, employing an intricate footwork technique that left a series of afterimages on the ground, attempting to evade this lethal blow. Yet, Qin Wushang would not easily let this opportunity slip away. He moved in tandem with the sword light, as if merging with it, and with the acceleration provided by the Xingtian Battle Emperor, his pursuit remained relentless. The sword tip traced a graceful arc in the air, closely mirroring the old man's evasive maneuvers, never allowing him a moment's reprieve. "Ha!" Realizing there was no escape, Elder Fan let out a deep roar, his vital energy boiling as he quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to conjure a temporary energy barrier before him for a final stand. However, Qin Wushang's strike not only contained the star power from within him, but also the force of the star armor. A combination far beyond what Elder Fan could hope to withstand in his hurried state. With a crack, the energy barrier was effortlessly torn apart, the sword tip piercing through, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on the old man's shoulder. Even so, the residual force of the strike left him staggering, nearly unable to maintain his footing. Observing this, Qin Wushang did not rush to pursue, but instead stood with his sword lowered, his gaze coldly fixed on the old man, as if everything were under his control. After the fierce battle, the old man's vital energy was severely depleted, and Qin Wushang knew he could no longer pose a threat, no matter your myriad tricks. "I have my sword to cut through them all, old man. How dare you play games with me? Bah, well, you little brat. You infuriate me to no end." Elder Fan's rage peaked, causing him to tremble with fury as he bellowed several times. He then produced a porcelain vial from his person and gulped down its contents. "Do not think that donning star armor makes you invincible. I shall show you what true power is." Upon uttering these words, the old man's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, with a flick of his sleeve, a brilliant light enveloped him, and an ancient, profound aura radiated outward. He then slowly raised both hands, palms facing upward, as if to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. The stars themselves seemed to tremble, and an irresistible force gathered at his fingertips. Sensing the change in the surrounding energies, Qin Wushang could ascertain that this Elder Fan was indeed an elemental celestial adept. The so-called elemental celestial adepts formed the largest group among their kind, utilizing psychic energy to manipulate and construct the fundamental elemental forces of the world, namely the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the 4 symbols of earth, water, wind, and fire, along with mutated elements such as thunder, frost, snow, and mist. Judging from the power he exhibited, Elder Fan appeared to belong to the 4 symbols wind elemental faction. "Little brat, behold my technique. Wind sweeps the soul." As Elder Fan's words fell, the tempestuous force he had gathered erupted violently, transforming into a ravaging tornado that surged toward Qin Wushang with the might to obliterate all in its path. Within the eye of the tornado, the air seemed compressed to its limits, producing a deafening roar as the surrounding space warped and contorted under the storm's pressure. Truly a celestial adept of the Lingyuan realm, Qin Wushang felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon him, his expression turning grave. The star power within him surged, and the brilliance emanating from the Xingtian Battle Emperor intensified, as if each ray of light contained the strength to annihilate everything. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushang planted his feet firmly, launching himself skyward like a meteor streaking through the void, directly confronting the oncoming tornado. In the moment, just before the storm and Qin Wushang clashed, the long sword in his hand erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The sword light danced, an endless power surging forth from the star armor, transforming into countless devastating sword energies that intertwined with the tempestuous force of the storm, igniting a brilliant explosion of sparks. Amidst the storm, Qin Wushang's figure flickered in and out of view. Utilizing the agility and formidable defense of the Xingtian Battle Emperor, he weaved through the tempest, each strike deftly weakening the storm's power. "Open!" Qin Wushang roared fiercely, the long sword in his hand erupting in a skyward arc of light, akin to a strike descending from the heavens, embodying the technique pride of the blade from the Sword Emperor's cannon. With a thunderous crash, the sword light descended, seemingly aiming to cleave the storm before him. In the next moment, as the forces of both collided and dissipated, the storm gradually weakened, ultimately vanishing into the ether. Qin Wushang landed steadily, his breath somewhat erratic, the star power within him depleted from the effort. Yet he had successfully withstood Elder Fan's proudest technique. With a flick of his long sword, he pointed it directly at Elder Fan, declaring, "Old man, is that all you have? If you lack further tricks, then it is time for you to depart." The elderly man bearing the surname Fan was visibly taken aback, although wind sweeping the remaining soul was not his ultimate trump card. It was nonetheless disconcerting to have it so effortlessly countered by an unknown junior. He could not help but feel somewhat humiliated. However, the elder had no intention of revealing his true capabilities at this moment. Even if he were to eliminate this young man before him, it would ultimately be a Pyrrhic victory. Yet, seeing that Qin Wushang was already gathering his strength with sword in hand, clearly unwilling to relent, the elder hastily exclaimed, "Listen, Qin lad, even if you manage to slay us all today, it will only bring catastrophic ruin upon your Qin family. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind this entire affair? Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang paused for a moment, then brandished his sword and declared, "What nonsense about truth? I have no interest in that whatsoever. Today, all I desire is to kill." With that, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the Elder Fan. "Stop!" The Elder Fan swiftly retreated, simultaneously shouting, "You do not wish to know the truth, but do you not care about the whereabouts of Qin Wangchen?" With a resounding boom, Qin Wushang's sword halted just 3 feet from the Elder, unleashing a formidable surge of sword energy that sent a powerful wave of force cascading outward. However, at that very moment, a piercing arrow whistled through the air. Qin Wushang's heart raced as he sensed an icy chill of murderous intent sweeping toward him. He abruptly looked up, his gaze intense, and beheld an arrow tracing a silver arc through the air, moving at a breathtaking speed, its sharp edge seemingly slicing through the very air itself, emitting a shrill cry. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was mere inches away, and as Qin Wushang's form flickered, a powerful force within him awakened, propelling his body to dart sideways with astonishing speed, narrowly avoiding the arrow. The arrow struck the ground where he had just stood, embedding itself deeply, followed by a deafening explosion as if several tons of explosives had been buried beneath the surface. The earth trembled violently, creating a massive pit several meters deep. The sheer force of the arrow was staggering. Qin Wushang instinctively realized that had he been struck, even his formidable defense as the war sovereign of Xingtian would likely have been insufficient to withstand it. Should the explosive force contained within that arrow detonate within his body, he would undoubtedly meet a fate as grim as the ground beneath him, leaving no trace behind, with one arrow thwarted. A second was upon him in an instant. Qin Wushang barely had time to react. Just as his feet touched the ground, the second arrow was already hurtling toward him. This arrow flew even faster than the first, and Qin Wushang sensed a faint aura locking onto him, as if it would follow him no matter how he attempted to evade. Astonished, Qin Wushang realized that his opponent possessed not only exceptional archery skills, but also an uncanny ability to predict his movements, rendering the battle exceedingly precarious. Understanding that remaining in this passive state would ultimately lead him into a trap, Qin Wushang took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind as various strategies flashed through his thoughts. Yet, regardless of the approach, it seemed there was no solution but to confront the impending threat head-on with his sword. "Humph, let us see whether your arrow is swifter or my sword sharper." Qin Wushang scoffed, his internal star power surging as his sword came alive in his grasp, radiating a fierce sword intent. Simultaneously, an energy torrent erupted from the core of the Xingtian war sovereign, enveloping him entirely, and in an instant, Qin Wushang's form surged forth, ascending rapidly. At that precise moment, the arrow quivered slightly before abruptly changing course, now hurtling toward Qin Wushang with even greater speed. "Slash!" Qin Wushang shouted. Abruptly halting his ascent, he swung his sword once more, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that converged into a singular, resplendent beam of sword light, aimed directly at the incoming arrow. This strike embodied the supreme sword intent he had gleaned from the sword sovereign's teachings, further enhanced by the martial will of 10 earthly slaughters, propelled by his own star power and the might of the Xingtian war sovereign, reaching an apex of power. With a thunderous boom, the two forces collided, each comparable to the main cannon of a starship, erupting in a blinding flash that momentarily darkened the sky. A tremendous tempest surged forth from the epicenter of their clash, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging across the heavens and earth. The storm roared with a thunderous cacophony, deafening in its intensity, as if even the very fabric of space trembled. The sun's radiance seemed to pale in comparison at that moment. Debris and dust were swept into a swirling vortex, spiraling chaotically in the air, intertwining to create a nightmarish tableau. The air around them seemed to solidify, only to be torn apart by the violent energy, leaving the ground fragmented and desolate, as if an invisible hand had crumpled it into chaos. In the distance, those observing, including Gu Qiyong, were left speechless, their hearts gripped by an unprecedented terror as they gazed at the figure suspended in the void. a chilling sensation creeping into their bones. Meanwhile, the elder Fan was overwhelmed by shock, fully aware of the identity of the archer, a figure feared within the martial realm of the Alliance. Though possessing merely a sixth-tier cultivation of the fusion heaven realm, the elder knew of the archer's legendary feats of slaying formidable opponents beyond his level, which were not mere tales. What struck the elder Fan with greater dread was the young man named Qin Wushang. At barely 20, his innate realm was hardly remarkable within the Alliance. However, the events unfolding before him shattered the elder's perceptions. An innate realm cultivator, equipped with the stellar grade star armor system, engaging in combat beyond his level against a fusion heaven martial artist. This was not unheard of among the Alliance's prodigies. Yet, witnessing someone not only escape the grasp of the famed archer Yin Jingxian, but also manage to shoot down one of his arrows was an unprecedented occurrence. There was certainly more to this than met the eye. The elder Fan's gaze roamed over the somewhat disheveled Qin Wushang, seemingly attempting to capture every detail, every subtle expression, in a bid to uncover the hidden truth. Unbeknownst to Qin Wushang, who was preoccupied with the archer's whereabouts, his mind was fixated on a high tower 100 feet away. The archer had not concealed his presence, and thanks to the tracking device of the Xingtian War Sovereign, Qin Wushang quickly pinpointed his target's location. There stood a young man, seemingly only slightly older than Qin Wushang himself, garbed in casual black attire, with tousled hair and an unkempt appearance, casually toying with a sleek black longbow, a relaxed and confident smile adorning his face. As if the preceding battle had been but a trivial game to him, Qin Wushang's instincts heightened. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this individual, and an unsettling intuition warned him that any further advance would provoke an even more intense assault. Suddenly, a barrage of over a dozen missiles soared from the estate, exploding in a series of blinding flashes, with 6 of them targeting the very tower where the bowman stood. Qin Wushang struggled to comprehend the situation. A shadowy figure stealthily approached amidst the rising smoke. Under the comprehensive surveillance of the Xingtian War Sovereign, this figure was utterly exposed. Yet sensing no ill intent, Qin Wushang refrained from launching an attack. Remaining on guard, Mr. Wushang, the figure halted just a few feet away. Recognizing the familiar voice, Qin Wushang was momentarily stunned, then swiftly moved to grasp the figure, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they vanished from the estate. Upon witnessing his elder leisurely lounging under the shade of a tree, Qin Wushang realized that his worries and anxieties over the past months had been entirely unfounded. It was possible that his quest for vengeance against the Gu family might even disrupt his elder's plans. Nevertheless, Qin Wushang felt no remorse. After all, his elder had kept him in the dark regarding this matter, and the so-called Gaochen plan had remained hidden from him for 2 decades. In the end, he had only learned the truth from the mouths of his enemies. I did not intend to keep this from you. Rather, some matters are better left unknown for your own good. A father knows his son best. As Qin Wushang's expression shifted, Qin Wangchen seemed to grasp his thoughts and sighed, offering an explanation. Qin Wushang dragged a small stool and sat opposite Qin Wangchen, stating, I understand. You have always been so domineering in your actions as your good eldest son. I have grown accustomed to it. But regarding mother, if you do not clarify things for me, what? Have you grown wings and dare to threaten your father? Qin Wangchen chuckled coldly. With your meager skills, do not think that after slaying a few insignificant foes and dodging a couple of arrows from Arrowmaniac, you are invincible. It is my fault for having sheltered you too well. This world is far more perilous than you can imagine. Qin Wushang stared expressionlessly at Qin Wangchen, fully aware of his father's demeanor. It was evident to him that his father's roundabout and evasive remarks were an attempt to obscure the previous inquiry he had made regarding his mother. Xia Qianqian. Noticing that Qin Wushang did not take the bait, Qin Wangchen awkwardly chuckled and remarked, You little rascal. You cannot blame me for this matter concerning your mother. It was entirely her decision, and I merely executed it. Upon uttering those words, Qin Wangchen felt a sense of embarrassment for discussing such matters in front of his son, prompting him to swiftly change the subject to the Gaochen plan. The portion of the Gaochen plan that Qin Wushang had gleaned from Li Qi was merely the surface of a far more intricate scheme, intentionally disseminated by both Qin Wangchen and Xia Qianqian as a smokescreen. 2 decades prior, There was indeed an incident involving Xia Qianqian and an air disaster. However, she did not perish in that calamity. Rather, she had a last-minute change of heart before the spacecraft's launch and opted to switch to another vessel, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. In the aftermath, Xia Qianqian recognized that their adversaries would not relent, and thus she faked her own death to retreat into the shadows, clandestinely overseeing the Gochun plan. Publicly, she announced her demise due to the air disaster while simultaneously placing the Gochun plan on hold. In truth, it was not solely Xia Qianqian who faced peril. When the Imperial Group's expedition fleet discovered a stele on Gochun star inscribed with information pertaining to immortality and celestial beings, Qin Huangquan found himself the target of countless assassination attempts over the years. This realization solidified both Qin Huangquan's and Xia Qianqian's resolve to see the Gochun plan through to fruition. Following the supposed death of Xia Qianqian, Qin Huangquan placed a bounty of 10 billion Alliance coins through the Alliance Mercenary Guild, launching a thorough purge against all assassin organizations within the Alliance. This campaign instilled fear within these groups, prompting them to seek peace and declare their refusal to accept any tasks related to the Qin family, thus bringing the turmoil to a close. However, the true puppeteers behind these events remained shrouded in secrecy, coveting the entirety of the Gochun plan. Despite Qin Huangquan's efforts to mobilize all available resources, he mostly apprehended scapegoats or pawns willingly discarded by his adversaries to sow confusion. The recent power struggle within the Imperial Consortium revealed the lingering shadows of these hidden hands. Qin Huangquan had sensed something amiss months prior and initiated a plan akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell to lure the serpent from its lair. Yet, it was evident that the patience of these shadowy figures surpassed his expectations. Both the Li and Gu families, as well as the Shinto sect in the Sakura district, were mere pawns in their game. Even formidable figures such as the 6th-tier celestial sorcerer Fan Shui and the 6th-tier celestial warrior arrowman Yin Jingshan were but pieces laid out for display by the opposition. Father, what is the true nature of the Gochun plan? Qin Wushang's insatiable curiosity was piqued, prompting him to question Qin Huangquan. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Huangquan replied, "The true Gochun plan must be traced back over 20 years. At that time, the Imperial Consortium was in a period of rapid growth and expansion. Your mother, overseeing the research department, proposed a project for human enhancement, which aimed to awaken the latent powers within human genes through external artificial intervention, with the ultimate goal of artificially producing celestial warriors in bulk. This human enhancement project served as the precursor, or perhaps the prologue, to the Gochun plan. During the course of this project, your mother unearthed certain information hidden within ancient relics and texts, all of which pointed towards a celestial body 448 light-years away, Gochun Star, known as the Ziwei Emperor Star in our Chinese mythology. However, from an astronomical perspective, what we observe as Gochun Star in the night sky is a star akin to the sun we see from our home planet. Clearly, the information your mother uncovered could not possibly pertain to this lifeless star. Over 3 years, she personally designed and oversaw the construction of the scientific exploration vessel Xianyao, which was completed in Jupiter's orbit. Subsequently, she left me and the barely half-year-old you behind to embark on the journey to Gochun Star. That expedition lasted another 3 years, and upon her return, Xianyao was severely damaged, as if it had traversed a cosmic battlefield. Your mother bore grave injuries, spending a full 6 months in the medical chamber before recovering. Was it the discoveries your mother made on Gochun Star that caused such turmoil? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Huangquan nodded and said, after the Xianyao arrived in the star region where Gochun Star is located, within the galaxy of Gochun Star, a vast asteroid belt was discovered. Upon calculation, your mother reconstructed the GUT model for the Gochun galaxy and found that this asteroid belt should have formed from the fragmentation of a colossal planet. Subsequently, your mother uncovered a fragment of a stone tablet within a larger asteroid in the belt, and this was merely the initial discovery. Chapter 063. The Legacy of the Mythical Era. The words that followed from Qin Huangquan utterly overturned Qin Wushang's understanding of ancient myths, as they seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, intricately linking the distant myths with the modern world. As Qin Wushang listened to Qin Huangquan's narrative, his eyes sparkled with disbelief. These legendary entities unfolded before him in an astonishing manner. The discovery of the stone tablet fragment was just the beginning. Although the inscriptions on the fragment were weathered and unclear, one could still vaguely discern that they belonged to the written language and messages of the ancient mythical era. Even though these messages were incomplete, the mere words immortal, longevity, and calamity encapsulated vast amounts of information. Soon after, the Xian Yao discovered a floating ruin amidst the asteroid belt, where Xia Qianqian and others found a fragment inscribed with the word Southern Heavenly Gate. The mere presence of these three words bore profound significance, evoking thoughts of the boundary between the ancient heavenly court and the mortal realm, as well as the door leading to boundless mysteries. Behind these words lay tales of an ancient and glorious history, a testament to the intertwining of myth and reality. In the ancient mythos, Southern Heavenly Gate was indeed the main entrance to the ancient heavenly court, serving as the passage for numerous celestial beings. The discovery of the Southern Heavenly Gate fragment undoubtedly added a tangible aspect to this ancient legend. It made people realize that those entities which once existed solely in myth might indeed occupy a corner of this world. If the Southern Heavenly Gate was merely a coincidence, then the discovery of the peach tree remains nearby served as further validation of the reality of ancient myths. The remnants of the peach tree found by the Xian Yao were encased in a crystalline substance, exuding a faint aura of celestial essence. Even in its desiccated state, one could still sense the glory it once bestowed upon immortals. After all, in ancient mythology, the peach tree was not only a symbol of immortality but also a bridge connecting heaven and earth, facilitating communication between gods and mortals. Furthermore, alongside the remnants of the peach tree, a fragment suspected to be a corner of the Lingshao Palace, severed by supreme power, was also discovered. The carvings on this fragment depicted dragons and phoenixes in auspicious harmony, with swirling cloud patterns. Though it had become indistinct over the ages, it still showcased the former splendor and solemnity of the heavenly court. More importantly, within this ruin, Xia Qianqian discovered a complete seal. This complete seal was of no trivial matter. It was not merely an artifact imbued with immense magical power, but also a symbol of the authority of the Emperor of Goqing Shanggong. Through this seal, Xia Qianqian not only acquired a portion of the Goqing Emperor's power, but seemingly opened a gateway to a higher dimension, allowing her to glimpse parts of the truth behind the myths. As Qin Wangshan continued his narration, Qin Wushang felt as though he was being transported to an entirely new world, one brimming with the unknown and miracles. His heart was profoundly shaken. This series of discoveries seemed to unlock the door to the ancient mythical realm, igniting within him an insatiable curiosity and desire. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware that perhaps this world concealed countless unimaginable secrets and powers. Qin Wangshan continued to speak slowly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. These ancient mythical relics were not just remnants of material existence. They were witnesses to the brilliance and secrets of a bygone mythical era. The runes inscribed on the stone tablet recorded crucial information regarding the existence of the ancient mythical epoch. The dilapidated remnants of the Southern Heavenly Gate concealed secrets leading to the mythical era, while the remnants of the peach tree evoked thoughts of the legendary fruit granting immortality, hinting that perhaps the limits of human lifespan could ascend to new heights. As for the fragment of the Lingshao Palace, it was directly tied to the core mysteries of the ancient heavenly court. Most notably, the seal discovered by Xia Qianqian was emblematic of the authority of the Emperor of Goqing Shanggong, one of the four sovereigns of the heavenly court in ancient mythology. This meant that your mother had obtained part of the Goqing Emperor's power, an occurrence that was far from coincidental. This indicated that these relics harbored unimaginable power and knowledge, capable of altering an individual's destiny and even influencing the entire world's dynamics. Your mother thus acquired extraordinary strength and information, but this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true secrets lay hidden deeper in the annals of time, awaiting our discovery. At this point, Qin Wangshan sighed, stating, "These are the true core secrets of the Goqing plan." Initially, neither your mother nor I recognized the significance of these artifacts until we began to pursue deeper layers of information. It was then that we encountered countless assassination attempts, seemingly thwarted by an invisible force. Could it be the Black Star Organization? Qin Wushang inquired. Qin Wangshan shook his head and replied, "I once believed it was the Black Star Organization. But when I utilized all my power to become one of the 10 leaders of the Black Star, known as Dijiang, I discovered that this matter had no connection to the Black Star Organization whatsoever." Qin Wushang was left speechless, finally stammering, "Old man, you are actually Di Jiang, the most mysterious among the 10 leaders of the Black Star? Just how much are you and my mother keeping from me?" Qin Wangchen said, "There is no need to concern yourself with such trivial matters. The identity of Black Star Di Jiang is inconsequential, merely a title. If you desire this identity, you could be Black Star Di Jiang as well." As he spoke, he casually tossed a white jade token to Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang caught the white jade token and examined it closely. The token was circular, its edges finely polished, smooth and flawless. In the center, an intricate bas-relief depicted the image of the ancient fierce beast Di Jiang. The reverse side bore characters shaped like runes, distinct from any existing script, crafted by the founder of the Black Star organization based on ancient demon texts. Under the sunlight, these runes seemed to emit a faint glow. Chapter 064. Gocheng Research Institute. Qin Wushang unreservedly accepted the white jade token, which symbolized the identity of Di Jiang, feeling it was only natural to inherit something from his father. From Qin Wangchen's perspective, the identity of Di Jiang held little significance. However, in the external world, within the entire Earth-Star Alliance, the Black Star leader Di Jiang was undeniably a position of utmost prestige. Yet, in this father-son exchange, the transition of identity felt almost playful. The shift in the Black Star leader Di Jiang would surely leave the higher-ups of the Black Star organization in a state of despair. So, the Gocheng plan revolves around the ancient myths of the ancient heavenly court? Is it aimed at studying the legacies left behind by the ancient mythical era? Qin Wushang asked. Qin Wangchen nodded, saying, "Over the years, your mother has been living in disguise, leading the execution of the Gocheng plan. The Xian Yao has been relentlessly excavating relics from the ancient mythical era and the remnants of the ancient heavenly court across hundreds of light-years within the Gocheng Star region and its vicinity, unraveling the secrets of the information that remains within these relics. 5 years ago, the Xian Yao once again discovered a collapsed ruin located 70 light-years from the Gocheng Star region and obtained a gold foil from this site. From the gold foil, your mother acquired more detailed information regarding the ancient heavenly court. Consequently, she relocated the Gocheng laboratory from its original location on Europa 3 to the Gocheng Star region, establishing a larger and more sophisticated laboratory on the 5th rocky planet of the Gocheng system, Gocheng 5. After over 2 years of research and exploration, your mother finally deciphered a portion of the information recorded on the gold foil, which pointed to the whereabouts of a treasure lost before the collapse of the heavenly court. However, just as your mother was preparing to continue her pursuit based on this information, the Xian Yao exploratory vessel, along with the Gocheng laboratory on Gocheng 5, suddenly went missing. Although Qin Wushang had long been informed of the disappearance of the Xian Yao Hao from Li Qi's lips, hearing it once more from Qin Wangchen still left him in a state of shock and unease. Qin Wushang hastily inquired, could it be the work of a hidden hand? The disappearance of the Xian Yao Hao must be intricately linked to them, right? Qin Wangchen's expression grew grave as he slowly nodded, a flicker of undeniable worry flashing in his eyes. Indeed, various signs indicated that the disappearance of the Xian Yao Hao was deeply connected to that mysterious force. We have been tracking their movements, but their methods are cunning and unpredictable, making it exceedingly difficult to capture concrete evidence. Qin Wushang clenched his fists, anger blazing in his eyes. What are these scoundrels truly after? Is it the legacy of the ancient mythological era and the ancient heavenly court? Or do they merely wish to sabotage the Gocheng plan? Qin Wangchen sighed and shook his head. At present, we cannot ascertain their true intentions. However, judging by their past actions, they seem intent on obstructing our pursuit of the secrets of the ancient mythological era and the ancient heavenly court. As if this mysterious force wishes to conceal something. Old man, we cannot sit idly by. Qin Wushang's tone was resolute. We must take action, locate the Xian Yao Hao, and expose the hidden hand behind it, thwarting their sinister plot. Moreover, my mother is still aboard the Xian Yao Hao. We must rescue her as swiftly as possible. Qin Wangchen replied, there is no need to worry about your mother's safety. With her cultivation level, especially after acquiring part of the Gocheng Emperor's authority, she is nearly invincible in the Gocheng Star domain. Even a powerful being from the Dong Tian realm above the Fin Tian realm would not stand a chance against her. Though the hidden hand is formidable, if they do not possess an ultimate power that surpasses your mother, they should be the ones concerned. Yet, Qin Wushang expressed his concerns. Before he could finish, Qin Wangchen interjected. Rest assured, I have been making preparations these years. After your mother relocated the Gouchen laboratory to Gouchen 5, I rebuilt a new Gouchen Research Institute at the original site. The new Gouchen Research Institute focuses on three main areas. The first is the development of human potential. A project your mother had been working on 0.6 months ago. We achieved groundbreaking progress, and the institute developed a strengthening serum named Luo-type I. Injecting this Luo-type I serum can elevate the physical combat power of an untrained ordinary person to that of a 6th-tier Tianwu warrior in the innate realm, thus possessing the capability to mass-produce innate realm Tianwu warriors. The second project is the development of star armor, utilizing star armor manufacturing technology obtained from the Galactic Star Alliance. Currently, the Institute has the capacity for mass production of planetary-level star armor systems. Although we have encountered obstacles in advancing to stellar-level star armor systems. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang suddenly stood up, his thoughts shifting as he donned the Xingtian Battle Emperor attire, which looked striking and fierce, exuding an aura of overwhelming power merely by standing still. Old man, what do you think of my star armor system? Qin Wushang asked as he shed the Xingtian Battle Emperor and resumed his seat before Qin Wangchen. Quite impressive. It rivals the star armor of the galactic level. Qin Wangchen, though not well versed in the development of star armor systems, possessed keen insight and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Qin Wushang's star armor system. Although it appeared to be of stellar level, the might it emanated was more than double that of ordinary stellar-level star armor. Qin Wushang chuckled, Old man, shortly I will introduce you to a friend who will ensure that the research progress of the star armor system, the Gouchen Research Institute, leaps exponentially. With the tangible proof of the star armor system on Qin Wushang, Qin Wangchen did not doubt the veracity of his words. However, he was aware that the development of the star armor system was not solely a matter of technology. Material limitations posed a significant challenge, making it no simple feat to create a more powerful star armor. Yet, unbeknownst to Qin Wangchen, Lei Luo and Qin Wushang had already developed the new metal material Ti by Type 1, thus rendering material limitations a non-issue. The third research direction of the Gouchen Research Institute was starships, which, unlike the traditional starships currently in service within the Alliance, incorporated extraordinary technologies derived from the mythological era and the ancient heavenly court into their construction. 3 days later, in the skydock above the East Sea in Linhai City, the Tianjihao had completed its supplies and was undergoing final checks before departure. Within the bridge, Qin Wushang laid bare the entirety of the Gouchen plan and extended an invitation to Lei Luo, hoping he would accompany him to the Gouchen star domain to search for the whereabouts of the Xianyao Hao in the interstellar exploration community of the Earth Star Alliance. The name Thunder Madman Lei Luo was known far and wide, a veritable legend in the realm of interstellar exploration. With Lei Luo's participation, Qin Wushang was confident that the search for the Xianyao Hao would proceed more smoothly. As for Lei Luo, he had been profoundly captivated by the legacy of the ancient mythological era and the remnants of the ancient heavenly court since Qin Wushang introduced the Gouchen plan. The moment Qin Wushang extended his invitation, Lei Luo eagerly accepted and swore an oath to keep the secret. Qin, the plan has changed. We need to venture 448 light-years into the starry sky. Our previous preparations may not suffice, and we need to increase our supply tenfold. Additionally, I must perform another performance upgrade on the Tianjihao. Both its defenses and offensive capabilities must be enhanced. Fortunately, the first batch of mass-produced Ti by Type 1 new metal materials has come offline, providing sufficient quantity to completely replace the outer armor of the Tianjihao. Furthermore, my laboratory requires expansion and upgrades, as I need to purchase more advanced instruments from the Galactic Star Alliance, which will take approximately 15 to 20 days. Coincidentally, I have recruited a total of 5 Tianwu warriors and 5 Tianshu masters from the Interstellar Mercenary Organization, who will arrive at the Source Star in 5 days. Take this time to finalize the members of the tactical team. Next, let us head to Europa 3. I cannot wait to discover what the Gouchen plan has unveiled, for it may hold many commonalities with what I have been pursuing all these years. Lei Luo spoke excitedly, then, without waiting for Qin Wushang to respond, made his way toward the cabin housing the shuttle. Inside lay a planetary-level shuttle approximately 10 meters long, capable of flying within the star system, with a maximum speed reaching 1/10 of light speed. At this velocity, Traveling from the source star to Europa 3 would take about an hour and a half, accounting for acceleration and deceleration. Whether due to the vastness of cosmic space or the departure of the Ghost Car patrol ship, the shuttle faced no obstruction from the Ghost Car while breaking through the gravitational pull of the source star and ascending into outer space. This allowed Qin Wushang's prior preparations to be rendered moot, but it also brought him a sense of relief. After all, the spatial techniques of the Ghost Car, combined with its formidable martial prowess in the fusion realm, were overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Qin Wushang enhanced the Xingtian Battle Emperor, victory was not guaranteed. Ultimately, Qin Wushang's martial arts level remained at the second tier of the innate realm, and the disparity in overall realm affected the combat output of the Xingtian Battle Emperor. Were they both in the fusion realm, employing the full advantage of the Xingtian Battle Emperor's combat enhancement, Qin Wushang would be confident in overpowering the Go Car. An hour later, the shuttle decelerated and docked into the synchronous orbit of Jupiter, circling the planet before making its way to Europa 3. Europa 3, the largest moon in the solar system, orbits Jupiter with an orbital period of approximately 7 days. It is a planet composed of ice and rock, featuring distinct layering and possessing a fluid iron-rich core. Its size exceeds that of Mercury, which is classified as a planet, and it is the only known moon in the solar system with a magnetic field. The Gochen Research Institute is situated at the former site of the Gochen Laboratory, located over 200 kilometers beneath the ice at the equator of Europa 3, guided by multi-beam laser traction beams. The shuttle gradually traversed a massive ice tunnel, entering the interior of Europa 3, where it came to rest in a large sky dock. This dock alone spans over 10 kilometers in length and width, divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, each exceeding 1,000 meters in height. As Qin Wushang and Lei Luo disembarked from the shuttle and gazed upward, they beheld hundreds of spacecraft traversing the area. In the distance, at a massive port, a colossal starship under construction loomed, its size more than 10 times that of the Tianji Hao. Young Master Wushang, please board. We still have a considerable distance to travel to the Gochen Research Institute. At that moment, a silver-white aircraft landed before Qin Wushang, its door opening as Fang Dayo poked his head out and spoke. Has the old man already arrived? Qin Wushang beckoned Lei Luo to board the vehicle. Inquiring as he did so, Fang Dayo responded, the boss arrived at the Research Institute 24 hours ago and is currently overseeing the construction of the Xianyao No. 2. He lacks the time to receive Mr. Lei Luo. The highest authority of the Gochen Research Institute has been transferred to young Master Wushang. The Gochen Research Institute shares information with the Gochen Laboratory, granting young Master Wushang the right to access all information from the Gochen Research Institute, including but not limited to all confidential documents below Level 4S. However, any confidential information above Level 4S that pertains to the Gochen Laboratory requires personal authorization from Director Xia, a matter that even the boss cannot decide. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushang could not help but jest. So the old fellow has been clamoring for control, and this is the reality. Fang Dayo chuckled in response, well accustomed to the fact that Qin Wangchen, who had fought alongside him in the early days of their venture, was often under the thumb of his wife. Qin Wushang then queried, what is the progress of the construction of Xianyao No. 2? Fang Dayo replied, the boss issued a strict order that the construction of Xianyao No. 2 must be completed within 720 hours. Currently, 90 of the Institute's production capacity is dedicated to this project. Qin Wushang frowned and remarked, I fear that even so, it may not be feasible to meet the deadline. Although I only caught a glimpse from afar, the overall framework appears to be less than 60 complete. It is worth noting that nearly a year has already elapsed since the construction of Xianyao No. 2 commenced, and completing the remaining 40 within 720 hours seems nearly impossible. Fang Dayo explained, the resources of our research institute alone are insufficient to achieve this, but the boss has enlisted the power of Haixing. He paused, casting a glance at Lei Luo, and continued, he has ordered relevant starship components from the 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Luminaries Alliance to expedite the construction of Xianyao No. 2. The 7 Stars Heavy Industry and the 5 Luminaries Alliance are 2 of the largest starship manufacturers within the Earth-Star Alliance, monopolizing nearly 60% of the starship market and serving as significant suppliers of warships for the Alliance's military. Clearly, Qin Wangchen had intended from the outset to leverage the capabilities of these 2 starship manufacturers to propose the seemingly unattainable goal of completing Xianyao No. 2. Within 720 hours. Chapter 66. The essence of Tao. With a diameter of over 5,200 kilometers, Europa has an average surface temperature of approximately minus 160 degrees Celsius, yet its core can reach temperatures between 1,200 and 1,400 degrees Celsius. The Gochin Research Institute is situated over 1,170 kilometers beneath the surface, where the ambient temperature remains between 0 and 30 degrees Celsius. Spanning over 2,000 acres, the institute is divided into more than 10 functional areas. With Fang Dao leading Qin Wushang and Lei Luo first to the Human Gene Enhancement Research Department, here, the latest enhancement serum, Essence of Tao, has completed its validation and Qin Wushang is set to be among the first volunteers to receive the injection. In the brightly lit laboratory, various advanced devices gleamed with a cold light, and the air was thick with a tension filled with anticipation. Clad in a specially designed white lab coat, Qin Wushang stood within a large, transparent injection chamber. As a white anesthetic gas filled the entire space in the following minutes, the monitoring screen outside Tifang Dao cast his gaze towards the injection chamber, where Qin Wushang was enveloped by the Xingtian War Emperor, and inquired of Lei Luo, "Satisfy his demands." Lei Luo responded gravely. Only Lei Luo and Qin Wushang were privy to the existence of he, yet even Lei Luo, the creator of the Xingtian War Emperor, remained oblivious to his origins. Perhaps Qin Wushang harbored some speculation. But for reasons unknown, he refrained from discussing the matter with Lei Luo. Under the control of this enigmatic source of information, the influx of Tao Wu's essence surged dramatically, reaching 5 times its previous flow rate. And this velocity continued to increment gradually. Within the injection chamber, Qin Wushang was unaware of the tumult occurring outside. His primordial spirit remained focused on the changes within his corporeal form, particularly under the influence of stellar energy. The potency of the enhancement reagent intensified, and the rate of cellular metamorphosis accelerated significantly. Not only that, as the tenfold influx of Tao Wu's essence coursed through him, Qin Wushang sensed that the once tranquil and soothing energy flow had abruptly transformed into a ferocious blaze. Akin to the scorching sun, the marrow cells, infiltrated by Tao Wu's essence, reacted violently, as if seared by raging flames. In that instant, Qin Wushang felt as though his body might be utterly consumed by this inferno. However, just then, a tremendous surge of stellar energy was injected. With this influx, it was as though a ladle of ice water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil, causing it to erupt violently. Reminiscent of countless bombs detonating within the marrow cells, at that moment, even though his physical form was anesthetized, and the sensitivity of his pain receptors diminished, Qin Wushang's primordial spirit still perceived an excruciating agony that enveloped his entire being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A blue flame erupted from within the cells, as if igniting Qin Wushang's physical form. Nevertheless, his primordial spirit perceived with utmost clarity the continuous cycle of destruction and rebirth occurring within the cellular structure. Ultimately, each cell was fortified to its utmost potential, impervious to the relentless scorching of the flames. At that moment, the enhanced cells seemed to awaken simultaneously, generating a tremendous absorptive force that instantly devoured the blue flames. Moreover, not only was the stellar energy within Qin Wushang's body consumed, but also the life force generated by the Tao Wu's essence enhancement reagent. Sensing the transformative changes within his body, Qin Wushang recognized that the metamorphosis of his physical form had reached a critical juncture. He fervently activated the 10 earth-devouring star art, incessantly absorbing stellar energy into his being. Concurrently, the flow rate of the Tao Wu's essence enhancement reagent injected into Qin Wushang's body surged dramatically, augmenting the original 10-fold rate by an additional factor of 10. Time became a blur, and under the vigilant observation of Qin Wushang's primordial spirit, strands of bright silver light began to emanate from the marrow cells, followed by the bone structure, flesh, and skin. However, as Qin Wushang's physical form was shrouded by the Xingtian War Emperor, these phenomena remained concealed. These luminescent manifestations persisted for approximately 10 seconds before gradually receding, coinciding with the disappearance of the absorptive force within the cells, which returned to a state of normalcy. Nonetheless, Qin Wushang distinctly sensed that his physical form had undergone unimaginable changes. The mere enhancement of physical strength was sufficient to leave all observers astounded. If one were to quantify the strength of his physical form before the metamorphosis as one, then post-transformation, it had reached at least 1,000. If not more, the injection of the Tao Wu's essence enhancement reagent was completed, with a dosage of 1024 units AT that moment. The soft voice of the laboratory's intelligence system resonated once more, indicating that it had regained control over the system. However, the astonishing dosage of 1,024 units sent shockwaves throughout the laboratory. Throughout the entire development process of the Tao Wu's essence enhancement reagent, the standard dosage for ordinary test subjects was 1 unit, with a maximum limit of 2 units. Even for exceptionally strong mutants, the maximum dosage could only reach 5 units. Exceeding this threshold would result in the test subject being overwhelmed by the energy within the enhancement reagent. Yet, Qin Wushang had directly injected 1024 units, a quantity over 500 times that of an ordinary subject and more than 200 times that of a super mutant, an unfathomable concept in the minds of all within the laboratory. Initiate a deep cellular level scan to assess the enhanced physical capabilities. Among the over 10 laboratory personnel, a middle-aged man with graying hair approached the control system, issuing a command to the intelligence system. This man, Lin Xinwu, the chief engineer of the Human Gene Enhancement Research Department's technical team, was one of the core members of the Human Gene Enhancement Laboratory established by Xia Qianqian. Old Lin? How is it? Fang Dayo approached anxiously, his voice laced with urgency. Silence. Lin Xinwu replied sternly, his gaze unwavering from the monitor. 2 minutes later, the comprehensive scan was complete, and a plethora of data appeared on the monitor. The holographic display showcased a fusion of various professional formulas and unique symbols, rendering Fang Dayo's head spin with confusion, yet he dared not interrupt Lin Xinwu, suppressing his questions and anxiety. This is impossible. It is simply inconceivable. Suddenly, a gasp echoed in Fang Dayo's ears. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Lei Luo, who was staring wide-eyed at the data on the holographic screen, exclaiming in astonishment. It then dawned on Fang Dayo that this Dr. Lei Luo was the youngest genius scientist at the Alliance Academy of Sciences, heralded as the most outstanding scientist in 5 centuries. Without exception, Dr. Lei Luo, how is young Master Wushang faring? Fang Dayo inquired urgently. He is exceptionally well. Surpassingly well, truly unparalleled, Lei Luo marveled, stating, the strength of his enhanced physical form has increased by 172 times, while the average renewal rate of his cellular structure has slowed to about 1/20th of its previous speed, indicating a trend of permanent change. His cells will maintain sufficient vitality, and the renewal rate will continue to diminish, suggesting that Qin's physical form will exhibit a state akin to immortality. Dr. Lei Luo speaks the truth. In our previous over 1,000 trials, the number of mutations in test subjects was 169, yet none exhibited a transformation of this magnitude. Lin Xinwu, now regaining his composure, exclaimed with palpable excitement. I had previously encountered related speculations in Director Xia's experimental records, but I never anticipated that it truly existed. Alas, this anomaly is irreplicable. Lei Luo shook his head and declared affirmatively, if Lei Luo's conjecture was correct, the resultant outcome must be inextricably linked to him concealed within the Xing Tianzhan Huang mechanism. Without his intervention, even with comprehensive and meticulous data, the laboratory could never replicate the same mutation a second time. Chapter 068. The 3 Realms of the Lesser Celestial Position. Upon the cessation of anesthesia, Qin Wushang was extricated from the injection chamber and promptly transported to the medical bay. Immersed in a pale green liquid. 3 days later, Qin Wushang awakened. During these 3 days, his primordial spirit gradually fused with his physical form. Throughout the process of this integration, Qin Wushang sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from his body, slowly merging into his primordial spirit, thereby rendering it more substantial and formidable. Qin Wushang vaguely perceived that this was the powerful and pure life force contained within his enhanced physical form, nourishing his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit and physical body were fully amalgamated, Qin Wushang discovered that his primordial spirit had become over twice as potent as before. Although he still could not separate his primordial spirit from his body to exist independently, he felt that the barrier between his spirit and the external world had significantly thinned. Perhaps, when his primordial spirit possessed the strength to pierce through this barrier, it would signify his attainment of the legendary state of primordial spirit ejection. With the fusion of the primordial spirit and physical body complete, Qin Wushang regained command over his corporeal form. At that moment, he distinctly felt the stark contrast in his body's state before and after the enhancement. His entire physique was rejuvenated, as if every inch of skin was a meticulously crafted masterpiece, each part robust and taut, with fluid lines exuding a sense of power, enveloping his statuesque figure, as if ready to unleash astounding energy at any moment. Beneath the skin, veins meandered like serpentine rivers, visible yet more resilient than steel, carrying a torrent of life force to every cell in his body. His bones, having undergone countless iterations of restructuring and fortification, had become extraordinarily hard yet light, akin to a perfect amalgamation of steel and feathers, capable of withstanding immense pressure while also capable of explosive speed and agility. Further Chapter 069, Kunping Tactical Team Source Star, Northern Great Black Continent, Sealer Desert. Deep within the vast expanse of the desert, a colossal silver transport ship, nearly 100 meters in length, gracefully descended, hovering 100 meters above the ground. Shortly thereafter, the hatch at the bottom of the vessel opened, and 10 figures leapt from the ship, landing as though the height posed no challenge. Esteemed participants, the moment your feet touch this desert, your assessment has commenced. This evaluation bears no questions, no targets. You are merely required to traverse this desert within 5 days. The entire process will be conducted under our vigilant supervision. After 5 days, we shall evaluate your performances during this ordeal, and the 5 individuals with the highest ratings will be officially inducted into the Kunping Tactical Team. The rest may choose to depart with appropriate compensation, while those wishing to remain may opt to join the Skyship as reserve members of the tactical team. The assessment is now officially underway. With that declaration, and without allowing the 10 individuals to voice any inquiries, the transport ship swiftly ascended and altered its course, vanishing into the sky. The remaining 10 stood in the desert, exchanging glances, only to discover that there were neither maps nor communication devices, nor any supplies left behind, not even a single bottle of water. The Sealer Desert, situated in the northern region of the Great Black Continent and near the equator, spans over 10 million square kilometers. For an ordinary person, traversing such a vast area on foot within 5 days would be an insurmountable task. Although these 10 individuals were far from ordinary, with the weakest among them being a third-tier celestial martial artist, accomplishing what appeared to be a simple task was still no easy feat. As the ship departed, without a moment's hesitation, 7 of them chose their respective directions and set off. Given the trajectory of the previous transport ship, this landing point was likely the heart of the Sealer Desert. Thus, the distance traveled would be identical regardless of the direction chosen, with the only variance lying in the luck of encountering an oasis or a sandstorm. The remaining 3 individuals who had landed together evidently operated as a tight-knit group, common among the Star Alliance Mercenary Guild. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman, with the strikingly graceful and lithe figure of the woman with fiery red hair taking the lead. "Lin and I, what shall we do next?" the tall, slender man inquired as he noticed the 7 had swiftly disappeared from view. "Robin, there is no need to rush. I has already devised a plan." "Hasn't she?" the other man said with a smile, his gaze toward Lin and I filled with adoration and affection. "Robin, Chris, each of you take a direction and walk 20 steps, then drive these 2 spirit nails 3 meters into the ground. Remember, your strides must be identical. The number of steps cannot vary, nor can the depth of the nails," Lin and I instructed, producing 2 half-foot-long silver nails adorned with intricate, arcane engravings. Upon receiving the silver nails, Robin and Chris turned to follow Lin's command, stopping after 20 steps to embed the nails 3 meters deep. With their 4th-tier celestial cultivation, they executed Lin's request with ease. Meanwhile, Lin and I buried a 3rd nail 3 meters beneath the sands as well. Subsequently, Lin and I recited an obscure and profound incantation, and within the triangular area formed by the 3 nails, mysterious yellow runes began to illuminate. The ground then churned as if boiling water. I. "Is this what you refer to as the marsh domain?" Chris exclaimed, astonished by the transformation occurring in the desert. Lin and I nodded and explained. This is a spirit element level heavenly technique formation known as Marsh Domain, a random teleportation array that can randomly open two entrances to marshes within a 500-kilometer radius, forming a passage. Before she could finish her sentence, two figures suddenly erupted from a dune 100 meters away, darting towards the triangular area. "Bold move," Robin shouted, drawing his twin swords from his back and unleashing a brilliant arc of light towards the two intruders. The pair, however, were no weaklings. Suspended in midair, they merely waved a hand to deflect Robin's blade, descending faster as they vanished into the boiling quicksand before he could strike again. "Robin, let them go." Just as Robin was about to pursue them into the quicksand, Lin and I halted him, adding, "What I just described was the complete Marsh Domain teleportation array. While what I have created is incomplete, and I. What are the consequences of using an incomplete array?" Robin and Chris exchanged peculiar glances, familiar with Lin's tendency to lead them into precarious situations without a second thought. Lin and I smiled, explaining, "The repercussions are not exceedingly dire. It merely results in a shorter teleportation distance and a slower activation of the array. To establish a complete passage between the two Marsh domains, it will take approximately 10 minutes. Chris queried, "What happens if someone enters the array before it has fully activated?" glancing toward the array. Lin and I replied, "The Marsh Domain array is founded on Earth elemental techniques. Until the array is fully activated and the passage established, the Earth element forces within will be chaotic and disordered. Forcing entry will likely result in being transported to an unknown location, potentially leading to entrapment." "Oh, so they are doomed?" Chris chuckled, teasingly remarking, "May the deity of magic protect them, those poor souls." "Ha ha." Just as he spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, striking the three buried nails, causing the triangular area to swirl with golden sand, forming whirlpools. "That it's done. We can enter." Lin's expression turned serious as she observed the changes within the Marsh domain. As the whirlpools formed, she was the first to leap inside. Trusting Lin and I implicitly, Robin and Chris followed suit without hesitation. However, shortly after they plunged into the whirlpool, a tremendous tremor shook the ground, and the Marsh domain array erupted with a resounding explosion. A sandstorm ascended, scattering dust for over an hour until the tumult in the desert gradually subsided, leaving the previously vibrant Marsh domain unrecognizable. Chapter 070. The assessment in progress above the sealer desert point 5,000 meters above the ground. The transport ship activated its optical camouflage, hovering in the air. The moment Lin and I and her companions began to set up the array, this area was projected onto the holographic screen in the main control cabin of the transport ship. Oh, quite impressive, isn't it, Chin?" Upon witnessing Lin's striking figure and exquisite features, Leiluo couldn't resist whistling, exclaiming, "What about a directed mission? Although I am uncertain of her combat capabilities, at least she is a sight for sore eyes." Qin Wushang cast a disdainful glance at Leiluo, retorting, "Shall I deliver her to your cabin tonight?" Leiluo hurriedly shook his head. No, Qin. The skyship is my one true love. My cabin cannot accommodate any other woman. As your best friend and boss, I am merely considering your happiness. Leiluo, Aurora is not present. You need not constantly prove your fidelity." Aurora was the name of the skyship's intelligence center, a creation of Leiluo's own hands, which he regarded as the epitome of femininity. However, Qin Wushang had always scoffed at Leiluo's peculiar affections. No, Aurora is omnipresent. She resides in my heart." Leiluo placed a hand over his chest, vowing earnestly. Qin Wushang looked at Leiluo in bewilderment, only to inadvertently notice his slightly raised pinky finger pointing toward a surveillance monitor facing him, leading Qin Wushang to a sudden realization. Is this what one calls self-inflicted consequences? Qin Wushang refrained from commenting on Leiluo's peculiarities. However, as one of the finest scientists in the Alliance Academy, having a few eccentricities was not entirely unexpected. Moreover, Qin Wushang was astonished by the degree of iterative evolution exhibited by Aurora. As an artificial intelligence system, it had astonishingly developed emotions akin to those of humans, such as affection, jealousy, and possessiveness. Such an artificial intelligence was likely non-existent even within the Galactic Alliance. Qin Wushang stood up and disabled all monitoring measures within the ship's control cabin before asking Lei Luo, "Since when did this begin?" Lei Luo sighed. "Do you remember the first mutation of the Xing Tian War Emperor?" Qin Wushang's expression shifted slightly. "Are you implying that there were significant issues within the information I entrusted to you?" Lei Luo nodded. "The crux of the matter is that I cannot locate the source of the problem. The information you provided from the Celestial Fall era was directly extracted from your memory, representing a stream of information transmitted without any intermediary. What if Qin Wushang hesitated? What if it was inherently present within that information?" Lei Luo forced a bitter smile and replied, "I share your sentiments. However, I meticulously dissected every piece of information, every single character, and found not a trace of anomaly." Qin Wushang's expression turned grave. The peculiar transformation of Xingtian Zhuhuang and the extraordinary evolution of Aurora were directly linked to the era of the Immortals. Or rather, to the Taibai Shengyan that lay in his grasp. Had Changgung Xinzuan truly vanished into oblivion as he claimed? Or did these hidden elements within the flow of information signify a contingency left by the very essence of Changgung Xinzuan? Gazing at the mark in the palm of his right hand, Qin Wushang felt it was akin to a scalding hot potato. Yet the Taibai Shengyan represented an inexhaustible treasure trove for him, making it impossible to relinquish. Fear not, there is always a solution. In this vast cosmos, there exists no conundrum I, Lei Luo, cannot resolve. Lei Luo chuckled heartily and added, "Qin, perhaps you should focus on your team members. It seems that the lovely Miss Lin and I has encountered yet another predicament." Turning his gaze, Qin Wushang beheld the display screen where Lin and I, Robin, and Chris were encircled by hundreds of colossal sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were gigantic, with the smallest measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Their combat prowess rivaling that of ordinary innate martial artists. Since the end of the epic 2 millennia ago, as the Source Star raced through the Milky Way under the Sun's command, it plunged into regions dense with high-energy particles. Over the past 2,000 years, not only had humanity awakened to the extraordinary, giving rise to the dual cultivation systems of heavenly martial arts and heavenly techniques, but the fauna and flora of the Source Star had also undergone significant mutations, and these transformations were even more intense and rapid than those experienced by humans. The enormous sand scorpions were the result of relentless evolution from their ancestors, which once measured a mere 5 centimeters in length. Sand scorpions were gregarious creatures, and Lin and I lamented her dismal fortune. Otherwise, the random exit from the swamp domain would not have materialized in the midst of a sand scorpion nest. As fate would have it, the exit was situated precisely within the sand chamber utilized for incubating their young. A massive tremor collapsed the entire chamber, obliterating countless sand scorpion eggs, rendering Lin and I and her companions the targets of the sand scorpion's vengeance. "Should we initiate a rescue?" Lei Luo inquired. "Let us observe for now," Qin Wushang pondered. He had already witnessed Lin Ni's prowess as an Earth Element heavenly technique user. Robin was an innate swordsman whose dual-wielding prowess was formidable. Yet his capabilities were merely average. As for Chris, he had yet to demonstrate his worth, leaving his evaluation pending. The fate of the three under the assault of the sand scorpions would ultimately determine their survival. In the desert, Lin and I and her companions remained oblivious to their encirclement, relentlessly sprinting in a singular direction, striving to evade their pursuers. However, approximately 1,000 meters ahead, 6 colossal sand scorpions lay in ambush beneath the sand dunes. Directly in the path they were fleeing, as the distance gradually diminished, Chris, who had been leading the charge, abruptly halted and stated, and I, something feels amiss. I sense a foreboding presence of death in this direction. We cannot proceed further. We must change course immediately. Chris, hurry, Lin and I urged, her eyes filled with urgency as the approaching pursuers drew closer, the air thick with the foul stench emitted by the sand scorpions. "Give me a minute," Chris replied, frantic, as he paced anxiously. He had always possessed a keen sense of danger, a crucial asset since becoming an interstellar mercenary. Yet today, it seemed to have failed him, for he sensed lethal danger from every direction. And I, we are surrounded," Chris suddenly realized, his face a mask of despair. Lin and I was taken aback. Had it been a solitary sand scorpion or 2 or 3, their combined strength could have managed it. But the number trailing them had already exceeded 10, and the swarm approaching from other directions would only increase the count. Lin and I, let us fight. I will carve a path. You take Chris and break free. Robin, ever the reckless one, faced the multitude of sand scorpions without a shred of fear. Just then, several sand dunes erupted nearby, and 7 or 8 sand scorpions, each resembling small mountains, emerged from beneath the sandy mounds. Claws bared and ready for battle. Robin, are you certain you can create an opening? Chris asked, his heart racing. Robin swallowed hard, a bitter taste in his mouth. Chris, I think it's best we find a way to escape. The mountainous sand scorpions boasted combat strength at least above the void heaven realm. Lin and I, Robin, and Chris's fighting spirit had long since dissipated. Had it not been for their survival instincts, they would likely have resigned themselves to fate, awaiting their turn as the sand scorpion's dinner. Left, go left. There may be a glimmer of hope, Chris suddenly exclaimed, leaping to his feet and darting towards the direction his instincts indicated. Lin and I and Robin quickly followed suit. Now trapped in a dire situation, they were willing to grasp at any flicker of survival, no matter how faint. From an omniscient perspective, Qin Wushang and Leiluo observed that the path Chris and his companions had chosen also harbored nearly 10 sand scorpions. However, these were considerably smaller, the largest measuring just over 10 meters, the smallest merely 2 to 3 meters. Remarkably, 2 of the largest sand scorpions appeared to be embroiled in a fierce internal conflict, grappling with one another. These 2 sand scorpions rolled wildly in the desert, clashing with tremendous force, causing the smaller ones to scatter in a panic, fleeing several dozen meters away to avoid the chaos. Consequently, a significant gap emerged in the encirclement of sand scorpions in that direction. As long as Lin and I, Chris, and Robin refrained from provoking the creatures, they had a substantial chance of breaking free through this opening. Danger perception? Psychic power? Qin Wushang and Leiluo exclaimed simultaneously, astonished that the seemingly inconspicuous Chris was not only a third-tier innate martial artist, but also a practitioner of psychic-type, heavenly techniques. Psychic-type practitioners were even rarer than those of spatial techniques. The known abilities of psychic techniques included but were not limited to telekinesis, precognition, mental teleportation, and material transformation, each with exceptionally high ceilings. Chris's awakened ability appeared to be precognition, and at its pinnacle, this power was known as Grand Prophecy Technique. Upon reaching this level, a practitioner could predict future events through mental perception, granting them foresight into the future. Qin Wushang and Leiluo had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Among Lin and I, Robin, and Chris, the one who seemed least promising was, in fact, the most potent and valuable of them all. Should we initiate a rescue now? Leiluo asked, recognizing the incalculable potential of a practitioner who might master the Grand Prophecy Technique. The potential loss of such an individual would be immeasurable for the Earth-Star-Human alliance. Presently, the trio had not yet reached the brink of despair. Let us wait a little longer. Qin Wushang shook his head. Although Chris's talent was remarkable, he remained merely an awakened psychic technique user, and his cultivation had yet to transcend the heavenly origin realm. The path to mastering the ultimate Grand Prophecy Technique would be long, perhaps an entire lifetime without guarantee of success. I in the desert, guided by Chris. Lin and I and Robin sprinted onward, occasionally changing direction to evade the lurking dangers of the dunes. Finally, they spotted 2 sand scorpions, each over 10 meters high, engaged in a fierce struggle about a kilometer away. While a dozen smaller sand scorpions watched from a distance, it seemed that the tendency to observe was not limited by species. This development was undoubtedly good news for Chris and his companions. After assessing the wind direction, the trio stealthily moved downwind, taking care to navigate their path as far from the roaming sand scorpions as possible. Yet, unforeseen events often transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Chris and his companions were about to slip out of the encirclement, the 2 battling sand scorpions suddenly tumbled in their direction, blocking their escape route. Before Chris could raise the alarm, Lin and I and Robin surged forward at breakneck speed to confront the oncoming threat in a swirling sea of sand. Lin and I was the first to unleash her Earth Element technique, instantly transforming the ground beneath the 2 sand scorpions into a vast expanse of quicksand. However, as creatures native to the desert, the sand scorpions traversed the quicksand with ease, as if it were solid ground. Wind slash. Seeing that Lin Ni's attacks were ineffective, Robin swiftly followed suit, unleashing his most formidable offensive. The Gale Slash, aptly named, saw Robin's double-handed sword cleave through the air, its blade whirling with such ferocity that it resembled a tempest, and in the span of mere moments, he had executed nearly 100 strikes. The cumulative force of these blows was so immense that the enormous claw of the sand scorpion, which was lunging towards the trio, was immediately rent asunder by the sword's energy. Clearly startled, the sand scorpion let out a piercing shriek after a brief moment of shock. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the three of them dashed forward over 10 meters, while Lin and I simultaneously cast 2 quicksand marsh spells to impede the scorpion's pursuit. However, the trio grossly underestimated the determination of the sand scorpion horde to annihilate them. Not far to their left, atop a sand dune, a swirling cloud of yellow dust signaled the emergence of dozens of sand scorpions from beneath the desert. Appearing on the crest of the dune, "It's over." Chris's face fell into despair. Their position was compromised, and being encircled by the sand scorpions was merely a matter of time. Must we truly fight to the death? Robin sighed, a glimmer of resolute determination crossing his features. With a fierce roar, reminiscent of a beast's howl, Robin's voice erupted, and in an instant, his tall and lean form swelled dramatically, akin to a balloon being inflated. Not only did he gain considerable height, but his physique also transformed into a robust and imposing figure. Eye in his hands, the sword, which had once measured 5 feet, now appeared as diminutive as a toothpick. After transforming into a berserker, Robin's cultivation surged dramatically, exuding the aura of a peak 6th stage in the innate realm, while his physical strength multiplied exponentially. With a thunderous battle cry, Robin charged towards the nearest sand scorpion. As he closed the distance, he made a sudden leap, soaring over 10 meters before crashing down onto the creature's back. In that same heartbeat, he plunged his sword downward with a forceful strike, embedding it deep into the scorpion's skull. Yet, the creature's most vulnerable point was not its head. Even if its head were severed, it could still survive. Therefore, despite Robin's blade piercing through its brain, the sand scorpion's combat prowess remained unscathed. In the next moment, a dark, barbed tail shot toward Robin's back like a lightning bolt. If that strike connected, even Robin's ironclad body would be pierced to the core. Fortunately, the enhancements from his transformation were not limited to brute strength and speed. His perceptive acuity had also sharpened. Just as the scorpion's tail was about to make contact, Robin pivoted sharply, narrowly evading the lethal blow while simultaneously grasping the thick tail with an iron grip. Following this, he clenched his right fist, which was as large as a basin, and unleashed a barrage of rapid punches upon the scorpion's tail, each blow raining down like a flurry of raindrops. One punch after another, seemingly tireless, the scorpion's exoskeleton shattered, flesh and ichor spraying in all directions. The scorpion beneath him howled in agony, writhing in an attempt to throw Robin off. However, Robin's feet seemed to be rooted, firmly embedded within the creature's body, remaining steadfast despite its frantic thrashing. With a sudden crack, Robin felt a lightness in his grip. After delivering countless blows, he had finally severed the scorpion's tail. Ecstatic, he let out a triumphant roar and raised the severed tail high, plunging it into the scorpion's back. Utilizing its own weapon against it, the sharp tail effortlessly pierced through the scorpion's carapace, driven by Robin's raw strength emerging from its abdomen. This fatal strike instantly incapacitated the sand scorpion, which thrashed helplessly for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Yet, this had transpired in the span of mere seconds, and already 3 to 4 dozen sand scorpions had encircled them from all sides, blocking any potential escape routes. Surrounded on all fronts, they found themselves in a dire predicament. "I, can you cast your marsh domain again?" Chris cried out in desperation. Lin and I, pale-faced, replied, "Marsh domain has a cool-down period, and it's too late to set up the formation now." "Chris, think of something quickly. We can't hold out much longer." I am thinking. Chris was in a frenzy, his instincts for danger heightened to an extreme, nearly causing steam to rise from his forehead. Despite the constant warnings from his precognitive abilities, An inexplicable sense of hope lingered in the back of his mind. A glimmer of possibility. Yet, no matter how fervently Chris searched, this sliver of hope remained elusive, like a mirage just out of reach. "Where is it? Where is it?" Chris murmured softly, his eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment and despair. However, at that very moment, a colossal fireball suddenly materialized from the sky, plummeting towards the trio at supersonic speed from hundreds of meters above. Before Chris and his companions could react, the fireball crashed violently into the swarm of sand scorpions, the tremendous force instantly reducing over a dozen of them to mere fragments. Yet, that was not the end. A massive shockwave erupted forth, affecting the space within a kilometer radius of the fireball. All the sand scorpions, including Lynn and I, Chris and Robin, felt as though they had been struck by a mountain, their bodies uncontrollably hurled nearly 100 meters away by this powerful wave, struggling to rise from the dunes 100 meters away. The three caught a fleeting glimpse of a menacing figure clad in black, emerging slowly from the flames. Just before losing consciousness, a glimmer of hope appeared as Chris whispered faintly before succumbing to the darkness. A hint of relief gracing his features. The remaining 30 or so sand scorpions stood no chance against Qin Wushang, clad in the Xingtian War Emperor armor, who dispatched them effortlessly with just 30 swift strikes, leaving behind a multitude of severed remains scattered across the desert. Remarkably, Qin Wushang did not even resort to using the stellar energy within him, distinctly feeling that his physical form had been significantly enhanced by the Tao Wu essence, and that his combat prowess as the Xingtian War Emperor had surged considerably. While he could not claim to reach the cave heaven realm, he was certainly more than capable of self-preservation below the heavenly flames realm. Having dealt with all the sand scorpions and ensured no threats lurked beneath the desert, Qin Wushang leisurely approached the dune where his three semi-conscious subordinates lay. He felt as though he had perhaps overstepped his bounds this time. Nevertheless, it was beneficial for these prospective subordinates to experience the authority of their superior firsthand. Ensuring their obedience in the future, the transport ship arrived to take the three away. Qin Wushang turned and strode towards another direction within the desert, where two more team members awaited his personal assessment. As their future captain, he would not show favoritism, as the dignity of a leader should be equally bestowed upon all, ensuring fairness across the board. Far away, hidden in the shadows of the sand scorpions, Ji Xingzhou inexplicably felt a chill creep up his spine, sensing that something ominous was about to befall him. As an assassin, Ji Xingzhou possessed a keen sense of perception, yet unlike Chris's foreboding instincts, his awareness stemmed from countless brushes with death, a primal ability honed through experience. His true prowess lay in shadow stealth, a skill that allowed him to meld seamlessly with the darkness, a form of dark elemental magic. However, Ji Xingzhou's aptitude for celestial arts was not particularly high, thus he had only managed to master shadow stealth at the novice level, dedicating himself primarily to martial training. Even so, as Dark Blade, Ji Xingzhou had garnered a modest reputation within the Interstellar Mercenary Guild. Faced with the ferocious and ubiquitous desert creatures, Ji Xingzhou opted not to confront them head-on, instead maximizing his shadow stealth abilities to navigate safely through the perilous heart of the desert, utilizing the shadows cast by the massive creatures to his advantage. Ahead, a glimmer of green caught Ji Xingzhou's as a bounty hunter from the Mercenary Guild. He was well aware of the dangers that lurked within the desert environment. Beyond the ever-present threat of mutated creatures, the most perilous hazard was the scarcity of water. Even celestial warriors would succumb to dehydration if deprived for too long, though they could endure slightly longer than ordinary individuals. The sight of an oasis signified the presence of a water source. Having traversed the desert for an entire day, Ji Xingzhou felt parched, and the sight of the oasis magnified his thirst 100-fold. He glanced at the massive desert lizard before him, resembling a tyrannosaurus, and hesitated before making a move. It was evident that this lizard was a regular visitor to the oasis, and as it spotted the greenery, it quickened its pace. However, just as the desert lizard was about to step into the oasis, it abruptly halted, hesitating as it peered into the oasis for a moment, and suddenly let out a cry before swiftly fleeing. Ji Xingzhou, caught off guard, found himself exposed, drawing the attention of the desert lizard. which merely glanced back at him in confusion before accelerating its escape. Chapter 073. Assembly. Luo Hongyi felt as though she was experiencing the worst luck imaginable. Just a moment ago, she had thought herself fortunate to stumble upon an oasis in the boundless Sela Desert. Yet, the next second, from beneath the oasis, a swarm of crimson flame ants, each the size of a fully grown bull, emerged from all directions, encircling her as their blood-red eyes fixated on her hungrily. Almost drooling at the prospect in that instant, Luo Hongyi felt an overwhelming urge to perish. Swallowing hard and suppressing her fear, she took a trembling step forward, screaming as she transformed into a streak of red lightning. Frantically fleeing through the gaps between the flame ants, the crimson flame ants, a variant of desert army ants, were fiery red in hue, their shells glimmering like rubies. Naturally, their defensive capabilities exceeded that of gemstones. An adult flame ant possessed strength comparable to a second- or third-tier celestial warrior. While not exceptionally powerful, their sheer numbers posed a threat even to stronger adversaries such as sand scorpions, flame serpents, and desert lizards, which would find themselves fleeing for their lives. Only another variant of army ant, the voracious gold ant, could contend with the flame ants in a clash. Faced with the overwhelming tide of ants, Luo Hongyi lamented her poor judgment in heeding her friend S, urging to participate in the selection for this escort team. A wood element celestial practitioner with only basic plant manipulation skills and no combat experience. Her presence here was folly. She feared her life might very well be forfeit, regretting that her 100+ pounds would not benefit any man, but instead make her a delectable meal for the flame ants. Ji Xingzhou stood in stunned silence as he watched the desert lizard grow increasingly distant before suddenly snapping back to reality, feeling a tremor ripple through the ground, first mild, then intensifying until the earth seemed to shake beneath him. Alarmed, he glanced around and was shocked to see a red figure speeding towards him from the direction of the oasis, trailing behind it a veritable tsunami of crimson bulls. Upon realizing the true nature of these bulls, his complexion paled, and instinctively, he shouted, "Don't come any closer." Only then did he grasp the gravity of the situation, turning on his heel and sprinting towards the direction from which the desert lizard had fled. If the lizard had known that Ji Xingzhou was fleeing in the same direction, it surely would have regretted not stopping to swallow him whole, thereby eliminating a potential threat. Ji Xingzhou's shout drew the attention of the flame ants, and a portion of the swarm quickly diverted towards him. Luo Hongyi, taken aback by the unexpected kindness of a stranger who had stepped forward to share her burden, was determined to ensure that this rare Good Samaritan did not suffer for her sake. Thus, she moved closer, aware that, as a wood element practitioner with limited combat prowess, she had taken up a secondary skill known as divine movement, a martial art focused on agility.